Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. One Piece. From Slave to Fleet Admiral. 1 FA. C11. Chapter 11. Year 1509 of the Sea Calendar. North Blue, Aston Kingdom. Underground second floor of the slave market. The wooden floor, eroded by years of spilled alcohol, emitted a musty stench. The dim yellow lighting barely illuminated the cramped space, where the odor of excrement permeated the humid air, making every inch of skin feel sticky with sweat. Jake leaned against the innermost wall of the dungeon, his face covered in dust and grime, gaunt and hollow-eyed. 7 days had passed since his transmigration. From the moment he opened his eyes and vomited from the stench of shit, to the searing pain of the guards' whips lashing his body, to the nearly inedible black sludge they called food, everything confirmed one thing: his transmigrated identity was terrible. So terrible that he might not even survive this newbie zone. The only silver lining was that he had inherited the original body memories and language skills. Through these, he knew he had transmigrated in the world of One Piece and that it was the 9th year since the Great Pirate Era began. Countless pirates had emerged like cockroach and the original body hometown had been crushed under the tide of this era, slaughtered by pirate blades. Though they weren't his own memories, the scenes in the original body mind, skulls pierced by swords, blood and brain matter congealed together, scalps torn open and human limbs sent flying everywhere, still made him nauseous just thinking about them. Because of this, he grew even more pessimistic about his situation. The place he was in now was a transit station for trafficking slaves and their final destinations would be either the dissection tables of the black market or the beds of noble lords. The slaves in his batch would undergo initial screening and be categorized as either toys or organs. Someone like him, with no special skills, would most likely be classified under organs, extracted without anesthesia and sold off. He wasn't the only one aware of this fate. Over the past 7 days, many had tried to escape, but the guard in charge of watching the prisoners was a burly man with a thick beard, standing roughly 3 meters tall. On the second night, 2 young men attempted to escape. Both were nearly 2 meters tall, their muscles full and powerful, but they were cleaved from head to toe into 4 pieces with a single slash by the guard. There wasn't even a struggle. Their screams, like decapitated dragonflies, trembled faintly for a moment before vanishing into the filthy surroundings. The burly man merely chuckled at the sight, then took a huge swig of booze before hurling the mangled flesh towards the cages. The sheer force shattered the corpses into a pulpy mess. Jake still remembered the moment when a fragment of skull, still bearing a few teeth, landed in the palm of his hand. This insurmountable gap, this seemingly hopeless situation, if not for the steadily progressing loading bar in his mind, Jake would have long given up. Exhaling softly, Jake gently closed his eyes. In his mind's eye, a rotating blue sphere appeared, one he recognized all too well. It was the loading screen from the game he had played in his previous life, Dungeon and Fighter. But now, it was stuck on the healthy gaming reminder screen. Even though it had been stuck for 7 days, as long as it didn't suddenly display network connection interrupted, at the last moment, there was still hope. At the very bottom of the loading screen, a line of text shimmered in radiant blue. Upon completion, a random character ability from your saved data will be drawn, along with a one-time 10% power trial card adjusted slightly based on this world combat standards. The trial lasts 5 minutes. After expiration, the drawn character's skill tree will remain, unlockable through mastery of the power of holy light. It was this promise of power that kept Jake will to survive remain alive, preventing him from succumbing to despair. For him, the so-called random draw was practically a foregone conclusion. The game he played was DNF and he was an obsessive support player. His account had nothing but female priest. The template he'd draw would undoubtedly be a female priest. Thinking about it, Jake felt a pang of relief that he hadn't created characters like a male brawler back then. Given the lore, 10% of a male brawler's strength would have left him better off staying a slave. After 7 days of waiting, the damned loading bar had finally reached its last stuttering phase. Once this final hurdle passed, he would successfully summon his saved character. He wasn't sure how the adjusted 10% power would fare in the world of One Piece, but it should be enough. As long as he could escape this island, this strength would at least allow him to work as a doctor and ensure Monet's survival. Plans after escaping. Jake didn't have many ideas yet, but his first choice was to join the Marines. At the very least, that would offer better prospects for the future and greater security. Just as Jake was lost in thought, a weak voice whispered beside him. "Jake, do you really think we can escape?" Turning around, he saw a disheveled woman whose faint green hair was barely discernible under the grime. She wore thick glasses, her face covered in dust and clumps of dirt that obscured most of her skin. The rancid smell of spoiled food clung to her entire body. At this moment, she carefully tugged at Jake's sleeve and asked him the same question once more. And every time Monet posed this question, Jake would always respond with gentle voice. "We will escape, Monet. We'll find your sister too. Believe me." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared beneath Monet's thick glasses. She nodded at Jake and leaned slightly closer to him again. Jake didn't mind the odor coming from Monet, he knew it was her way of protecting herself. He remembered this snow woman from the original story who had died with her heart pierced. Longing for freedom like a bird, she'd been rescued from one cage only to be placed in another. Even at the moment of her death, her life had never known true freedom. When he first crossed over and vomited from the stench of shit, it was Monet who didn't scorn his wretched state. Instead, she gently patted his back, wiped his mouth and shared half of her meager food with him. Jake would always remember what she'd said when handing him that food beneath those thick glasses. Eat, otherwise you won't survive. Taking the half piece of blackened hard bread, Jake replied in a muffled voice. What about you? When I can't survive anymore, you can share some with me then. C22. It was from that moment onward that Jake considered Monet his only true companion in this world. In the original story, Monet had died just before pressing the detonation button. But here, because of that piece of bread, Jake was determined to change her fate no matter what. A bird yearning for freedom shouldn't fly from one cage to another. From beginning to end, she had lived only for Doflamingo. But before that, Jake believed their first priority was escaping this cage. Judging from the earlier conversations of their captors, 2 notorious pirates with bounties of 5 million berries each would come tonight to transport this batch of slaves. That meant tonight was their best chance to escape. Once at sea, even if they defeated their enemies, without navigation skills or strength, they'd essentially be waiting to die. Therefore, they absolutely had to escape on land first, then find a way to the nearest island to board another ship and flee these waters. The burly guard seemed to know this was his last day on duty. His expression was much more relaxed than usual, even leaving his ever-present longsword on the table instead of keeping it at his waist. He appeared to have been drinking, or rather, drinking heavily. The cheap smell of beer soaked his collar and sleeves. The burly man, his face slightly flushed with excitement, arrived in front of the prison cell. His small, bloodshot eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for prey that could provide him a night of pleasure and relaxation. Unfortunately, in this lowest-level cell, most of the slaves were severely malnourished, their faces pale and thin, their bodies emitting an unbearable stench of shit. Even for a man like him, who wasn't particularly picky, it was hard to stomach. But the guard named Bell had drunk far too much today. Those damned booze always left his body burning with heat. So, after downing another mouthful of strong booze, he swung the cell door open. As the pungent smell of alcohol filled the cell, the imprisoned slaves wore expressions of terror, especially the female slaves, who curled up and desperately tried to fade from the burly man's sight, praying not to be chosen. Fortunately, the drunken Bell merely glanced at the women. The revolting stench they emitted made his face twist with disgust. Irritated, he scratched his head, his eyes searching restlessly. The heat from the alcohol made him desperate to find someone who could bring him joy right now. After a thorough search, Bell finally spotted Jake and Monet in an inconspicuous corner of the cell. A gleam flashed in Bell's narrow, murky eyes. Without hesitation, he strode forward, tossing aside any slaves who couldn't dodge fast enough. In moments, he loomed over Jake and Monet, his overpowering alcohol-laden breath washing over them. Up close, his menacing muscles looked even more intimidating and grotesque. Monet's hands instinctively tightened. Jake could feel the fabric of his clothes straining where she gripped them. Watching this, Jake decided to take a risk. He stepped forward, shielding most of Monet's body behind him, while preparing to say something to the man, anything to buy time until the loading completed. Seeing Jake's actions, the man's face twisted into an eerie grin. His rough, dark cheeks suddenly flushed red, whether from intoxication or something else, it was hard to say. The next moment, he reached out, his massive hand lunging toward Jake. Staring at the enormous arm, Jake's expression turned grave. Monet shut her eyes in despair, too terrified to imagine the hellish fate that awaited them if they were caught. Yet, the expected pain never came. Monet opened her eyes in surprise, only to see Jake being lifted into the air by Bell's hands. At that moment, Jake, Monet and even the silent slaves watching were all frozen in shock. Bell's face flushed deeper as he gazed at Jake, his lips stretching into a horrifying grin. You smell so good, little guy. You're different from the others here. You smell so nice, and your skin is so smooth. I really like you, hehehehe. Bell hugged Jake tightly while letting out an unpleasant, strange laugh. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone present off guard, even Jake himself never anticipated such a development. The man's arms around him felt like steel bars, his muscles as hard as stone. No matter how much Jake struggled, it was utterly futile. Stop struggling, pretty boy. Just get through tonight and I'll make sure you get a private room on that slave ship. You should know, if you're locked in the bottom deck, you'll likely die from all kinds of diseases before reaching the destination. Honestly, if I didn't owe the boss some money, I'd buy you for myself. Then I could. Before Bell could finish his sentence, a trembling female voice interrupted him. Put Jake down. He's a valuable slave, isn't he? If the higher-ups find out you're acting on your own like this, you'll be punished. Hearing the voice, Bell turned his head and saw Monet standing before him, her body slightly trembling but her feet firmly planted. Under normal circumstances, Bell might have hesitated at her words, but now, drunken with his judgment clouded by alcohol, rage completely overtook him. His muscles bulging, he swung his arm violently and roared. Get out of my sight, woman. If that strike landed, Monet would undoubtedly be reduced to a bloody pulp. The terrifying gust of wind even blew Monet's glasses off, revealing her beautiful eyes now filled with terror. But the next moment, the sound of flesh tearing echoed through the air, accompanied by the severing of a massive arm. C33. A slightly dazzling yet incredibly gentle golden light pierced through the darkness. The crisp sound of silver bells chiming filled the air, followed by the warmth of blood splattering. Judgment hammer strike. A slash descended from above, the radiance enveloping the cross blooming like a flower of hope in the dilapidated dungeon. The light cascaded down, bathing the entire dungeon in a soft glow. Standing amidst it was Jake, his body wreathed in an aura of sacred purity. His faintly golden eyes flickered slightly as he saw Monet about to be struck by Belle's retaliatory attack. With a single step, ripples shimmered in the space behind him. Monet's vision blurred momentarily, then she found herself safely on the ground. And standing before Monet now was Jake, who had just activated the priest character trial card. At this moment, Jake was enveloped in holy light, his expression revealing a faint gentleness as he looked at himself. Behind him stood Belle, who had lost his left arm and was now consumed by fury. The intense pain seemed to have robbed Belle of his ability to think. Facing an opponent who could sever his arm with a single strike, Belle let out a roar, grabbed his broadsword and charged forward recklessly. Yet Jake didn't even turn his head. With a mere flick of his hand, an overwhelmingly dense ball of light shot forth, blasting Belle's entire body into a charred wreck. All the blood and filth seemed to have eyes of their own, avoiding Jake and Monet entirely. Witnessing this scene, Monet gazed at Jake, her eyes brimming with an indescribable joy. Before Monet could speak, hurried footsteps echoed from behind, accompanied by the twisted faces of pirates illuminated by flickering torches. Belle's been taken down. Damn slaves. Causing trouble at a time like this. If the master finds out, we'll all die here. Hurry. Before he arrives, chain these bastards up. At the command of a gaunt old man, the bloodstained pirates surged forward one after another. They brandished their weapons without hesitation, their expressions twisted as they faced the slaves. Here, even killing a few of the slaves wouldn't be a problem for them. Seeing this, the old man's worries eased slightly. As long as everything was settled before the master arrived, a few dead slaves wouldn't matter. But in the next instant, an overwhelming radiance merged into a wall, brutally crushing everything in its path. Before the old man could react, all the charging pirates had been flattened to the ground by the luminous barrier, annihilated in an instant without any chance of resistance. The perpetrator of this carnage now rested a tarnished dagger, still shimmering with golden light, against the old man's throat. Terrified by the dagger's decrepit yet mesmerizing glow, the old man's legs gave way, his face drenched in cold sweat. With a smile more pitiful than a cry, he looked at Jake, his expression pleading. Lord, if we've offended you, allow me to offer our sincerest apologies. We never meant to provoke someone of your power. There must be some misunderstanding. If you wish to leave, we'll prepare the finest ship for you, along with the best log pose and charts. This is the Joker, Doflamingo's business. Please just go. The old man's words were well crafted, addressing Jake's immediate needs while subtly issuing a threat. This was Doflamingo's territory. If he wanted to avoid trouble, he'd best leave now. Generally speaking, almost everyone would agree to this proposal and Jake was no exception. But seeing the desperate gazes of the slaves behind him, Jake decided to help them a little, at least give them a chance to escape. However, just as Jake turned his head, the old man suddenly pulled out the pistol hidden in his pocket. With the smell of gunpowder filling the air, the bullet shot fiercely toward Jake. Watching the bullet, a faint golden light flickered across Jake's body. In the next moment, the bullet was deflected by some invisible force, striking into the darkness behind the old man. The old man's face twisted in terror as he cried out to the crowd, almost sobbing. No, it wasn't me, I didn't want to fire the gun. At the same time, an eerie and maniacal laughter echoed from behind him. Foo. What an unexpectedly delightful surprise. Though the North Blue is my stronghold, I rarely visit these backwater areas. Who'd have thought that on a whim to patrol today, I'd stumble upon such an amusing scene. I'll give you one chance. Join the Don Quixote family, become one of my own and I'll pardon this insolence of yours. I might even release all these slaves. Before Doflamingo could finish speaking, merely hearing the initial words made Jake's brow furrow. In an instant, a blindingly radiant light flashed forth. His power lasted only 5 minutes. Even if he agreed to Doflamingo's offer now, once the latter realized he held no real value, he might very well go back on his word. Moreover, his ability was unique, it wasn't a devil fruit at all. He had no desire to associate too closely with someone like Doflamingo. In that split second, a deep violet force descended from nowhere, pressing down heavily on Doflamingo. It was a common skill among the priests, the Sin Eaters, burden of sin. Feeling the terrifying pressure bearing down on him, Doflamingo's lips twitched slightly. The intensity of this attack was far beyond what he had anticipated. Damn it, this bastard's strength was definitely not inferior to his own. What kind of devil fruit was this? First a shield of light and now an ability akin to gravity. Some rare mythical zone type. How could someone like this possibly be captured by those trash? Something's off. A CP agent, or one of Kaido's men. C44. His bones groaned under the strain, the crushing gravity threatening to pulverize his internal organs. Doflamingo stared at Jake, whose body radiated a golden glow and his lips curled into a savage grin. Foo. Brat, what's your purpose in pretending to be captured by that trash and coming here? Or should I ask, which side are you from? If you don't speak up, you won't be leaving here alive today. As he spoke, Doflamingo's hand formed a claw shape, slashing toward Jake. 5 colored strings, razor-sharp threads, infused with armament hockey, were nearly invisible in the dim surroundings. Still uncertain whether the brat's fruit was of the Logia type, Doflamingo opted to coat his strings with haki to avoid wasted attacks if the opponent turned out to be intangible. Simultaneously with the 5-colored strings attack, Doflamingo manipulated his parasite strings, repurposing the corpses Jake had taken down. However, he didn't direct the corpses to attack Jake. Instead, he used them to barricade the dungeon's exit. To him, the power Jake had displayed so far remained within manageable limits. Even if the brat was no weaker than himself, once his officers arrived, they could overwhelm him through sheer numbers, ensuring he wouldn't escape. Moreover, the devil fruit abilities this kid has displayed so far are quite peculiar, resembling Borsalino glint fruit, which currently holds immense prestige within the Marines. A rare and powerful devil fruit user like this couldn't possibly have been captured by his underlings for no reason. He must have come here with some purpose. Either he's affiliated with Kaido's side or with CP. In any case, regardless of which faction he belongs to, they must uncover his motives. Their family is still in its early development stage, they absolutely cannot allow such an unstable element to emerge. Jake held Monet in his arms, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden light. The 10% power was far more formidable than he had imagined. He could sense that Doflamingo posed no real threat to him in his current state, but he wasn't confident he could defeat him quickly either. He couldn't afford to drag this out with Doflamingo any longer. Knowing this guy's personality, he definitely wouldn't be alone. The other executives of the Don Quixote family were surely nearby. Almost 2 minutes had already passed. In the remaining 3 minutes, he not only had to break free from Doflamingo but also completely escape their pursuit. There was much to do. Jake took a deep breath, his mind focusing on a radiant skill tree that now shone brilliantly before him. Holy Light Revelation. As Jake's voice rang out, an almost blinding light erupted from his body. It was a radiance as dazzling as the sun, a hymn of the sacred spirit. Pure white feathers materialized around Jake, dissolving into the purest specks of light before they could even touch the ground. The sealed dungeon was pierced by that blinding golden radiance. The light, so dense it had taken physical form, manifested as holy flames akin to the sun itself, shattering the dungeon's confines in an instant. For that brief moment, half the sky above Aston Kingdom was illuminated by the holy light. The sea rippled like a crumpled cloth as a breeze swept in. Under the glow of the light, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone's skeletal face appeared even more ghastly. Golden reflections flickered in his pitch-black eyes before he tightened his cloak and barked orders to his soldiers. Change course. Head for Aston Kingdom. A battle of this magnitude must involve powerful people clashing. Whether it's Marines or pirates, the civilians will be affected. If it's our Marine comrades, we can't abandon them. If it's pirates, we must apprehend them immediately, we cannot let them harm innocent lives. The soldier immediately snapped to attention, responding to T-Bone's command without hesitation. All hands, prepare for battle. Upon the Black Sea, bathed in the holy light's glow, a marine warship laden with justice flag cut through the waves. The golden radiance, like the first light of dawn, softened the eerie figure of T-Bone's face. Back in the dungeon, Jake felt as though every organ in his body had been scorched by that terrifying power. It wasn't an effect of the holy light attack, it was simply that his current body couldn't withstand such an overwhelming surge of energy. But the results were evident. Doflamingo was now covered in wounds from the flames, the faint scent of burning emanating from his body. The once proud feathers of his flamboyant outfit had been reduced to tattered remnants under the scorching holy light, his sunglasses shattered halfway and a patch of unmarred flesh remained on his body. The dungeon had now turned into ruins. A gaping hole, at least 20 to 30 meters wide, stretched before everyone's eyes. As the holy light dissipated, only the cold moonlight poured down, casting a deceptive calm over this filthy place. Unlike Doflamingo, the slaves not only remained unharmed but visibly regained vitality under the radiance of the holy light, their spirits and bodies strengthening at a visible rate. They gained power far beyond their usual limits and the once indestructible prison cells now seemed fragile enough to shatter with a mere push. When Jake unleashed Holy Light Revelation, essentially a priest awakening, he had already sensed an unmistakable ability to distinguish friend from foe. It was instinctual, as if a radar had materialized in his mind with perfect clarity. Because of this, the slaves received the buff effect of Holy Light Revelation, temporarily gaining strength far beyond their normal capabilities. This power was the lifeline Jake had given them, and the lifeline he had secured for himself. Only chaos could offer him a chance to escape. The next moment, Jake shouted at the slaves, who were still stunned. If you want to live, pick up your weapons and break out of these damned cages. Follow me and charge out. The crowd, seeing Jake enveloped in holy light like a descending deity, erupted in thunderous cheers. One by one, the prison doors were forced open as the slaves seized the guards' weapons and struck back. Doflamingo stared at Jake, his expression twisting into something even more monstrous. A devil fruit similar to Whitebeard's 1st Division commander. A mythical zone. Damn brat. He manipulated his strings to begin healing himself when suddenly, the Den Den Muxia on his chest ringing. C55. As the call connected, an urgent voice came through. Dafi, what was that light just now? Are you all right over there? Feeling the pain radiating through his body, Doflamingo's expression darkened. Nothing major. What about your side? You wouldn't call unless something's wrong. Is it the cargo? No, Dafi, it's the Marines. A battleship is rapidly approaching from the south of the island. We need to leave now. We've identified the ship. It belongs to T-Bone from Akainu faction. That guy might not be the strongest, but he's troublesome. And since he's one of Akainu's trusted men, we can't afford to clash with the Marines right now. We need to evacuate immediately. Listening to the news relayed by Trable over the phone, veins bulged one after another on Doflamingo's forehead. He turned his gaze toward Jake, his sunglasses reflecting the figure enveloped in holy light. His hand twitched uncontrollably and his murderous intent toward Jake reached its peak in that moment. Yet, even at this point, Doflamingo didn't lose his head. He merely shouted in the direction of Jake's retreating figure. Brat, no matter which faction sent you, your head will soon be delivered to me. I'll uncover your family, your origins, everything about you. Anyone connected to you won't escape. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Jake, who was carrying Monet in his arms, didn't look back. He had no desire for a war of words, his mind was entirely focused on the dwindling time left on his experience card. 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Beside him were the excited slaves, clutching crude weapons as they surged toward the exit of the dungeon. But it was still too slow. At their current pace, they wouldn't even make it out of the dungeon before his experience card expired, let alone plunge the entire island into chaos. Taking a deep breath, Jake gritted his teeth and channeled the last remnants of holy light within him, casting a buff on everyone. Divine teachings. An incredibly light force emerged within each of them, and to their astonishment, their speed more than doubled compared to before. The slaves weren't fools. Gazing at Jake's figure leading the charge and recalling the light that had torn through the dungeon, someone shouted first. Protect the holy light. Protect him and get him out of here. One voice rallied 1,000 others. Like cold water splashed onto hot oil, the not-so-loud cry ignited a fervent response among the slaves. Help that man escape. Kill those damned pirates and slavers. Kill them all. Wipe out those rat-like bastards. Protect him. Though their shouts were chaotic and their movements clumsy, with each cry, flames began to rise into the sky. Unlike the radiant holy light Jake had unleashed, these flames were born from the sparks of rebellion, tiny embers on the ground converging into a wildfire. Under the effects of divine teachings, it took less than a minute for them to free every slave in the dungeon. The newly liberated slaves, spurred by the crowd, joined the resistance. Jake, who had once been at the forefront, now found himself enveloped within the masses. Monet, cradled in his arms, blushed slightly with worry. Jake, put me down. I can walk on my own. You look weak. Does this power have side effects? Jake didn't answer, but Monet was right. The power brought by the template had temporarily elevated his combat strength to a considerable level, but the exhaustion from using the holy light was unavoidable. For Jake, it felt as though his brain was about to split apart from the pain, making it almost impossible to walk. If not for the intense will to survive driving him, Jake would have long since collapsed. But he knew he was still far from escaping. After breaking out of the dungeon, they were met with a siege by the Aston Kingdom and the executives of the Don Quixote family. The well-trained kingdom soldiers, armed with spears and muskets, fired a volley of single-shot flintlocks at the civilians fleeing the slave market, without any warning or questions. Before that, the slaves had already laid down their weapons, some even wearing joyful smiles as they called out to the soldiers. We are citizens of this country. We were captured by those. Yet before the words could even finish, they were met with countless blinding flashes of gunfire. The smell of gunpowder mingled with the sinful glow of flames as they erupted from the cold, black barrels, unleashing a savage and wicked assault upon the unarmed civilians. This sudden attack, however, was halted by a series of clink-clank sounds. A radiant figure stood towering among the crowd, his brilliance was awe-inspiring. Holy light protection. A faint white glow, thin as an eggshell, enveloped all the slaves. Bullets struck it, producing only metallic clinks. But using holy light skills far beyond his limits in quick succession left Jake's face increasingly pale. Glancing at the stunned and disbelieving slaves, he shouted hoarsely. Run. That's the only way you'll survive. This is no longer your home. Go. Without hesitation, Jake spread his arms, his eyes bloodshot, and launched an attack toward the army. Baptism of light. A sacred pattern, 3 to 4 meters in radius, materialized beneath the soldiers' feet. Before their commander could issue an order to scatter, an unbearably bright light descended from the sky. The terrifying impact crushed those at the center, while the shockwave tore a massive gap through the neatly lined ranks. Before Jake could say anything, the crowd instinctively surged toward the only opening. Even if what awaited them there were cold, gleaming spears and blinding swords, so what? It was the only path to survival. Monet, supporting the pale Jake, followed the crowd toward the breach. Just then, a trembling voice called out, Sir, you go first. Jake and Monet instinctively turned to look, only to find themselves surrounded by layer upon layer of human walls. C66. Jake stared at the people encircling him and he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Why would he waste precious holy light energy to save them? Was it really just his naive do-gooder heart? No, Jake was using them to create chaos, to create disorder that would allow him to escape. But in a practical sense, did Jake actually save them? Yes, and that was enough. A gaunt middle-aged man, gripping a rusted iron blade, stood in front of Jake and roared. I was a soldier of the Aston Kingdom in 1489. I defended this nation against 24 waves of pirate attacks, fought in 17 wars for this country and was left with lifelong disabilities for it. And now, this is how the Aston Kingdom repays me. I swear. But before the man could finish, a gleaming longsword slashed down from his shoulder into his chest. Blood sprayed, yet the man didn't fall. His skeletal frame, barely more than bones, somehow lodged the blade in place. Then, with his broken weapon, he stabbed the soldier in the throat. With a laugh bordering on insanity, he charged forward, shouting, "Damn you, Aston Kingdom! You will be obliterated by the light of justice." One by one, people fell around Jake, yet the human wall shielding him showed no sign of thinning, only thickening. Amidst the crowd, Jake unleashed holy light again and again, stalling the officers of the Don Quixote family. Fortunately, only Lao Ji and Machvis were present, and with his current strength, Jake could still hold them off. But the template time was nearly up, less than a minute remained. Bodies piled up around him, blood flooding his vision. The stench of blood mingled with the salt of the sea breeze, while flames and screams intertwined, make Jake see the truest picture of the One Piece world. Only now did Jake truly grasp the devastation the great pirate era had wrought upon ordinary people. To hell with pirates, all their talk of adventure, freedom, and dreams. They were nothing but parasites, leeches who brought nothing but suffering, the epitome of hedonism and selfishness. Every last one of them deserved to be killed. Amidst the blood and death, for the first time, Jake felt a hatred for pirates so deep it bordered on malice. And these rotten nations colluding with pirates, they were worse, inflicting deeper and longer-lasting harm on civilians. They too, were something this world needed to purge. But for now, all Jake could do was escape this hellhole, shielded by the lives of these civilians. When the human wall around him had dwindled to a broken half-circle and when the template had just 15 seconds left, Jake finally broke free of that nightmarish town. He successfully led the surviving slaves to the coast, and to Jake's even greater surprise, under the glow of a nearby lighthouse, a Marine headquarters warship was rapidly approaching. Thanks to the current abilities of the Holy Light template, Jake could clearly see the face of the man who had just jumped off the warship and was desperately swimming toward them. It was a terrifying-looking man, but the moment Jake saw that face, his tension instantly melted away. T-Bone, the character he had most admired and respected from the One Piece world in his past life. His justice was purer and cleaner than anyone else's at Marine headquarters. But just then, a shrill voice rang out. "Are you the ones causing trouble for the young master? How dare you injured him? What a bunch of annoying trash." The moment the voice rang out, Jake raised his hand, summoning a pure white barrier in front of everyone while shouting, "Get away from that rock now." But before his words could fully land, the 3 remaining survivors were crushed into corpses under the assault of massive stone arms. The white barrier shattered in less than a second under the overwhelming force. At this moment, Jake's template had less than 10 seconds remaining. His mind was nearing its limit, the splitting headache making it almost impossible to think. His vision was darkening at the edges, and if not for Monet supporting him, he would have collapsed already. Pika emerged from the giant rock, his towering 4.7-meter frame even more terrifying in the darkness. His shrill voice carried a bone-chilling killing intent. "All who stand in the young master's way deserve death." As he spoke, he raised his stone-wrapped arm high and swung it straight towards Monet and Jake. Just then, Jake caught sight of the peculiar pure blue fruit tightly clutched in Pika's other hand. Without a doubt, it was a devil fruit. Considering Monet was by his side, that fruit was likely either the snow fruit or the hobby fruit. From the sea behind them, came T-Bone near hysterical roar. "Damn pirates, stop harming civilians." Right angle sword style, flying bird slash. As a crisp, bird-like azure slash shot toward them, Jake mustered the last of his strength. Lightning of Atonement. Brilliant golden lightning erupted from his fingertips, instantly engulfing Pika's entire body in its terrifying radiance. The devastating current surged through Pika, the severe burns and paralysis sending him into uncontrollable convulsions. The blue fruit slipped from his grasp. Jake shouted to Monet, "Monet, eat that fruit now." Without hesitation, Monet devoured the dirt-covered fruit in large bites, paying no mind to the mud. Were devil fruits disgusting to eat? Absolutely. But compared to death, Jake had 3 reasons for having Monet consume it now. First, he was already exhausted. Even if he ate it, he lacked the stamina to wield its power. Monet could buy more time until T-Bone arrived. Second, since they were already locked in a life-and-death situation with Doflamingo, stealing the fruit changed nothing. Finally, a Logia user like Monet would become his greatest ally when they joined the Marines. C77. The texture of the devil fruit was distinctly repulsive, similar to spoiled jelly coated in wasabi and chili powder. Its taste wasn't just unpleasant, it's absolutely disgusting. A deep sense of existential discomfort came in, as if the very world has turned its back on you. As the fruit's flesh was chewed and crushed in her mouth, Monet's taste buds seemed to explode with an overwhelming mix of sourness, bitterness, fishiness and foulness. Almost every imaginable negative flavor flooded her senses at once. Her stomach convulsed uncontrollably and the urge to vomit was nearly unbearable. Yet, as she watched the holy light growing increasingly faint, a look of urgency flashed across Monet's face. Almost instinctively, she raised her arm. A cold breeze blew through the air, bringing with it a sudden and significant drain on her already low stamina. The power of a devil fruit is sustained by the user's stamina. Having been trapped in the dungeon for nearly a week, Monet's stamina was weaker than even an average person. Activating her unfamiliar devil fruit ability now was akin to gambling with her life. Frost crystallized over the stone body of Pika, whose narrow eyes bulged with rages. The primary reason Doflamingo had brought the entire family's executives here was for these 2 devil fruits, one held by Diamante and the other entrusted to Pika himself. Yet now, the fruit under his watch had been swallowed right before his eyes. A wave of humiliation and guilt toward Doflamingo instantly overwhelmed Pika. His body covered with full armament haki, reduced the frosts to almost nothing. The numbing, burning sensation from the golden lightning gradually faded. The glowing kid was clearly on his last legs. Seizing the opportunity, Pika didn't hesitate. He tanked Monet's attacks and launched a devastating strike straight toward Jake. The sheer force of the blow made the air itself sting Jake face before impact. A direct hit would mean instant death. Monet saw it too. Blood trickled from her nose and mouth as her stamina drained like a broken dam. Her head felt heavy, her breath labored, her throat thick with blood. Darkness crept into her vision. She had reached her limit. Even the faintest breeze, given time, can slow a giant's stride. Frost solidified the sand beneath Pika's feet. Just as his attack was about to land, he lost his balance, staggering briefly. For a fighter of his caliber, recovery took less than half a second. But that 0.5-second window was all the time needed for the azure slash soaring across the sea to arrive. The slash cleaved into Pika's armament haki-hardened body, its force carving a deep gash across his torso. Blood sprayed. The impact sent Pika flying backward. Dust and sand swirled as Pika's figure stood at the center of the haze, blood flowing from the left side of his body. Crimson blood slid down muscles coated in armament haki as a gloomy, sharp voice rang out. Marines. Before Jake lost consciousness, his last lingering memory was a justice cloak fluttering in the air. First and Marine Lieutenant Commander. T-Bone. You vile pirates, I will never allow you to harm innocent civilians again. That voice echoed through the night sky, the last sound Jake heard before passing out. Pika glanced at the unconscious Jake, then at T-Bone, whose body now radiated a fierce killing intent. His expression darkened, but as he looked at his empty right hand, his mind returned to that devil fruit. With a slight crouch, Pika shifted his target to Monet, who now lay unconscious on the ground. Two massive craters erupted where he had stood as Pika shot forward like a cannonball. Though the devil fruit had been eaten, bringing that person back would at least partially make up for his mistake. This was the young master grand plan. He absolutely couldn't fail. Only the young master was worthy of becoming the pirate king. He stretched out his arms, whose now covered in stone towards Monet's body. Just as he was about to reach Monet, T-Bone's furious voice roared. Damn pirate, I told you, I won't let you harm civilians again. Right angle slash, flying slash. A pale blue sword beam erupted from the slightly worn blade, illuminating his face that held unshakable determination. As blade met stone, armament haki clashed, the terrifying shockwave sending pebbles flying across the beach. Feeling the intense pain in his armament haki-coated arm, Pika's voice turned frantic. Damn Marine, I'll crush you into paste right here, right now. Then you'll never lay a finger on another civilian until I'm paste. Staring at the stubborn Marine before him, Pika felt an unbearable frustration. What the hell was wrong with this Marine? He and the young master had traveled across the 4 seas in the Grand Line, the New World, yet they'd never encountered such a relentless Marine. Why did they have to run into this bastard on some no-name backwater island? Just as Pika gritted his teeth, ready to press the attack, the Den Mushi hidden at his waist crackled to life. Pika, retreat immediately. Damn Marines are closing in. The young master's badly injured. We need to get him out of here now. West Harbor, move. The call ended before Pika could respond. His face twisted with fury. He couldn't defeat this Marine quickly, and lingering here would only delay their escape. Damn it all. That brat who wielded light and lightning, the woman who ate their family's devil fruit, he'd remember them all. And this damn Marine, none of them would escape. C-88. His throat burned as if scorched by flames and every inch of his body ached to the extreme. The pungent scent of alcohol swabs and the bitter odor of medicine filled the air around him. The bed beneath him swayed slightly, accompanied by the sound of waves crashing against the ship's hull and the cries of seagulls. All of it plunged Jake into a dazed stupor. Yes, he was no longer in that dungeon reeking of piss and shit. Even though his arms were too sore to lift and every muscle in his face was stiff to the point of paralysis, he forced himself to sit up slowly. When his eyes landed on the Marine's seagull flag, a genuine smile spread across his face. Just then, a hoarse voice rang out, unpleasant to the ear yet brimming with unmistakable joy and excitement. Finally awake, kid, how's your body feeling? You must be parched. Let me get you some water. Don't sit up yet, your injuries are serious. Overusing your devil fruit powers has taken a heavy toll on your body. Turning toward the voice, Jake was met with a face so fearsome it filled his entire vision, grinning in a manner far from graceful. Yet despite the terrifying appearance, that face filled Jake with an overwhelming sense of security. Lowering his head respectfully, he spoke with sincerity. Thank you so much for saving my life and the lives of my companions. I am eternally grateful. No matter what, I will find a way to repay you. To Jake's surprise, the response that followed was utterly unexpected. With a loud thud, T-Bone dropped to his knees, his terrifying face now streaked with tears as he cried out. No, you owe me no thanks at all. It was my failure to uncover the suffering and darkness on that island sooner that subjected you to such torment. It was my incompetence and stupidity that allowed those damned pirates to escape my pursuit, giving them the chance to harm more innocent civilians in the future. And it was my weakness that let those helpless people die at the hands of pirates and the nobles. If only I had set sail earlier that day, captured the other pirate crew sooner, or discovered your plight faster, I could have saved more lives. If the Marine, whose very duty is to protect civilians, demands gratitude from those we save, then what kind of Marine are we? Kid, I am the one who owes you an apology. First Marine Lieutenant Commander T-Bone, hereby offer my deepest and most sincere apology to you and all the innocent civilians who suffered or perished. With that, T-Bone slammed his forehead against the floor, producing a dull thud that echoed through the cabin. Jake stared at the scene before him, momentarily stunned. Though he had known of T-Bone before crossing into this world, aware that he was one of the few Marines who truly embodied justice, he had never imagined T-Bone's sense of justice could be so pure. Everything T-Bone had said actually had little to do with him. This rescue mission was entirely an additional task for him, a burdensome mission that only brought risks and death. Even if he hadn't come to the rescue, he wouldn't have faced the slightest punishment. Or he could have chosen to play it safe, waiting for other Marine warships to join him before heading to the island, which would have significantly reduced the risks he encountered. But T-Bone didn't choose any of these options. Even when he saw powerful enemies on the island, he actively jumped off the warship and swam desperately toward Jake. Everything. If T-Bone had hesitated even for a second during any of it, Jake would never have survived the night. It felt like fate, yet also like the most natural thing in the world. T-Bone's justice, in that moment, gave Jake an indescribable feeling. Looking at T-Bone who was still kneeling on the ground, Jake didn't hesitate. He moved his weakened body and tumbled straight off the bed. Seeing this, T-Bone immediately straightened up and caught Jake before he could hit the floor. Feeling the broad, sturdy touch on his shoulders, Jake looked up at the still fierce and ugly face before him, revealing a look of unprecedented determination and a smile. Please let me join the Marines. Joining the Marines means you'll face situations like this countless times, be pushed to the brink endlessly and come close to death over and over. You'll carry justice and that justice may be so heavy it could kill you. Are you still willing? If not for that justice, I would have died on that beach long ago. Please let me join the Marines. Hearing Jake's words, a gentle smile appeared on T-Bone's face, and his voice grew lighter. Then, tell me your name, Petty Officer 3rd Class. Jake. Petty Officer 3rd Class Jake. Good. Petty Officer Jake, your mission now is to rest properly. Once you've recovered, you'll begin regular Marine duties. I am your direct superior and the newly appointed commander of Marine Base G12 in Water 7, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone. Yes, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone. After carefully helping Jake back onto the bed, T-Bone said softly. Your companion is still unconscious. She's mainly suffering from extreme physical exhaustion and overuse of her abilities. She'll likely wake up today or tomorrow. I've already asked our ship's doctor, Ms. Elibum, to look after her. If you want to see her, just let me know once you're well enough to walk. I think I can walk now, T-Bone-san. Don't rush. I know you're worried about her, but this isn't the time to push yourself. First, drink the water I gave you. I'll bring you some food later. After you finish it all, I'll let you go see her. For now, listen to me, you might face some trouble later. Seeing T-Bone's slightly grave expression, Jake's face remained mostly unchanged as he asked. Is it those pirates, or is it from the Aston Kingdom side? T-Bone nodded, his tone somber. I've investigated those pirates thoroughly. They're the notorious Don Quixote family that's been making waves in the Grand Line recently, a ruthless organization led by Doflamingo. Calling them pirates isn't entirely accurate, they're more of a weapons and black market syndicate tacitly permitted by the world government. Their influence spans wide and now that you've crossed them by stealing their devil fruit, retaliation is inevitable. Meanwhile, the Aston Kingdom is accusing the Marines of deliberately disrupting legitimate trade and has filed a lawsuit against us. Headquarters will likely send higher-ranking officers to investigate in a few days. At this point, T-Bone seemed concerned that Jake might be overwhelmed by the pressure. He offered a reassuring smile and said confidently, but you don't need to worry. As long as I'm alive, I won't let my soldiers fall victim to darkness. C99. The weather was pleasant, with a hint of moisture carried by the sea breeze. A faint layer of condensation had formed on various objects aboard the warship. Jake cracked open the round window by his bed slightly, letting in the cool air. About 3 hours had passed since he woke up, and the sun had completely set by now. Moonlight spilled across the sea's surface, its shimmering waves reflecting the brilliant stars above, a sight Jake had never witnessed in his previous life. Yet, he had little mind to appreciate the view. The flood of information in his thoughts demanded all his attention. Unlocked Priest Template. Unlocked Data Mode. Data Mode Ability Analysis. Can observe numerical data of physical attributes for oneself or others. Removes all learning restrictions and skill bottlenecks, simply practice continuously to improve proficiency. Reading the lines of text appearing in his mind, Jake couldn't suppress a growing smile. Though brief, the message contained immense implications. First was the ability to numerically assess others' capabilities. If used wisely, it would function as an omnipotent intelligence-gathering tool. This wouldn't just help him avoid hidden powerhouses who like to play weak, but also precisely identify enemies' strengths and weaknesses. With this knowledge, he could target opponents' vulnerabilities to gain significant advantages in combat. Additionally, the ability provided metrics for his own growth, facilitating future training plans. Then came the even more extraordinary aspect, removing all learning restrictions and skill bottlenecks. In the world of One Piece, mastery of Conqueror's Haki and Fusion marked the critical divide between strong fighters and elite. Before mastering this technique, all of Luffy's attacks had been mere tickles against Kaido, while each of Kaido's strikes delivered critical true damage, rendering the so-called Fifth Emperor almost laughable at the time. However, After Luffy mastered Conqueror's Haki and Fusion, his overall strength clearly rose by more than just one level. This improvement was almost exaggerated and seemed unreasonable, because according to this logic, those born with Conqueror's Haki inherently have a higher ceiling than those without it, a barrier that can hardly be overcome by any means. This innate disparity, much like the so-called theory of bloodlines, is both detestable and despair-inducing. Removing all skill learning conditions gives Jake a chance to reach the pinnacle of the world. Conqueror's Haki is no longer a barrier or obstacle for him. What surprised Jake the most, however, was the ability to bypass bottlenecks. For top-tier powerhouses, nothing is more frustrating than hitting a bottleneck. It's like a limiter imposed by the world on all living beings, driving them to despair. Whether it was Whitebeard or Roger, they all reached their personal power ceilings at some point. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through that limit, eventually weakening them with the passage of time. To put it another way, take Saitama from One Punch Man, a series Jake loved in his past life. The reason Saitama possessed strength far beyond anyone else's reach was fundamentally because he broke his own limiter, allowing his power to completely defy the world's conventional understanding. And this, no bottleneck, ability genuinely grants Jake the power to take on the entire world alone. Theoretically, Jake could train his observation Haki to the point of foreseeing countless years into the future, his Conqueror's Haki to the point of materializing and shattering islands, and his armament Haki to the extent of covering the entire Marine headquarters. Could Iron Body, when mastered to its peak, withstand Kaido's Horai Hake? Could Moonwalk, when perfected, allow him to leap to the moon with just his legs? Could Soru, when honed to its limit, achieve an effect akin to instantaneous movement? Before this ability, everything held nearly infinite possibilities. Jake stared at that small block of text, his emotions momentarily unsettled. This was the foundation that would allow him to stand at the absolute peak of this world. The next moment, he activated his status. Name: Jake Lawrence. Age: 16 inches. Power level: 8. Pathetic as you are, you're currently weaker than even the most ordinary Marine soldier. Hell, even Spandam could beat you. Holy Light: 1. Your faith is pitifully weak, you're already halfway into hell. Passive ability 1. Holy Light Infusion LV. 1. Current effect: all your attacks carry Holy Light, inflicting burn, paralysis, confusion on enemies. Passive ability 2. Holy Light Retribution LV. 1. Current effect: slightly increases your attack power and speed while reducing all damage taken by approximately 3%. Active ability 1. Judgment Hammer Strike LV. 1. Your next attack will forcibly launch the enemy into the air. Duration depends on the enemy's strength. Active ability 2. Healing Prayer LV. 1. Pray to the divine, slowly healing your own injuries. Can also target allies within a 5-meter radius for healing. Looking at the panel displayed in his mind, Jake couldn't help but twitch his lips. Honestly, he'd rather not have seen those snarky system comments at all. As for that pitiful power level, it didn't come as a surprise to Jake. For someone who'd been imprisoned in a dungeon for 7 days right after transmigrating, having a power level slightly weaker than an ordinary soldier was probably already the Holy Light's influence at work. Otherwise, in Jake's estimation, achieving a power level of 5 would have been considered a success. The 2 passive skills brought Jake some pleasant surprises. Every attack had a chance to inflict negative status effects on the opponent. Though the exact probability was unknown, given the One Piece world's tendency for hundreds of punches to be thrown at the slightest provocation, a single battle would likely stack at least 3 debuffs on the enemy. Holy Light Retribution, on the other hand, was an extremely late-game ability. Since it provided fixed percentage growth, the higher Jake's base stats became in the future, the more absurd the passive's bonus would be. If he possessed strength on par with Whitebeard, even a 3% increase would represent an outrageous numerical boost. C1010. Under the night sky, Jake sat on his bed as a faint golden glow slowly manifested in his palm. This was his second active skill, Healing Prayer. He needed to thoroughly test his healing capabilities and energy consumption to better plan for future battles. Fortunately, his current physical condition wasn't optimal, making this the perfect opportunity to use this power for self-healing. As the golden energy gradually emerged, Jake felt as though his entire body was soaking in a hot spring, warm and tingling with comfort. The sensation was so good it nearly made him moan. But he restrained himself. The healing concluded quickly, the entire process lasting about 5 seconds. Feeling his noticeably recovered body, Jake made some rough calculations. If his current mana and health were both at 100, using this healing ability would consume approximately 20 mana points while restoring about 35 health points. Moreover, it wasn't just injuries being healed, both stamina and mental energy received equal restoration. This absurd capability was almost comparable to an awakened zone-type devil fruits effects. In the One Piece world, when 2 equally powerful fighters clashed, their battles could last for days. In such situations, endurance, mental fortitude and recovery abilities often became decisive factors in determining victory. Take Kaido for instance. His title as the world's strongest creature largely stemmed from the zone-type devil fruit's insane regenerative and damage-resistant properties. Unlike other emperors, Kaido was a genuine all-rounder with no weaknesses whatsoever. Strength, speed, recovery, stamina, defense, range, none of these were shortcomings for Kaido. In their prime, Whitebeard and a healthy Roger might have surpassed him, as both were essentially more powerful versions of such all-rounders during their peaks. But after their decline, their respective weaknesses became apparent. Red Hair was an assassin with high attack power and agility. In his later years, when Whitebeard was severely ill, his movements had slowed to an almost exaggerated degree. Big Mom could barely be considered an all-round fighter, but unfortunately, she's slightly insane, which significantly diminished her combat effectiveness. For top-tier fighters, unless they possessed an unparalleled mastery in a certain field like Red Hair, any single weakness could prove fatal. And now, this terrifying regenerative ability had already placed Jake at a near-invincible position in battles of equal standing. After casting 2 more healing spells on himself, Jake's body and mind had reached their peak condition. He gently unwrapped the bandages around his body and slowly got out of bed. Just as his feet touched the cool wooden floor, the door was pushed open by T-Bone, who wore a somewhat helpless expression on his fierce face. "Didn't I tell you to rest properly? Your body is still far from recovered. Your injuries are healed." Watching T-Bone, who was practically gaping before he could even finish his sentence, Jake smiled faintly and nodded. A faint golden light flickered in his hand as he explained, "Lieutenant Commander T-Bone, you must have noticed by now that I'm actually a devil fruit user. I'm not entirely sure which devil fruit it is, but it's probably not a Logia type, since I can't transform my body into an element. As for whether it's a Paramesha or Zone type, I lean more toward Zone, because my regenerative abilities do surpass those of ordinary people." Listening to Jake's explanation, T-Bone nodded and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "During the battle on the warship, I did observe your combat performance. Both the lightning and that barrier must be part of your devil fruit abilities, right? With such formidable power, how did you end up captured by those pirates?" Jake had already prepared an answer for this question. Without hesitation, he replied, "On the very day I ate the devil fruit, my homeland was destroyed by those damned pirates. At the time, I hadn't yet mastered the fruit's abilities. That makes sense. Right after consuming a devil fruit, users typically can't control their power freely. And given that your body was even weaker than most, it's understandable that you were captured. But the power you displayed afterward, even that light bright enough to illuminate half the island, was that also your doing?" Jake nodded and continued explaining, "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure about that either. At the time, I just wanted to save Monet from being killed. In that moment, it felt like I heard a strange voice, and then that power erupted from within me. But I also recall hearing some odd noises, as if they were coming from inside my head. They seemed to influence my thoughts and emotions." Listening to Jake's words, T-Bone nodded slightly. As a direct subordinate of Akainu, T-Bone knowledge was actually quite extensive, and Jake's earlier response aligned perfectly with his understanding. With a smile, he explained to Jake, "In this regard, I should actually know the reason. Unlike Paramesha and Logia types, Zone-type devil fruits often contain a powerful animal instinct. That power can sometimes suddenly go berserk. For example, the 3 Zone-type devil fruit users in Impel Down lost their rationality after their fruits awakened on their own and were completely controlled by the devil fruit. Your situation is probably similar to theirs. The reason you could unleash such terrifying power in a short time must also be due to the residual will within the devil fruit. But the probability of that happening is very low, and it's also quite rare. You don't need to worry too much about it." T-Bone's explanation put Jake completely at ease. The excuse he had come up with earlier was based on his understanding of the original story from his past life, combined with some of his own speculation. Now, with T-Bone explanation, Jake's lingering anxiety finally subsided. "However, based on what you've said, your devil fruit must be an extremely rare type. From what I recall, only one person devil fruit ability has effects similar to yours. Who? Our current Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku the Buddha. His devil fruit is the mythical Zone human fruit model, Buddha. C 1111. As he spoke, T-Bone looked at Jake standing before him, the light in his eyes growing increasingly bright. "Jake, in the future, you will almost certainly be at least at the level of a Vice Admiral or higher. And I've also learned who the officer investigating the Aston Kingdom incident is. Good news, it's Vice Admiral Sakazuki. He's a Marine who upholds absolute justice and the one who guided me into the Marines. Don't worry, when Vice Admiral Sakazuki arrives, I'll explain everything to him. Also, when Vice Admiral Sakazuki comes, I hope you can demonstrate the full value of your devil fruit ability, including your companion who ate the Logia-type fruit. If both of you can prove your worth, the protection and resources you receive will increase. That way, you'll soon become powerful Marines capable of protecting civilians." Listening to T-Bone's increasingly excited voice, a smile involuntarily appeared on Jake's face. If everything went as T-Bone said, his future would indeed be bright. But as he looked at T-Bone, who was sincerely planning for his future, a faint shadow flickered in Jake's eyes. In the story after time skip, T-Bone would be given a bounty by Cross Guild and die at the hands of the very civilians he had spent his life trying to protect. Jake didn't understand how a civilian who could barely afford food could defeat a Marine Vice Admiral. Was it an ambush? Unlikely. Even if T-Bone was a weak Vice Admiral who rose through the ranks primarily due to Sakazuki's promotion to Fleet Admiral, his most basic observation Haki shouldn't have failed to detect an attack from civilians. More likely, he simply couldn't bring himself to strike civilians, or perhaps he believed that only his death would allow those civilians to claim his bounty and survive a little longer. A little thought would reveal many inconsistencies. A Vice Admiral of the headquarters wouldn't be without at least one adjutant or soldier nearby. How could a civilian kill T-Bone and then carry his body to claim the bounty without any soldiers intervening? It defies logic. So, who bears the blame? The desperate civilians who abandoned their morals and ambushed their savior? Or T-Bone himself, whose sense of justice was so pure it bordered on naivety and foolishness? No, the true culprits behind the scenes were the Cross Guild and the inaction of the Marine higher-ups. When Tsuru and Sengoku discussed T-Bone's death afterward, not a flicker of emotion crossed their faces. If their prolonged battles had left them numb, Jake might have understood. But when later reports revealed that Tsuru's granddaughter, Kujaku and Garp had led Sword Marines to Hashinosu to rescue Koby, why did they react so differently? While discussing T-Bone's death, Sengoku even had the leisure to ask for an extra serving of dessert. As the years passed, Jake's fondness for Luffy plummeted. In their early days, the Straw Hat Pirates might not have committed outright evil. But from the moment Luffy freed the prisoners of Impel Down, he ceased to be an adventurer and became a full-fledged pirate. Whether he liked it or not, the pirates he released went on to wreak havoc, and their victims. No one spoke of them. They were mere ripples in the great pirate era, vanishing unnoticed in forgotten corners. Everyone likes to imagine themselves as heroes in the world of One Piece, but few consider that they might be the civilians slaughtered by ordinary pirates. Had Sengoku and Tsuru taken even the slightest action against the Cross Guild, even a symbolic strike against a few of their forces, it would have reassured Marines at risk of being hunted. The death of a high-ranking headquarters officer was so fragile and insignificant in the eyes of higher-ups who shared no blood ties. This weighed heavily on Jake's mind. Initially, Sakazuki hadn't left a good impression on Jake. Whether it was Ohara or the Summit War, he had always come across as ruthlessly extreme. But upon closer reflection, Sakazuki was indeed the best choice for Marine Fleet Admiral. After his duel with Kuzan, he spared Kuzan's life. Even after Kuzan left the Marines, Sakazuki didn't pursue further retribution. If it had been Jake, he wouldn't have let Kuzan walk away alive the moment he expressed a desire to leave. After nearly breaking ties with Garp and being publicly reprimanded by Koby before the world, even after becoming Fleet Admiral, he still held no grudges or practiced favoritism. Koby's promotion in rank would have been impossible without the approval of the then Fleet Admiral. During the Summit War, he was the only admiral who wholeheartedly devoted himself to eradicating pirates. Whitebeard's charisma was so overwhelming that people forgot his crew might not all be as heroic as him. Some among them were undoubtedly those who slaughtered civilians. When dealing with deserters, he didn't casually execute them but gave them repeated chances. Yet how many commanders on a real battlefield would have the patience to counsel such deserters? At least Jake couldn't. He'd choose to cut them down immediately. When facing Kizaru's furious reprimand over a failed mission, Sakazuki bowed his head. To his old friend, he apologized sincerely. During the Egghead Island incident, Akainu had only one reliable choice, Kizaru. Fujitora leaned toward the Straw Hats and his own brand of justice, making him a potential turncoat if sent. Ryokugyu acted erratically and lacked the strength for the situation. As Fleet Admiral, he personally had to deal with Kuma at Mary Geoise. Despite his position, he micromanaged. He simply had no other options. Did he not know about Kizaru's friendship with the Egghead Island group? Akainu knew, but he had no alternatives. For someone so dutiful, forgiving, meritocratic, hands-on and incorruptible, at least in this world, for Jake who had just escaped slavery, this Marine was currently his best choice. Seeing Jake lost in thought, T-Bone guessed he was intimidated by Sakazuki's reputation. His terrifying face twisted into an awkward smile as he spoke to Jake in a child-coaxing tone. "Don't worry, little Jake. I'll handle Vice Admiral Sakazuki." Jake looked up at T-Bone's skeletal face and nodded firmly. No matter what, as long as he lived, he wouldn't let T-Bone suffer the tragic fate from the original story. C-1212. If you want to visit your companion, she's in the room at the end of the hallway. That's Ship Dr. Ms. Elibum's quarters. Remember to knock before entering. I won't accompany you. Nights are when pirates run rampant, so I need to stand watch with the crew. Get proper rest. Even devil fruit powers strain the body. Don't be careless. Listening to T-Bone's instructions, Jake nodded earnestly before responding. Yes, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone. With that, T-Bone turned towards the deck. The salt-laden sea breeze sprayed across Jake's face. When he wiped it, his hand became damp. The battleship's interior lacked electrical systems. For a sail-powered vessel, such technology remained too futuristic. However, Jake could understand why. Apart from marine mission ships that needed to cross the calm belt, most vessels weren't equipped with those specially designed external wheels. Naturally, an ordinary lieutenant commander's ship wouldn't have such advanced technology. The pirate world had plenty of black tech. Enel's electric-powered ship, the Thousand Sunnies cola-fueled vessel. If he ever became Fleet Admiral someday, the first thing he'd do was promote steam-powered ships throughout the Marine. Shaking his head, Jake pushed aside those scattered thoughts. He gazed at the dimly lit wooden walkway illuminated by scattered candlelight and slowly moved forward. There were no Marine soldiers in the corridor. At this hour, apart from those on essential guard duty, most sailors were resting in their quarters. The Marines' daily workload was heavy, so maintaining adequate rest time was absolutely necessary. Perhaps due to years of erosion by sea winds, the corridor carried a faint musty wooden scent, though not unpleasant. Near the ship's infirmary, Jake detected a strong alcohol aroma. A series of knock-knock sounds followed as Jake gently knocked on the infirmary door. Heavy footsteps approached from inside and with a creak, the door swung open. The flickering candlelight swayed slightly in the breeze, revealing the robust yet kind-faced ship's doctor, Ms. Elibum. Greetings, Ms. Elibum. I am. Before Jake could finish introducing himself, Ms. Elibum pulled him inside the infirmary, scolding him lightly. I know who you are. You're the kid T-Bone rescued 2 days ago. I treated your wounds myself. By all rights, your injuries shouldn't have healed yet. Who gave you permission to leave your bed? What if your wounds reopen? Many of your muscles were torn. They might look fine on the surface, but without proper rest, you could suffer lifelong complications. Damn that T-Bone, I specifically told him to keep an eye on you. Listening to Ms. Elibum's complaints, Jake smiled and explained. Ms. Elibum, first, thank you for your timely treatment and your concern. But I'm actually a zone-type devil fruit user, so my recovery speed far exceeds that of ordinary people. Coincidentally, my devil fruit abilities also include some healing properties. That's why T-Bone-san allowed me to get out of bed. Hearing this, Ms. Elibum's rugged eyebrows lifted slightly. She pinched Jake's shoulder, feeling the healthy tissue that was nearly indistinguishable from normal human flesh, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. With a soft tone, she said, healing abilities, so you're here to treat your companion. May I observe, as a doctor, I need to take responsibility for my patients, even if she hasn't paid the medical fees yet. Of course, Ms. Elibum. My name is Jake, currently a Marine Petty Officer 3rd Class and a soldier under Lieutenant Commander T-Bone Command. If all goes well, we'll likely be working together for quite some time. Ms. Elibum chuckled, her freckled face lighting up. She reached out and patted Jake's shoulder. Didn't save your life for nothing, you've got spirit. Just call me Ms. Ellie from now on, Jake. Yes, Ms. Ellie, can you use your abilities now? If so, let's get started. I still have other soldiers to treat later. Since you're awake, you can stay here and look after her. Watching the no-nonsense Ms. Elibum, Jake nodded. Then his gaze shifted to Monet, who lay on the bed, her face pale. Under the dim glow of the slender-necked oil lamp, the surroundings appeared somewhat shadowy. The slight rocking of the ship from the waves and the sound of the tide still felt surreal. Monet had now removed her thick glasses, her light green silky hair slightly disheveled. Ms. Elibum looked at Jake and chuckled softly. You're quite lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Stop staring at her face and use your ability already. There are still many people over there who need rescuing, young Marine. Jake's face flushed slightly at her words, though it wasn't very noticeable in the dim light. Ms. Elibum, Monet and I aren't in a relationship you think we are. As he explained, he gathered a faint golden holy light energy in his hand. The golden glow illuminated his face, making the faint blush on his face more noticeable. If your face is already red, your words lose credibility. But this power of yours is quite comforting. And your girlfriend name is quite lovely. Hearing Ms. Elibum's teasing, Jake didn't bother explaining further. The more he tried, the more it would seem like a cover-up. Placing his palm gently against Monet's forehead, he felt a cool, delicate touch that made his hand tremble slightly. Though he could cast healing spells from a distance, this method allowed for more efficient energy utilization. As the golden light slowly faded, Ms. Elibum kept a close watch on Monet, wary of any mishap. Monet's slightly long eyelashes fluttered twice before her pale golden eyes gradually regained focus. Ms. Elibum chuckled and stood up, her voice tinged with excitement and amusement. Your ability is remarkable, far more effective than my medical skills. Once you've fully recovered, come be my assistant for a while. And now that little Monet is awake, I'll leave you 2 lovebirds to your privacy. At Ms. Elibum's words, Monet and Jake exchanged a glance, both flushing red. C-1313. The medical room smelled of disinfectant alcohol, its pungent odor stinging under the dim yellow light. Monet looked pale and weary as Jake asked softly, Monet, how are you feeling? I'm sorry for making you eat that devil fruit in the end. Monet shook her head and smiled faintly. It tasted awful, but devil fruits are rare treasures worth 100 million berries, especially a Logia type, the rarest of them all. I should be thanking you, why are you apologizing to me? I just didn't know how else to show concern. But by your logic, you owe me 100 million berries now. At Jake's words, Monet practically leapt off the bed, her beautiful golden eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing this, Jake quickly clarified. I'm just joking. Sit back down, you're still weak. Listening to Jake's words, Monet rolled her eyes at him before lying back down with a sense of relief. Gazing at the damp ceiling, a dazed expression crossed her gaunt face as she murmured. We escaped from that place, didn't we? But your sister. Jake's voice grew slightly heavier at this point, yet Monet simply shook her head gently. Looking at him, she spoke softly. You don't need to blame yourself, Jake. You did your best. If not for you, I might have died there. Those who were saved have no right to demand more. Without you, I wouldn't have obtained that devil fruit either. At least we're alive now and we have the potential to grow stronger. That's more than enough hope, isn't it? Monet's voice was tender and Jake had to admit her reaction surprised him. He'd expected her to wake up downcast or perhaps filled with regret and sorrow over failing to save her sister. But Monet's mindset seemed far more resilient than he'd anticipated, which eased his worries considerably. Had her spirits been lower, it would have posed significant obstacles to what he planned to propose next. That's right, Jake wanted Monet to join the Marines. With the Logia-type snow fruit, she was practically guaranteed a future position as at least a vice admiral at Marine headquarters. To forsake such a promising path and instead become some undercover agent for the Don Quixote family. Jake wouldn't let that happen again. At least there's still hope of saving your sister, Monet. What do you plan to do from now on? At Jake's question, Monet propped herself up slightly with her hands. The oversized clothes slipped from her shoulders, revealing a glimpse of her pale skin. Jake glanced briefly before immediately looking away, while Monet blushed and quickly adjusted her garments. Then she said to him, I'm not sure. Before being captured on that slave ship, my sister Sugar and I just lived normally in our town. I barely know anything about this world. If possible, I'd like to keep following you. After all, you're pretty much the only person in this world I can trust now. Then let's join the Marines together. I've already calculated this, joining the Marines is the most beneficial choice for both of us. They have comprehensive training systems, powerful teachers and reliable backing. Not to mention it'll undoubtedly give us the best chance of finding your sister. We could. Before Jake could finish, Monet interrupted him. She simply smiled gently and said, I'll follow your lead. Witnessing how smoothly things were progressing, far more easily than he'd expected, Jake found himself torn between laughter and exasperation. You trust me that easily? Aren't you worried I might betray you? You wouldn't. I'm not worth 100 million berries, not even 10 million. Leaving the room, Jake felt the sea breeze in the corridor and patted his slightly flushed face. Damn it, the impact of that was still too strong. He looked out the window, a bit lost in thought. The view was stunning, but there was an edge of danger to it. His heart raced as he spotted a huge fish, easily 7 meters long, breaking the surface. A chill ran down his spine. In no time, a bright blue flash lit up the night. With a loud squelch, the massive fish was sliced apart, pieces dropping onto the deck. Soldiers with lanterns moved in to clean up, packing the fish remains to take them to the kitchen freezer. Though being woken at midnight to haul meat wasn't ideal, the thought of feasting on sea king meat the next day, and having narrowly escaped being swallowed whole, filled the soldiers with gratitude. They scrubbed the deck with mops and buckets, washing away the blood. After a few rounds, the last bits of mess were gone. Throughout all this, it was eerily quiet, not a single sound broke the stillness of the night. Efficient, orderly and silent, this was how a proper military should operate. The next day, as the sun began to rise over the horizon, sunlight shined through the window, falling on Jake's face. He blinked slowly, only to be greeted by the sight of a terrifying skeletal face, though the voice was incredibly gentle. Jake, are you awake? If you're still feeling unwell, take some more time to rest. Only return to duty once you've fully recovered. It's all right, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone. I'm completely fine now, but before duty, I'd like to work with Ms. Elibum to treat the wounded on board. The leading cause of death at sea is untreated wounds, wouldn't you agree? T-Bone nodded, then smiled at Jake and said, You'll definitely become an outstanding Marine in the future. C-1414. The sanitary conditions on the Marine warship were far better than those on the slave ship Jake had been on before. The most crucial difference was the absence of the kind of stench that could knock a person out upon opening a door. In an era where most ships relied on sails, neither the Marine nor pirates paid much attention to hygiene. The reason was simple. With fresh water being extremely scarce, using precious water for bathing was considered a luxury. Yet voyages often lasted months, resulting in a foul stench clinging to many crew members. If you bathe with seawater, the high salt content will leave your skin feeling tight and your hair dry and brittle afterward. If you have any open wounds, the experience becomes even more unbearable. Not bathing for extended periods isn't just about the unpleasant smell. Wound infections and fungal infections are the real dangers. The Navy, with its fixed islands and supply routes, requires Marines to bathe at least twice a week. Pirates, however, are different. After plundering a town, they often face long periods of sailing aimlessly, so most pirates with half a brain choose to ration their freshwater supplies carefully. And by carefully, they usually mean no bathing, no brushing teeth, no washing faces and never cleaning the ship's cabins or decks. While this does conserve water, it also leads to all sorts of bizarre illnesses. And once a crew member falls sick, even if there's a chance of recovery, pirates will usually toss them overboard. No one knows if the disease is contagious and no one is willing to take the risk for the sake of a so-called comrades. In the world of pirates, kindness and camaraderie are nothing more than a cruel joke. In fact, if resources run critically low, pirates won't hesitate to consume their dying crewmates, a practice all too common in this world. Meanwhile, in the Marines' dining hall, lively chatter filled the air, a rare moment of relaxation for soldiers who could die at any moment at the hands of pirates. For them, a good meal was the best way to relax. The sound of the dining hall doors swinging open was followed by the booming voice of Ms. Elibum. Old William, you damn drunk. How many times do I have to tell you? Not a single drop of beer today, not even one. I know you're off duty, but that doesn't mean you get to drink. That wound on your stomach is bleeding again, you old fool. Sit down and stay put. And you, John Chan. How many times must I warn you? Stop training with that injured arm. I know you want it to heal, but severed nerves don't magically reconnect, you idiot. Quit pushing yourself. Jess, you little rascal, remember what I told you. The moment Ms. Elibum stepped into the hall, her voice drowned out all other conversations. Under her scolding, most of the soldiers lowered their heads, wearing sheepish grins like children being reprimanded by a teacher. Just as Jake was lost in the chaos of Ms. Elibum's tirade, she suddenly grabbed his arm and barked at the crowd. Now, I'm going to introduce someone to you bastards. Marine Petty Officer 3rd Class, Jake, a zone-type devil fruit user. The exact model is currently unknown, but he has excellent healing abilities. Starting today, he's my adjutant and I expect all of you to support him. And you, old William, start by showing us that damn belly of yours and let Jake heal you. At Ms. Elibum's words, a flush of excitement crossed old William's face. He wanted a healthy body so badly that he'd trade almost anything for it. The reason was simple. On the night his child was born, old William had gone to the neighboring town to buy some celebratory wine. When he returned, all what greeted him was his home burned to ruins by cannon fire. On the wall of the house still hung the photo of his child he'd just put up before leaving. He dug through the rubble for a long time, his fingernails torn off, his bloody fingers seemingly numb to pain amidst the debris and stones. It wasn't until white bones showed that he finally uncovered his family. The bodies were barely recognizable by then, but he remembered that dress, the one he'd specially bought from the neighboring town for his wife on their wedding day. His wife had barely worn it. That day was only the second time she'd put it on, to celebrate their child's birth. Beneath his wife's body was their child. The little one's form was well protected. His wife had used her own body to shield the baby from falling rubble. But when old William touched the child, he realized the baby had been dead all along. He should have known. A child that small couldn't possibly survive a whole night without care. Old William wept bitterly that day. Holding the bodies of his wife and child, he knelt on the ground and cried until his vocal cords tore. T-Bone ran into him and forcibly knocked old William unconscious. The reason was simple. If old William kept crying like that, he'd literally cry himself to death right there. The next day, T-Bone brought the head of the pirate who'd bombed old William's family and knelt before him, saying, "If only I'd been stronger, I could have patrolled more waters. I could have saved more lives." From that day on, old William burned what remained of his home through tears. After burying his wife and child, he became an ordinary soldier on T-Bone's ship. Old William was just an ordinary man with no outstanding talents. So during a battle with pirates, a blade pierced his abdomen and some of his organs spilled out. He simply stuffed them back in, clutched his stomach and charged forward anyway. That day, old William killed 3 pirates. Looking at the gaunt, frail old man before him, Jake felt a weight in his chest. The hope in the old man's eyes pressed upon him with immense gravity. The next moment, a rough hand patted his shoulder lightly. Old William grinned, revealing a missing tooth. "I'm just an old relic. It doesn't matter if it's fail." C-1515. In the somewhat somber dining hall, Jake looked at the slightly gaunt old man before him, as faint golden light began to glow in his palm. Healing prayer. Under the tense gazes of the surrounding Marines and amidst old William's labored breath, the gruesome scar on his abdomen completely healed in an instant. The restored skin even appeared noticeably healthier than the surrounding area. But merely healing the skin wasn't enough. If his internal organs didn't recover, this would mark the end of old William's career. Yet in the next moment, the holy light in Jake's hand erupted with dazzling brilliance once more. In an instant, old William's previously haggard face became flushed with vitality and radiance. "You're completely healed, old man. You can stand up now and let Ms. Elibum examine you." Old William touched his abdomen with disbelief, feeling his internal organs restored once more. His emotions instantly soared to their peak as he practically sprang up from the chair, his face flushing red as he exclaimed. No need at all, Jake. You're practically an angel sent from heaven. I can clearly feel that my body has fully recovered. No, it's even better than before. Even some old injuries from before first joined the Marine have completely healed. Your ability is nothing short of a miracle." Hearing old William's voice tremble with excitement, the surrounding Marines couldn't help but cheer. No one understood old William's condition better than they did and no one wished for his recovery more than they did. Moreover, if Jake could heal injuries as severe as old William's, then their own wounds might also have hope of being healed. This meant they could continue following T-Bone to carry out justice, to capture those damned pirates who harmed innocent civilians and throw them into prison. But Elibum stretched out her sturdy arm and yanked the old man back down. She roughly tore open his shirt, ignoring his embarrassment, and scolded him. "You damned old fool, sit still. You can celebrate only after I've thoroughly examined you and confirmed there are no issues, understand?" Amidst the Marines' teasing laughter, old William sat red-faced as Ms. Elibum conducted a full-body examination. After a meticulous series of checks, Ms. Elibum stood up with a slight smile. "Old William's body has fully recovered. Next is you, Little Johnson. If I recall correctly, you dragged your injured body into battle last time, didn't you? How many times have I told you? Forget it. You stubborn little brat never listened to me anyway. Jake, can your body handle it? Do you need to rest?" Just as Jake was about to answer Ms. Elibum, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Healed old William's abdominal injury and restored his internal organs. Holy Light proficiency increased by 1. When Holy Light proficiency reaches 15, a new ability will be unlocked. Note: increased Holy Light proficiency enhances the effectiveness of healing prayer, reduces its mana consumption and slightly improves passive abilities. Hearing the voice in his mind, Jake couldn't help but smile. While healing old William was something he would have done regardless, being able to improve himself while saving others was an opportunity no one would refuse. With the increase in Holy Light proficiency, he could clearly feel the warm energy within him grow significantly stronger. The energy expended in healing old William had almost fully replenished itself in this moment. Only his mental fatigue remained, but it was manageable. So, facing the eager Johnson before him, he nodded gently and said, "It's all right, Ms. Elibum. I can use this ability about 5 times a day, so please let me continue." Hearing Jake's words, Ms. Elibum's face broke into a smile. She then waved her arm and addressed the surrounding soldiers. "You all heard that, right? If you still want to keep fighting pirates, from now on, you'd better all try to please Jake. What I want to say now is that Jake is getting a bit hungry, oh, and he might also be thirsty. What are you going to do about it?" As Ms. Elibum's voice faded, it didn't take long before Jake found himself staring at a mountain of food that nearly buried him, a helpless smile appearing on his face. Still, he didn't stand on ceremony. He thanked every soldier who brought him food and quietly memorized each of their names. That day, the Marine warship under Lieutenant Commander T-Bone was filled with cheers and celebration that lasted almost the entire afternoon. Night fell, moonlight spilling across the land. T-Bone and Old William stood on the bow deck talking about something. Looking at Old William, whose face was now rosy, T-Bone's fierce features softened into a genuine smile. He spoke softly to the older man. "Congratulations. Feeling better now?" Old William looked up with a smile, meeting the gaze of T-Bone who towered nearly a head above him. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, only the ease and joy of reuniting with an old friend. "Yes, my injury is completely healed. In fact, I feel even better than I did when I first joined the Marine. All thanks to Jake, and to Ms. Elibum's earlier treatments, and of course, to you, Lieutenant, for saving my life back then. Oh, and this means I don't have to leave the ship now, right, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone?" T-Bone sighed lightly, his voice slightly muffled. "William, if you keep going like this, you could die at any moment. You could easily stay at the next island's Marine base and become a logistics soldier there. That would be the best for you. I know that would be the wisest choice, getting a generous salary, enjoying people's respect, retiring in comfort. But for me, that would be more painful than death. Do you remember what I said after you saved me all those years ago?" T-Bone nodded gently. "You said you'd capture every pirate who threatens innocent civilians and send them all to impel down." "Ha ha ha, exactly. My dream isn't fulfilled yet. A man's dream isn't something that can be easily changed." Hearing this, T-Bone's face also broke into a slightly fierce grin. He patted Old William's shoulder and laughed. "Then you'd better not die before achieving that dream. Ah, you can count on it." C-1616. In the medical room, Jake sat by Monet's bedside, his mind reflecting on his current system panel. Name: Jake Lawrence. Age: 16 inches. Power level: 10. Under the nourishment of holy light, your body is now as strong as a normal human. Holy light: 7. Your faith is still not firm enough, demons often try to drag you into the abyss. Passive ability 1. Holy light infusion 5 100ths. Passive ability 2. Holy light retribution 3 100ths. Active ability 1. Judgment hammer strike 2 100ths. Active ability 2. Healing prayer 6 100ths. Observing the varying degrees of proficiency growth in these skills, Jake had roughly formed some deductions in his mind. Holy light infusion and healing prayer were likely more aligned with the holy light methods used during today's treatments, though healing prayer probably had slightly better compatibility in certain subtle aspects. As for holy light retribution and judgment hammer strike, they presumably operated differently from the holy light methods used for healing patients, hence the lower proficiency gains. Still, his overall foundational understanding of holy light application had improved today, so from a macro perspective, they had more or less improved to some extent. This afternoon, he had treated 6 people in total, each providing him with 1 point of holy light power. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could master more abilities. Since they hadn't reached their destination yet, his formal marine training hadn't yet begun, which meant his power level growth would be relatively slow. However, judging from how his power level had increased along with holy light today, it seemed his power level might naturally rise alongside his holy light proficiency even without additional training. Just as Jake was immersed in his system interface, a slightly exasperated voice abruptly pulled him back to reality. "Jake, is talking to me really that boring? You've been spacing out for a full minute now." Hearing the mildly complaining tone, Jake quickly explained. No, I absolutely don't feel that way. It's just that after using my devil fruit powers so many times today, I momentarily glimpsed some new development regarding my abilities, which accidentally distracted me." Seeing Jake's flustered expression, Monet covered her mouth with a light chuckle before saying, "Relax, I was just teasing you. I know you must be exhausted today, how could I possibly blame you? How are the Marine personnel you treated today? Were they all successfully healed?" "Yes, naturally, though unfortunately, my abilities can only be used 5 or 6 times a day. Any more than that and my body can't handle it. Otherwise, I could have saved even more people." Hearing this, Monet looked at Jake with concern. "I understand your feelings, but you must prioritize your own health. Don't push yourself too hard. If the maximum is 5 or 6 uses per day, does that mean the 6th use causes irreversible damage to your body? Devil fruit abilities consume stamina, I know this well since I've eaten one too. Don't try to fool me. So tell me honestly, did you overexert yourself today?" Under the light, a hint of seriousness flickered in Monet's golden eyes. Noticing this, Jake gently patted Monet's hand over the blanket and replied, "Don't worry, Monet, I'm a coward who values his life too much to do anything that would obviously shorten my life." Hearing this, Monet still eyed Jake with suspicion, her gaze filled with distrust. Jake naturally noticed Monet's thoughts. To completely dispel her concerns, he gently reached out and took Monet's pale slender hand in his. Under her slightly blushing gaze, a surge of the power of holy light was triggered. As a warm sensation spread through her, Monet felt as if her previous injuries and exhaustion had suddenly improved significantly. Before Monet could say anything, Jake smiled and responded, I healed 6 people today, but my ability can actually be used up to 7 times a day. Only exceeding 7 uses would cause any harm to my body, and even then, the damage is extremely minimal. That was my last use for today. How do you feel? Look at me now, do I seem off in any way? Seeing Jake's rosy complexion and vigorous energy, Monet finally relaxed. She teased him softly, you're really a cunning one, keeping one healing ability in reserve. Call it cunning if you like, but not entirely. After all, this 7th healing was always meant for you. At Jake's words, Monet's cheeks instantly flushed red. She turned her head slightly and chided him. What nonsense are you saying? Honestly, anyway, my body is almost fully recovered. Starting tomorrow, I want to go with you to meet Lieutenant Commander T-Bone. I want to join the Marines too. Then we'll be comrades and colleagues from now on, Seaman Recruit Monet. You'll have to call me Sir Jake, because I was given petty officer rank directly by Lieutenant Commander T-Bone. Hearing this, Monet covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, Sir Jake. By the way, Jake, why haven't you left yet? If Ms. Elibum comes back, you'll be kicked out, you know. Jake scratched his head awkwardly at Monet's words and explained. I'm actually supposed to sleep here tonight. Ms. Elibum won't be back. She's preparing medicine overnight in the crew's quarters. My room? Well, it's actually Lieutenant Commander T-Bone's room. He just lent it to me, but he needs it tonight. After they discussed it, Ms. Elibum dumped me here. But don't worry, Monet. I'll sleep honestly on the floor. By the time Jake finished speaking, Monet's face had turned so red. Her voice became almost inaudible. I trust you, but if you try anything funny, I'll freeze you into an ice block. Still, don't sleep on the floor, you'll catch a cold. You can sleep here and I'll rest on Ms. Elibum's bed. Without giving Jake a chance to respond, Monet darted straight to Ms. Elibum's bed, burrowed under the blankets and left only the back of her head visible to Jake. C-1717. Waves crashed against the ship as it rocked slightly in the night. Lieutenant Commander T-Bone was not out on duty with the soldiers, but stayed in his own room instead. He stood up and took out the resting Den Den Mushi from the cabinet. As the Purapurupuru sound rang out, the Den Den Mushi instantly transformed into the appearance of an iron-blooded tough guy. A deep and steady voice came through, causing T-Bone to involuntarily stand at attention. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Commander T-Bone reporting on recent mission and the detailed process of the Aston Kingdom incident. The Den Den Mushi resembling Akainu nodded slightly, then said softly. Go ahead, I've already cleared things with the higher-ups regarding the Aston Kingdom situation. For now, I'm in full charge of handling this matter. You don't need to worry about anything, but also absolutely do not hide anything from me. Yes, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. The incident in the Aston Kingdom has been cleared. The Aston Kingdom misappropriated a large amount of public funds from the national treasury to purchase a precious gem as a tribute to the Celestial Dragons, resulting in the inability to pay this year's celestial tribute on time. To make up for the mistakes, the Aston royal family cooperated with the Don Quixote family. They began secretly transporting people from small villages in their own country and neighboring countries for slave trading. The Don Quixote family received about 70% of the profits, while the Aston Kingdom received 30%. This incident was caused by a young boy who was captured to be sold as a slave. Looking at the Den Den Mushi before him, Akainu extinguished the half-smoked cigar and said in a somewhat muffled voice. Doflamingo, is it? Indeed, that's something his family would do. But, orders have come down from above. The Marines cannot arbitrarily arrest Doflamingo, and all matters related to the Doflamingo family are to be handled by Vice Admiral Suru. You are not to investigate this matter any further. But, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, are we just going to allow those damned pirates to continue kidnapping civilians, to let the darkness of the Aston Kingdom keep spreading? This clearly goes against our justice. However, before T-Bone could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by Sakazuki. The latter said somewhat impatiently. Before adhering to your sense of justice, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone, you are first and foremost a soldier. What is a soldier's primary duty? Tell me. To obey orders, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Hearing Sakazuki's words, T-Bone's body trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth and gave the answer with extreme reluctance. After hearing T-Bone's response, the other side fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a somewhat softer tone. I know what you're thinking. But T-Bone, justice is often not something that can be achieved immediately. However, I can assure you that justice will never be absent. Be it the Don Quixote family or the Aston Kingdom, one day, I will burn all that damned evil to ashes. Hearing Sakazuki's words, T-Bone stood at attention and responded. Yes, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. T-Bone knew better than anyone that man's pursuit of justice and his hatred for evil. He had never doubted a single word Sakazuki said. He knew that if anyone could carry out absolute justice, it could only be Sakazuki. He calmed himself down, then reported to Sakazuki. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, please allow me to report that I have taken the liberty of recruiting 2 young people into the Marines. I will write up the paperwork and submit a report on this later. These 2 young people were the cause of the recent turmoil in the Aston Kingdom. You're a Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Commander. You don't need to write me a report for recruiting 2 people. I approve. Who are these 2, and what exactly happened? Report. Both are ordinary civilians. One of them, a young man named Jake, was captured as a slave shortly after swallowing a devil fruit. On the 7th day, it's suspected that the residual consciousness of the zone-type devil fruit in his body was triggered, giving him powerful strength for a short time. He destroyed the entire underground slave dungeon and attracted the attention of everyone with a huge light. While fighting the Don Quixote family, the young man named Jake snatched one of their family's devil fruits and gave it to his companion Monet to eat. Now both of them are on my warship and have joined the Marines. Hearing T-Bone's words, Sakazuki's face instantly brightened. He relit the cigar he had just extinguished, then asked T-Bone. What devil fruit abilities do those 2 have? One is a zone type. What about the other? Hearing this, T-Bone also sensed the excitement in his superior's heart. After all, even within the Marines, devil fruit users were extremely rare. And as long as someone was a devil fruit user, no matter how useless their ability might seem, they could become a fighting force at the level of a commander after the Marines' systematic training. Moreover, the devil fruit abilities of those 2 were both extremely rare types. Thinking of this, T-Bone's voice became loud and clear as he reported. Report. Vice Admiral Sakazuki. One of them eat a Logia-type devil fruit, the snow fruit user Monet. At this point, the gloom on Akainu's face had already completely disappeared. A Logia-type devil fruit user. That was almost certainly going to be a headquarters Vice Admiral level combatant. This was enough to dispel his bad mood from the entire day. He spoke to the Den Mushi. Lieutenant Commander T-Bone, not only do you not need to write a report for recruiting Marines without authorization, but I will also apply for a reward for you from above. Military funds, supplies, manpower, new cannons, and... However, before Sakazuki could finish, T-Bone interrupted him even more excitedly. The Den Mushi representing T-Bone at this moment had its mouth almost split to its ears. There's also Jake. According to my deduction, his devil fruit should be the same as Fleet Admiral Sengoku's. It belongs to the zone-type devil fruit mythical type. I don't know exactly what devil fruit it is, but he possesses the healing ability of Marco the Phoenix, has characteristics of Vice Admiral Borsellino's glint fruit and can briefly control lightning and create transparent shields. Hearing T-Bone's report, Akainu was somewhat stunned. He didn't even notice the cigarette ash falling onto the floor. His voice lost its previous steadiness and became somewhat trembling. Say that again. What fruit is it? C-1818. Seagull's soared in the sky and a gentle breeze caressed his face as Jake stood on the deck, surrounded by a group of concerned Marine soldiers. Jake, are you hungry? Old Anderson here may not have many talents, but I'm a first-rate fisherman. I stayed up all night to catch a big fish for you. I'll stew it for you to eat today. You old bastard Anderson, normally it's hard to get even a bowl of fish soup from you. You're being so generous today, what a sly old man. Ha ha ha, you little brat. I usually save money to find a wife for my son, but now that young Jake here has healed my leg, I can go on duty with you guys again and catch those damn pirates. The atmosphere on deck was lively as everyone gathered around Jake. They weren't excessively fawning over him, but showed genuine gratitude and care. To them, Jake was like a rising star, someone who would surely become an excellent Marine officer in the future. Looking at the overly enthusiastic crowd around him, Jake patiently responded to their enthusiasm. But just then, a rather serious voice rang out, startling the soldiers surrounding Jake back to their posts. Jake, Vice Admiral Sakazuki will be coming here in person today to conduct a detailed investigation into the Aston Kingdom incident. He will also give you and Monet official Marine ranks. So do your best, stay in good form and don't be nervous. Vice Admiral Sakazuki is a man who upholds justice. Hearing T-Bone's words, Jake was surprised. He had originally thought Vice Admiral Sakazuki would only inquire via Den Mushi, not come in person. But after brief consideration, Jake realized he would make the same choice if he were in Sakazuki's position. The reason was easy to guess. When your subordinates include a mythical zone user and a Logia devil fruit user, anyone would want to come see for themselves. First, to show respect and goodwill. Second, to fully recruit them into their camp. Based on the timeline in the original story, Akainu's hawkish Marine faction wasn't very large yet. It was also likely around the time he would be promoted to Admiral. Choosing to come recruit Jake and Monet was perfectly normal. So from the moment he met T-Bone and decided to join the Marines, Jake had been prepared to face Sakazuki. Yes, Lieutenant Commander, I definitely won't disappoint Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Just then, a steady and rugged voice sounded behind the two of them. Is that so? Then how do you plan to satisfy me? Upon hearing that voice, T-Bone immediately straightened up and turned to salute Akainu. The surrounding Marines also immediately stopped what they were doing and saluted him when they saw Sakazuki. Seeing this, Jake also wanted to salute Sakazuki along with T-Bone and the others, but Sakazuki stopped him. He shook his head slightly at Jake, then said, I haven't acknowledged your status as a Marine yet, kid. Salute me after you've earned my approval. Lieutenant Commander T-Bone, bring him and the other kid to see me. With that, Sakazuki walked straight towards the ship's cabin. Watching his retreating figure, T-Bone bent his knees slightly, then said to Jake in a gentle tone. Don't worry Jake, Vice Admiral Sakazuki won't give you a hard time. You just need to express the justice you want to achieve in your heart. Don't be nervous, we'll wait for you here. With that, He patted Jake on the shoulder. Jake looked in the direction T-Bone was gazing, and saw that almost every Marine on the ship was smiling at him. Some gave him a thumbs up, others made peace signs and some made gestures of encouragement. Seeing this, Jake smiled at T-Bone and the other Marines. Vice Admiral Sakazuki will acknowledge my justice, I promise you all. Inside the room, Sakazuki looked through the window at the now smiling Jake and chuckled softly. Arrogant brat, let me see what your justice is really like. 2 minutes later, Jake brought Monet, who had been helping in the kitchen, to Akainu's office. With a creaking sound, the door was pushed open. Akainu was now sitting in T-Bone's seat, his expression impassive as he looked at Jake. Without beating around the bush, he asked directly. Tell me, what is your justice, Jake Lawrence? I hope your justice lives up to what you told T-Bone earlier. Hearing this, Jake raised his head to look at Sakazuki. The man before him was even more muscular than he appeared in the anime. His features were rugged, his beard neatly trimmed. His eyes were fierce, the kind of fierceness you'd never forget after seeing once in a crowd. But Jake simply met Akainu's gaze and stated his justice in a calm yet firm tone. My justice is simple, justice for ordinary people, nothing more. Hearing Jake's words, Sakazuki shook his head. I need something more specific. I don't like such ambiguous answers. I want to eliminate all the pirates in this world, kill all the high and mighty people who casually murder innocent civilians, end the so-called Great Pirate Era and then create a world where ordinary people can sail and travel freely without worry. Listening to Jake's words, Sakazuki suddenly smiled. He looked at Jake, his words tinged with an emotion. Your justice is very ordinary. Many Marine soldiers say the same thing. If justice held by many people is considered ordinary, then let it be ordinary. Stubborn brat, but I acknowledge your justice. I hope you can accomplish what you've said, kill all the pirates and those you call high and mighty. What about you then, Logia kid? What's your justice? Hearing Sakazuki's words, Monet took a deep breath. Perhaps due to their conflicting devil fruits, she seemed somewhat afraid of the middle-aged man before her. I just want to prevent others from suffering the hardships I've experienced. That is my justice. Sakazuki looked at the two of them, gazing at their somewhat thin figures, then said in a deep voice. Then let me see your determination. Starting today, I will put you through 2 weeks of special training. During these 2 weeks, if you want to quit the Marines, you're welcome to do so at any time. See 1919. Not enough. Not enough. If this is all you've got, you're nowhere near achieving that so-called justice you spoke of. Are you just a liar who only talks big? Keep going. At the Marine training base in Water 7, Jake was now sprinting around a 400-meter track like a frail old man. His pace was very slow, as this was already his 60th lap. And this was just what he had run in the past 2.5 hours. If Sakazuki didn't allow him to use his abilities, he probably would have given up after just 5 or 6 laps. But even after using his holy light powers 6 or 7 times, Jake was now reaching his limit. His legs felt as soft as if the bones had been removed, and his throat felt like it was being slashed by razor blades. If not for the system prompts that appeared in his mind with each lap, Jake might have truly been unable to continue. Body training. Overall attributes improved. Power level plus 0.01. Power level plus 0.01. Healing prayer skill used successfully. Holy light proficiency plus 0.02. Holy light infusion passive effect improved. Proficiency plus 0.01. With each lap, Jake's mind was filled with system notifications. Those sounds were like heavenly music motivating Jake to take each step. For him, nothing was more delightful than seeing tangible growth in his abilities. Watching Jake's performance, although Sakazuki's face remained cold and silent, he had already acknowledged Jake's willpower in his heart. In his estimation, Jake being able to persist for 30 laps would have been considered good. Although he was a zone devil fruit user, that didn't mean his physical abilities would instantly improve dramatically after eating the fruit. Developing devil fruit abilities required time and effort. The training method for zone users like Jake was to use this nearly lethal amount of exercise to squeeze out every last bit of energy in the body. Only when the body was completely exhausted to the point where not a single ounce of strength remained would the devil fruit's power flow through the entire body like a spring. This method was something he had learned from his teacher, Black Arm Zephyr. As luck would have it, although Jake wasn't actually a zone devil fruit user, his innate stamina recovery ability was equivalent to a devil fruit user. No, not just equivalent, it surpassed it in every way. The abilities of zone devil fruits could only be activated when the body was pushed to its absolute limit. Although the muscle tears and physical damage from overtraining weren't a big deal for zone users, long-term training like this would still leave some degree of lasting injury, even with a zone's recovery abilities. But Jake's healing prayer was different. All the hidden injuries or chronic issues caused during training would be perfectly and flawlessly healed. This was Jake's greatest source of confidence. However, after the last bit of holy light power in his body was squeezed out, Jake collapsed directly onto the training field. In his final moments of consciousness before fainting, Jake only heard Monet's voice calling out to him. His forehead felt slightly cold and his head seemed to be resting on something soft. A faint fresh scent lingered in his nose. As he opened his eyes, he saw Monet's beautiful golden eyes. Are you awake? Your body will probably be very sore today. Sakazuki-san training is indeed effective, but also a bit too harsh. How are you feeling now? Hearing Monet's words, Jake felt his whole body was weak. The holy light power in his body had been squeezed to the extreme, with not even a trace left. Not too good. It'll probably take a while to recover. Monet, how was your training? Did Vice Admiral Sakazuki make you run laps to build stamina like me? Monet shook her head and said with a soft laugh. No, not at all. Vice Admiral Sakazuki told me that my ability is more of a control-type devil fruit. Currently my stamina is far from reaching the limit for using my devil fruit abilities, so my top priority now is to improve my control over my devil fruit power as much as possible. When you fainted earlier, Vice Admiral Sakazuki had me create snow and ice around you to prevent you from getting heatstroke. While I was icing you down, I also had to constantly maintain the overall size of the snow and ice, keeping it at a relatively suitable size. Lastly, you should probably get up soon since you're awake. My legs are getting a bit numb. Hearing Monet's words, Jake felt his face heating up. He quickly got up from Monet's lap. However, looking at his clearly improved status panel, Jake's lips curled into a slight smile. With just one morning of training, his power level had already increased by a full 6 points. This growth rate far exceeded his expectations. At this rate of improvement, it wouldn't take 2 years for him to catch up to Rob Lucci power level from Water 7. And there were still more than 10 years until the start of the main storyline in 1522. In those 10 years, his power level alone could reach nearly 5 times that of Rob Lucci, not to mention the stronger class skills he could unlock later on. Thinking of this, the grueling training that had nearly made him pass out no longer seemed so unpleasant. As the holy light power in his body recovered slightly, Jake cast a barely squeezed-out healing prayer on himself before continuing to run on the training field. The constant system notifications in his ears made Jake run faster and faster. Monet followed beside Jake, watching him with slight concern, ready to support him at any moment. Meanwhile in the office, Sakazuki watched Jake continue running, a rare smile appearing on his stern face. C 2020. The night was clear and starry, with the sound of flowing water. In the marine training base dormitories of Water 7, the living conditions were not particularly good. There was a lot of moisture and most of the dormitory walls were moldy. Some ceilings even had black liquid seeping through from time to time. The smell in the dormitories wasn't very pleasant either. The base had deteriorated significantly due to age. Each floor had about 20 dormitory rooms, with 6 people per room. There was only one large washroom in the hallway, with 10 squats toilets, a wall and about 8 individual shower stalls. Of the 8 shower stalls, 2 were almost unusable due to years of disrepair. Training ended at 8 p.m. each night. Soldiers without guard duty were required to finish washing up and be in bed by 8:30 p.m., when officers would come to inspect. This short amount of time wasn't enough for everyone to shower. If someone was even a little slow, forget showering, even basic washing up became a problem. So often, soldiers would secretly get up at night to shower. But the smells on bedsheets and in the dormitories were unavoidable. Fortunately, since Jake and Monet were new recruits, the base initially didn't have beds for them. This led to them being urgently assigned to the bottom floor of a nearly abandoned dormitory building after emergency allocation. Perhaps assuming they were a couple, no one said anything about separating their accommodations. Looking at the room before him that barely had water or electricity, Jake sighed helplessly. Holy light surrounded his hand, illuminating the surroundings slightly. Monet used the light to light the candle T-Bone had given them. Her golden eyes glowed softly in the candlelight. Seeing Jake's slightly worried expression, Monet smiled and comforted him. At least it's better than a cell with 20 to 30 people and no private bathroom, right? Hearing Monet's words, Jake smiled back, though still a bit helplessly. That's true, I'll stay in the room next to yours. If you run into any problems, just call for me. Same goes for you. If you're scared to go to the bathroom alone at night, you can call me to accompany you. I don't mind. After being teased by Monet, Jake just laughed and then returned to his own room. Opening the door, a musty smell hit his nose. The room was very damp and had no electricity, with only a candle giving off weak light. With a creaking sound, the wooden bed made a noise as if it could break anytime. Lying on the bed, Jake sighed slightly. To distract himself, he opened his current system panel. Name: Jake Lawrence. Age: 16 inches. Power level: 17. As holy light flows through you, your stamina and endurance have significantly improved. Holy light: 15. When you encounter hardship, please sincerely call out to the deity you pray to. Passive ability 1. Holy light infusion 25 100ths. Passive ability 2. Holy light retribution 31 100ths. Active ability 1. Judgment hammer strike 27 100ths. Active ability 2. Healing prayer 61 100ths. Looking at his nearly doubled power level, as well as the increased holy light proficiency from healing the Marines on the ship these past days, Jake's mood immediately improved. No bottlenecks, no side effects from overtraining, this would always be his cheat for getting stronger. After knocking on the next door and borrowing a bucket of snow water that Monet had condensed with her devil fruit power, Jake quickly wiped himself down with a damp towel before going to sleep. Before sleeping, Jake made a mental note to buy some matches tomorrow. At least when showering at night, he still wanted some hot water. Most soldiers either bathed in cold water or chopped wood to heat water. Currently, the base renovation funds allocated by the world government only covered the areas around Mary Geoise and a few important marine branches. This situation wouldn't improve until the 15th year of the Great Pirate Era. Early in the morning, As the familiar wake-up call sounded through the broadcast system, Jake rubbed his slightly sore eyes and stretched before quickly getting up. Outside, the sky was just starting to brighten. Due to being in Water 7, the mornings here always had rather thick fog. There was a knock at the door, and Monet's voice rang out. "Jake, are you up? We need to go early today. Vice Admiral Sakazuki said today's training will focus specifically on developing our devil fruit abilities. If we're late, we'll be made to clean all the toilets in the base." Hearing Monet's words, Jake quickened his movements. He spat out his toothpaste foam, hastily wiped his face and headed for the door. The technology in the One Piece world was quite confusing. They didn't even have widespread steam ships, yet things like toothpaste existed. The door opened, and Monet stood there smiling, her voice clear and clean. "Let's go. We shouldn't keep Vice Admiral Sakazuki waiting too long. Oh Jake, your mouth." As she spoke, Monet reached out her hand and gently wiped away a streak of toothpaste foam from the corner of Jake's mouth. But the next moment, Monet seemed to realize this was a very intimate gesture. Her face instantly turned red as she began to explain frantically. I usually take care of my sister like this, so I guess it's become a habit. I'm sorry, that was a bit too forward just now." Meanwhile, Jake looked at Monet's flushed cheeks in front of him, lightly coughed and then changed the subject. "It's all right, Monet, let's go eat first. Vice Admiral Sakazuki won't come here until after the meal. What do you want to eat? I heard from old William that they provide clam soup every morning, but it tastes a bit sour, probably because it wasn't stored properly. Why don't we go talk to the kitchen staff? We can use your devil fruit ability to provide a frozen storage room and then ask them to give us some benefit. I'll follow your lead. You're much better at these things than I am. As you often say, using devil fruit powers for fighting is the least cost-effective way. Productivity is the world's greatest driving force. See 2121. Although most of the base's facilities weren't particularly impressive, the cafeteria was surprisingly well equipped, far beyond Jake's expectations. Not only was the variety of food extensive, but the prices were also quite affordable, about a third cheaper than outside restaurants. And thanks to T-Bone's fondness for his subordinates, he often ventured into the sea to hunt sea kings, providing the base's soldiers with ample nutrition. After all, sea king meat was incredibly nourishing for ordinary soldiers. Long-term consumption could even lead to noticeable increases in their strengths. Due to his intense training regimen, Jake ate a fair amount, though he couldn't compare to the bottomless stomachs of some characters in the original story. His portion was only about 3 times that of an average adult, which, in this world, was just enough. Monet ate even less. She only ordered a bowl of sea king meat noodles and a serving of clam chowder, which she didn't even finish, leaving the rest for Jake. During the meal, nearly every marine soldier greeted the two with a smile when they saw them. The reason was simple: 2 rare devil fruit users were almost guaranteed to become their future superiors. Moreover, whether it was Jake's healing abilities or Monet's power to create fresh water by condensing ice and snow on ships, both were indispensable to the soldiers. And neither of them carried an air of arrogance. They treated everyone with politeness and warmth, which not only spared them jealousy but also earned them immense popularity. However, over these past few days, Jake had indeed noticed some bullying and isolation issues within the Marines. For now, he could only take mental notes. These were problems he'd have to address once his own standing improved. As the office door was knocked, Sakazuki's somewhat gruff voice came from behind it. "Come in." Upon entering, the strong scent of tobacco filled the air. Sakazuki had a smoking habit. The ashtray on his desk was proof enough. Beside him was a stack of reports and documents sent from other Marine branches. Among vice admirals, aside from the old man Garp, most had an overwhelming workload. Especially for someone like Sakazuki, who aspired to climb to the rank of admiral, he had to undertake various additional tasks to secure his future promotion. These tasks included, but were not limited to, eliminating pirates outside his designated jurisdiction, providing necessary military aid to world government-affiliated nations, conducting routine escort missions along vital trade routes of member nations. These duties had little to do with the justice Sakazuki pursued. Yet, for someone with a personality as unappealing as his, they were indispensable if he wanted to rise to the rank of Marine Admiral. Among the admirals, Black Arm Zephyr was technically his mentor. However, Zephyr was a man of unwavering integrity. Unless Sakazuki had enough achievements to back his promotion, Zephyr would never bend the rules or support him out of personal favor. Ironically, this very trait of Zephyr's made Sakazuki feel at ease. All he needed to do was fulfill the requirements, no need for extra favors or personal connections. Then there was Garp, whose official rank was Vice Admiral, but whose actual standing rivaled, if not surpassed, that of an admiral. Garp's personality was rather unpredictable and he had his own protege, Kuzan. After the Ohara incident, Kuzan's dissatisfaction with Sakazuki had become glaringly obvious. While it was uncertain whether Garp himself harbored any resentment, this remained an unpredictable factor. As for Fleet Admiral Sengoku, he was the most meticulous and rational of them all. According to intel provided by Borsellino, Sakazuki needed to demonstrate significantly more value to Sengoku than the other vice admirals to secure his support. The reason was simple. Kuzan, due to his ties with Garp, was practically a shoe-in for the next admiral position. Though it was still too early to consider the fleet admiral after Sengoku, thinking 10 steps ahead was his second nature. Thus, when factoring in Garp and the fleet admiral's succession after Sengoku, it was clear that promoting Kuzan, Garp's disciple, to Fleet Admiral would be the optimal choice. This, however, put Sakazuki in direct conflict with Kuzan. Their interpretations of justice were fundamentally incompatible. If one were to lead the other, it was almost certain one would choose to leave the Marines. For Sengoku, promoting Sakazuki to Admiral would mean introducing a rival faction to Kuzan's camp, a scenario the Fleet Admiral, who detested internal strife, would rather avoid. This was precisely why Sakazuki needed an overwhelming record of achievements, enough to silence every critic, to secure his promotion. It also explained why he had been traveling non-stop lately. This period was the most critical for him, a time when even the slightest misstep could prove disastrous. Noticing the two kids entering the room, he stubbed out the cigarette between his lips and opened the window behind him, letting the fresh air dilute the lingering smoke. His voice was slightly hoarse from pulling an all-nighter. I called you here not only to discuss the basic follow-up development of your devil fruit abilities, but also to inform you about something. In the near future, the Marine headquarters will launch an elite training program, with the current Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr serving as the chief instructor. Each Vice Admiral has 2 recommended slots and I want to give these 2 slots to you. What do you think? Listening to Sakazuki's words, Jake first bowed respectfully, then spoke sincerely. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, we're deeply grateful for this opportunity you're giving us. But we also want to do something in return. These days we've not only received your free training but also taken up your valuable recommendation slots. It truly makes us feel somewhat guilty. No matter what, please let us do what we can to repay you. Hearing Jake's words, a faint smile appeared on Sakazuki's weary face. He appreciated Jake's quick-witted mind. No need for roundabout conversations and he knew how to handle things properly, unlike most Marine soldiers under his command who seemed to have trained their muscles at the expense of their brains. During this headquarters training, I expect you both to rank among the top 3 participants, with at least one of you taking first place. After achieving those rankings, you'll have priority in choosing which branch to develop in. And I require both of you to choose the Flevance branch in North Blue. C-2222. As Sakazuki spoke, Jake's mind rapidly analyzed the underlying meaning behind his words. Jake was familiar with Flevance from the original storyline. Based on the current timeline of 1509, the town should be at the stage where the toxicity of its mineral deposits had just been exposed and war had broken out. What made Jake more wary was that in the original story, the town was currently under the control of the Doflamingo family. That place was a complex web of intersecting forces, celestial dragons, CP agencies, world government affiliate nations, marines, underworld organizations, virtually every element of the One Piece world could be found there. What exactly was Sakazuki's purpose in sending him and Monet to such a place? First, Sakazuki was born in North Blue and after joining the Marines, about 60% of his activities were concentrated there. 40% of the hawkish Marines under his command came from North Blue. It could be said that North Blue was essentially Sakazuki's stronghold. Sending them to North Blue was likely meant to signal to Marine higher-ups that they were part of his faction. That was one purpose. Second, although the lead ore extracted in Flevance was highly toxic, his abilities might potentially cure the resulting diseases. If he could indeed cure the lead-induced illnesses afflicting the local population, he could essentially save the already collapsing nation. And if they succeeded in saving Flevance, the vast amounts of land, resources, materials, ports, and political status that came with it, all these would become achievements credited to Jake, or rather, the Akainu faction. This way, both Jake and Akainu would reap tremendous benefits from this operation. Akainu could ensure his promotion to admiral through this, while Jake could also gain significant reputation and secure political benefits and upward mobility for his future. Third, although the Doflamingo family was currently operating in the ruins of Flevance, if Jake were to be stationed there as an outstanding new generation member of Akainu's faction, he would inevitably cross paths with Doflamingo. However, this was a critical period for the Doflamingo family's development and the final stage of his search for the Ope no Mi. Given Akainu's notorious temperament, Doflamingo would likely be wary of Jake, which was sufficient for their purposes. Akainu was leveraging his own fearsome reputation to shield Jake, allowing him to move freely under Doflamingo's watch and thereby subtly threatening the latter. Whether there was also an underlying motive to assist Tsuru in gathering intelligence on Doflamingo to earn her favor remained unclear. Fourth, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's adopted son, the Com fruit user known as Corzone, had infiltrated the Doflamingo family as a spy. If Jake could offer Corzone some assistance or use his knowledge of the original plot to save him, both Akainu and Sengoku would view him in a new light and hold him in high regard. Sakazuki might have only intended for Jake to use Corzone as a means to slightly win over Sengoku, but Jake, armed with his knowledge of the original story, could leverage this to gain even more influence within the upper echelons of the Marines. Fifth, as long as Corzone survived, the Ope no Mi would essentially remain in the Marines' hands. With Corzone alive, Jake couldn't imagine any reason for Trafalgar Law to become a pirates. Sixth, this was more of a personal matter for Jake, the whereabouts of Monet's younger sister, Sugar. At this point in time, Sugar had likely already been found by Doflamingo and recruited into the family. It seemed Jake had no choice but to make a trip to Flevance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jake replied to Sakazuki, "We have no objections. Everything will proceed as Vice Admiral Sakazuki commands." Hearing Jake's response, a faint smile appeared on Sakazuki's stern face. He then looked at Jake with a hint of probing in his eyes. "You and Monet were both born in the North Blue. You should know what Flevance is like now and which faction controls it. Knowing all this, why do you still choose to go? In response, Jake smiled and answered. The disease in Flevence is most likely not contagious. Even if it were, my devil fruit abilities should allow me to cure it. If I can successfully heal Flevence's population, it would bring tremendous benefits to the Marines. At this, Sakazuki nodded slightly, while Monet instinctively asked Jake. But didn't the newspapers say the disease in Flevence is contagious and that the surrounding areas have already been quarantined? To Monet's question, Jake simply explained softly. The disease in Flevence, according to newspaper reports, is caused by contact with the mineral, leading to toxin accumulation in the human body. These toxins are passed down to the next generation and can also infect others. But Monet, think about it, Flevence had prospered for decades by selling amber lead, amassing immense wealth. Countless merchant ships and travelers passed through and endless amounts of amber lead were sold worldwide. If the disease from Flevence were truly so easily contagious, the country couldn't have flourished for decades. Even if the illness caused by amber lead had an incubation period, there's no record of related cases in neighboring countries that imported it. So, with just a little deduction, we can conclude that the disease caused by amber lead requires prolonged, extensive and high concentration exposure to amber lead for the toxins to accumulate to lethal levels. The expensive and scarce amber lead imported by other nations was never enough to reach that level of accumulation. That's why no cases of amber lead disease appeared elsewhere. Moreover, the blockade around Flevence was entirely orchestrated by its neighboring countries, it had nothing to do with the world government. If amber lead were as contagious as the newspapers claimed, the world government would have been the one to enforce the blockade. Hearing this, Monet's face paled slightly, her voice tinged with shock and disbelief. So Jake, are you saying those countries attacked Flevence because they coveted the wealth it had accumulated from selling amber lead? Though I wish it weren't the case, but you two brats don't need to speculate anymore. The truth is exactly as Jake said. C-2323. When Flevence was mentioned, Sakazuki instinctively lit another cigarette, but upon seeing Monet and Jake, he extinguished it immediately. His voice grew somber. Jake's deduction isn't wrong. Among the Marine headquarters vice admirals, we held a special meeting, a high-level conference regarding Flevence. During that meeting, we received the full analysis of the amber lead disease from the world government and the Marine headquarters science division. And in that meeting, the conclusions were nearly identical to what Jake just theorized. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Monet felt both confusion and shock. Unable to hold back, she asked, if the world government and the Marines knew the truth back then, why didn't they stop the neighboring countries from invading Flevence or send medical aid? Sakazuki didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to Jake and said slowly, Jake, speak your mind. It's just the three of us here, no one will take offense at what you say. Hearing this, Jake instinctively looked up. Upon seeing Sakazuki's extremely stern face, he nodded slightly, took a deep breath and said, although this might damage the reputation of the Marine and the world government, I'll boldly share my humble opinion. Those countries that attacked Flevence most likely had some secret agreement with the world government or the Marine. By attacking Flevence, they illegally seized the wealth accumulated by its citizens, sold off its population, stone materials, resources and anything else of value for profit. While gaining massive benefits, they would hand over a portion to the world government. That portion would serve as an extra contribution to the world government beyond the celestial tribute. In turn, the world government would use military funding to pressure the Marine into turning a blind eye or restricting their actions. After all, to the world government, a bankrupt small nation that has outlived its usefulness has only one remaining purpose, to be drained of its last remaining resources. So, based on my speculation, the world government and the Marine were fully aware of the truth behind Flevence's suffering but chose to allow the tragedy to unfold. At this point, Jake slightly raised his head and looked at Sakazuki, who was sitting in his chair with a dark, silent expression. Although Sakazuki had told him to speak freely, Jake still felt uneasy after saying such things. After all, Akainu's justice was absolute and extreme, leaving no room for even the slightest trace of evil. His words might very well be interpreted as signs of disobedience. Meanwhile, Monet lowered her head, her expression dazed. Jake's words had shaken her long-held beliefs. Jake. At the sound of Sakazuki's slightly somber voice, Jake stiffened slightly and immediately responded. Yes. The next moment, Sakazuki's expression softened a little and he sighed before saying. You guessed correctly. You're very smart. Almost as smart as Fleet Admiral Sengoku. No, the fact that you could piece together the entire truth of Flevence from just fragments in the newspapers makes you even more better than Sengoku. Even without that devil fruit ability, you would still become someone not to be underestimated. But I want to ask you, how do you view this matter? Hearing Sakazuki's words, Jake felt slightly relieved. He knew he had passed the most difficult hurdle. As long as what he said next wasn't too radical, there wouldn't be any issues. After some thought, Jake replied, it's a forced compromise with reality. I'd like you to elaborate. Simply put, it's because the Marine has no choice but to yield to the world government, a result of this world's fundamental operating system. At this point, Jake glanced at Sakazuki's furrowed brows again and quickly explained. Most of the Marine headquarters' military funding comes from allocations by the world government. This fact alone clearly shows that the Marines' actions are actually heavily restricted by the world government. Both Flevence and several surrounding nations are member states. When it comes to internal unrest or rebellions within member states, the Marines cannot take independent action without permission from the world government. Aside from direct pirate attacks on nations, where the Marines have the right to intervene, even if pirates instigate internal turmoil, as long as pirates aren't personally involved, the Marines cannot act independently. Crossing that line would be a provocation against the world government. If substantial military funding were cut as a result, the Marines would be left fragmented, struggling not just to uphold justice but even to sustain themselves. Therefore, to ensure the normal operation of Marine headquarters and to protect justice across the vast majority of the seas, there are times when justice in certain regions must be deemed expendable. Harsh as it may be, that is the reality, so long as the Marines remain under the world governments. At this point, Sakazuki's voice cut in, abruptly halting Jake's words. Enough, Jake, you've raised my expectations of you yet again. Your perspective surpasses mine, and many senior Marines, in certain aspects. But some matters aren't yours to discuss yet. Now, one final question. Are you aware that the family led by Doflamingo is currently in Flevence? Hearing this, Jake nodded slightly and replied, yes, it's territory controlled by the Don Quixote family. And my relationship with that man, Doflamingo, is particularly hostile. Then why did you agree to my request? Because if you're sending Monet and me there, you wouldn't let us die. I trust you, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Seeing Jake's resolute expression, Sakazuki's smile bloomed brighter than ever before. C-2424. The room still carried traces of smoke and dampness. Sakazuki studied Jake, the remnants of his smile lingering as he spoke. All trust has value and reason. Why do you place such faith in me? Tell me your thoughts. Jake took a deep breath. There are two reasons. First, before trusting you, I trust myself. I believe in my ability to resolve Flevence's issues, thereby securing significant prestige and political gains for you. Second, it's simple, I trust the justice upheld by a man worthy of Lieutenant Commander T-Bone's loyalty. This time, Sakazuki didn't suppress his smile. His typically stern features softened briefly before sharpening again. Then, with unmistakable approval in his voice, he said, you'll become an outstanding Marine, perhaps even surpass me. Enough talk. Since you've both accepted my terms, you have less than 2 months left. I'll remain here as much as possible to thoroughly train you. If you fail to rank among the top 3 in the elite training unit, all of this is meaningless. Jake and Monet immediately straightened their postures upon hearing this, saluting Sakazuki before responding. Yes, it was the season transitioning from late spring to early summer and the winds of Water 7 always carried a salty scent. Jake and Monet stood in a relatively secluded corner of the training ground, about 400 to 500 meters away from the main group of Marine trainees. After all, Monet was a Logia-type devil fruit user, and the area of effect she could create before mastering control of her powers was significant. To avoid disrupting the other soldiers' training, Sakazuki naturally couldn't allow these two to be too close to the other Marine trainees. Looking at the pair before him, Sakazuki first gazed at Monet before speaking slowly. Monet, how far have you progressed in developing your devil fruit abilities? Hearing this, Monet immediately straightened up and answered. Reporting, Vice Admiral, currently, I can slightly affect the surrounding temperature within a small range, condense moisture to create ice and snow, use the snow to induce hypothermia and slow enemies down. I can also compress the snow I create to significantly increase its hardness, briefly obstruct vision with snowstorms and create some obstacles. As for other applications, I haven't thought of them yet. After listening to Monet's report, Sakazuki pondered briefly, then the towering figure whose sense of justice differed almost completely from his own came to mind. He shook his head and said, your abilities are very similar to our current headquarters Vice Admiral Kuzan. In theory, you might have progressed better under his guidance. According to the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, the Snow Fruit is considered a subordinate ability to his Ice Fruit, but I don't agree with that view. The development of fruit abilities largely depends on the user themselves, not just the fruit alone. The abilities of Snow and Ice are quite similar. Based on Kuzan's development methods, his initial training with the Ice Fruit focused on temperature control. Whether it's the Ice Fruit or Snow Fruit, the primary condition for generating ice or snow is having the surrounding temperature within a sufficiently cold range. If you can't make the environment cold, your fruit's power would be mostly nullified. Therefore, Monet, I want you to now exert your full power to lower the surrounding temperature. Meanwhile, I'll use my own abilities to continuously heat the environment. This will train your control over extreme cold temperatures. Though Monet hadn't responded yet, Jake was nodding inwardly at Sakazuki's words. Having studied physics in his previous life, Jake had some understanding of snow formation. To create snow, some conditions must be met. When water vapor in the atmosphere freezes directly into ice crystals, skipping the liquid water stage, and these crystals then clump together to form snowflakes. The large-scale ice coverage that Kuzan could achieve was actually an additional effect brought by his monstrous physical strength. In other words, even if Kuzan had eaten Monet's Snow Fruit, he would still have been able to create an ultra-wide-range freezing ability like Ice Age, due to his nearly monstrous stamina. Therefore, if Monet had been directed toward large-scale freezing from the beginning, Jake would definitely have questioned Vice Admiral Sakazuki's teaching methods. For Monet at her current stage, as long as she could create an extremely low-temperature environment within a small area, even without actively attacking enemies, the frigid temperature alone would be enough to kill most pirates. Thus, the direction of Monet's Devil Fruit development, at least for now, should still focus on the concept of temperature. Thinking this, Jake glanced at Monet, only to meet her striking golden eyes. Before any inappropriate thoughts could arise in his mind, a sharp pain on his head left him momentarily dazed. You damn brat, what were you thinking? Didn't you hear me talking to you just now? Rubbing the lump on his head, Jake felt his nose sting as tears streamed down uncontrollably, not because he was emotionally fragile, but because the pain was physically unbearable. Sakazuki's punch had genuinely overwhelmed his tear ducts. Seeing Jake crouched on the ground clutching his head, Monet worriedly said. Vice Admiral, Jake was probably just thinking about his own devil fruit development direction. I don't think he spaced out on purpose. Before Jake could respond, Sakazuki cut in sharply. Petty Officer Monet. Yes, sir. Starting now, use Jake as your test subject and begin lowering the temperature around him. Huh, but Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Jake is. Execute the order. The next moment, Monet looked helplessly at Jake, who gave her a tearful smile and reluctantly spread her hands. As snow descended, Jake felt the temperature around him plummet at a visible rate. Sakazuki's voice rang out behind him. For zone-type devil fruit users, development basically involves brutal, self-torturous physical training. You understand what I mean, don't you? C-2525. Noon in Water 7 was when the sun was at its fiercest, and combined with the humid sea breeze, the training ground felt like an oven. Yet today, most soldiers on the field looked perfectly comfortable. Even standing at the hottest center of the ground, the surrounding temperature remained cool and pleasant. The reason was simple. The northwest corner of the field was now blanketed in thick snow. Watching the figure standing at the heart of the icy expanse, old William remarked with awe. Truly, devil fruit users is enviable. To think this level of spectacle is just routine training. But I suppose only those who grow up in such an environment can truly uphold the meaning of justice. Little Johnson also nodded lightly in agreement, but at that moment, T-Bone's voice rang out behind them, carrying a tone of seriousness and solemnity. No, upholding justice has never been solely about strength. In fact, power isn't the most crucial factor in maintaining justice. What's truly essential is possessing a heart that cherishes all people and being willing to act upon that compassion. Hearing this, the two soldiers immediately stood up and saluted T-Bone before responding. Yes, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone. After the salute, old William relaxed his posture and asked T-Bone, who looked slightly weary. Lieutenant Commander T-Bone, you've been frequently sailing out alone in small boats recently. Are there more pirates in the surrounding waters? At this, T-Bone chuckled and replied. The soldiers and I have been sailing for long periods and most of the crew have lost weight recently. The canteen is also running low on meat supplies. I've been going out to catch more sea kings to supplement the soldiers' nutrition. It's not due to an increase in pirates. You don't need to worry. Hearing T-Bone's words, the two soldiers were moved to the point of tears. They eagerly volunteered to join him on his hunting trips, offering to steer or handle miscellaneous tasks even if their strength wasn't sufficient. Sakazuki, who was training Jake nearby, twitched his ears slightly upon hearing T-Bone's recent purpose for sailing. A wave of emotion rose in his heart. Regarding this subordinate of his, whose appearance might be rough but whose kindness was unmatched, Sakazuki could confidently say that no one in the entire Marine headquarters embodied justice as purely and genuinely as T-Bone. As his gaze fell upon Jake, the boy T-Bone had rescued, a faint smile appeared on Sakazuki's face. Perhaps this youth saved by T-Bone could inherit that very sense of justice. But the next moment, he delivered a fierce punch to Jake's head, sending him crashing into the snow and ice that had now become as hard as a rock. The crack that echoed in Monet's ears made it hard to discern whether it came from shattering ice or Jake's bones. Her own stamina was nearly depleted. From 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., she had maintained the lowest temperature she could produce for 2 straight hours, and that wasn't all she'd been doing. Monet, the temperature's rising again. At Sakazuki's shout, Monet jolted in alarm and forced her nearly immovable arms to continue manipulating the snowstorm. While she created the blizzard, Sakazuki used his devil fruit abilities to continuously heat the surrounding environment. If Monet failed to maintain the low temperature he demanded, the punishment would fall upon Jake. Every time Monet was on the verge of collapsing, Sakazuki would educate Jake with even more terrifying force. And obviously, this tactic was very effective. For an old fox like Sakazuki, seeing through a kid like Monet's thoughts and personality was far too easy. Monet clearly placed Jake's importance above her own at this moment. In such a situation, using her mistakes to punish Jake in front of her would yield better results than directly punishing her. As for whether Jake was wronged or not, yes, he was, but it wouldn't cause any major damage. Sakazuki had already tested Jake's healing abilities on the very first day. The kid's regenerative power was absurdly strong, practically on par with Marco the Phoenix, the first division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates in the New World. With that level of healing ability, combined with the traits of a zone-type devil fruit, honestly, training someone like this didn't require him to consider any so-called limits. He just needed to hold back enough not to kill Jake outright, the rest would take care of itself. As for Jake himself, he lay collapsed in the snowstorm, his entire body numb. Whether mentally or physically, he barely had the strength to think anymore. Sakazuki truly didn't see him as human. Every punch was delivered with the force to knock him unconscious. If not for continuously healing himself with holy light and channeling its power into his body, he really would have been knocked out by Sakazuki. The surroundings were cold, but Jake didn't blame Monet. He could clearly sense that every time Sakazuki smashed him into the ground, a thick cushion of soft snow would appear beneath him just in time to soften the impact. And looking at Monet's face, now deathly pale and drained of color, Jake knew she was doing her absolute best. Staring at Sakazuki, who had knocked him down again and again, Jake gritted his teeth. Even a pig would have gotten angry after being beaten this much. He forced himself up, panting heavily. His eyelids were swollen from the hits, nearly obscuring his vision of Sakazuki. Doubled images slowly crept into his sight, but that didn't stop Jake from wanting to knock Sakazuki down just once. A description of his active skill flashed through his mind. Judgment Hammer Strike, Level 1. Your next attack will forcibly launch the enemy into the air. Duration of the launch depends on the enemy's strength. No matter how strong Sakazuki was now, if he took this hit, he'd at least will be lifted off the ground by a few centimeters. With that thought, Jake mustered the last bit of his strength and charged at Sakazuki. Seeing Jake's fist faintly glowing, Sakazuki smirked. Oh, instead of running away, you're coming right at me. C2626. Watching Jake charge toward him, Sakazuki didn't bother dodging. To him, it was nothing more than a child's throwing tantrum, incapable of causing him even the slightest harm. However, years of accumulated combat experience had subconsciously activated his observation haki. Sensing the peculiar power contained within the luminous glow enveloping Jake's fist, Sakazuki still chose not to retreat. In the perception of those with advanced observation haki, Devil Fruit abilities mostly emit a distinct energy signature. Unlike the unified and fixed nature of haki, Devil Fruit powers produce entirely different sensations depending on their type when activated. For instance, when Magellan the Chief Warden of Impel Down uses his Devil Fruit ability, his body becomes shrouded in a deep purple energy. Under observation haki's perception, one can distinctly sense the intense discomfort emanating from that dark purple energy. The golden radiance swirling around Jake's arm also gave off a unique sensation, but observation haki revealed that the power wasn't particularly threatening. Sakazuki remained standing in place, slightly raising his arm as he threw a punch towards Jake. The impact sent excruciating pain through Jake's back, as if he'd been run over by a truck. Yet the moment Sakazuki's strike landed, Jake immediately cast a healing prayer on himself, draining what little holy light energy he had left. Thanks to the healing prayer, Jake narrowly avoided losing consciousness from the attack. Gritting his teeth, he drove his holy light-wreathed fist into Sakazuki's abdomen, which felt as hard as forged steel. Truth be told, upon impact, Jake felt as though the bones in his fist might shatter. Such inhuman muscular density was beyond anything he'd encountered. Fortunately, he hadn't put too much force behind the blow, or the recoil alone would have been devastating. The attack primarily relied on the knockback effect of his skill rather than raw power. For Jake, no matter how much strength he put into his strikes, they likely wouldn't inflict any real damage on Sakazuki. As his vision darkened slightly, Jake noticed Sakazuki's feet lifting barely a centimeter off the ground, prompting a faint smile to cross his face. Though the duration was fleeting and the knockback minimal, it proved that anyone hit by this technique would be launched, if only slightly. More importantly, before blacking out, Jake caught a glimpse of the faint surprise flickering across Sakazuki's expression. After enduring such a one-sided beating, this small consolation finally brought him a sliver of satisfaction. The next moment, as Jake collapsed face first into the soft snow, Monet's voice reached his ears. He knew this was her special way of looking out for him. Watching Jake lose consciousness before him, Sakazuki's expression carried a trace of amusement. Turning to the visibly anxious Monet beside him, he reassured her. Don't worry, the kid's fine, just exhausted. Take him to rest properly. With that, Sakazuki turned and strode toward his office. Along the way, T-Bone sidled up to him mysteriously and asked. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, were you just sent flying by Jake's attack? Hearing T-Bone's words beside him, Sakazuki's already dark face grew even darker. No one understood T-Bone's character better than Sakazuki himself. His subordinate would never mock him, but was simply asking the question out of genuine curiosity. However, such inquiries often left superiors feeling embarrassed. With a resigned look, Sakazuki turned to T-Bone and said. Yes, that kid's attack was strange. Though the force wasn't particularly strong, it had an incredibly powerful upward thrust. Even when I used haki to defend, it didn't seem to make much difference. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed T-Bone's face as he continued. Even with your armament haki, you couldn't fully defend against Jake's attack. Are you certain you used your full strength? Faced with T-Bone's persistent questioning, Sakazuki grew even more exasperated. Were it not for his absolute trust in T-Bone's integrity, he truly wouldn't have entertained such question. While I didn't go all out in defense, the moment I sensed that upward thrust, I immediately reinforced my body with armament haki. Though the force was significantly diminished, I was still sent flying for a brief period. However, that duration can be infinitely shortened through haki and physical techniques. Hearing this, a genuine smile broke across T-Bone's face as he addressed Sakazuki. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, I once came across a report mentioning a devil fruit with abilities similar to Jake's. But I can't vouch for the reliability of the source, it was from quite some time ago. Just say it outright. Though devil fruits have existed for years, many remain uneaten or undiscovered. Even without records, we'd eventually designate a formal name for Jake's fruit, just like Admiral Sengoku's Debutsu. T-Bone nodded and without further ado, produced from his coat a yellowed newspaper. As he unfolded it, a nasty smell permeated the air between them. True to his straightforward nature, T-Bone inadvertently scattered most of the dust and mold spores towards Sakazuki during the process, completely oblivious to the Vice Admiral's darkening expression. With earnest focus, he pointed to a small column. Look here, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. This 1492 newspaper's 17th page, middle section under, Adventurer Tales, mentions a devil fruit resembling Jake's. It reads, an angelic devil fruit, its consumer shall transform into a celestial being to save all who suffer under evil. Its radiance heals the righteous while smiting the wicked. Behold the human fruit, mythical zone, Seraphim. C 2727. Looking at the old newspaper in his hand, Sakazuki didn't say anything. He just nodded slightly, then said, you've worked hard. Although the information from the adventurer's story section in newspapers generally isn't very credible, devil fruits are miracles of this world. Most devil fruits have fairy tale-like legends before someone eats them. This can indeed be one of the guesses about Jake's fruit ability. I will report it to the higher-ups. Yes, Vice Admiral Sakazuki. By the way, Tom's workers have also recently reported to us about the completion progress of the first sea train railway. How much of the railway is completed? Tom's workers rarely report proactively. Have they encountered some trouble this time? Hearing Sakazuki's words, T-Bone nodded, then immediately reported. The first sea train railway that Tom's workers are responsible for building is basically completed. They probably just need the final debugging and test run phases. If there are no problems with these two phases, they can start operations. But they are worried that the surrounding turbulent waters may cause the sea train to be attacked by pirates, so they hope we can dispatch some forces there during the test run period to prevent sudden pirate attacks. After putting away the newspaper, Sakazuki said to T-Bone beside him. Dispatch about 1/3 of the branch's marines over there. Just ensure the minimum number of personnel for routine patrols in the basic sea areas. Our main task this time is actually this sea train. If the sea train can successfully operate, then the route between Water 7 and Eni's lobby will basically be a done deal. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was very concerned about this route. It involves some matters on the headquarters side. You must ensure the safety of the route. Oh, and remember to bring those two kids Jake and Monet along when you go on patrol. The combat strength of those two is not inferior to ordinary officers now. Hearing Sakazuki's words, T-Bone immediately answered affirmatively. After T-Bone left, Sakazuki looked at the empty office, his expression somewhat calm. After about 2 or 3 minutes of silence, he dialed the Den Den Mushi. It's me, Sakazuki. As Sakazuki's voice sounded, the Den Den Mushi's expression began to slowly change. In just 2 seconds, the originally serious-looking Den Den Mushi had already turned into the appearance of a lecherous old man. Hello, this is, Borsellino, what's up, is there some official business? Hearing that highly recognizable lecherous voice, Sakazuki also felt somewhat helpless. This colleague who was 2 years older than him but from the same batch, had eaten the fastest and most dazzling fruit in this world, yet had the laziest personality and most lecherous face. As a result, this guy couldn't add any prestige to the Marines at all. Sometimes, because he looked so indecent, it even once caused a decline in the number of female recruits in Marine headquarters. It wasn't until Borsellino was suspended for about half a year that female recruitment gradually returned to the standard level. Since then, the world government and Marine headquarters would strictly prohibit Borsellino from appearing during the recruitment of new soldiers, to avoid disturbing the established recruitment targets. Although Borsellino was happy to be idle, he was still quite displeased with getting vacation time through this method. The world government's recruitment often selects from among ordinary countries' guards, making them personnel who work specifically for the world government, unrestricted by any organization and completely obeying the direct orders of the world government. These are the basic operatives of CP and under CP's command. Their recruitment time is mostly concentrated in the first half of each year. Marine headquarters recruitment of new soldiers has almost no major restrictions. Now at the peak of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates is completely uncontrollable, like carp crossing a river. The higher-ups at headquarters wish they could pull in anyone to join the Marines and then go arrest pirates. Even some idle street thugs or troublemaking bullies are completely acceptable to the Marines. After all, if these people joined the Marines, it would also indirectly maintain local public security. It's similar to expanding student enrollment periods and numbers to reduce unemployment rates. Therefore, Marine headquarters is recruiting almost all year round except during the world government's recruitment periods. This means Kizaru is being sent out again and unable to come out almost all year round. But he can't not work, and because he's the fastest, Kizaru's workload is actually the heaviest among the three of them. Doing the most work but unable to show his face at all and sometimes even being verbally mocked, Kizaru was very unhappy. And now, it just so happened to coincide with a fishman called Fisher Tiger, who recently rampaged through Mary Geoise, reportedly freeing many slaves, causing the celestial dragons to be so angry. To catch the culprit as soon as possible, Marine headquarters naturally sent out the fastest Kizaru. So Kizaru, who already had a heavy workload, now truly had no time for himself at all. Just now, he had finally gotten some brief breathing room after eliminating a group of pirates. Before he could even catch his breath, he heard Sakazuki's voice coming from his belt. Obviously, receiving a call at this time, Borsellino was not in a good mood. Sakazuki clearly understood the other party's current state, so he didn't waste words and said directly. Borsellino, if you have time recently, can you come to Water 7? My subordinates recently recruited 2 very talented kids, one a Logia snow fruit user, the other a mythical zone user. The zone fruit user seems to be able to manipulate light like you. I don't know much about light, so I hope you can come teach him a bit. It doesn't need to be long, just a day or 2 is fine. Seemingly worried Kizaru would not agree to his request, Akainu rushed to answer before Kizaru's slow speech could come out. As compensation, I can take care of a quarter of the tasks you're responsible for. Hearing Akainu's words, the somewhat lecherous smile on Kizaru's face grew brighter. How scary. Actually, I had no intention of refusing to come in the first place, but since you put it that way, Sakazuki, let's do it your way. As their somewhat boring phone call ended, Kizaru stroked his chin, then smiled slightly and said, "You really are ambitious, Sakazuki." C-2828. His body felt somewhat sore and his head was dizzy, but the room was no longer as stuffy as before. Even the ceiling that originally had some dust and stains had been wiped clean. The moment she saw Jake wake up, Monet smiled and put the rag she was holding into a nearby water basin and said, "You're awake. It's been about 6 hours since you fainted from training. It's already evening now. I was in better shape than you and got bored waiting for you, so I helped tidy up your room a bit. But the hygiene here is still quite bad. While cleaning, I even froze some strange insects." Hearing Monet's words, Jake also smiled and replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Monet. I did hear some strange noises last night. Aren't you afraid of those bugs?" "I wouldn't say I'm afraid, but they are a bit disgusting. It's fine when they're frozen though. How are you feeling?" "Still very sore." A faint golden light appeared in Jake's hand. As the golden light entered his body, his expression clearly became much rosier. "I feel much better now. Do you need some too?" "I don't need it. I just overused my devil fruit ability a bit, but I've already recovered." "Since you've recovered, let's go have dinner. The cafeteria will close soon. While you were unconscious, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone came to find us. He wants us to finish training by noon tomorrow, then go with him to patrol near the sea train in Water 7. "The sea train? Is that thing almost built? I heard old William say it would take at least 2 or 3 more years. Monet wiped the water on her hands slightly with a towel, then smiled and said, "It's just one of the routes. There are 4 lines in total. The rest will probably take 3 or 4 years to complete construction." "I see." As they talked, they walked towards the cafeteria. Jake's mind was constantly pondering some things. It's now 1509, about 5 years before Tom is executed by the world government in 1514. Based on this timeline, Frankie and Iceberg should already be shipwrights in Tom's workers. If possible, Jake still wanted to recruit such talented people. After all, in the Great Pirate era, excellent shipwrights are extremely important for any faction. Moreover, Jake knew better than anyone here the importance of road transportation for economic development. If the Marines really want to break free from the world government's control, they must have their own sources of funding. And funds, in most cases, can be obtained through road construction. Although the world government may not necessarily agree with this, once the roads are built, there will be too much room for maneuvering. For example, don't the sea trains need marine warships for fixed point and fixed segment guarding during voyages? Otherwise, wouldn't the sea trains just be purely delivering money to pirates? But ships going out need funds and cannons and bullets are needed to defend against pirates, which also require funds. All these funds can be taken from the world government. As for how much is actually used on pirates, that's not for the Marines to decide. The Marines are only responsible for spending the military funds they request. As for returning excess military funds, that's not something the Marines should do. Secondly, if pirates come too fiercely and plunder some important assets, when the Marines later recover the assets, it's normal for most of the recovered assets to have been spent by the pirates, right? You can't expect pirates to get money and not use it, just keeping it on their ships. If the pirates happen to be completely wiped out during the Marines' crackdown, it's very normal for the wealth to have been spent. Jake even plans to contact some forces other than the Marines to monopolize some of that wealth. The construction of one sea train line affects the livelihood of millions of workers, and is also a big chess piece Jake plans to lay down later for the Marines to break free from the world government. More importantly, if the sea train can really be realized, it will greatly facilitate patrolling the entire sea area later. The speed of the sea train is incomparable to ordinary sailing warships and pirate ships. With this, the Marines will be able to quickly deploy large numbers of Marine soldiers over a wide area, which is a huge advantage for maintaining security in the surrounding waters. Moreover, after the sea train starts operating, a large number of sea patrol routes can be eliminated, so only a small number of Marine soldiers need to be deployed for routine patrols. Because of the existence of the sea train, Marine soldiers can take the sea train from nearby islands to the scene at any time and effectively strike against pirates. Under such conditions, the survival rate of Marines will be much higher than before. As long as the sea train can transport troops quickly, in most battles, pirates will face far more Marines than themselves. Sometimes, for most pirates, when they see defeat as inevitable, the morale of that group of vicious rabble will collapse faster than people imagine. Finally, what Jake is more concerned about is whether these Marines can become soldiers in battle and exist as ordinary civilians in normal times. Those unproductive scum pirates are one thing, but the Marines can't rely on plundering civilians to live, right? Although the Marines' military funds come from the world government, where does the world government get them from? Obviously, the high taxes of allied nation citizens. These taxes are the key factor in supporting the huge organization of the Marines. In these days, through observation, Jake has already discovered a point that is very difficult for him to accept, which is that the strongest group of people in this world basically live as non-producers. Whether it's those scum pirates who should be like that, or the young and strong Marines, they basically rely on sucking blood from other places to survive. Especially those devil fruit users. How many islands could one rumble fruit provide electricity for? How many natural cold storages and cold chain transportation could one ice fruit provide? And those superhuman strong people beyond theoretical limits. Garp can shatter a mountain with one punch, so how efficient would it be to have him in charge of road construction for transportation? Damn those ability users, they are all perfect production machines. It's such a waste to let them be consumed by those damn pirates every day instead of utilizing them. C-2929. Technology is the primary driving force for developing productivity. This saying works well in the previous world, but in this world, those powerful devil fruit users are the primary productive force. If he could really become a high-ranking Marine official, Garp, the giant squad and the like would have no vacations. Eating so much food every day, consuming large amounts of financial and material resources, how many pirates did they eliminate? It's better to be responsible for production in normal times. As for Kuzan, Kizaru and the like, still want to leisurely ponder life and justice. All of them should be busy 24 hours a day for me, not allowed even 1 minute of free time. As for the large number of ordinary Marine soldiers, apart from the most basic daily training, they must devote a certain amount of time each month or week to developing productivity, whether it's tightening large screws or farming. The productivity of this world must be greatly developed for me. As for how to make these Marine soldiers willing to give up their time and rest to work. First stage. Large amounts of funding provided by the Sea Train. Second stage. Moral binding and psychological offensive. Third stage. Jake should be very strong by then. Reason and force, one of them will work. There's a good saying. When problems can't be solved, returning to classical mechanics is always your best choice and your last refuge. Moreover, Jake believes that under his initial planning, the crime rate in the world will be much lower. Without so many pirates, most soldiers presumably won't want to live that kind of life with their heads tied to their waistbands. But pirates can't be too few either. At least they need to be maintained at a level the world government can't solve. The world government needs to realize the importance of the Marines. Otherwise, before Jake can develop, if the world government demands forced military reduction of the Marines, that would be a big problem. If the Marines' strength has already surpassed the world government and I am of Mary Geois, then if the world government wants the Marines to reduce forces, Jake would definitely ask. How dare you traitors ask us to reduce our military? But if it's in a situation where the Marines' strength is not enough to openly confront the world government, that would be too problematic. So the balance in between needs to be carefully grasped by Jake. For the world government, the Marines are just an obedient dog. When there are dangers and unstable factors outside, they need the Marines as this dog. But if this dog is too fierce and bites all the dangers outside to death, faced with a dog that increasingly demands more, the world government wouldn't mind sending the dog away along with those things outside. Jake doesn't want to see the day when the shadow of the Matrix appears above Marine headquarters. In fact, the warlord policy is something the world government uses to curb the development of the Marines and also a means to balance the forces of pirates and Marines. Obviously, the warlord policy has been very effective. On one hand, it forced former Marine Admiral's effort to leave the Marines. At the same time, it greatly damaged the morale and public support of the Marines in terms of morale and public opinion. You know, legally recognizing the existence of pirates would be such a heavy blow to soldiers with the purest sense of justice. At the same time, for pirates and civilians, it not only makes the public disappointed, but also makes pirates more reckless. As long as they are strong enough, even those who have killed Marines and countless civilians can become pirates legally recognized by the world government, so what else is there to worry about? Jake's head was filled with many thoughts, causing him to not hear the words of the person beside him. As a sharp pain struck his soft waist, Jake finally snapped back to reality. He looked at Monet in front of him, who was pouting with obvious displeasure on her face and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, Monet, I was just thinking about some things related to the Sea Train, so I didn't hear you speaking. Let me treat you to this meal. Next time we have a day off, I'll take you sightseeing around Water 7. Don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses. Hearing Jake's words, Monet glanced at him and then said with some helplessness. You and I are both new recruits who just joined the Marines. Where would we get that much money? Our monthly salary now is less than 80,000 berries, you know. So it'll be counted in next month's budget. Seeing Jake's somewhat roguish expression, Monet couldn't help but pinch his cheek. She said a bit angrily. Then tell me everything you were just thinking about in your head. If you were really thinking about the Sea Train, you must have many ideas in your mind, since you missed so much of what I was saying. If you can only stammer out 1 or 2 sentences, I'll really be angry. Seeing Monet's somewhat serious expression in front of him, Jake knew he had to show some real skill now. So he smiled and explained all the thoughts he just had in his mind, using terms that were easier to understand and more fitting for this world. The two of them walked along, discussing the things Jake had been pondering earlier. Unbeknownst to him, behind Jake, an extremely tall figure was silently following the two of them. That person was very tall, but his face was ugly. He walked behind Jake, listening to the things Jake and Monet were saying, feeling a chill in his heart. You know, Monet, if first became the Marine Fleet Admiral one day, I would squeeze every last bit of development value out of each strong individual to the extreme. This sentence in particular sounded like something no human could say. It was the kind of cruel words that could only be uttered by a demon destined for hell. But to be honest, as Kozaru listened to Jake's analysis of the developments brought by the sea train's operation and then his analysis of the world's situation and the value of strong individuals beyond just killing pirates, he found the kid in front of him more and more terrifying. At such a young age, he already had such long-term views and his deep understanding of the world government and marine headquarters far surpassed what Kozaru could match at the same age. Moreover, the idea of mobilizing the entire marine headquarters leadership to do farm work was unprecedented. But upon careful analysis, all the action plans Jake had just proposed could actually be implemented and were beneficial to the Marines. Looking at Jake laughing and talking with the woman beside him, a complex expression flashed in Kozaru's eyes that was hard to describe. He looked towards Akainu's office, exchanged a glance with the person inside from afar, and sighed. Sakazuki, you've really given me a big headache. C-3030. There weren't many people in the cafeteria in the evening. To be more precise, there was hardly anyone left at this time. The clock at the cafeteria entrance showed the current time as 7:14 p.m., with less than an hour left until closing. Most soldiers would come to eat immediately after finishing training around 6 p.m., as the demand for food was very high after a full day of training. The first batch of meals had the most variety and was the freshest. By the time Jake and Monet arrived, only a few ramen shops had some leftovers remaining. As they walked, Monet and Jake continued chatting casually about those things from earlier. Jake, based on what you said, doesn't that mean our sea train patrol tomorrow is an extremely important task? Hearing the excitement in Monet's voice, Jake knew that not dampening her spirits was the best show of emotional intelligence right now. So he smiled and said, any great endeavor starts from a small beginning. Our mission tomorrow is indeed very important. Then I'll try to lower the temperature of my fruit ability even further tonight. Today's training allowed me to successfully raise the -5 degrees Celsius level to -6 degrees Celsius. But how should I put it? Although I can lower the temperature more, both the area of effect and the stamina consumption are much higher than before. Taking the ramen handed over by the shop owner, Jake pointed to the vinegar dish on the side and asked while speaking. Developing fruit abilities needs to be combined with physical training. It can't be rushed. Do you want vinegar? That's true. We still have 2 months, so let's take it slow later on. Add some vinegar for me please. The two carried their noodles to a corner of the cafeteria and sat down casually before starting to eat large mouthfuls. After all, with their training volume, even a slender woman like Monet had quite a large demand for food. As the two were eating, a somewhat lecherous voice suddenly came from the side. Young man, may I sit and eat with you? Upon hearing that familiar tone, Jake immediately put down his chopsticks. He then turned to look at the newcomer. Sure enough, upon seeing that signature lecherous face, Jake immediately pulled the still slightly dazed Monet to stand up and said to Kozaru. Of course, Vice Admiral Borsellino. Jake's reaction surprised Kozaru a bit. He looked at Jake, smiling as he pulled him and Monet to sit down. It seems you know who I am, then I won't beat around the bush. Young Jake and Miss Monet, I came here at Sakazuki's request. Recently, due to the Fisher Tiger incident, Sakazuki has to go out for a while, so your regular training will be left to me. Also, I'm very interested in those things you were talking about earlier. Young Jake, can you explain them to me in detail? Kozaru's words made Jake's scalp tingle. How did this old pervert overhear what he had said earlier? Jake knew that when he was talking to Monet just now, he had inevitably fallen into some common male pitfalls, namely discussing politics and boasting, which led him to say some things that even he considered too ambitious. And now, these things had actually been overheard by one of the highest-ranking officials in Marine headquarters. Jake felt his heart racing, but fortunately the person who heard that information was Kozaru. Plus, Jake hadn't revealed everything, so there was still room for damage control. So he tried to stay calm as he said to Kozaru, I'm not very clear on which specific things you mean. Could Vice Admiral Borsellino be more precise? Jake was gambling that Kozaru hadn't heard too much content. However, in the next moment, Kozaru's mouth twisted slightly into a smile as he said. Of course I mean what you said about the sea train and the impact of the warlord policy. Although I also have some criticisms of the warlord policy, I haven't thought about it to the extent that you have. So I wanted to hear more from you. Hearing this, Jake's heart sank. However, thinking of Kozaru's performance in the original story, Jake also relaxed a bit. Kozaru, who could follow Akainu's orders to kill a close friend, was likely absolutely loyal to the Marines rather than some kind of Revolutionary Army executive. So after taking a deep breath, Jake dropped the act and said directly to Kozaru. Since Vice Admiral Borsellino has already heard, I'll boldly share my humble opinions without holding back. As you heard me say earlier, I'm very optimistic about the future prospects of the sea train. If we Marines can bypass the world government's control and obtain even a small portion of the profits from the sea train, it would go a long way towards freeing us from the world government's control. At the same time, the warlord policy is something very detrimental to the Marines' reputation among civilians. If the warlord policy is actually implemented, it will definitely be a heavy blow to the Marines. Right now there are just rumors, but to be honest, many low-ranking soldiers are already finding it hard to accept. If pirates are actually legalized, it will be a serious affront to justice. Listening to Jake's words, Borsellino glanced at the ramen in front of him, then sighed and said, "Young man, you really do have a long-term perspective, but you're absolutely right about this matter. You know, the news about the warlord policy was originally not supposed to be known by any soldiers below the rank of Vice Admiral at headquarters. But you know, if those guys want information to spread, no one can stop them. So let me ask you another question, do you know why those guys wanted to leak this information?" Jake pondered for a moment, then replied to Kizaru. "First, it's to test the reception and information channels on the Marines' side. We're currently at the peak of the Great Pirate Era and the world government needs a large number of Marines to maintain basic maritime security. So they can't openly antagonize the Marines during this period. Therefore, releasing the information in advance is to gauge the Marines' level of acceptance. Second, after releasing news of the warlord policy, whether it's actually implemented or not, it will cause significant reputational damage to the Marines. If the Marines express that it definitely won't be implemented, but then it ends up being implemented, it would be an even more serious breach of trust. If the Marines don't express an opinion, it will cause low-ranking soldiers to doubt and worry about the high-level leadership, which is also a blow to morale. Third, as long as the information is released, there will always be pirates, civilians and soldiers who believe it. Whichever group develops dissatisfaction and hatred towards the Marines, it benefits the world government. This requires no cost, it's just a rumor. C 3131. Monet sat beside Jake, listening to him talk with that somewhat lecherous-looking older man. Jake was truly knowledgeable and his perspective on things was completely different from her own. Most of what he said, Monet actually couldn't understand, because in her world, the world government, Marine headquarters, and warlord policy had absolutely nothing to do with her life over the past few years. But she was still very willing to listen to Jake tell her these things she didn't really comprehend. The reason was simple, she really liked the way Jake looked when he talked to her about these things. Meanwhile, Kizaru looked at Jake. Behind his sunglasses, no one knew what his gaze was really like at that moment. Then, one last question, do you think the world government will use similar methods to further weaken and check the Marines? It's hard to say, but at least in the near future, such a situation won't occur. It's now the 9th year since Gold Roger's death, and also the 9th year since the Great Pirate Era began. The number of pirates keep increasing. Taking my home country of Aston Kingdom as an example, the number of pirates increases every year without decreasing. Add to that the recent Fisher Tiger incident and pirates will be celebrating again. Combined with the atmosphere of the warlord policy, the impact of these three waves together is extremely huge. Whether the world government wants to admit it or not, at least in the near future, the Marines' importance to them is higher than at any other time. Moreover, the warlord policy hasn't been fully implemented yet. Later on, they'll see how strong the Marines are. If we become too powerful, then implementing the warlord policy can further restrain the Marines' development. At the same time, if the world government repeatedly suppresses the Marines, it will cause strong backlash from Marine headquarters. The effects of this backlash are also not what the world government wants. Therefore, I predict that for at least the next 5 years, the world government won't take measures to continue restraining the Marines' development. By the time Jake finished speaking, the noodles in Borsellino's bowl had become somewhat hard and stiff from soaking in the broth. However, he didn't seem to care about this. He just smiled and said to Jake, "Young man, you're quite right. I've been thoroughly educated by you today. By the way, are you free tonight? Why don't you two come with me to continue training at the training grounds? As devil fruit users, I know your training today probably hasn't reached its limit yet. I can't stay here for long, so if you're willing, we can do some extra practice tonight. After all, it's not easy to make this uncle feel motivated for once." Hearing Kizaru's words, Jake's face lit up with undisguised joy. Being personally instructed by Kizaru was not only a leap forward in strength, but also a major expansion of his connections. Within Marine headquarters, although Kizaru was considered the leader of the most laid-back faction, this didn't mean Kizaru's faction had no influence. On the contrary, most of the officers who didn't want to side with Akainu or Aokiji basically stood with Kizaru. Moreover, Kizaru was the leader of the scientific division. As long as Jake could build a good relationship with Kizaru, he basically wouldn't have to worry about anything. Thinking of this, Jake's spirits were lifted once again. Even Kizaru's somewhat lecherous face now seemed to have an extra hint of a smile. Then, Jake took a deep breath and said to Kizaru with a smile, "Vice Admiral Borsellino, Monet and I are extremely grateful for your training." As he spoke, he pulled Monet along to bow deeply to Borsellino. Seeing the two's attitude, Borsellino naturally smiled as well. As the last light in the cafeteria went out, the three had already arrived at a corner of the training grounds. Kizaru first looked at Jake, then scratched his head and said, "I heard from Sakazuki that your devil fruit ability seems to have characteristics similar to my glint fruit. It seems you can also control light to some degree. Is that right?" Hearing Kizaru's words, a faint golden light slowly appeared in Jake's palm, illuminating this small area of sky brightly. He looked at Kizaru and said sincerely, "It should be different from your glint fruit, Vice Admiral. I can't turn into an element, and rather than light, it's more like an effect that accompanies a certain energy when manifested. Put some of that energy in my palm and let me see." After Kizaru touched some of the light from Jake, a faint smile appeared on his face. Then he said, although the situation is similar to what you described, your light is not a pure elemental manifestation like the glint fruit, but more like an effect that comes with the fruit ability's form. But you were wrong about one thing. Although your devil fruit can't achieve elemental transformation like Logia-type fruits, it can, like mine, materialize the fruit ability to create your own weapon, like this. As Kozaru spoke, he brought his hands together slightly. As his palms separated, a golden sword flickering with a soft light appeared in his hand. He looked at Jake and said with a smile, "You see, just like my Ama no Murakumo, your ability can do the same thing. In the light you just displayed, I sensed something similar to my ability, namely, a relatively stable plasticity. This is something even some Logia types can't do. For example, Sakazuki's magma fruit. Although it's also a Logia-type devil fruit, he basically can't turn magma into a weapon. The reason is simple. First, the inherent instability of magma, and second, the efficiency of using magma as a weapon is far inferior to simply pouring more magma directly on the opponent's head. Actually, many people are puzzled about how light elements can be condensed, but it's not really that strange. How should I put it? For me, light elements are not really the ethereal things people understand them to be. In my eyes, light elements are more like jelly smeared with lubricant, very slippery while also being malleable. The slippery property gives it extreme speed, while the malleability gives it killing power and force. Your light is the same to me, both are different from natural light. Listening to Kozaru's words, Jake's expression as he looked at the holy light in his hand underwent a subtle change. See 3232. Before Kozaru said those words, Jake had actually considered whether he could gather the holy light power within his body. But due to the special nature of light elements, Jake found it very difficult to shape them like a solid matter. Even if he fused all the holy light power together, it only made a light tube brighter, falling far short of the effect of Kozaru's Ama no Murakumo sword. Hearing Jake's confusion, Kozaru just smiled and replied, "Don't rush it, Jake boy, your approach is correct. Compressing massive amounts of light elements into a solid matter is how Ama no Murakumo works. But your current result, just a brighter light tube, stems from two reasons." At this point, Kozaru held up two fingers. He stroked his stubbly chin, observing the light in Jake's hand, then explained. "First, the light elements are too scarce. Even though I know this is all the light power in your body right now, it's still far too thin to possibly solidify into a physical form. Light elements are different from fruits like the ice fruit or snow fruit that naturally come with a physical form. If you want to gather it into a solid matter, the total amount of elements needed far exceeds your imagination. Based on your current power level, you probably won't be able to briefly form a light sword until you reach 1000 power Doriki. But the stamina and mental energy consumed would far outweigh the benefits of the light sword. So this brings us to the second point, the relative constraint of armament haki on devil fruit abilities." Hearing Kozaru's words, Jake was slightly dazed. He looked at Kozaru, his eyes revealing some confusion. Kozaru just smiled, then covered his arm with a layer of black energy like steel. Haki may be unfamiliar to you, but almost every strong person in the Grand Line knows how to use this ability. Unlike devil fruit powers that rely on chance to obtain, haki is a force hidden within the human body that can be developed and guided through training. Haki can be roughly divided into three types: armament haki, which can harden one's defenses and increase attack power; observation haki, which can sense the enemy's aura and movements; and conqueror's haki, which belongs only to certain chosen individuals from birth. The first two types of haki can be used by anyone, but conqueror's haki is so rare that you might not find one person in a million who has it. It's even rarer than devil fruits. At this point, Kozaru glanced at Jake, who seemed to be spacing out, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Seeing that Kozaru had stopped lecturing, Monet followed his gaze and looked over. Upon discovering Jake zoning out again, Monet anxiously pinched Jake's arm and said, "Jake, how can you space out at a time like this?" However, at this moment Jake was listening to the information transmitted by the system in his mind and an uncontrollable look of joy appeared on his face. Congratulations to the host for observing Borsellino's armament haki and mastering the new skill, armament haki. Current proficiency 1/100th. When it reaches 100 points, large-scale armament haki coding will be unlocked. When he felt the familiar pain in his waist, Jake's spirit was instantly pulled back to reality. What greeted his eyes was Monet's somewhat reproachful and angry expression, as well as Kozaru's still lecherous smiling face. "Oh my, is Jake finding what I'm teaching too boring? You actually spaced out while listening to me, how mean." Hearing Kozaru's words, Jake immediately explained, "No, it's not what you think. I spaced out just now because I seem to have unconsciously mastered that same armament haki as you, so I was a bit dazed. I'm very sorry." Upon hearing this, the lecherous expression on Kozaru's face dissipated slightly. He looked at Jake, his voice somewhat serious, unlike his usual playful tone. "Jake, if you space out, I wouldn't blame you too much. But if you're using this kind of lie to deceive me, I would." However, before Kozaru could finish speaking, Jake preemptively cut him off. In Monet and Kozaru's shocked expressions that looked like their eyeballs were about to pop out, Jake's arm was now covered in the same black color as what was on Kozaru's hand earlier. Seeing Kozaru somewhat dazed, Jake extended his arm towards Kozaru and said, "But this is all I can do for now. Can this be considered armament haki?" The reason Jake didn't hide anything in front of Kozaru was because he couldn't afford to hide anything right now. People's combat power changes very quickly in the One Piece world, and the situation in these 2 years is very unstable. He must demonstrate enough value and power in the eyes of these high-level figures to be taken seriously by them. Jake hopes to become an indispensable member of the younger generation in their eyes, rather than being used as an ordinary political pawn to be sent to die. And here, there is only one way to quickly gain the favor of these high-level figures in a short time, which is to let them see your talent and ability, to make them reach a point where they absolutely cannot give up on your talents and abilities. Obviously, this time Jake directly grasped the armament haki that took Kizaru a month to manifest in less than a second and was also able to perform an extremely small degree of coating on his own arm. It should be noted that just being able to manifest armament haki out from inside the body was already somewhat unbelievable to Kizaru, because he wasn't teaching Jake how to learn armament haki just now. He didn't even tell Jake how to manifest armament haki, he just wanted to let Jake see what armament haki was. But looking at the smiling youth in front of him, after a brief moment of shock, Kizaru shook his head with an indescribable smile and said, "Jake, your learning talent is truly astounding, even to me. No, forget about me, I'm afraid even the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Master Zephyr would have the same evaluation if they saw this." C-3333. The black armament haki on his arm made Kizaru utter a somewhat emotional voice, while also plunging Monet beside him into deep self-doubt. She looked at her own arm, imagining in her mind what it would look like covered in armament haki, but obviously nothing unusual appeared. Her arm, as soft as a white cloud, remained the same as before, without any change at all. Observing this scene, Kizaru smiled and said to Monet, "Don't be jealous or flustered, Monet. This is normal. You should know that even when Master Zephyr personally taught us to guide haki, it took me about a month to be able to manifest haki out. Someone like Jake, who can manifest haki out and cover it on the surface of his body just by seeing me demonstrate once, is the first I've seen in all my years." Hearing Kizaru's words, the expression on Monet's face improved slightly. She then looked at Jake, sighed lightly and said, Every time you space out you give people so many surprises, I really don't know what to say about you. Also, congratulations on mastering armament haki, remember to teach me later." Looking at Monet who was giving him her most sincere blessings, the last nerve that Jake was still holding onto in his heart also relaxed. Afraid of brothers suffering, yet also afraid of brothers getting ahead. This kind of complex and contradictory mindset is actually applicable in any world. For example, the conflict that erupted between Usopp and Luffy in Water 7 in the original story. On the surface, that conflict seemed to be caused by the issue of changing ships. But upon careful analysis, one can dig deeper and find that Usopp's mindset problem was actually the biggest factor leading to the outbreak of conflict at that time. Starting from Water 7, the combat power of the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew had already become almost insurmountably different from that of ordinary crew members. And Usopp, as the most ordinary and least special crew member on the Straw Hat ship, had actually started to have that kind of, "will I be abandoned by my companions because my growth rate is too slow," psychology from a very early time. Actually, it's not surprising that Usopp developed those emotions. Given his situation on the ship at that time, it's actually very understandable. First, there's no need to say much about the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew. As combat members, they had an absolutely irreplaceable position. Next, let's talk about the weak group that he belonged to, namely Chopper, Nami and Usopp. Among the weak group, it can be clearly seen that Chopper is the ship's doctor. During long voyages, the importance of a doctor goes without saying. Chopper cannot be replaced. Then there's Nami. Although strictly speaking Nami is even weaker than Usopp, Nami is a navigator, a crucial existence that determines whether the entire ship can sail normally on the sea. Moreover, Nami's navigation knowledge has even reached a level rarely seen in the world, and the Straw Hat crew absolutely cannot give up such a technical talent. So, finally there's Usopp. His position is actually very awkward. He calls himself a sniper, but in reality he doesn't have any relevant knowledge at all, nor does he have so-called artillery experience and methods. Even the lookout and observation role that a sniper should fulfill is basically being done by Zoro instead. Usopp's daily work on the ship, most of the time, is to act as a kind of filler role. Wherever there's a shortage, he has to go fill in. When the kitchen is short-staffed they'll find Usopp to help. When Chopper is making medicine, he'll also find Usopp to help. When Nami needs a weapon, she'll also find Usopp to ask for help. When the Mary needs repairs, they also need Usopp to help. But this doesn't mean Usopp is an all-rounder who is indispensable everywhere. In fact, it further illustrates that Usopp is an unimportant character, needed everywhere, but can be absent from anywhere. Especially his most prominent role on the Straw Hat ship at that time, shipwright. In Water 7, any random shipwright would be infinitely stronger than Usopp. It was under these multiple factors that such an intense and almost irreconcilable conflict erupted between Usopp and Luffy. When Jake revealed his talent to Kizaru, he actually had some concerns about Monet's mindset. He was worried that Monet would be like Usopp, developing emotions about whether he would abandon her due to his too rapid growth rate, leading to the two of them eventually growing apart. However, after seeing Monet's sincere smile and blessing, the stone in Jake's heart finally dropped. Monet is not Usopp, and he, Jake, is not Luffy. Kizaru naturally also noticed Jake's subtle actions. The cunning old man immediately understood what Jake was worried about, and his satisfaction with Jake increased even more. This kid in front of him has a monstrous talent that he has never seen before, a keen perception and care for the emotions of subordinates and people around him that Sakazuki doesn't have, a definition and firm goal for justice that he himself doesn't have, and a boundary between justice and evil that Kuzan doesn't have. He is like any one of the three of them, yet unlike any one of the three of them. Looking at Jake now, a thought that surprised even himself popped up in Kizaru's mind. If possible, perhaps Jake would be the best candidate for the next fleet admiral. However, upon seeing the armament hockey so thin that even a fruit knife could tear through it, Kizaru still smiled and shook his head. It's still far from that time. No matter how great an existence is, they still have to start from being small and progress step by step. Jake is still too weak now. Things like fleet admiral candidate will have to wait until later. Kizaru lowered his head and smiled at Jake. Jake, your talent is really scary, you even scared me, that is indeed armament hockey, but looking at it now, your armament hockey is still too weak. Let's continue talking about the light element shaping we mentioned earlier. We were talking about the second point, about hockey's reverse control of elements, right? Jake nodded, and Kizaru continued. The bodies of Logia Devil Fruit users are almost immune to all attacks, with the exception of hockey. Attacks wrapped in hockey can easily grab the bodies of Logia users, and it is precisely this factor that allows light, an element that is difficult to understand normally, to be forged and shaped in a materialized way. It's kinda slow, so I guess I am gonna do a mass release on Sunday so we can skip most of the training arc and go straight into Flevent's arc. C-3434. On the training ground, a faint golden light occasionally flashed. Jake looked at the miniature light sword in his hand, which wasn't even as big as a nail clipper, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Although this thing wasn't even sharp enough to trim someone's nails, it was a further in-depth development of Jake's own abilities. Kizaru was right, he could use armament hockey to form a kind of shell similar to a mold and then fill it with holy light. Under the enclosure of armament hockey, his holy light could actually do things similar to devil fruits. Although Jake didn't know why his holy light could be shaped by armament hockey, having one more ability was good no matter what. Moreover, the constant messages of holy light infusion proficiency +1 in his mind made him even more excited. On the other side, Monet was also beginning the process of shaping snow under Kizaru's guidance. The snow fruit and ice fruit actually have similar abilities, but the ice fruit has shaping abilities that the snow fruit can hardly match, especially the hardness of ice. I'm not like Sakazuki, I can't help you control temperature, so all I can do is teach you how to solidify and harden the elementalization. With the joint efforts of Monet and Jake, the entire training ground occasionally lit up with golden light and a slightly chilly wind. Kizaru didn't leave, he casually sat down not far from the two. Monet's ability also eased the slightly stuffy wind at this moment. He looked towards Jake's direction, his eyes revealing some expectation. Although he was suddenly called over by Sakazuki this time, training talented marine soldiers like Jake and Monet was somewhat good. It wasn't about valuing Jake and Monet's political status, but simply the joy in his heart when seeing good seedlings. He was still looking forward to seeing how far Jake and Monet could grow, especially Jake, that guy was full of strange ideas. Kizaru even saw in him a potential that might possibly change the future of the Marines. However, every time he thought of this, Kizaru would lightly support his forehead and laugh. How could this be possible? Wanting to change the Marines is equivalent to fighting the entire world government and even the Marine headquarters. This is not something that can be done just by saying it. Right now Jake was still very weak, so weak that even saying those words was extremely dangerous for him. Before long, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Kizaru yawned, then stood up and said to the two, "It's getting late, I'll head back first. You two should go back early too. If I'm not mistaken, your stamina should have already reached their limits. Even with Jake's healing ability, you need to pay attention to rest. Oh right, Jake, the things you said today are very scary things, don't carelessly say them out loud." As he spoke, Kizaru walked towards the dormitory direction. Jake looked at his tall figure, a grateful expression appearing on his face. He naturally knew the danger contained in those words of his. If it wasn't Kizaru who heard these words today, but some other Marine higher-ups who were more obedient to the world government, Jake would probably have been transferred to the CP base for interrogation by now. As Kizaru's tall figure disappeared at the end of the training ground, Jake said to Monet beside him, "Let's go back first. We need to get up early for training tomorrow morning, and at noon, there's the assembly patrol near the sea train. If we stay up too late tonight, it won't be good for our condition tomorrow." I'm feeling a bit tired too. Controlling ice and snow is really not an easy thing. Seeing Monet's was really exhausted, Jake nodded and then the two chatted while walking towards the dormitory direction. "Do you think we can get a top 3 ranking in that Marine elite training? I always lack confidence. Before meeting you, forget about fighting people, I hadn't even defeated wild animals, like Aunt Orlean's little lamb in the village, or Uncle Doobie." Monet's voice was very pleasant, clear and clean in tone, but not harsh or short. Instead, it gave people a sense of peace and tranquility. "Don't worry, Monet, as long as we proceed step by step, we'll probably have no problem getting a top 3 ranking this time. Logia Devil Fruits actually have an insurmountable advantage among new recruits who haven't fully mastered armament hockey. And my zone Devil Fruit, as long as..." Jake analyzed thoroughly, while Monet nodded in response from time to time. Their shadows intertwined into a thick ink under the moonlight. Back at the dormitory, Monet very thoughtfully came to Jake's room and physically cooled down his somewhat stuffy room. As the temperature in the room dropped, the surrounding environment obviously became more comfortable. At this time, Jake looked at his attribute panel, a smile appearing on his face. Name: Jake Lawrence. Age: 16 inches. Power level: 25. As holy light circulates, your physical strength and endurance have significantly improved. Holy light. 17. Suffering cannot be avoided, but when facing suffering, we can seek guidance and help from the divine, but more importantly, it's your own choice. Passive ability 1. Holy light infusion 35 100ths. Passive ability 2. Holy light retribution 35 100ths. Active ability 1. Judgment hammer strike 30 100ths. Active ability 2. Healing prayer 72 100ths. Armament hockey 3 100ths. Large scale armament coating will be unlocked when it reaches 100 points. This was just the result achieved on his first day of training. His power level had directly increased from the initial 10 to the current 25. Jake pinched his arm, he could even feel that almost explosive increase in strength. Although this might be an immediate effect at the beginning, he didn't have the bottleneck in growth that troubled most strong people's training progress. As long as he maintained this kind of training volume, he would only need to train for a month to become a true superhuman with 500 power level. Although it's nothing compared to Lucci's 4000 power level, as long as he was given time, surpassing Lucci would only be a matter of a year. Power level is Doriki if you guys forgot. C 3535. Late at night, Borsellino sat at his desk, constantly filing his already very smooth fingernails with a nail file, while speaking to the serious-looking Den Mushi. Sakazuki, you've really given me a big trouble this time. Hearing Kizaru's words, Sakazuki, who was currently sitting on the wreckage of a pirate ship, slightly changed his expression and then said, "What do you mean? Is the trouble referring to Jake, or something else?" "Of course it's that soldier called Jake. Your luck really makes me envious, actually picking up 2 such talented kids as soon as you go out. Monet's snow fruit, if developed well, might be on par with Kuzan. Just thinking about someone like Kuzan appearing in your faction makes me want to laugh." Sakazuki. Hearing the voice and looking at the extremely lecherous expression on the Den Mushi right now, Sakazuki also felt somewhat helpless. He sighed and then continued, "If you called just to say these things, I'm going to hang up. There are still remnants of pirates to clean up here and sea kings are also coming this way. I don't have much time to chat idly with you. Your magma fruit always boils the seawater. Most of those pirates who fell into the water probably cooked right now. No wonder it attracts those sea kings. How scary. I'm hanging up." Hearing this, Kizaru finally put down his nail file and said to Sakazuki on the other end of the phone, "The troublesome thing is about Jake. Today, after you left, I happened to run into Jake and Monet on my way to the cafeteria. They were chatting at the time and I was curious about what they were saying, so I followed behind them. Do you know what I accidentally overheard?" Sakazuki's face darkened, then he said, "Could it be that Jake doesn't intend to sincerely join the Marine? Or does he have some other purpose for coming to the Marine?" "No, how could you think of that, you scary guy, but what I heard was also very scary, that little brat Jake," he actually said. After Kizaru told Sakazuki everything he had heard, Sakazuki, who was sitting on the ruins of the pirate ship, suddenly fell silent. Then he said to Kizaru, who was also silent on the other end of the phone, "Don't let this information spread. Consider it a favor I owe you. If you have any tasks you don't want to do later, I'll complete them for you free of charge." Kizaru's nail filing motion came to an abrupt halt, then he said with a slightly lecherous tone, "As for tasks and such, I can complete them himself. But what I want isn't that. Rather, I have some personal requests regarding Jake." "What requests?" "I will come to observe Jake's training from time to time and Jake must spend 1 month each year training with me on Egghead Island." Hearing Kizaru's words, Sakazuki was a bit surprised. He wasn't worried about whether Kizaru wanted to poach Jake from him, because Kizaru's sense of justice was vague, even completely lacking compared to his own absolute justice. For this reason, Kizaru himself was rather resistant to the idea of leading the Marine. Because of this, he wasn't concerned that Kizaru would try to steal Jake's allegiance from him. Although there were factions within the Marine, in reality the various factions got along quite well. Some officers from different factions were even good friends. They simply had different ideals of justice and it hadn't reached the point of so-called factional struggles. But most of the time, people still hoped that someone from their own faction would lead the Marine and decide the overall direction of things. For example, if you let Aokiji lead Akainu, watching those pirates go unkilled every day would be more painful for Akainu than being killed himself. Back to the point, Akainu listened to Kizaru's sudden words with some confusion, then asked, "I can agree to your request, but I want to know your reason for doing this. In my impression, you're not such a diligent person, Borsellino." "Don't be so serious, I just really like Jake's personality, including those things he said. I'm also very interested. Don't you think it's a very lucky thing to have such a subordinate? It's a very good thing, but also a very troublesome thing. You're calling him to Egghead, probably to introduce him to that person, right?" Just to get acquainted. I don't intend to let Dr. Vegapunk conduct research on Jake, you can rest assured about that. I'm very interested in the future blueprint Jake described, so I just want to lend a hand." Akainu was silent for a moment, then said, "It's just the world of a kid's dreams. He still doesn't know how vast organizations like the Marine and world government really are. When he finds out, he may change his mind. We'll see about that when the time comes. Anyway, For now, I have high hopes for Jake. If Fleet Admiral Sengoku retires, I might nominate Jake to be the next Fleet Admiral, you know. Do as you please. Sakazuki hung up the phone after saying that. Then countless magma erupted from his arm, instantly cooking the sea kings beneath his feet that were nearly as large as dozens of warships. Looking at the pirate ship wreckage under his feet, he muttered to himself. These damn pirates, did you think the Marine wouldn't dare pursue you just because you got close to the comm belt? But Jake, that little brat, I hope he didn't disappoint me. Looking at the thick stack of papers in his hand, these were all originally Kizaru's tasks, but now he had taken them over. If Jake couldn't make the progress Akainu wanted to see, Akainu would really have to give Jake a good lesson when he got back. Kizaru put down his nail file and blew away the dust remaining on his fingernails. Then he looked out the window, his expression appearing somewhat lecherous. The sky had not yet fully brightened, with only a hint of dawn appearing on the distant horizon. A layer of thin mist covered the sea surface. The somewhat hurried sound of reveille echoed throughout the dormitory. Jake lay in bed, listening to the familiar wake-up bugle, and unconsciously let out a sigh. Monet's voice came from outside. Jake, are you ready? It's time to go. Quickly getting up, Jake picked up his toothbrush cup and called out to the door. The door isn't locked, Monet. You can come in directly. Just give me a moment. C-3636. There was no sign of Kizaru on the training ground. Given his personality, it would be difficult for him to change in such a short time. Besides, he had already taught Jake and Monet the most basic training methods yesterday. They just needed to follow the plan step by step, so there was no need for him to constantly watch over them. Moreover, Jake and Monet were also going to participate in regular marine training today. Although they were devil fruit users, they still needed to keep up with the most basic physical training. After all, the training volume for ordinary marine soldiers was also quite large. For normal ordinary marines, the daily training regimen consisted of 2,000 push-ups, 100 high-altitude rope climbs, 200 laps of long-distance running and finally combat training. To be honest, this level of training was just the basic daily task for ordinary marines. So when Jake thought about how Koby worked 200 times harder than other marines every day, it made his scalp tingle. If Koby did 400,000 push-ups a day, there are 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour. Assuming Koby exercised for 16 hours a day, with the remaining 8 hours for odd jobs, eating, sleeping and handling personal matters, that would be 57,600 seconds of exercise per day. And Koby needed to do 400,000 push-ups a day. 400,000 divided by 57,600 approximately equals 6.9, which means Koby did 6.9 push-ups per second just for push-ups alone. This doesn't even count the additional 20,000 high-altitude rope climbs, 40,000 laps of running, and training to fight 200 marines of equal level until passing out. Looking at it this way, Koby's growth rate indeed matched this level of effort. In comparison, Zoro's training from childhood and Luffy's life and death battles seemed too lazy in front of the Marine King Koby. But there are only 24 hours in a day and Koby had to complete 200 times the effort of others within one day, which would be equivalent to other Marines only training for 7 minutes and 2 seconds each day. Obviously, most Marines couldn't complete their training in 7 minutes, which means if Koby wanted to achieve 200 times the training, he likely crossed over to the Naruto world, stole the shadow clone technique and then trained in the hyperbolic time chamber. Rubbing his head, which felt a bit heavy from waking up early, Jake decided that if he had the chance in the future, he would go see exactly how Koby trained. Holy light circulated through his body, rejuvenating every muscle movement with vitality. This was also the reason Jake could force himself to keep running. For someone like him who took about 7 minutes to run 1,000 meters in college in his previous life, without relying on the power of holy light, he really would have died before running such a long distance. However, because this was a branch, the training volume was only 1/3 of that for headquarters soldiers do, so the running was actually only 35 laps. But if it wasn't completed within 3 hours, an additional 15 laps would be added as punishment. For the first 15 laps, Jake felt okay. The circulation of holy light and increase in power level indeed made Jake's current physical condition far superior to ordinary people. But starting from the 20th lap, a large amount of iron rust taste began to appear in Jake's throat. Each breath made a wheezing sound like a broken bellows. His vision started to blur. This lap was different from the standard 400 meters track in his previous life. Although the construction funds for the branch weren't very sufficient, the track here was still 1,500 meters long. As for headquarters, it actually had a total length of 2,000 meters. Monet was also gritting her teeth at this moment, desperately following behind Jake. Although there were many monsters in the world of One Piece, for most ordinary humans, women's physical fitness was indeed slightly weaker than men's. Being able to keep up with Jake was already Monet's limit. However, after consuming a devil fruit, the user's physical constitution would also be enhanced to some extent. The physical enhancement was most obvious for zone types. For paramesha types, it depended on the specific type of fruit. For example, the rust fruit and the bean fruit had very different effects on enhancing the human body. As for Logia types, they had the smallest degree of physical enhancement for the user. But because the users could transform into their element, this characteristic allowed most Logia fruit users' bodies to undergo subtle changes. These changes often aligned with the fruit's characteristics and could moderately strengthen the user's physical body. Seeing Monet beside him who was almost about to faint from exhaustion, Jake reached out his hand and pushed Monet for a lap, allowing her to relax her pace a bit. Only then did the two start running side by side again. The power of holy light continued to infuse and Jake could feel a sense of soreness but also inexplicable numbness throughout his body. Neither he nor Monet used their devil fruit abilities, or rather, Jake didn't use healing prayer to restore his stamina. This kind of training method was meant to push one's physical limits to the extreme. If he were to use healing prayer, it would be somewhat like cheating himself. Borsellino stood by the window of his office, watching the scene before him. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Not using their fruit abilities, huh? They have quite a good sense of training. Otherwise I would definitely have given them extra practice tonight. Ouch, I cut into my nail bed. How strange, I was using observation hockey too." Monet's heavy panting continued to sound beside him. Jake turned his head to look at Monet, whose dark green long hair was now wet with sweat and clinging to her smooth forehead in strands. Panting heavily, he encouraged her. "Just 2 more laps and we're done. We're the first to complete the task and we still need to go save your sister later. We can't fail here." Hearing Jake's words, Monet also gritted her teeth and continued to finish the last stretch. The morning passed quickly. Jake and Monet were now slumped on the grass of the training field, leaning against each other's backs to get some rest. Monet's body was cool and refreshing. Leaning against her after training gave an indescribable sense of comfort. This morning, Monet and Jake successfully completed all the training tasks. Although it was only about 1/3 of what headquarters Marines did, it was already quite good for the two of them who had joined the Marine less than a month ago. "Jake, want me to make you some ice water? But be careful when you drink it. Don't gulp it down too fast or you'll cough up blood. Just sip it slowly." "Thank you, Monet. Did you bring a cup?" "I brought one, and I also bought a new one for you, but I don't know if you'll like the color." "What color is it?" "Pink, with a little dog pattern on it. It already sounds like I'll love it." See 3737. A morning of training left Jake and Monet feeling exhausted. However, when the two dragged their somewhat heavy bodies to the cafeteria, most of the Marines smiled and made way for them. Although Jake and Monet felt a bit embarrassed to accept this treatment, after all, others had also been queuing for a long time to eat and everyone was hungry after a morning of training. Taking someone else's place like this didn't seem quite right. But they soon discovered that if they didn't step forward, the others wouldn't be willing to go ahead and eat either, just wasting time like this. The reason why the soldiers treated Jake and Monet this way was simple. It wasn't because of flattery about their promising future or anything like that, but purely out of sincere respect for the two of them. Jake didn't need to be mentioned. He spent time almost every day with Ms. Elibum treating injured soldiers in the base. After each treatment session, what made Jake happier than the constantly increasing holy light proficiency was the smiles on those faces that seemed to have been given a new life. Though it might seem a bit sentimental, the positive emotional feedback from people can truly be a great source of encouragement. On the scorching summer island of Water 7, Monet's presence had become a hidden air conditioner for all the soldiers. Wherever she was, she would consciously release a hint of cold air to make the surrounding temperature more bearable. While this wasn't difficult for Monet, in fact, it was merely a side effect of her efforts to keep Jake comfortable, it still allowed the hardworking Marines to enjoy a cool environment after a long day. The mess hall, usually much hotter than the outside, often left everyone sticky with sweat after meals. But now, lunchtime had become refreshing and clean. With both their physical recovery and comfort relying on Jake and Monet, the Marines' respect for the two of them was deep and heartfelt. Lunch consisted of richly prepared sea king meat served with rice drizzled in a special sauce, along with a variety of vegetables and fruits. For the Marines, two things were never to be skimped on: food and weapons. Jake swallowed the last bite of meat in his mouth, took a sip of the ice water beside him and let out a long sigh. After finishing his meal, he turned his gaze to Monet, who was still eating in front of him. She ate gracefully but not slowly. After all, the Marines' lunch break was short, lasting only about 40 minutes, including the time spent getting food. Before Monet could finish, the urgent sound of the assembly horn rang out. Staring at the meat left in her bowl, Monet abandoned any pretense of ladylike manners, grabbing the last chicken leg with her hand and stacking her plate onto Jake's. Mumbling through a full mouth, she said, "Jake, toss my plate into the sink for me, I'll grab you some napkins. I'll wait for you at the door. Don't rush, Monet, you'll choke like that." 10 minutes later, Jake and Monet stood in formation among the Marines. Noticing the grease glinting on Monet's fingernails, Jake shook his head slightly, chuckling to himself. On the training platform, T-Bone was giving the assembled Marines a basic briefing on their mission. Pair up in teams of 2 and conduct detailed patrols of all areas around Water 7. Pay special attention to the security conditions near Tom's workers, keeping a constant watch on the surroundings. Now, the assignments. Jake, Monet, you'll cover the route from the back gate of Tom workers to the first sea train station in Water 7. This route is critically important, guard it well. Hearing T-Bone's orders, Jake and Monet responded in unison. Yes, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone. As Jake listened to his assigned patrol route, familiar faces flashed through his mind. Frankie, Iceberg, and Tom, all three were likely still working together in that workshop. If possible, Jake wanted to build a good relationship with them and see if he could alter Tom's fate. After all, a man capable of building ships for the Pirate King was valuable enough to be enticing. not to mention the fact that Tom might very well possess the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton. The voice of Monet urging came from beside his ear. Jake, let's go. Everyone has already set off. After responding, Jake and Monet followed the main group, jogging away from the marine branch in Water 7. Although he had glimpsed the overall appearance of Water 7 when disembarking at the port that day, it had been nighttime, so the scene he saw then was nowhere near as awe-inspiring as today's view. The entire city was crisscrossed with winding waterways, some so intricately intertwined that they carved new routes right through buildings. The sunlight happened to spill down at that moment, illuminating the shimmering water surfaces, the dancing light sparkling like gold. Passers-by navigated the waterways in oddly shaped small boats, the splashing water adding vibrant energy to the city. After jogging for about 10 minutes, the group finally arrived at their mission destination, Tom's workers. The workshop was somewhat distant from the city center but fortunately close to the waterways. Entering any waterway allowed easy access to any street in Water 7. At the entrance of Tom's workers, a burly fish man with a kindly smile stood before the Marines. He seemed to have known T-Bone for some time. Upon recognizing T-Bone, old Tom immediately stepped forward and enveloped him in a bear hug, then said with a laugh. T-Bone, no, Lieutenant Commander. It's been so long. Has the branch rotation brought you back here again? A faint smile appeared on T-Bone's somewhat fierce face as he replied. Yes, the rotation happens every 2 years. It's my turn again this year. I hope you can complete the sea train during my tenure. Ha ha ha, of course. Aside from you, I don't trust any other Marines. T-Bone sighed and frowned. Tom, don't say that. My soldiers are all warriors willing to sacrifice themselves for justice. Every one of them is a Marine worthy of the people's trust. Seeing T-Bone's displeasure, Tom didn't press further and simply asked softly. So, which 2 soldiers will be guarding the back door this time? T-Bone pointed to Monet and Jake, standing inconspicuously in the group and said. 2 devil fruit users, C-3838. What made Water 7 stand out among other islands, aside from its intricate network of waterways spanning the entire city, was its reputation as the best ship repairing hub in the Grand Line. Nearly every small inland lake leading to the ocean was dotted with slightly damaged ships. Most of these were merchant vessels or military ships, though the latter were mostly outdated models phased out by the Marines. The most advanced warships, to prevent design blueprints from being stolen, were usually repaired at Marine Headquarters Mary Geoise or on Egghead Island. Jake and Monet stood on the backstreet of Tom's workers, where few pedestrians passed by. Most were shirtless shipwrights carrying construction materials. Due to the high humidity and temperature, the shipbuilders were already drenched in sweat. However, Jake didn't ask Monet to activate her devil fruit ability immediately. Tom's workers was a massive place and what they saw before them was only a small part of it. If Monet used her ability to bring comfort to this small group, the shipbuilders in other areas who didn't receive the same treatment would feel resentful and direct their dissatisfaction towards Jake and Monet. Moreover, this was an extremely open area. If Monet wanted to maintain a comfortable temperature for an extended period, she would need to expend a great deal of energy to sustain her devil fruit ability continuously. If she chose to rest midway, the shipbuilders might either smile understandingly or react with complaints and discontent. People care more about fairness than scarcity. As long as everyone suffers equally, a decline in quality of life becomes bearable. Besides, maintaining a comfortable temperature wasn't Monet's responsibility. If she exhausted her energy doing so, what would she rely on if real danger arose? Could they expect these shipbuilders enjoying the cool air to understand Monet and fight for her? No, most likely they would simply complain that she and Jake were incompetent Marines and report them to their superiors for failing to fulfill their duties. If you can't do something right, it's better not to do it at all, at least then no one can accuse you of mistakes. Monet listened to Jake's words, her striking dark golden eyes flickering with surprise as she pondered the validity of his reasoning. In less than 2 minutes, she reached a conclusion: Jake was right. So, she followed his advice, shrinking the range of her devil fruit ability from dozens of meters to just around herself and Jake. As the cool, comfortable breeze enveloped them, Monet continued questioning Jake. Jake, before we split into teams, that fish man glanced at us and then had a brief chat with T-Bone. Did they know each other before, or did they just click instantly upon meeting? Hearing this, Jake explained. During a break in training a while back, I overheard old William and the others mention that Marines stationed at branches usually rotate every 2 years. Lieutenant Commander T-Bone was stationed in Water 7 4 years ago. But why, doesn't rotating every 2 years hinder long-term development for the Marines? I mean, in those 2 years, the stationed Marines would have familiarized themselves with the surrounding environment, enemy conditions and the island's situation. What's the purpose of replacing them? Faced with Monet's question, Jake provided the answer. I asked old William the same thing back then, and here's what he told me. Because in many places, there have been instances where the Marines stationed long-term ended up colluding with underground merchants on the islands, even cooperating with nearby pirates to oppress local residents. It was during one of Vice Admiral Sakazuki's vacations that he accidentally uncovered such a situation. Upon witnessing this, Vice Admiral Sakazuki was naturally furious. After making the simplest report to Marine Headquarters, without waiting for a response, he proceeded to obliterate the entire branch, along with the local black market and pirate ships anchored in nearby waters. In that battle, Vice Admiral Sakazuki took no prisoners. As a result of this incident, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, who was already a Vice Admiral at the time, was even demoted to Rear Admiral. But later, he climbed back up through his own merits. To prevent such incidents where long-term stationed Marines betray the name of justice, it became rare to deploy branch Marines to any location for extended periods. However, since troop redeployment involves many complications, this policy mainly applies to important islands in the Grand Line. In the 4 seas, recruitment and garrison duties are mostly handled locally, with occasional patrols by headquarters forces. Listening to Jake's explanation, Monet nodded thoughtfully. Then Water 7 must be an extremely important island. Even now, shortly after the Great Pirate Era began, when military resources are so scarce, it strictly implemented a 2-year rotation garrison system years ago. Yes, Water 7's geographical location is very special. It's near the boundary between the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, and the second half, the New World. Leaving Water 7, one can reach Sabayati Archipelago and from there, enter the New World. At the same time, Water 7 isn't far from Enies Lobby, Marine Headquarters, or Impel Down. Between these 3 locations, there's a triangular-shaped exclusive current where seawater flows counterclockwise, facilitating warship navigation. However, just as Jake was explaining this to Monet, a somewhat arrogant voice interrupted. Hey, you 2 Marines over there. Aren't you here for guard duty? Why are you chatting instead? Are you actually doing your jobs? Turning toward the voice, they saw a man wearing a floral shirt and only underpants on his lower half, looking displeased at them. His appearance instantly revealed his identity to Jake. The cyborg, Frankie, C-3939. Frankie had crossed the calm belt of the Grand Line with his parents as a child and arrived at Water 7. But at age 10, his parents deemed him too unruly and abandoned him there. But in reality, according to the One Piece conspiracy theories he read before the transmigration, the time when Frankie was abandoned coincided exactly with when Queen chose to join the Beast Pirates. Frankie's birth time also matched when Queen's child was born. Combined with the ability to traverse the calm belt, Frankie might indeed be Queen's child. Of course, those were just conspiracy. Looking at Frankie, who was exposing quite a bit of private areas, Monet turned her head away in disgust, while Jake smiled and said to Frankie. The shipwrights of Tom's workers not only possess first-class shipbuilding skills but also formidable combat abilities. The reason pirates don't dare come here is why we too can rest here for a while. But if any pirates do show up, believe me, we won't let the dock be damaged. For someone like Frankie who wasn't bad at heart but had an arrogant personality, the best approach was to speak softly and compliment him. It required no personal sacrifice, wasn't overly submissive and could avoid unnecessary conflict. After hearing Jake's words, Frankie couldn't help but show a smile. He rubbed the back of his head and coughed twice before saying, "Though you talk pretty smooth, that's no excuse for you 2 to slack off. If I catch you chatting here again, I'll teach you a lesson and let you experience the might of Frankie-sama." As Jake was about to respond, a calm voice sounded behind Frankie. "Frankie, don't be so rude to others. You 2 must be the Marines Tom-san mentioned responsible for security near the back entrance of the workshop, right? I've heard from Tom-san that you're both devil fruit users, correct?" The speaker had a mature, steady voice and a serious appearance, paired with energetic blue short hair. Jake immediately recognized him, Iceberg, also known as Iceberg, one of the men who knew about the Pluton blueprints. "Though I don't know how Tom learned we're devil fruit users, what you heard is correct. I'm a mythical zone type and this lady here has the snow fruit of the Logia type. I'm Jake, she's Monet. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be working together for quite some time." Seeing Jake's polite demeanor, Iceberg's impression of him improved significantly. Most Marines weren't particularly cultured, making communication difficult, so encountering an intelligent and polite Marine like Jake naturally put Iceberg in a good mood. "I'm Iceberg, a disciple of Tom-san. That rude fellow earlier is Frankie, also Tom-san apprentice. He tends to speak without thinking. If he offended you, I apologize on his behalf. Hey, Bakaberg, don't go making decisions for me. These 2 were just chatting here without any intention of working seriously. What's wrong with me teaching them a lesson?" Watching the noisy Frankie beside him, Iceberg sighed helplessly and turned to Jake. "Let's just ignore him for now. We're the ones troubling you all with this sea train operation. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask." "No problem, it's our duty as Marines. Escorting such a groundbreaking sea train is an honor for us." Seeing that neither Jake nor Iceberg paid him any attention, Frankie's expression darkened. For most men aged 16 to 26, being ignored was extremely infuriating. And for Frankie, who had never been particularly friendly since childhood, this was even more enraging. He suddenly swung his fist at Jake. However, Frankie wasn't using his full strength. He just wanted to teach Jake a lesson. Since Frankie attacked from Iceberg's blind spot, by the time Iceberg noticed, it was too late to intervene. He could only shout at Jake, "Watch out!" Iceberg was well aware of Frankie's temperament and strength. Though he knew Frankie wouldn't go all out, Frankie had always been physically stronger than most people. Even a casual punch could knock out a Marine soldiers with ease. While such an incident wouldn't cause serious harm, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, both of them were devil fruit users with potential to become at least Marine Vice Admirals in the future. It could also sour relations with the surrounding Marines. Either way, it was a lose-lose situation. But it was too late now. Iceberg could only pray that Jake would come out unscathed, or at least not pass out outright, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to apologize. Just then, a bone-chilling gust of wind swept through the area around Iceberg. The cold was so intense it felt like it could freeze one's soul. Having grown up in Water 7, a summer island, Iceberg had never experienced such frigid winds before. He instinctively shivered. Along with the wind came a cold, feminine voice. If you don't want to be arrested on the spot as a pirate for assaulting a marine, step back behind your companion right now. A menacing cold radiated from Monet. Frankie felt his limbs growing numb and sluggish, as if the wind scraping against his face were sharp knives, stinging his skin with every gust. In just a second, Frankie noticed faint white frost forming on his body. His arms were going numb from the cold and tiny cracks lined with blood began spreading from his fingertips. He looked up at Monet, whose expression was icy to the extreme, but instead of showing fear, he grinned and shouted. "A Logia, I've been wanting to beat one up for a long time." With that, he charged straight through the blizzard towards Monet's direction. Monet's expression turned cold as she prepared to lower the temperature further when Jake's voice rang out. "Frankie-san, if you continue forward, I'll consider you a pirate and arrest you immediately." C-4040. After being abandoned by his parents, Frankie had developed a faintly rebellious personality. If his parents abandoned him because he was too unruly to discipline, then he would make himself even more uncontrollable. This led to Frankie developing an extremely volatile temper. Except for showing some restraint in front of Tom and Iceberg, he would immediately resort to violence with anyone else at the slightest provocation. Thus, upon hearing Jake's warning, which wasn't even a real provocation, Frankie could barely contain his rage. His body, originally stiff from the cold wind, suddenly moved at more than double his previous speed. "Hey, you lazy-ass marine bastard. If you can do it, then show me." With that, Frankie's fist, noticeably twice the size of an average person's, slammed straight towards Jake's face. Though Monet was the one attacking him, teenagers at this age still harbored an unwillingness to strike members of the opposite sex. Seeing the fist rushing towards his face, a faint golden light flickered in Jake's eyes. Even in the original story, Frankie's modified body only matched the level of someone like Kumadori, whose power level was only 800. Right now, without any modifications and as an ordinary shipwright, Frankie's natural physical superiority gave him strength roughly 5 times that of an average marine soldier, a power level of 50. After a morning of training, Jake had successfully increased his power level by 7 points, bringing it to 32. Though still physically inferior to Frankie, Jake noticed the skill glowing in his mind. As Frankie charged at him, he sidestepped slightly, evading the attack effortlessly. The moment Frankie lunged forward, Monet unleashed the lowest temperature she could currently produce. While ensuring Jake's vision remained unobstructed, countless snowflakes obscured Frankie's sight. The sudden ice forming beneath his feet made him stagger, throwing him off balance. Jake didn't miss this opportunity. A thin layer of armament hockey slowly coated his palm as a faint golden light wrapped around his fist. He swung at Frankie's chin while the latter struggled to regain his footing. Judgment Hammer Strike. The attack, carrying a forced airborne effect, struck true. Frankie was sent flying into the air by an irresistible force, accompanied by crackling arcs of pale blue lightning that enveloped his body. The electric current was far from weak. Suspended mid-air, Frankie trembled violently as his hair stood on end, his skin showing signs of burns from the lightning. Watching the electricity coursing through Frankie, Jake felt a flicker of surprise. He hadn't expected the passive ability Holy Light Infusion to trigger on the very first strike. It's hard to say whether Frankie's luck was good or bad. The passive effects of burning, paralysis, and dazzling were immediately applied to him and they actually triggered in the very first round. What's worse, the effect that activated was the most unbearable one, paralysis. However, as Jake looked at the scorch marks left by the electric currents passing through Frankie's body, he couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that his holy light attacks would carry the properties of lightning. He had originally assumed that the lightning formed by holy light was merely superficial, lacking any real effect. But now, it seemed his holy light was practically a simplified version of the rumble fruit. Floating, paralysis, chilling and attacks imbued with armament hockey, this relentless barrage of strikes plunged Frankie's consciousness straight into darkness. The moment Frankie hit the ground, Jake had already flipped him over and cuffed his hands behind his back. Watching Jake move with such fluid precision, Iceberg found himself at a loss for words. Still, seeing the faint wisps of black smoke rising from his friend's mouth and smelling the unpleasant odor of singed hair, Iceberg finally spoke up, addressing Jake and Monet. "I deeply apologize for Frankie's offense toward you both. But please allow me to explain, Frankie didn't truly intend to attack you. Though I know this may be hard to believe." Seeing the anxious expression on Iceberg's face, Jake smiled reassuringly and said, "I trust that the members of Tom's workers would never harbor hostility towards the Marines. I also understand that Frankie-san likely acted out of emotional distress. However, to prevent similar incidents in the future, we must first consult our superiors before giving you a final response." To further ease Iceberg's worries and those of the shipwrights gathering around, Jake added, "Rest assured, the attack just now won't have any lasting effects on Frankie. He'll wake up shortly. Even if we take him into custody, he'll be released after a basic interrogation. After all, assaulting a Marine, even without malicious intent, isn't something we can handle privately." From a distance, Kizaru listened to Jake's words and couldn't help but smirk in his usual sly manner. What an amusing sight, he mused, calming the crowd while ensuring the blue-haired brat takes the blame, all while shifting responsibility to the higher-ups. What a terrifyingly meticulous young man. Still, That was quite the heavy-handed strike. Was it meant as a warning? How scary, to master armament hockey for practical combat in such a short time. His talent is downright frightening. As he pondered, Kizaru slowly made his way toward Jake and the others. He wasn't in any hurry to reveal himself just yet. According to his observation hockey, both Tom and T-Bone were present. Kizaru was curious. How would these two handle the situation? He had heard some things about T-Bone's character, extremely upright and strict. He might severely punish Frankie for his actions. As for that guy Tom, he was once the one who built ships for the Pirate King. Though merely constructing ships wasn't a major crime, if someone wanted to pursue it, sentencing him to death wouldn't be out of the question. C-4141. Before Tom even arrived, his rough voice already reached everyone's ears. What are you all doing? The ship's operation and maintenance aren't finished yet. If you're all gathered here, what about the train's passage? The voice grew closer and everyone turned to see the stern face of Tom. The surrounding shipwrights immediately began clamoring, each trying to explain what had just happened. But most of their accounts were wildly exaggerated and fragmented. For example, one lanky man described it like this. Boss, that Marine saw Frankie and without saying a word, just punched him with a glowing fist, knocking him out cold. He even said he'd arrest all of us. Another burly man about 3 meters tall bent down and shouted at Tom. Frankie was the one who attacked first, he nearly killed that Marine. The other guy was just defending himself. With so many voices, almost every version of the story was different. Tom felt a headache coming on. He raised his hand, silencing the crowd, then turned to T-Bone who had arrived with him and said. Don't worry T-Bone, I'll make sure this matter is resolved to your satisfaction. Iceberg, do you know what really happened? Among all those present, the person Tom trusted most was Iceberg, whom he regarded as his true successor. He knew Iceberg's character best and if he wanted the truth, Iceberg was the only one he could ask. Hearing Tom's words, Iceberg sighed and explained to both Tom and Lieutenant Commander T-Bone beside him. Tom-san, this was Frankie's fault. He saw 2 Marines stationed here chatting and thought they weren't doing their duty properly, so he wanted to teach them a lesson. Despite repeated warnings from that Marine, Frankie still attacked first, which is why he got knocked out. At this point, Iceberg added deliberately. Frankie was the one provoking from start to finish. This outcome is entirely his own responsibility. I should have stopped him sooner. After hearing Iceberg's explanation, Tom's first question wasn't directed at Iceberg but at Jake, to whom he gave an extremely friendly smile before asking. Young Marine, did my disciple here distort the facts? Faced with Tom's goodwill, Jake naturally recognized it and was happy to accept it. Tom immediately asked Jake if Iceberg's account of the events was accurate, which in itself was a gesture of respect towards T-Bone beside him. After all, Iceberg had almost entirely shifted the blame onto Frankie. Given how favorable the situation was for Jake, asking whether Jake had been wronged was purely a matter of attitude. Jake was no fool, either. In response to Tom's goodwill, he naturally reciprocated with the utmost sincerity. Tom-san, the events unfolded much as Iceberg-san described. However, Frankie isn't entirely unreasonable. Monet and I were somewhat negligent in our work, so his frustration was understandable. Monet and I share some responsibility in this matter. Jake took on part of the blame that Iceberg had entirely placed on Frankie. This way, both the Marine's dignity and Tom's workers' reputation were preserved. Had he pressed his advantage too far, it would have put Tom in an awkward position, something that wouldn't bode well for his plans to foster goodwill with Tom's workers in the future. Moreover, since Tom had already extended considerable courtesy and respect, Jake saw no harm in returning the favor. After saying this, Jake didn't wait for T-Bone or Tom to respond. Instead, he addressed T-Bone directly. Lieutenant Commander T-Bone, I apologize for making the decision to arrest Frankie without authorization. If possible, I'd like to treat the injuries he sustained during the fight right away. T-Bone was straightforward, but that didn't mean he lacked intelligence. He simply disliked unnecessary complications. After hearing Iceberg's full account, he had harbored some dissatisfaction towards Frankie. But upon Jake's explanation, he realized Jake didn't want either side to lose face. So when Jake requested to treat Frankie, T-Bone immediately agreed. After all, this would give the Marine an unimpeachable justification while showcasing Jake's humility. It's fine, Jake. During missions, we allow for some degree of interaction. What you did wasn't negligence, just keep it within reasonable limits. Also, go ahead and treat Frankie's injuries quickly. Make sure there are no lasting effects. T-Bone's words were reasonable. Patrols were lengthy, often spanning entire days and hardly anyone could maintain razor-sharp focus the whole time. Some relaxation was normal. With that, the last shred of criticism that could have been directed at Jake and Monet vanished entirely. Once T-Bone gave his approval, Jake stepped forward under the curious gazes of the onlookers and approached Frankie who was still unconscious. The next moment, the faint golden glow around him intensified abruptly, bathing everyone in a warm radiance. Not just Frankie. Everyone touched by that light felt their fatigue and wounds ease slightly. And this was exactly Jake's intention. Although doing so would slightly reduce the healing effect on Frankie himself, it allowed more people to experience and witness his abilities firsthand. If he didn't let everyone feel his healing effects, how would they know he was truly treating them? How could he slightly conceal his true healing capabilities? Bathed in the healing light emanating from Jake, everyone present wore expressions of serene tranquility. Their gazes towards Jake gradually took on a different quality, filled with newfound emotions. C-4242. The pale golden light, carried by the slightly stifling sea breeze, dispelled and repaired the accumulated fatigue and damage from years of labor on everyone's bodies. The shoulder aches from constantly carrying heavy loads vanished. Slightly hunched and worn backs slowly straightened. Even lungs that had grown uncomfortable from long-term wood dust inhalation now felt revitalized, brimming with new energy. The shipwrights' expressions towards Jake had transformed from initial dissatisfaction to goodwill, even bordering on admiration. Most workers here relied on physical strength for their livelihood. A healthy body was their lifeline. They couldn't afford expensive doctors, so when minor ailments struck, most simply endured the pain through sheer willpower. Yet no matter how strong their resolve, physical suffering inevitably affected work efficiency, reducing their daily earnings. But now, with Jake, a devil fruit user who seemingly possessed healing abilities, establishing good relations with him meant never worrying about body pains again. This comparison made the relative importance between Frankie and Jake abundantly clear to everyone. Moreover, Frankie wasn't particularly likable, hot-tempered, constantly picking fights. Though often loyal, few maintained close friendships with him. Their earlier support for Frankie stemmed merely from shared workspace camaraderie. So when Frankie regained consciousness, he found nearly all shipwrights gathered around Jake and Monet, their faces radiating dissatisfaction. Instinctively touching his abdomen where Jake had struck him, where bruises or wounds should have been, he felt no discomfort. Instead, his mental clarity seemed enhanced. Between his comrades' changed attitudes and his own physical transformation, Frankie's mind spun with confusion. Nearby, Iceberg approached the still dazed Frankie. "What's wrong? Feeling strange. What happened? What happened?" Clearly still groggy from just waking, Frankie's words came out disjointed and peculiar. Listening to Frankie's repeated, "What happened?" Iceberg shook his head and sighed, saying, "You should cause less trouble for Tom-san in the future. If those two Marines hadn't been so reasonable this time, you'd have been in real trouble." Frankie snorted dismissively at Iceberg's words and retorted, "What's the big deal? Those guys were just low-rank Marine soldiers. Even if I'd beaten them up, it wouldn't have mattered, especially since I was the one who got beaten." Iceberg knew Frankie's personality well and understood how to make him reconsider his actions next time. First, those two Marines aren't ordinary soldiers. Both of them are devil fruit users and at the very least, they'll become Marine officers of Commodore rank or higher in the future. Second, in this incident, you were completely in the wrong. If those two Marines hadn't chosen not to hold you accountable, you'd probably be locked up in a Marine base right now. Frankie still showed little remorse. He merely glanced in Jake's direction and said, "Even if I were locked up, I'd be out in a few days." Hearing this, Iceberg glared at Frankie angrily before lowering his voice. "Do you have any idea how serious this incident became? Even a Marine Vice Admiral from Marine Headquarters got involved. Not just Lieutenant Commander T-Bone, but also Vice Admiral Kizaru from Marine Headquarters. The man who's about to be promoted to Admiral even publicly vouched for those two Marines. That was just the Marine higher-ups putting on a show. Can you really claim Kizaru has any special connection with those two just because of that?" Seeing Frankie still being stubborn, Iceberg coldly replied. After Vice Admiral Kizaru vouched for them, he specifically asked, in front of everyone, how their training had gone the day before. He even said he'd check their progress tonight. Who do you think that message was really for? Seeing that Frankie remained somewhat defiant, Iceberg decided to play his trump card. "Frankie, I know your personality. But before you do something like this, have you ever considered Tom-san? You should know, Tom-san only gained his freedom by making a deal with the world government. His status is still sensitive. If this incident angers the Marines, then once the sea-train technology no longer requires Tom-san expertise, that'll be the day he dies." These words shattered Frankie's pride completely. To him, Tom wasn't just his teacher, he was his father, his family, his only support and his life purpose. If Tom were ever to die because of him, Frankie would slaughter all those responsible before taking his own life in atonement. Thus, when it came to Tom, Frankie's attitude visibly softened. He turned to Iceberg and said, "Thank you, Iceberg. My brain doesn't work as well as yours sometimes, but even I know right from wrong." With that, Frankie strode straight towards Jake, who was surrounded by the crowd. Iceberg watched Frankie's departing figure but chose not to stop him, knowing exactly what Frankie intended to do next. The shipwrights observed Frankie's approach with mixed reactions. Those less familiar with him wore expressions of confusion, while closer acquaintances whispered urgent warnings with visible concern. "Hey, Frankie, that guy over there was the one who treated your injuries. Don't go picking fights with him again." But Frankie didn't respond to anyone. He just kept his head down and walked straight toward Jake. Seeing this, Monet slightly furrowed her brows, a faint chill emanating from her, but Jake stopped her. Jake extended his arm, blocking Monet's path, then looked at Frankie with a gentle smile and said, "Feeling better now?" After Jake spoke, Frankie immediately dropped into a kowtow and said to him, "I'm sorry, I acted impulsively earlier. If you guys still have any grievances against me, feel free to beat me up as you please." C-4343. Faced with the kneeling Frankie, Jake immediately crouched down, pulled him up from the ground, and quickly said, "I also handled things poorly in this situation, Frankie-san. There's no need for such an apology. We're comrades guarding Tom's workers together, minor conflicts happen. This small matter isn't worth making a fuss over. If you keep apologizing like this, it'll make me seem like I'm being unreasonable. Hearing Jake's words, Frankie found it impossible to continue with such a grand apology. After all, persisting would only pressure Jake into forgiving him. Knowing when to stop was best. Frankie wasn't a fool, he understood Jake's intention. He nodded firmly at Jake, then huge teardrops and snot slowly dripped from his face. Next, under Monet's slightly surprised, confused and displeased gaze, he suddenly hugged Jake and wailed. You're a super nice guy, way beyond what I expected. As Frankies keep crying and shouting, everyone in the shipyard erupted into laughter. Even the usually composed Iceberg couldn't help but smile. Tom and T-Bone, who was watching from a distance, also broke into knowing grins. For a moment, laughter nearly overflowed throughout the entire shipyard. Infected by the joyous atmosphere, Jake's own mood lifted slightly. The world of One Piece was one filled with passion and romance, a world of fantastical adventures and boundless imagination. Though it had its share of darkness and bloodshed, none of that could overshadow its inherent sincerity and unrestrained romanticism. Feeling Frankie's somewhat stiff embrace, Jake chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, "You're also a super nice guy who surprised me." Hearing Jake's affirmation, Frankie's tears became even more unstoppable. In this scene, everyone wore genuine smiles, except for one person, Monet. Watching Jake, who was being hugged by Frankie yet wore an incredibly bright smile, Monet wanted to laugh but found herself unable to do it. A strange feeling lingered in her heart. The daytime guard duty usually takes place between 2 p.m. and 7 p.m., as Sea Kings are far less active during this period compared to the night or morning. To minimize unnecessary trouble, no other time slots are allocated for departure tests outside this window. At the Water 7 Marine Branch Training Ground, faint golden light occasionally flickered from one corner. Amidst temperatures noticeably colder than the surrounding area, Kizaru wore a satisfied smile. "Oh, how terrifying, truly astonishing progress, Jake, Monet. Both of you are advancing much faster than I anticipated." His surprise wasn't unwarranted. While instructing Jake and Monet, Kizaru had been comparing their training with this year's elite class at Marine headquarters. Clearly, both Jake and Monet were progressing far more rapidly than any member of that elite group. This remarkable speed was largely thanks to Jake's healing prayer ability. A single use could restore roughly 20% of Monet's stamina and mental energy and about 15% of his own, while leaving no trace of damage or hidden risks from their intense training regimen. Ordinary soldiers had to carefully consider the physical harm caused by overtraining, adhering to scientific training methods and intensity to avoid muscle injuries or irreversible bodily effects from excessive exertion. But while regular soldiers only needed to account for such complex training factors, someone like Jake, who can use healing prayer, had far more to consider. When Kizaru, Akainu, and even T-Bone first learned of Jake's cheat-like training method, they all expressed unanimous concern. However, after observing that neither Jake nor Monet showed any negative effects on their physical condition, they eventually approved of the approach. Kizaru had even asked Jake whether this ability could be extended to ordinary soldiers, allowing them to undergo similarly grueling training. But upon learning that healing prayer's effectiveness diminished when used on multiple people, he abandoned the idea. Though it might seem cold-hearted, reality dictated that the world always moved towards maximizing benefits, unchanged since ancient times. However, upon hearing Kizaru's praise, Monet sighed helplessly and said, "Are we really progressing that fast, Borsalino-sensei? I still haven't sensed even a hint of armament hockey, yet Jake has already applied it in actual combat today. Am I just too slow?" At her words, Kizaru's lips twitched. He shook his head and replied, "It's not that your talent is lacking, but Jake's is simply too terrifying. Normally, even the elite at Marine headquarters need at least 3 months to briefly apply armament hockey in combat. For Jake to master armament hockey in a single day, in all my years, he's the first example I've seen." Hearing Kizaru's words, Jake remained silent while Monet's mood lightened slightly. She shot Jake a resentful glance that seemed to say, "You make me look like a complete fool, you jerk." Facing Monet's playful resentment, Jake could only respond with an awkward chuckle. This wasn't the time to hold back. He needed to display his full potential to earn Marine headquarters' absolute attention, enough to warrant pouring all their resources into him. After brief consideration, Jake addressed Kizaru. "Borsalino-sensei, I'd like to learn observation hockey next. I'm desperate to improve. See 4444. X2. Monet and Kizaru now stared at Jake as if he were a monster. Mastering observation hockey at a glance too. How terrifying, Kizaru drawled. "You're sure you've never secretly trained in hockey before? Your talent makes even this old man feel inadequate. Compared to you, taking nearly 3 months to learn observation makes me seem like a hopeless fool." Monet slumped in defeat, puffing her cheeks as she glared at Jake. She hadn't even grasped armament hockey yet, let alone begun understanding observation hockey. How could anyone learn these things just by looking? Jake had no proper response to their reactions. "Call it luck, I guess," he deflected. But Kizaru's gaze held pure astonishment. Unlike armament hockey, where Jake's one-day mastery could be considered one in a million talent, perhaps even surpassing Garb, mastering observation hockey instantly wasn't just unprecedented. It defied belief. Armament hockey's difficulty lies not in initial comprehension but in advancing it to higher levels. On a scale, learning basic armament might rank at 2, while mastering it reaches 8. Observation hockey operates inversely. The initial breakthrough is the true challenge. During Kizaru's elite marine training days, the average recruit took 6 months to awaken observation, and these were future vice admirals, the marine's pillars, not common sea riffraff. Some ordinary people never achieve it in their lifetime. Of course, the training process for observation hockey is even more complex and obscure compared to armament hockey. As someone about to be promoted to Marine Admiral, he could certainly discern whether Jake had previously possessed any hockey in his body. Precisely because he could clearly see that Jake had not a trace of hockey in him before, he was all the more astonished by the man's almost outrageous speed of learning. What a genuine monster. While thinking this, he continued trimming his nails. After observing the two for a while longer, he suddenly asked Jake and Monet. You two agreed to Sakazuki's request to join this term's elite class at Marine headquarters, right? Do you know who your fellow trainees will be? Jake and Monet exchanged a glance before answering simultaneously. No. Ah, is that so? How strange, Sakazuki didn't tell you. Kizaru blew away the nail filings from his clipper, then pulled out a stack of documents from his pocket and handed them to the pair. These are your classmates for this term. There are some truly terrifying monsters among them. Aside from you, there's Smoker with the smoke fruit and Hina with the cage fruit, both quite strong. Additionally, this training camp includes 2 personally selected disciples of Instructor Zephyr. One has the power of the return fruit, capable of reverting anything by 12 years, while the other wields the grow fruit to accelerate plant growth around them. Both are dreadful monsters. As Kizaru spoke, Jake studied the documents in his hands, looking at faces that matched his memories of the original story, feeling a flicker of anticipation. But more than that, from these materials, Jake could deduce some events that would unfold later. If he wasn't mistaken, the tragedy involving Whitebeard Jr. would occur during their term. Though the original story never mentioned Smoker or Hina in this context, according to Akainu, participants in this elite marine training program could leave midway. After all, the training period was long and most would be given 2 choices upon completing their trainings: either continue training at the base or be directly assigned by headquarters to various branches for garrison duty. Most would choose to leave. Compared to extended training, the real thrill of hunting pirates was far more appealing to young Marines. Ain and the others likely stayed out of loyalty to Zephyr, which was why they ended up caught in that tragic incident. Quickly organizing these plot points in his mind, Jake looked up at Kizaru and said earnestly. Thank you, Borsalino-sensei. I won't let you or Vice Admiral Sakazuki down. Same here. Hearing their words, Kizaru merely chuckled softly before speaking slowly. Tomorrow I'll be leaving here. Although Sakazuki has handled quite a few matters for me, there are still some tasks on my end that even Sakazuki can't resolve. Recently, because of that Fisher Tiger incident, the fishmen across the seas have become restless. Those guys are particularly sensitive about racial issues, so we can't send someone like Sakazuki to deal with them, otherwise, those fishmen might be cooked. Kizaru's dark humor left Jake momentarily unsure whether to laugh or not, while Monet seemed not to fully grasp it. Fortunately, Kizaru didn't dwell on the topic. He then instructed the 2 of them. The ship to pick you up will likely arrive around mid-next month. Make your preparations accordingly. Today is April 27th and the naval vessel will come on June 15th. I hope you'll have grown strong enough to handle any trouble by then. Then, Borsalino-sensei, will you come to see us? In response to Jake's question, Kizaru stroked his chin and flashed a slightly lecherous grin before replying. If work permits, I'll definitely come to check on you. As for the period when neither Sakazuki nor I are around, your usual training will be overseen by Lieutenant Commander T-Bone. Oh, one more thing, there have been reports of unruly pirates in the nearby waters recently. From what I've seen, they seem to be affiliated with Toto Land. Be careful. Kizaru's words reminded Jake of something. Near Water 7, there was a small island called Pucci Island, known as Gourmet Town. And Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates loved nothing more than cake. See 4545. That night, as Jake and Monet walked back to their dormitory, Monet noticed Jake's subdued mood and asked softly. What's wrong, Jake? Ever since Borsalino-sensei mentioned those pirates, you've seemed distracted. Even though they're under a Yonko's banner, their target might not necessarily be the sea train. There's no need to worry so much. The path from the training grounds to the dormitory was quiet, lit dimly by orange-yellow street lamps. A faint, refreshing scent drifted from Monet's direction. Thanks to the snow fruit, she never sweated during training, so her body never carried the usual post-workout odor. Instead, she always carried a crisp, icy lemon fragrance. Hearing Monet's words, Jake nodded and replied, Don't worry, Monet, while I do have concerns about the Big Mom Pirates, it's not to the point of losing sleep over them. The reason I seem distracted is because I'm wondering if their target this time might be that Gourmet Town island. Gourmet Town? You mean Pucci Island to the southwest? That place is known for its delicacies. What would a Yonko's crew want there? At Monet's question, Jake explained, according to rumors, Charlotte Linlin suffers from an extremely severe case of food craving sickness. When she can't get the food she desires, she loses all rationality and destroys everything around her, even her own children aren't spared. Because of this, the members of Big Mom's pirate crew will stop at nothing to conquer any region they believe holds culinary value. If those pirates really attack Gourmet Town for this reason, then as the only marine branch nearby, we'll inevitably clash head-on with Big Mom's crew. Although this area is close to marine headquarters, making it unlikely for pirates to launch a large-scale assault, a pirate's crew affiliated with Yonkos are never to be underestimated. Monet seemed somewhat puzzled by this. If the pirates are just searching for good food, wouldn't handing over the food be enough? There shouldn't be any need for conflict, right? Jake nodded and replied, if only things could unfold that smoothly. Recalling the storyline, Jake couldn't remember any mention of battles in Gourmet Town. It probably played out just as Monet imagined. The town surrendered the food, Big Mom's crew withdrew, and both sides benefited. Hearing this, Monet smiled reassuringly at Jake. So even you think the same, don't you? Besides, Vice Admiral Sakazuki or Borsellino-sensei might be here by then. If the pirates really come, we can always ask the two Vice Admirals for help, right? Looking at Monet's smiling face, Jake felt temporarily relieved and nodded with a laugh. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Let's go, Monet. It's almost 1 a.m. and we have to wake up early tomorrow. And don't forget to cast healing prayer on me first thing in the morning. Morning drowsiness is the worst. Don't worry, I feel the same way. Oh, and remember to chill my room for me, it gets too hot otherwise. Chatting like this, the two made their way into the dormitory. Meanwhile, outside the quarantined area of Flevens, in the garbage disposal site of the lawless area, the base of the Don Quixote family. At that moment, Doflamingo let out his signature eerie laugh while addressing Treble. Foo. So we've finally tracked down that brat's current location. Water 7, isn't Big Mom's crew active there lately? If I recall correctly, there's a gourmet town nearby, right? Those Big Mom pirates are probably targeting the town this time, aren't they? Listening to Doflamingo, Treble nodded with a grin, his long, dangling snot looking rather repulsive. That's right, Daffy. Rumor has it Big Mom's hunger pang has flared up again. Her whole crew is scrambling to find the food she craves, and that gourmet town is likely one of their main targets. What do you want us to do? Doflamingo took a sip of red wine, a slightly sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A faint burn mark on his arm pulsed with pain as his veins throbbed. Of course, that brat. He left quite an impression on me. Now that he's become a Marine, he definitely won't stand idly by when civilians are slaughtered by pirates, just like his damn superior T-Bone. Well then, I'll give them a chance to play the hero. Since it's called Gourmet Town, the Big Mom pirates will surely go there to collect a large amount of food this time. Treble, tell Pika and Machvis to tamper with things in Gourmet Town. Make sure they can't hand over enough food to satisfy the Big Mom pirates, plunging that town into the disaster of being besieged by pirates. I really want to see how that bastard Jake plans to handle this situation. By the way, don't expose our traces. If they can't do it without being detected, they should abandon the operation. Compared to that brat, the Yonkos are far more important. Tell them not to push themselves too hard. Treble nodded, then responded with his slightly disgusting grin. Don't worry, Daffy, such a small task is no problem for those two. All the food production in Gourmet Town relies on their special soil. We just need to tamper with their soil. Though, that'll probably lead to a lot of people starving to death, shahahaha. Then let our grain ships sell life-saving food at 3 times the market price. After all, we're legitimate merchants recognized by the world government. I can't bear to see those civilians starve to death, foo. A chilling laugh echoed through the empty hall, twisted hatred wrapped in the blood of countless innocents. Jake lay on his bed, his mind focused on his own status panel. Name: Jake Lawrence. Age: 16 inches. Doriki: 50. Your stamina and endurance are over 5 times that of an average soldier. Holy Light: 18 inches. Passive ability 1. Holy Light Infusion 52 100ths. Passive ability 2. Holy Light Retribution 60 100ths. Active ability 1. Judgment Hammer Strike 45 100ths. Active ability 2. Healing Prayer 98 100ths. Armament Hockey 10 100ths. At 100 points, large-scale armament hockey coating will be unlocked. Observation Hockey 1 100th. At 100 points, large-scale perception will be acquired. C4646. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 12 days since Kizaru left. Today was May 9th, with less than 40 days remaining until the departure from Marine headquarters on June 15th. Jake stood holding a wooden sword, facing T-Bone who wore a ferocious grin. As a faint layer of armament hockey coated his wooden sword, Jake vanished from his spot. The next moment, the tip of his sword appeared less than 20 centimeters from T-Bone's face. But those 20 centimeters were an insurmountable barrier. T-Bone's wooden sword was already positioned horizontally, firmly blocking Jake's strike. With a slight twist of his wrist, T-Bone's sword flicked like a nimble butterfly, instantly sending Jake's wooden sword clattering to the ground. Sighing, Jake said to T-Bone, I lost again. I still can't break through this move of yours, Lieutenant Commander. Listening to Jake's words, T-Bone's somewhat terrifying face now wore a comforting expression, though it still looked quite fierce. It's all right, Jake. Your growth rate is much faster than I imagined. If you keep this up, I won't be your match in 6 months. You flatter me too much, T-Bone-san. Jake, if I say you can surpass me within 6 months, then you can. As your instructor, I hope you can be more straightforward in these matters and avoid beating around the bush. Teaching a disciple who surpasses me in half a year is an honor. Jake, you'll definitely become an outstanding Marine in the future. T-Bone-san, please don't say such things. Hearing T-Bone's words, Jake still felt his face burning with embarrassment. To be honest, as a transmigrator with a normal disposition, it was somewhat difficult to fully embrace the romanticism and passion of the people in this world. Most of the time, such words still made Jake feel awkward, so he quickly left the training ground and approached Monet, who was practicing her devil fruit abilities nearby. Seeing Jake's expression, Monet chuckled softly and handed him a glass of cold water, saying, "You know T-Bone-san personality. Just go along with what he says. I'd like to, but sometimes his words are still hard to get used to. How should I put it? It's just too embarrassing. By the way, Monet, how's your armament hockey training been lately?" To quickly shift the topic, Jake casually asked about Monet's recent progress with armament hockey. Hearing Jake's question, a faint smile appeared on Monet's lips. The next moment, her originally fair arm was covered with a faint black sheen as she spoke with a hint of pride. "What do you think, Jake? Though I'm not as fast as you, Borsellino-sensei was quite shocked when I reported my progress last time. He said I'm a genius too." Hearing Monet's words, Jake laughed and congratulated her. "See, I knew you just didn't grasp it immediately at first. Once you mastered armament hockey, your strength would improve much faster than mine." "Stop it, you always say things like that. Your armament hockey is clearly improving day by day. Anyway, I'm going back to practicing my devil fruit abilities. Is that Frankie guy coming to see you again this afternoon?" "Frankie, he said he'd bring me some cola today. Remember to chill it for me. I don't really like that guy. His outfit is just too shameless." Hearing Monet's complaint, Jake couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Don't worry, Monet, I already told him to dress properly when he comes to see me." "I hope so." Monet spoke as she walked away. A cool breeze swept by, and Jake instantly felt the previously stuffy air become refreshingly cool. All the other soldiers training on the field let out long, comfortable sighs as they felt the cool breeze. Jake sat where he was, took a sip of ice water and gently closed his eyes. A pale golden frame appeared before him. Name: Jake Lawrence. Age: 16 inches. Doriki: 297. The holy light shields your body and amidst its radiant flow, your strength has grown explosively. Holy light: 20. Divine enlightenment. Can you now faintly hear its whispers? Passive ability 1. Holy light infusion LV2, 152 1,000ths. Passive ability 2. Holy light retribution LV2, 121 thousandths. Active ability 1. Judgment hammer strike LV2, 245 1,000ths. Active ability 2. Healing prayer LV2, 398 1,000ths. Armament hockey, 72 100ths. At 100 points, large-scale armament hockey coating will be unlocked. Observation hockey, 40 100ths. At 100 points, large-scale perception will be obtained. Swordsmanship 91 100ths. At 100 points, you will be able to slice through stone. Right angle swordsmanship 87 100ths. At 100 points, you will be able to unleash flying slash attacks. Looking at his current stats, Jake felt a surge of security. Now, compared to Khalifa, the weakest member of CP9 in the original story with a Doriki of 630, he could finally reach her level, albeit barely. Though Khalifa was more of a secretary-type woman, she was still a member of CP9, a notable figure in the original story. During these days of training, Jake could clearly sense that his current strength was far from enough. T-Bone combat power was around 2,000 Doriki. In the original story, he was defeated by Zoro at Eni's lobby, where Kaku's Doriki was 2,200. But considering the enhancement effect of devil fruits, Kaku, who ate the giraffe fruit, likely had a Doriki exceeding 3,200. As for Lucci's 4,000 Doriki, after consuming the leopard fruit, it was estimated to reach 6,000 or even higher. And these were just early stage opponents. Thinking about the later stage monsters like Kaido with his Conqueror's Haki coating made Jake's face twitch. A single strike combining Conqueror's Haki coating, top-tier Haki and an awakened devil fruit, could his Doriki exceed 500,000. And that was just Kaido's casual attack. The mere thought of such monstrous opponents made Jake break out in a cold sweat. He had no idea how Koby and Luffy grew so fast, going from a few hundred Doriki to thousands if not 100,000s in just 2 years. Those guys were truly outrageous. Now that I think about it, Usopp is pretty durable. How much Doriki do you think he has? C4747. At the back door of Tom's workers in Water 7, Jake and Monet sat atop a pile of scrap metal when Frankie's voice boomed loudly. "Hey, you two, want some SUPERRRRR cola?" As he spoke, he instinctively raised his hands high, striking an extremely bizarre pose. Fortunately, the guy had listened to Jake's advice and was no longer just wearing underwear. He had on a pair of brown bell-bottoms, which looked a bit odd. But at least it was much better than his usual attire. Jake smiled at the overly enthusiastic Frankie and said, "Thanks a lot. We'll take 2 bottles. If you want them chilled, we can get more. I'll have Monet help ice them for you." "You damn bastard. Of course cola has to be chilled to taste super good." Hearing this, Jake didn't take any offense to Frankie's words. He just grinned and handed the cola to Monet, who stood beside him with a resigned expression. As chilled cola went down his throat, Jake felt every pore in his body open up, his stomach and throat tingling with the urge to burp. But seeing Monet beside him, he held it back. However, it was the first time Monet drinking cola and she couldn't suppress it, accidentally let out a small burp. Though she quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks flushed bright red under Jake's amused gaze. On the other hand, Frankie let out a massive, unrestrained burp before flashing Jake a thumbs up and shouting, "See, icing cola is the best." Watching Frankie's satisfied expression, Jake couldn't help but ask curiously, "Frankie, you usually drop by to chat now and then, but isn't the first sea train route about to open? Shouldn't you be busy with maintenance checks? Slacking off like this, aren't you afraid Tom will scold you?" Frankie shook his head, flinging off a couple of salt grains stuck in his hair, and replied, "Tom-san wouldn't get mad at me for this. Besides bringing you cola, I've got something else he asked me to tell you." "Oh, what is it?" Frankie pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket, on which was an extremely abstract drawing. Jake pointed at the large black blob resembling a poop and asked, puzzled, "What's this supposed to be?" Frankie seemed annoyed that Jake couldn't recognize it. Snatching the paper back, he jabbed at the blob and yelled, "That's Gourmet Town, you idiot. And that pink ship next to it belongs to the Yonko Big Mom Pirates. Part of the first sea train route passes near Gourmet Town. Though it's a bit of a detour, Tom-san circled around to survey the nearby waters and spotted this ship flying a Yonko cruise flag. The moment Tom-san saw it, he sent me straight back to warn you and to ask for help from T-Bone, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, and Vice Admiral Borsellino. But seriously, how strong are these Yonko guys anyway?" Listening to Frankie, Jake thought for a moment before replying, "Frankie, those guys are dangerous. Don't provoke them recklessly, or it'll bring disaster to Tom workers. By the way, did you see anyone on that ship?" Upon hearing this, Frankie scratched his head slightly and said, "There seems to be a guy wrapped in a huge scarf on that ship. It's almost summer, how isn't that guy boiling?" At Frankie's words, Jake's entire face darkened instantly. A man wearing a scarf and being a member of the Big Mom Pirates, there was almost no need to guess who it was. The leader of the three sweet commanders, Katakuri. If that guy was coming, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone alone would likely be completely unable to handle the situation. But according to the original storyline, no major incident occurred. Judging by Katakuri's personality, he probably wanted to avoid unnecessary conflict with the Marines. Since they were only there to gather some food, both sides likely pretended not to see each other. Wait, no, given Lieutenant Commander T-Bone's upright nature, he would never ignore pirates if he spotted them. Katakuri must have taken the initiative to avoid him instead. His thoughts in disarray, Jake turned to Frankie and spoke with a slightly serious tone. "Frankie, does Lieutenant Commander T-Bone know about this? Tom-san told me not to inform T-Bone yet. He said telling him might put him in danger. At first, he wanted me to keep it a secret, but later, for some reason, he changed his mind and told me to inform you instead." "What's wrong? Is that guy really that strong? Stronger than your Lieutenant Commander?" Listening to Frankie, Jake recalled Katakuri, the man who had utterly dominated Luffy's Snake Man 4th gear. Estimating his strength based on the original storyline, the guy had to be at least at a combat power of 150,000 or higher. Though this wasn't the canon timeline and Katakuri might not be as strong yet, there was no way Lieutenant Commander T-Bone in his current state could handle him. Charlotte Katakuri was born in 1476 of the sea calendar. It was now 1509, he was already 33 years old, likely at the peak of his strength. Even if he wasn't as strong as in the original story, he probably wasn't far off. What a troublesome guy, but why did Tom specifically tell me about this? Did he think I could contact Vice Admiral Borsellino and Vice Admiral Sakazuki faster? Or did Tom simply believe that if Lieutenant Commander T-Bone found out, he'd try to arrest Katakuri and so he kept it from him to prevent him from doing something reckless? Either way, Jake decided it was best to call Kizaru and Akainu first via Den Den Mushi. This was beyond his ability to handle. Seeing Jake remain silent for so long, Frankie's expression grew somber. He then asked, "Jake, is this really that difficult? Did I make things worse by telling you?" Noticing Frankie's guilt-ridden look, Jake patted him on the back and smiled. "No, Frankie, don't overthink it. This is within the Marines' jurisdiction, it's just a bit complicated. For now, stay away from that island and wait for my updates." C-4848. Kizaru sat on top of a rock, two dying fishmen lying beside him. He sighed as he watched the struggling fishman who continued to hurl curses at him and the Marines. Shaking his head, he remained silent. These two fishmen had risked everything to come to this island after their families were captured and killed by slave traders. They had torn the traffickers apart with their bare teeth. Kizaru had actually arrived on the island long before and witnessed the entire scene. Yet, he chose not to intervene. Instead, he waited until the fishmen had exacted their revenge before attacking them. To put it simply, these two fishmen were his mission targets, allegedly friends of Fisher Tiger. Whether that was true or not didn't matter. The higher-ups had ordered the elimination of these potential threats, so he carried it out without question. Though Kizaru didn't know much about the fishmen, he was well aware of the slave traders they had killed. One of those traffickers had a particular fondness for pouring scalding water down slaves' throats using a long, thin tube, ensuring their faces wouldn't be burned from struggling while maximizing their torment. He also enjoyed wedging toothpicks between their nails and flesh, enjoying their screams. In short, he specialized in methods that inflicted agony without leaving obvious external damage. But because this man was responsible for providing the celestial dragons with slave every year, Kizaru had been explicitly ordered not to kill him, even though his slave prison was less than 1,000 meters away from the nearest marine base. This time, The fishmen had killed the trafficker barely 200 meters from Kozaru, yet he still hadn't lifted a finger to stop them. Ignoring the two fishmen who were now on the verge of death, Kozaru exhaled slowly and walked towards the other side of the island where his battleship was docked. To shield his subordinates from such grim realities, he often completed missions alone. As he liked to say, young people don't need to know too much. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi in his pocket began to ring, burr burr burr. Kozaru pulled it out, and upon seeing the familiar face it morphed into, the weight in his chest lightened slightly. His lips curled unconsciously as he drawled. How strange, Jake actually remembered to call me. Hearing Kozaru's exaggerated, drawn-out tone, Jake knew he was being teased, a reminder that he rarely called unless he needed something. Borsalino-sensei, I'll call more often from now on. But this time, there's a real problem. Tom and Frankie spotted a ship from the Yonko, Big Mom's, near the first route of the sea train. And according to Frankie, the one leading them seems to be Katakuri. At Jake's words, Kozaru's expression darkened. A ship from one of the Yonko appearing in such a place. And with a core member like Katakuri leading them, what were they planning? However, Jake's next words cleared up the confusion in Kozaru's heart. According to the map, the Big Mom pirates seem to be heading towards Gourmet Town, Puchi. They're most likely going there to search for food for Big Mom. Oh, that explains it. Big Mom often visits various islands in search of food. If they're here for the same purpose, there's no need to interfere. They'll naturally leave after taking what they want. You can send the warships over then, but don't take any action, just make your presence known as a statement. As long as they don't slaughter civilians, simply watch them depart. Listening to Kozaru's words, Jake nodded. This aligned with his initial thoughts, but for safety's sake, he asked one more question. What if they start harming civilians because Puchi Island can't provide the food they demand? After a brief silence, Kozaru replied. That would be beyond your jurisdiction. Stay calm, don't take any action and report to your superiors. We'll handle it. Even if they've already begun causing civilian casualties, we still do nothing. Kozaru's answer left Jake with mixed feelings, but he refrained from criticizing the Vice Admiral's approach. To prevent his comrades from dying in vain or disrupting the delicate balance with the Yonko through reckless actions, silence was necessary. Jake, I know what you're thinking, but I can't give you the perfect answer. My answer may not be the best for you, but it's certainly the safest. Yes, Borsalino-sensei, I understand. I'll return for a visit. Until then, don't take any action. This is my order. Tell T-Bone to obey it absolutely. Sakazuki is currently in the New World and can't return in time. Be careful. As Kozaru gave his final instructions, a warmth stirred in Jake's heart. After repeated reminders, he ended the Den Den Mushi call. Beside him, Monet spoke with concern. Jake, you know T-Bone's sand temperament. If the Big Mom pirates really harm civilians, he won't stand by idly, even if it means disobeying orders. Can we really persuade him? Rubbing his temples wearily, Jake sighed. That's probably why Borsalino-sensei chose to come personally. Right now, we can only hope those damn pirates are just here for food. As long as they don't kill civilians, the situation remains manageable. Let's hope so. The two gazed at the disconnected Den Den Mushi, their hearts heavy with worry. Night fell. Lying in bed, Jake felt his mood gradually settle as cold air seeped steadily from the neighboring room. Staring at the slightly mottled ceiling, he began piecing together the sequence of events. Big Mom needs food. Right-pointing arrow. Pirates arrive at Gourmet Town to obtain it. Right-pointing arrow. Tom witnesses it accidentally. Right-pointing arrow. Frankie relays the message. But something important seemed missing. Gradually, Jake began noticing inconsistencies. As one of the four emperors, Big Mom's crew would draw attention wherever they went. Their arrival couldn't have gone completely unnoticed by intelligence networks across the seas. And currently, the most prominent force in the underground black market was undoubtedly the Don Quixote family. At this thought, Jake suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. 2FA, C4949. From the very day he had transmigrated over into this world, he had already made a mortal enemy. Doflamingo. Although he only met that ambitious former celestial dragon one times, he had liberated around 200 slaves from his grasp and stolen a devil fruit worth hundreds of millions berries from him. Given Doflamingo's vindictive nature, Jake must have long been on his kill list. With Doflamingo's extensive network, finding out Jake's whereabouts would be extremely easy, or rather, his movements had likely been under surveillance all along. In a situation with such an absolute information gap, the disadvantaged party would have almost all their information under the opponent's control. The opponent could use every fresh piece of information to launch multiple overwhelming strikes. For example, this time, if Doflamingo used some method to prevent Puchi Island from delivering the promised food to Big Mom, he could then use the pirate crew's hands to kill those civilians. No, more precisely, by slaughtering civilians, he could drag Jake, who was currently in Water 7, into the mess. In Doflamingo's eyes, Jake was a potential spy from some unknown faction. Whether out of personal resentment or long-term considerations for his family's business, eliminating Jake, someone who could hinder their operations, was of utmost importance. Thinking this far, Jake felt his mind racing. However, this was merely his speculation. After all, in the original story, Doflamingo was extremely fearful of the Yonko, especially Kaido. Just mentioning the name would make him break out in sweat, much like Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the King of Sweat. But once Jake had this suspicion, it took root in his mind like a seed. Until he could confirm the situation completely, he wouldn't feel at ease. So, Jake sat up from the bed, threw on his clothes and knocked on Monet's door. The sound of slippers approached and Monet appeared at the door, dressed rather lightly. She seemed to have been in the middle of brushing her teeth, as traces of toothpaste foam still lingered on her face. "What's wrong, Jake? It's so late," Monet asked sleepily. Hearing her question, Jake nodded and said, "Monet, I have a theory about what we reported to Borsellino-sensei this afternoon. I think it might be related to Doflamingo. So, if possible, I'd like you to come with me to verify it." At the mention of the possibility of the Don Quixote pirates' involvement, Monet's exhaustion instantly vanished. She replied firmly, "Give me 1 minute, I'll be right out." The door closed, followed by the clattering sounds of hurried preparations. When it opened again, Monet was fully dressed, her expression serious as she asked, "Can you explain it to me in detail, Jake?" Jake nodded and began walking toward the dormitory exit. "Let's talk while we walk, Monet. We still need to go to the warehouse to get the surveillance Den Mushi. We might not see anything when we get there. But don't these things require reporting to superiors?" "Don't worry, Monet. Old William is the warehouse manager, he's a very accommodating guy. Besides, surveillance Den Mushi aren't weapons or cannons, the regulations aren't that strict. If we talk to Old William, it should be easy to get them out." 20 minutes later, Jake and Monet stood on the first route of the sea train, addressing Frankie, who had just caught up to them. "Frankie, if the two of us don't return by dawn, please use this Den Mushi to call Vice Admiral Borsellino and Vice Admiral Sakazuki to come rescue us. Also, can you figure out a way to record everything this surveillance Den Mushi captures onto your own machines?" Frankie had just been dragged out of sleep, his face still showing traces of drowsiness and confusion. But upon hearing Jake's request, his expression immediately turned serious. "What are you planning to do? Why would I need to call a Marine Vice Admiral if you don't come back by tomorrow morning? Are you going behind my back to do something dangerous? I won't allow it." Listening to Frankie's outburst, Jake explained, "We're just going to place this surveillance Den Mushi in Gourmet Town. It's not particularly dangerous. The reason we asked you here is as a backup precaution, just in case something unexpected happens. But chances are, nothing will go wrong. You know how much I value my life." Jake's explanation eased Frankie's worries a little. He scratched his head, glanced at the Den Mushi Jake had shoved into his hands and nodded slightly before saying, "Yeah, that does sound like you, always planning for contingencies. As for modifying the projection Den Mushi to work with my machines, that's child's play. Back when I wanted to watch Miss Urini bathing, I specially modified her families." Before Frankie could finish, Jake clapped a hand over his mouth and said with a grin, "All right, Frankie, save the heroic tales for later. Get the equipment modified and when we get back, I'll treat you to a year's worth of cola. I've also written down the 2 Vice Admirals' numbers on this paper, just dial them if needed. See you tomorrow morning." With that, Jake grabbed Monet's hand and dashed off towards the first route of the sea train. "Monet, Gourmet Town on Pucci Island isn't directly on the sea train's route, only a small section passes by the island. We'll need to cross about 600 meters of open sea. Can you create floating ice for us to step on?" Hearing this, Monet hesitated slightly. "I'm not entirely sure, but if it's just floating ice, I might be able to try. I've never frozen something as fluid as seawater before." "Don't worry, Monet, I believe in your abilities. By the way, I'll carry you on my back when the time comes. You can focus on making ice platforms while I move, so the footholds we create can be a bit smaller." A faint blush appeared on Monet's face, but Jake, who was running ahead of her, didn't notice this. I understand." Her whisper-soft reply came, but Jake's attention was entirely focused on the dimly lit Gourmet Town in the distance. C-50-50. The night sea resembled spilled ink, an expanse of darkness everywhere. The sound of colliding waves only added to the oppressive, stifling atmosphere. Jake disliked the ocean at night. It was too dark, too vast, so vast that it made one feel suffocated just being near it. As holy light circulated through him, a soft glow emanated from his body, slightly illuminating the black waters. The warmth and steady breathing against his back eased some of the unease he felt towards the sea ahead. "Jake, the 17th ice platform is 5 meters to your right. Can you make it?" "Don't worry, it's easy." With a slight push from his feet, even while carrying Monet, Jake leapt over effortlessly. The ice platform dipped a few centimeters under their combined weight but held firm, showing no signs of cracking. Though Monet had been training hard during this time, her doriki was likely still below 80. While her progress was impressive, in situations like this, it was far more efficient for Jake to carry her. Under the cover of night, the two made their way from the train tracks all the way to Gourmet Town. Even before setting foot on the island, when they were still about 200 meters away, Jake and Monet could already catch the scent of freshly baked cake. The aroma wasn't overpowering, but once it filled their lungs, it was impossible not to linger on it. The fragrance carried notes of wheat, fruit, flowers, and fresh grass, everything Jake recognized and even things he didn't, all blended into that single, intoxicating wave. If given the chance later, he'd definitely bring Monet here for a proper meal or two. But now wasn't the time. As they stepped onto the shore, the sand felt slightly loose underfoot. Jake took off his shoes and with Monet still on his back, leapt into the dense forest in a few bounds. He removed his shoes to avoid leaving sandy footprints, though it might go unnoticed, it was better to minimize traces. Once Monet slid off his back, her face was slightly flushed, though the darkness masked it well. "Jake, where do we go next?" In response, Jake pulled out a slightly yellowed piece of paper from his pocket and said, "Before coming, I got a map of Gourmet Town from old William. Even though we've never been here, it's a famous tourist spot, basic maps are everywhere. Tourist town, Kuchi main source of income is tourism revenue. Although they have abundant delicacies, their grain production is quite limited. Water 7 and many nearby islands are severely affected by typhoons. Due to grain production constraints, they choose to use as little grain as possible to create more delicious food to attract tourists, thereby generating economic benefits. After earning money, they use it to purchase cheaper grain to sustain residents' livelihoods while continuing to make delicacies with the remaining grain to attract tourists. But even so, if Gourmet Town encounters a typhoon disaster year, they'll lose all the savings from previous years. At best, they can barely survive." Listening to Jake's explanation, Monet nodded, recalling that her hometown seemed to be in a similar situation. She couldn't help but sigh. "Jake, I've never thought about these things before. Why do you know so much? Or rather, your way of thinking seems quite different from mine." "It's just that our thought processes differ. There's nothing particularly praiseworthy about it. By the way, Monet, do you see that small hill over there?" While answering Monet's question, Jake pointed toward a highland not far away. "I see it. Is there something noteworthy there?" According to the map, all of Gourmet Town's grain storage and production facilities are located on that highland because it's the only place unaffected by typhoons from the sea. The locals call it Hope Highland, and that's our target this time. If the Don Quixote family bastards plan to cause trouble for us, their best bet would be to exploit the conflict between Gourmet Town and the Big Mom Pirates to force us Marines to intervene. The easiest way to create conflict would be to destroy Gourmet Town's food supply. Monet nodded at Jake's words but then looked puzzled. But even if the grain is destroyed, couldn't they just buy more food from nearby towns? Jake shook his head and sighed. If it were that simple, things wouldn't be so complicated. Gourmet Town's most famous dessert is called black truffle cake. The black truffles in it have to be shipped from islands in the West Blue. It's May now, nearing typhoon season, few ships from there are willing to come here. Usually, they order a year's worth of stock in winter. Ordering now would be nearly impossible, both time-wise and logistically. The Big Mom Pirates are probably after that cake too. If it can't be made, bloodshed is almost certain. So, our priorities are, first, to place surveillance Den Mushi to capture any potential criminal evidence, and second, to temporarily take some black truffles as a contingency measure. Listening to Jake's analysis, Monet couldn't help but develop a sense of admiration and dependence towards him. Recalling the solid warmth she felt when pressed against Jake's back earlier, a blush quickly spread across her cheeks. "Jake, sometimes you're really amazing. The things you think of never even occur to someone with a dumb brain like mine." Caught off guard by Monet's sudden remark, Jake was momentarily stunned before smiling at her. "It's just that you haven't encountered similar situations much. You're actually smarter than me. Anyway, let's head over early. The sooner we go, the more at ease I'll feel." I'll follow your lead." Their figures moved through the dense forest, though not particularly fast, as Jake advanced slowly while maintaining his observation haki to scout ahead. He avoided any areas his observation couldn't perceive. Though this approach might seem overly cautious, Jake believed that in the real world where life only comes once, no amount of prudence was excessive. C-5151. In the nighttime forest, almost nothing was visible. Even moonlight couldn't penetrate the thick forest. Had Jake not awakened observation haki, not only would reaching their destination be difficult, but simply traversing this forest would likely prove challenging. Observation haki differed from Jake's initial expectations. When he'd only seen the anime, he thought it was an ability similar to observing an opponent's muscles to dodge attacks in advance. But after truly learning it, he discovered observation haki was more like forming a 3D map in his mind. While it couldn't discern specific appearances, everything within its perception was covered by a layer of aura. The fluctuations and reactions of this aura were how observation could predict attacks. The more advanced version, the kind that could see the future, probably involved observing the future flow of this aura as well. A faint flicker of holy light shimmered across Jake's body as he cast healing prayer on himself. Maintaining observation haki for extended periods was quite taxing on both stamina and mental energy. Fortunately, he could now use healing prayer over 10 times a day, with each restoring about 15% of his energy, so these losses were negligible. After all, the subordinates Doflamingo sent would likely be those devil fruit users who appeared in the original story. Given this matter involved an Emperor crew, someone of Doflamingo's temperament wouldn't dispatch small fries, lest he end up provoking the Emperors instead, which was the last outcome he wanted. The forest wasn't particularly deep. Just as Jake and Monet were about to exit, Jake suddenly detected an extremely peculiar aura lingering on a rock not far away. That aura definitely didn't belong to an ordinary stone, it carried a presence similar to Monet's. A devil fruit user. Realizing this, Jake didn't hesitate. He immediately pulled Monet into the nearby bushes, using seawater-soaked clothing to wrap around both their bodies, minimizing any scent or other factors that might reveal their position. Just as the two of them had hidden themselves, a slightly shrill voice came through. "Wait, Something seemed to be heading this way just now. The moment Jake heard that high-pitched voice, he confirmed the speaker's identity, the stone man, Pika. Although that guy had been sliced in half by Zoro in the original story, his strength was definitely not something Jake could contend with right now. The moment he heard the other's words, Jake couldn't help but clench his fists. If Pika discovered them, he would immediately have Monet leave, then have her start a fire while calling for the Marines. If Pika and the others still wanted to complete their mission, they were unlikely to waste time dealing with him here. But Jake himself was worried, whether he could actually hold out until then. After all, Pika alone was already more than he could handle, let alone Machvis, who now slowly appeared beside Pika. A user of the Tun fruit, a Paramesha-type devil fruit. That guy's attack started at 10,000 kilograms, 10 tons minimum. Jake currently had no confidence in withstanding attacks of that level. Even a slight hit would probably turn him into paste. But the situation was already like this. He had no other choice but to hope those two hadn't noticed him. Observation Haki. Those who had mastered it deeply could keep it passively active at all times, like a reflex. But if not actively engaged, its range was somewhat limited. The difference in range between passive and active use was nearly threefold. At the same time, Observation Haki could also counteract others' detection abilities, which was why Jake had been keeping his Observation Haki maximized all this time. People, Pika, are you sure you're not mistaken? Could it just be some wild animal in the woods? At Machvis's question, Pika also seemed uncertain. After a moment of thought, he said, not sure. But I definitely sensed a living presence just now. A living presence. Then it must be an animal. If it were a human, without Observation Haki, it'd be nearly impossible to move through such a dark forest. We've been keeping an eye on the lights behind us the whole way. Probably just some animal. Seeing Pika still hesitating, Machvis continued, young master also said that guy didn't use any Haki when fighting him. In a life or death situation, if he didn't use Haki, it's highly likely he doesn't know it at all. It's been less than a month since then. There's no way he could have mastered Observation Haki. Even if it's not him, the chances of finding someone who knows Observation Haki in a remote place like this are slim to none. Don't spook yourself. Let's just finish the mission and get back. You know who's leading the Big Mom Pirates crew this time. I don't want to get caught by that kind of monster. Don't be too paranoid. Besides, even if there really is someone back there, there's nothing they can do to stop us. Machvis's tone carried a hint of reproach. After all, this mission involved an Emperor crew. The longer they lingered here, the higher the chance those monsters would discover their trail. Before coming, they had seen the one leading the team, Charlotte Katakuri, a monster stronger than their own young master. They definitely didn't want to be captured and interrogated by someone like that. Hearing Machvis's slightly accusatory tone, Pika nodded and said, I might have been overly suspicious. Let's finish the task early and head back. Leave that monstrous Yonko commander to the damned Marines. After speaking, the two headed towards the high ground. Meanwhile, Jake remained motionless, still curled up in his hiding spot, silently holding up the surveillance Den Mushi to capture everything that had just transpired. He still didn't move, instead using his Observation Haki to scan the area repeatedly. Only when a fiery glow began to spread across the distant sky did he finally set off with Monet. But they didn't rush toward the flames. Instead, they blended in with the panicked residents hurrying to extinguish the fire, making their way towards the high ground. Before leaving, Jake had even taken care to erase some of the traces they'd left in the dense forest. The thin ice they'd stepped on had long since melted, leaving no possible clues behind. C-5252. The flames licked at the dry grain, and with the help of surrounding flammable materials, the fire spread at an almost unstoppable pace. Under the flickering firelight, Machvis's burly figure gleamed with sweat. He grinned slightly, turning to Pika beside him. See, I told you were overthinking it. If someone had really been following us, they wouldn't have just stood by and watched us burn all this. Pika nodded in agreement, replying in his slightly shrill voice. You're right, I was overreacting. This round goes to you. Machvis clapped Pika on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Pika, you're too hard on yourself over the lost devil fruit. Ha ha ha, but even the young master said it wasn't your fault. That light-wielding brat was just stronger than expected. Hell, even the young master got injured by him. Losing one fruit isn't something the young master would hold against you. At this, Pika's expression darkened, his voice growing even sharper. That bastard, if I hadn't let my guard down against his weird attack, he never would have taken the fruit from me. And that woman who ate it too. If I ever catch them, I'll crush every single bone in their bodies, one by one. Watching Pika's outburst, Machvis simply shook his head and said, Let's get moving, Pika. The villagers are coming. If they spot us here, things will get messy. Besides, with all this commotion on the island, Katakuri won't just sit idle. Oh, and remember to block some of the paths with rocks. I'll smash a few sections of the mountain road to slow the villagers down. Relax, I already took care of it on the way here. Every accessible path is blocked with rocks. But you'd better act fast too, just rocks alone would look too suspicious. Even if Katakuri doesn't show up, those dumb villagers might still figure it out. With a dull response from Machvis, his entire body suddenly floated into the air with a gentle breeze, followed by his voice ringing out. Ton. 2,000 ton press. The moment his words fell, his massive body plummeted rapidly from the sky. The ground trembled violently as the villagers, makeshift dirt road, already far from sturdy, completely collapsed. A torrent of mud and construction materials cascaded down, destroying the lifeline this village depended on. Let's go. Ha ha ha, the mission is complete. All we need to do now is report back to the young master. Unless something unexpected happens, that brat Jake will most likely be killed by the Big Mom pirates. Listening to Machvis's wild laughter, Pika smirked silently but didn't laugh aloud. For him, every time he heard his own voice, it was a torment and humiliation. The two sped off in the opposite direction of Katakori's ship without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile on the other side, Jake and Monet blended into the crowd, rushing towards the previously mentioned high ground. Jake, are we really just going to charge forward with everyone like this? Won't we be suspicious? Don't worry, Monet, it's pitch dark, the disaster is urgent and Gourmet Town is a tourist destination. Unlike ordinary villages, unfamiliar faces here aren't easily noticed. We must protect the ingredients for the black truffle cake. As he explained, Jake used his observation haki to sense the surroundings, ensuring that Pika and Machvis hadn't lingered. He also kept an eye on Katakori's movements. Katakori's ship had been anchored near Gourmet Town for a week, but for some reason, they hadn't acted yet. However, considering the black truffle cake's 10-day preparation period, Jake realized they were simply waiting for the cake to be completed. Now, in the final days before the cake's completion, if the most crucial ingredient were destroyed, Katakori would undoubtedly fail Big Mom's demands and face punishment upon his return. On the sea, aboard a pink and purple ship that seemed plucked from a fairy tale, a towering man tightened the scarf around his face slightly. His icy voice made everyone around him instinctively shrink back. The black truffle cake cannot be compromised. Otherwise, we'll miss the tea party. There's a fire on the island and along with it, the stench of a few rats. The next moment, the pink ship lurched forward abruptly, its bow dipping into the water. By the time the disoriented crew regained their balance, Katakori had already vanished from the deck. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing most of the granaries in less than 10 minutes. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, visible even in the darkness of night. The elderly village chief, his white hair disheveled, ran through the chaos with tears streaming down his face, wailing. This is our town's lifeblood. This is our town's lifeblood. The old village chief's sobbing brought tears to the eyes of nearly every villager. They cursed, lamented, prayed and wailed in anguish. For a moment, the myriad expressions of human suffering were laid bare before their eyes. They cursed the caretakers of the granary for failing their duty, lamented their cruel fate, prayed that some food might remain and wept bitterly at the thought of being slaughtered by pirates. All these emotions converged within the small village like a whirlpool, pulling everyone deeper into despair. Yet despite their grievances, no one stopped moving. They charged straight toward the raging inferno, undeterred by the scorching heat and sea of flames. Jake followed behind the crowd, quietly pulling villagers away from falling trees and collapsing boulders that would have crushed them. Each rescued villager would freeze in stunned terror before attempting to thank their savior, only to find no one there when they regained their senses. Chief, the path ahead is blocked by boulders. A voice thick with despair rang out, freezing the entire town's population in place, except for Jake and Monet. While everyone's attention was fixed on the massive rocks, the two leapt past through a dense thicket nearby. It wasn't that Jake didn't want to help move the boulders, but their primary mission now was to protect the black truffles. C-5353. Under the cover of night, Jake carried Monet on his back as they advanced deeper into the fiery abyss. Thick smoke billowed around them while blistering heat threatened to roast Jake alive. Then a chilling aura spread from his back across his entire body. Delicate snowflakes swirled around Jake, forming a barrier that blocked all scorching air. Not a single wisp of smoke-laden air entered his lungs. Jake, are you okay? You didn't inhale any smoke. I'm fine. Monet, how long can you maintain this snow barrier? No problem for 30 minutes. Good. We leave immediately after finding the truffles. Hearing this, Monet bit her lips slightly before asking, shouldn't we help clear the obstacles for the villagers after finding the truffles? Jake sighed at her question. Monet, I understand how you feel, but we truly can't assist them much right now. We need to deliver this evidence to the two vice admirals first, they'll decide the next steps. Our priority is securing the truffles and evacuating quickly. As for the villagers, food supply, trust me, Monet. Once we drive Big Mom's pirates away, everything will be resolved. Though his response sounded somewhat heartless, it was the most pragmatic choice under the current circumstances. Monet recognized Jake's dilemma and nodded, continuing to maintain her snow barrier. Protected by Monet's powers, Jake rushed into the burning warehouse. An indescribable aroma permeated the scorched storage facility. It felt inappropriate to describe it this way, but Gourmet Town's burning warehouse now overflowed with the fragrant scent of cooking food. Observation haki is quite useful, but it can't be used to find objects. When it comes to inanimate things, observation haki can only detect their general aura and shape. But if you were to train your observation haki to the point of seeing the future, perhaps that level could be used to locate things. Fortunately, the granary wasn't large. In a relatively hidden corner, Jake managed to find 2 crates of black truffles that hadn't been completely burned. Carrying the 2 relatively intact crates of black truffles, Jake and Monet immediately sprinted away into the distance. Their chosen direction of escape was deliberate. First, Pika and Machvis's escape route was most likely the opposite of Katakori's. To avoid running into those two, Jake absolutely couldn't choose the same path. Second, Their escape route couldn't be within Katakori's observation haki range. If they were caught by Katakori now, it would be like having mud on their pants, impossible to explain away. Therefore, after careful consideration, the two chose the most difficult and remote cliff path. Luckily, thanks to Monet's devil fruit abilities, they could still construct a relatively sturdy ice path along the steep cliffs. This ice path would soon melt, ensuring no trace of their passage remained. At that very moment, Katakori's towering 3-meter-tall figure appeared among the villagers. His mere presence froze everyone in place, not daring to make a sound. The chilling tip of his trident pressed against the old village chief's throat as his deep, hellish voice rumbled. Will the black truffle cake be delivered on time in 3 days? The old chief's legs trembled uncontrollably, his aged face streaked with tears. The next moment, he collapsed to his knees, sobbing to Katakori. I'm terribly sorry. With the granary fire, I can't guarantee how many black truffles remain. If there aren't enough, the black truffle cake won't be ready in 3 days. A flash of cold crossed Katakori's face. An instant later, a deafening explosion echoed as he obliterated a massive boulder with a single strike. The villagers, faces twisted with terror. With a few leaps, Katakori vanished from sight. In under 30 seconds, he stood before the blazing warehouse ruins. Surveying the devastation, irritation flickered across his features. Extending his arms, viscous white semi-solids oozed from his body, smothering all flames within seconds. Katakori entered the warehouse and unleashed his full observation haki. But lacking his future sight ability from the original story, the chaotic scene yielded no useful clues. He walked into the warehouse specifically used to store black truffles, only to find it completely reduced to ashes, with nothing left. Staring at the scene before him, Katakori sighed and sat down on the ruins. His expression was calm as he looked at the villagers who had just arrived, speaking in a flat tone. In 3 days, I don't care what method you use, I need to see the black truffle cake. Otherwise, Gourmet Town will no longer have a reason to exist in this world. Hearing Katakori's words, the old village chief turned deathly pale and immediately fell to his knees. He pleaded with Katakori, explaining, Katakori-sama, if we order black truffles now, even from the closest source in the West Blue, it would take at least 10 days to arrive by sea. Factoring in production time, we'd need a minimum of 20 days. 3 days is simply impossible. In response, Katakori merely gave the old village chief a cold glance, his tone still indifferent. That's your problem to solve. Mine is simply ensuring the cake is delivered in 3 days. Besides, this incident wasn't accidental. The warehouse keeper was killed, his body was burned to ashes, but his lungs had no trace of soot, proving he was already dead before the fire started. And the boulder blocking your path was deliberately placed there. I examined the area around that boulder, there were no signs of it being rolled into place. Is that explanation clear enough? Your town was deliberately targeted. The black truffles are likely in the hands of that person. If you can find them, you'll live. If not, you'll die. C-5454. At the departure point of the C train's first rail line, Frankie sat where he had parted ways with Jake. The sea breeze was strong, carrying a damp chill that soaked through his floral shirt. Yet, at this moment, he paid no mind to the discomfort of his wet clothes clinging to his skin. His gaze remained fixed on the direction where Jake had disappeared. Time ticked by. Less than 2 hours remained until dawn. If Jake didn't return by then, Frankie would report the situation to the Marines and then head to Gourmet Town himself to search for Jake. The reason was simple. It was because of the information he had shared that Jake had ended up in such danger. Just as Frankie was about to lose his patience, a familiar figure came rushing toward him from the distance. Recognizing the figure, Frankie's face immediately broke into a grin. Hey, Jake, I knew you'd make it back alive. Hearing Frankie's shout from the shore, Jake stomped hard on the floating ice beneath his feet, launching himself and Monet onto the 5-meter-high platform where Frankie stood. Catching his breath, Jake couldn't suppress a smile as he said to Frankie. Don't worry, the situation got complicated, but we achieved most of our goals. Can you extract the footage from the surveillance den Mushi? In response, Frankie pulled out the warehouse equipment Jake had handed him earlier and said. It's already been adjusted. If you need to check, just input the specific number into the den Mushi. Thank you, Frankie. Please keep today's matter confidential from Tom-san and Iceberg-san. If this goes well, we'll become the greatest heroes in driving out the Big Mom pirates and protecting both Tom's workers and Gourmet Town. Listening to Jake's words, Frankie's face instantly flushed red. Being young and impulsive, he couldn't resist the temptation of becoming a hero, especially since he was usually seen as a troublemaking punk that everyone found annoying. The chance to prove himself in front of everyone completely overwhelmed his ability to think rationally. Don't worry, Jake, I won't breathe a single word about this. Besides setting up the Den Mushi footage, is there anything else I can do for you? Hearing this, Jake handed Frankie a box and said with a smile. Keep this safe. Don't reveal it to anyone until I tell you to. As he spoke, he passed the box containing the black truffles to Frankie, half of the stock, while the other half remained with him. You shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, better to avoid total loss. Who knew if those two would come looking for him at the base? Anything was possible, and caution was always wise. Taking the box from Jake, Frankie solemnly declared, I'll protect this box with my life. 10 minutes later, Jake reported everything he had witnessed to Sakazuki first. After all, Sakazuki was his direct superior. Though he had spent more time interacting with Borsellino, proper protocol had to be followed. After Jake finished his report, Sakazuki responded, "I'm currently in the New World and likely won't make it back within 3 days. Once you're done reporting to me, go inform Vice Admiral Borsellino and see if he can reach Water 7 within that time. If I recall, his mission is in the South Blue. With his speed, he should be able to make it. Additionally, I'll contact T-Bone via Den Mushi and have him organize Marine forces to continuously enter Gourmet Town during this period. We must prevent Big Mom's pirate crew from slaughtering civilians. Also, during this time, every decision T-Bone makes must be approved by you, every single one. I know his temperament well. When it comes to the Yonkos, we can't act recklessly." At this point, Sakazuki paused briefly before continuing in a lower voice. "But if it's absolutely necessary, you may eliminate the entire pirate crew, just leave no loopholes for the Yonkos to exploit. Also, send me a copy of the footage you recorded today via transmission Den Mushi. Doflamingo's actions have crossed a line. Later, I'll make time to visit the North Blue and create some momentum for you, so the Don Quixote family doesn't target you too harshly there. Finally, since you kept those black truffle cake ingredients, wait until Borsellino arrives before revealing them. Don't let the villagers know you took the truffles. Even if your intentions were good, the granary was still burned down. You were there, even if you couldn't defeat those guys and chose to retreat. But Desperate's villagers might not see it that way. In situations where they dare not resent the pirates, they will most likely choose to resent you instead. I know you might find this hard to understand, but Jake, listen to me, often, good people end up with guns pointed at their heads. Yes, Vice Admiral Sakazuki." As Jake listened to Sakazuki's words, his feelings were somewhat complicated. While he knew the situation would likely unfold as Sakazuki had described, it still left him unsettled. However, Jake also felt a deeper sense of gratitude and understanding towards Sakazuki. Unlike the extreme embodiment of justice he portrayed in the original story, Sakazuki was actually a dedicated and responsible leader when it came to his subordinates. Even during the Marineford War, he had given the deserter a chance to return to the battlefield rather than reducing him to ashes outright. The once flat anime character now stood before him as a fully fleshed out, three-dimensional figure, reinforcing Jake's belief that this world was both real and extraordinary. Just as Sakazuki was about to end the call, Jake voiced a small request. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, if we really end up clashing with the Big Mom pirates in 3 days, could you help me get in touch with Morgans, the head of the World Economic News? I'd like him to broadcast the footage I take." Hearing this, Sakazuki paused, then replied, "Media exposure is indeed a great way to make a name for yourself. But are you sure you can handle that level of fame? Even for me, getting Morgans to cooperate isn't simple, it comes at a steep price. I'm confident, I won't let you down. In 3 days, Morgans will be there. See 5555. Hanging up the Den Mushi, Jake let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally taken the first step towards realizing his plan. Hiding one's abilities wasn't the best strategy in the world of One Piece, at least, not in Jake's eyes. This world was dangerous. Natural disasters of the highest caliber could injure even legends like Shiki the Golden Lion. Ruthless pirates would resort to any despicable means to plunder ordinary civilians of their property and safety. And at the pinnacle of power, the celestial dragons could arbitrarily decide the life or death of commoners, including low-ranking marines deemed expendable. Jake had no intention of risking an unfortunate encounter with a celestial dragon when he was with Monet someday. To avoid that, he needed to be flamboyant from the very beginning. He needed to be groomed as the future pillar of the Marines. Koby had merely caught Garp's attention before being recruited into Sword, mingling with the Marines' privileged elite and even rising to a core position among them. When Koby was captured, the hero of the Marines, Garp himself, led a squad to rescue him, despite Koby was just a mere captain at the time. And this had happened while Koby openly disagreed with Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's principles. So, what if Jake could enter the entire Marine High Command's radar and earn their collective mentorship and recognition? To achieve that, all he had to do was remain unabashedly high profile and demonstrate enough value at every turn. With his own system allowing for daily fixed improvements, given enough time, he was confident not only of surpassing Lucci but even of defeating Kaido with a single strike. What Jake needed now was a long-term, secure guaranteed time with a lot of training resource. The reason for summoning Morgans was to seize the high ground of public opinion. Such territory, if not occupied by himself, would be taken by the enemy. And the influence of public opinion on ordinary citizens far outweighed any grand decisions made by higher-ups. A single statement from Gall D. Roger had ushered in the Great Pirate Era, and Whitebeard's dying words had propelled it to a second peak. Public opinion was the ultimate weapon. Even if he didn't perform perfectly and was labeled as the publicity marine, as long as he had enough attention focused on him, he would remain safe for the time being. Infamy was still fame. Moreover, Jake's ambition this time was set on Katakuri's Conqueror's Haki. With his system, Jake faced no learning barriers or prerequisites for any skill. If Katakuri demonstrated Conqueror's Haki even once, Jake could acquire that power, becoming the sole leader among the Marines' new generation to possess it. It was worth noting that while the Marines currently had the 3 admirals as successors, signs of a talent gap were beginning to show. Though it wasn't obvious now, anyone with foresight could predict that the Marine headquarters would soon face a shortage of capable leaders, leaving lesser figures to take the forefront. In an era devoid of heroes, even someone like Koby could rise as representatives of the new marine generation, so why couldn't Jake? Watching Jake exhale deeply, Monet asked in confusion. Jake, we'll soon be facing a Yonko crew. If you invite those reporters and things don't go well, won't it be risky? Like damaging the Marines' reputation. Hearing Monet's concern, Jake reassured her. Trust me, Monet, I won't let that encounter fail. It's crucial for our future at Marine headquarters. If it goes as planned, our potential will be limitless. Monet smiled at Jake and nodded earnestly. Is there anything I can do to help? I want to contribute. Stay with me. It's too lonely alone here. At Jake's words, Monet's face flushed slightly. She turned away, and answered in a whisper. At dawn the next day, as the first light spilled over the sea, the already warm air buzzed with the disciplined movements of the Marines. Quick, second squad. Board the warship immediately. Prepare the cannons, check the firearms, and assume level 1 combat readiness. Inspect the ship, raise the sails, hard to starboard. Destination: Gourmet Town, Pucci. Waves crashed against the hull, rocking the ship slightly. Jake stood behind T-Bone, outlining today's battle plan. T-Bone-san, today we're just sending troops to the island separately, but we must not enter Gourmet Town. If some members of the BIGMOM pirates are in the town, this will give them time and opportunity to withdraw. If we directly enter the town, we might be attacked by those foolish pirates, leading to a direct conflict between the Marines and a Yonko's crew. Such an outcome wouldn't only damage the town but also cause unnecessary deaths among our soldiers. It might even injure or sacrifice some civilians caught in the crossfire. Listening to Jake's words, T-Bone sighed, his slightly terrifying face showing a trace of helplessness. Although I don't like all these roundabout tactics, when it comes to the safety of our soldiers' lives, I'll follow your advice, Jake. In this regard, my mind really isn't as sharp as yours. Thank you for your trust. Katakuri watched as the Marine warships gradually approached. His subordinates were in chaos, yet he remained seated without showing the slightest hint of panic. The Marines' course of action wasn't aimed at attacking them. Neither the range of their cannons nor the formation of their warships suggested combat readiness. Judging by the warships' movement, they would land on the opposite side of the island, the farthest point from entering the town. Thinking this, Katakuri narrowed his eyes slightly, immediately understanding their intention. It seemed these Marines knew quite a bit about the current situation. Among them must be someone who knew about the fire incident, or perhaps even, the one who caused it. All hands, retreat to the ships. Tell those still in town. Anyone who hasn't returned to the ship within an hour will be treated as deserters. Katakuri's voice instantly calmed the panicked pirates. As if finding their backbone, they began steadily carrying out his orders. Meanwhile, a golden light streaked across the sky. Kizaru wiped a bit of sweat from his brow and murmured. How strange, this old man rarely exerts himself so much. C-5656. At the entrance of Gourmet Town stood a somewhat frail elderly figure, his already small frame appearing even more gaunt. Katakuri-sama, we've searched everywhere near the warehouse but found nothing. On all paths someone might have taken, there's not even a footprint or signs of disturbed plants. We truly have no leads left. Could you please give us 2 more days? Katakuri looked at the old man before him, his expression unchanged. Truthfully, he'd already used observation haki to survey the fire scene that night. If even he couldn't find any clues, expecting these villagers to discover anything was nearly impossible. However, the reason Katakuri allowed the villagers to do this was quite simple. Currently, he was very interested in the person who dared to burn down the granary, and unless something unexpected happened, that person was most likely from the Marines. So what was the Marines' purpose in doing such a thing? If the villagers couldn't produce the cake, he would slaughter them in a fit of rage, and then the Marines would have a legitimate reason to take action against the Big Mom pirates, or even declare all-out war. Katakuri had pondered this all night, and countless possibilities had flashed through his mind. Now, as he watched the Marine soldiers preparing to enter the town, the most terrifying of those speculations was about to become reality. Seeing those Marine soldiers, disciplined, orderly and brimming with fighting spirit, Katakuri's unease grew even stronger. Instead of immediately entering the island to capture him and his crew, these Marines had stopped outside the town. Their purpose was simple: they were waiting for his group to retreat. For most Marines, who upheld simple values of justice, such behavior was highly unusual. What kind of leader could command these Marines to carry out such orders meticulously, without a single complaint? Why were these Marines deliberately leaving time for the pirates to escape? Were they waiting for something? Waiting for his crew to slaughter civilians, just to give the Marines a legitimate reason to strike against the Big Mom pirates? At this thought, a faint trace of seriousness crossed Katakuri's face. Damn these cunning Marines. If the group he led was already under Marine surveillance, then his other siblings' movements were likely being watched as well. Worse still, there might even be spies from the Marines or the world government infiltrating this year's Toto Land Tea Party. Could it be that the Marines were truly preparing to move against Big Mom? The tangled web of possibilities in his mind gave Katakuri a headache. He expanded his observation haki, enveloping the distant Marine warship entirely. On the entire ship, only 2 individuals could detect his observation haki and put up slight resistance. No one else was worth noting. So what gave such weak Marines the confidence to block the ship of a Yonko? Something was wrong. Something was definitely wrong. That warship must be hiding a terrifying presence capable of shielding itself from his observation haki. A Marine Vice Admiral, or perhaps, an Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, or Garp the Fist, or maybe even the Buddha, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Watching the Marines charging onto the island without the slightest hesitation, Katakuri grew increasingly convinced his speculation was correct. Thus, he once again urged his subordinates to return to the ship as quickly as possible. Just then, a slender woman approached Katakuri. Frowning slightly, she asked him, "Brother, those Marines don't seem particularly strong. Should we really recall all our crew members on the island? Why not let them stay there and kill both the Marines and villagers when they enter the town?" The speaker had pink hair, red eyes, wore lipstick and had fair skin. Dressed in a purple cloak, red miniskirt and high heels with brown head ornaments, she was clearly Charlotte Gillette, the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family. Hearing Gillette's words, Katakuri shook his head. Though his tone remained largely unchanged, a subtle softness could be detected. "No, according to my observation Haki, those on that warship are pathetically weak. But think, why would such weak Marines dare to confront members of an Emperor crew? Brother Katakuri, are you suggesting there's a powerful fighter hidden on that ship, one even your observation Haki can't detect?" Gillette covered her rosy lips, staring at Katakuri in shock. Among all Big Mom's children, none doubted Katakuri's strength. He was a genuine monster, the strongest in the entire crew after Big Mom herself. If even Katakuri couldn't sense someone, their power must surpass that of a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. It's just speculation, but I'm likely right. Gillette, go hurry those guys up and get everyone back on the ship. We'll stay for 3 days, I want to see what tricks these Marines are playing. But brother, if there really is such a strong opponent, wouldn't staying here be dangerous? At Gillette's confusion, Katakuri glanced at her and explained, "It's precisely because it's dangerous that we need to stay here. If we leave, the Marines will have one more person who can pose a danger to Mama. If we stay here, in case a situation arises where the Marines launch a full-scale war against Toto Land, we can also restrain, or even eliminate their admiral in time. After that, we'll take the special sea current, use a coded ship to pass through the gates of justice and then attack Marineford. This will attract the Marines' attention and share the pressure for Mama." Katakuri think there was at least an admiral hiding in the Marines here. Gillette was speechless. She'd only come out to prepare cakes for Mama's tea party. How had it suddenly escalated to attacking Marine headquarters? Staring at Katakuri, she felt her head spinning. "Brother Katakuri, you're joking, right? Us, attacking Marineford. If I had that ability, Big Mom should be the one calling me Mama." C-5757. On the other side, the Marine warship had already arrived at the edge of the island. T-Bone took the lead, holding his long sword. He was the first to jump off the warship, acting as the vanguard for all the soldiers. For him, if he as a commander couldn't rush in front of the soldiers to resolve potential threats for them, then the identity of commander would have no meaning. "Follow me and charge," and "charge for me," are different. Following closely behind and jumping off the ship were Jake and Monet. Having trained with Lieutenant Commander T-Bone for so long, they had naturally been infected by his sense of justice that was pure to the point of being extreme. Plus, as the two strongest individuals here, it was fitting for them to come down. After jumping onto the island, cold air scattered around Monet's body. She turned back towards the connection between the warship and the island and blew out an extremely cold wind. Accompanied by a crack crack sound, a layer of ice several meters thick instantly appeared between the warship and the beach. The reason was simple: to give the pirates time to retreat. There was no dedicated dock where the Marine warships landed. In fact, there were quite a few reefs in the area. If it weren't for Monet's ability to create footholds, the only way for the Marine soldiers to reach the island would probably have been swimming. On Katakuri's ship, Gillette looked at the ice layer that suddenly appeared not far away and a terrified expression immediately appeared on her delicate face. She hurriedly shouted to Katakuri beside her, "Brother, that's ice, and it's ice that formed instantly. The only person in the Marine who can do this is Aokiji, who's about to be promoted to Admiral. Could it be that guy who came? Should we consider retreating first? No matter what, facing an Admiral candidate is still too much for us." Hearing Gillette's words, Katakuri didn't say anything, but just activated his observation Haki to the extreme. At the limit of that observation Haki, he finally saw clearly who had created the ice layer. A woman with long emerald green hair, and beside her were those two guys who had resisted him with observation Haki earlier. However, when he saw that the person who created the ice layer was not Aokiji, the gravity in Katakuri's heart not only didn't dissipate, but became even heavier. A Logia-type devil fruit user. That woman looked like a new recruit. To confidently let a new Logia-type ability user enter such a dangerous island, Katakuri would never believe there weren't powerful figures on that warship. Logia types were treated like precious treasures by all factions wherever they went. Among pirates, the lower limit for Logia types was a bounty of over 100 million. In the Marine, the lower limit for Logia types was Vice Admiral. Even in his own crew where devil fruit users were as common as cows, Logia type users would be in the first tier below the three sweet commanders as long as they had a little talent. No one would be stupid enough to send such a precious asset to their death. "So, Marine, what exactly are you plotting?" Looking at the floating ice blocks, Katakuri's expression became even more grim. He said to Gillette beside him, "Gillette, don't panic. Move the ship 200 meters away from the island in the direction away from it, and maintain a safe enough distance from the Marine. This way, Even if a fight breaks out, I can buy you valuable time to escape. Hearing Katakori's words, a faint mist rose in Gulette's beautiful eyes and her voice trembled slightly. Brother Katakori, that's too unfair to you. Do as I command. Don't worry, I won't lose. With that, Katakori ignored his sisters crying beside him and stood alone at the bow of the ship with his trident, looking at Jake and the others from afar. That unabashed gaze naturally caught the attention of Jake and the others. Looking at the tall figure on the pirate ship, Jake felt waves of pressure coming towards him. However, seeing their actions of evacuating the pirates from the town and retreating the ship 200 meters away from the marine and the island, Jake also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As he had expected, Katakori was an extremely cautious and careful person and he was very smart. He must be able to see the signal that the marine didn't want to conflict with them. But this temporary concession was not enough. Once the gourmet town couldn't produce the black truffle cake 3 days later, they would still conflict with Katakori at that time. Fortunately, by then Vice Admiral Borsellino would probably be able to arrive. Jake had just received his call and Borsellino was panting on the other end of the phone, saying he was running. Although it sounded a bit strange, there were no other sounds coming through, so Jake got the news that Kizaru would arrive the next afternoon. What they needed to do now was to protect these villagers until the next afternoon. But what Jake wanted to do was not just this. The Conqueror's hockey on Katakori, including Morgan's newspaper report, were all things Jake wanted to obtain. On the first day, the Marine landed on gourmet town Kuchi, surrounded the outskirts of the island for a day, giving the BIGMOM pirates time to withdraw from the town. In the afternoon of the same day, the BIGMOM pirates, ships retreated 200 meters from the outskirts of the island. On the second day, the Marine entered gourmet town Kuchi, negotiated with the village chief and calmed the emotions of the residents in the town, promising to drive away the pirates and provide them with enough food for relief afterwards. In the afternoon of that day, Vice Admiral Borsellino arrived at gourmet town, greatly boosting the morale of the Marine. Katakori continued to command the pirate fleet to retreat another 300 meters. That night, Katakori received an envelope from the Marine. Despite his sister's dissuasion, Katakori opened the envelope, which read, "The fire was not caused by the Marine, but the Marine has the real information of the culprit of the fire in hand, and also saved 2 boxes of black truffle raw materials on the day of the fire. If you want to obtain the black truffle cake tomorrow, you must bring the pirates to gourmet town to negotiate with the Marine. At the same time, you must use Conqueror's hockey on the spot to knock out all the members of your crew. As long as the conditions are met, the cake can make it to the tea party in Toto Land." The envelope didn't say what would happen if Katakori didn't go, but he knew it definitely wouldn't be anything good. So, on the third day, Katakori, the sweet commander of the BIGMOM pirates, and all members of the Marine branch, met in the center of the town. C-5858. Jake, you and Sakazuki actually discussed such a terrifying plan. How strange, considering that guy personality he would actually agree to your idea. Kizaru sat inside the warship, his expression was serious yet oddly lecherous as he looked at Jake and sighed with amazement. In response, Jake smiled and replied, "I am also deeply grateful for Vice Admiral Sakazuki's trust in me, and especially thankful that Borsellino-sensei could arrive here in such a short time to ensure our safety." As he spoke, Jake bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Kizaru. Kizaru stood up and helped Jake straighten up, then speak with some puzzlement. "No need to be so formal with me, but Jake, be honest with me, do you really have the confidence to uphold the Marine's dignity under the combined pressure of Morgan's and Katakori? You know that Morgan's fellow would say anything for the sake of views. That bastard has smeared the Marine's reputation more than once. If you fail to deliver what's expected, it could affect your future." Kizaru left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Taking a deep breath, Jake responded to Kizaru. "Don't worry, Borsellino-sensei. This time, I will definitely present you, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, and T-Bone-san with a grand gift." Seeing the determination in Jake's eyes, Kizaru grinned, revealing a somewhat lecherous smile. "If this grand gift doesn't satisfy me, this old man will have to put you through extra training." "Yes, sir." 20 minutes later, Lieutenant Commander T-Bone stood at the center of the town. Facing the towering 3-meter-tall Katakori and the overwhelming pressure emanating from him like an ocean, T-Bone showed no intention of retreating. He met Katakori's gaze fearlessly. Watching this man who, despite being terrifyingly weak in comparison, showed no trace of fear in facing him, a faint sense of approval arose in Katakori's heart. This approval had nothing to do with their opposing sides, it was purely recognition of bravery. On the other side, a massive human bird creature dressed in a suit stood with a team of professional photographers armed with cameras. Some perched on tall trees, others stood on high buildings, while a few positioned themselves close to the two figures, raising their cameras and pressing the shutter buttons in unison. Katakori slightly lowered his head, observing T-Bone and the green-haired young woman standing behind him. The faintly cool aura radiating from her unmistakably identified her as the user of a Logia-type devil fruit. However, what surprised Katakori the most was the other man standing behind T-Bone. With jet black hair and looking somewhat scholarly, he didn't resemble a battle-hardened Marine at all, more like some of the scholars Katakori had encountered before. The man's unusually youthful face, the subtle presence of dual hockey emanating from within him and even the way the three were positioned, all seemed to center around this young man. This puzzled Katakori. The man's rank was surprisingly low, just a chief petty officer's, essentially a grunt, yet he stood in front of a Marine with the status of a lieutenant commander. Recalling the contents of yesterday's letter, it was clear this man was likely the one who had written to him. And indeed, Katakori's guess proved correct. As T-Bone subtly stepped aside, Jake slowly walked forward to stand directly in front of Katakori. Looking at the expressionless young man before him, Katakori's demeanor remained unchanged. He spoke in his usual icy tone. By this afternoon, I need to see the finished black truffle cake. Otherwise, everyone here, including you, will die. As he spoke, a terrifying aura faintly leaked from Katakori, oppressive enough to make breathing difficult. However, its range was small, lingering only around Jake, T-Bone and Monet. Feeling that suffocating pressure, Monet's face paled. Her mastery of hockey was weak and the air around her seemed to thicken, making it hard to breathe. T-Bone took a slight step forward, shielding Monet from most of the pressure. Though veins bulged on his skeletal face, he didn't retreat an inch. Jake stood his ground, bearing the brunt of the overwhelming pressure. Unlike observation or armament hockey, this conqueror's hockey felt like a primal, soul-deep oppression from a superior being. His bones tingled, his mind throbbed as if pierced by needles, leaving no room for thought. His breathing grew ragged and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Yet, no matter how much his body suffered, it couldn't suppress the wild joy in Jake's heart. He had been agonizing over how to get Katakori to release just the right amount of conqueror's hockey at the right time for him to learn. If Katakori unleashed it too early, it wouldn't create the dramatic conflict needed for the news. If it was too strong and knocked Jake unconscious, the plan would fail. This was a risky move, but things were unfolding even better than Jake had anticipated. Katakori had released just the right amount of conqueror's hockey, likely to strengthen his bargaining position, but in doing so, he had unwittingly played right into Jake's hands. As a pleasant chime echoed in his mind, Jake couldn't help but grin. Congratulations, host, you have successfully learned Conqueror's Hockey. Conqueror's Hockey LV1 1/100th. At 100, the range and pressure of Conqueror's Hockey will greatly improve. Seeing Jake not only unshaken by his hockey but actually smiling, Katakori's expression grew slightly grave. Though he hadn't exerted much power, the fact that Jake could smile under such pressure spoke volumes about his mental fortitude. At that moment, Katakori's wariness of Jake rose another notch. Then Jake's voice cut through the tension, pushing the atmosphere to its breaking point. The black truffle cake is ready, but why should we give it to ruthless pirates like you? Not only will you get no cake, but you won't escape the Marines' grasp either. The moment Jake finished speaking, the Marines cocked their rifles, while the pirates erupted in curses and murderous intent. Morgans watched the scene unfold, his face flushed with excitement. This is huge news. See 5959. For Morgans, whether the Marines won or the pirates triumphed didn't matter. As long as it didn't affect tomorrow's newspaper sales, he couldn't care less who died. This report was something Sakazuki had personally asked him to cover. The man hadn't said much, just one sentence. The Marines' future, direct confrontation with a Yonko commander. Upon hearing those words, Morgans had immediately grasped the deeper implications. Marines' future. What did that mean? It was already an open secret that the Marines lacked representatives of the new generation. The newly appointed 3 admirals candidates were anything but fresh faces. They were all middle-aged men who couldn't be considered the new generation. But Akainu's statement clearly hinted that he might witness the birth of a future super genius within the Marines. That alone made this trip worth his personal attention. And a direct clash with a Yonko crew. That was practically cause for celebration. Morgans couldn't care less how many people would die. All he knew was that a battle between the Marines and any of the 4 currently recognized emperors of the sea would shake the world with its sheer magnitude. Sakazuki hadn't specified which Yonko, but the location, Gourmet Town, gave Morgans a strong hunch. It would likely be the Big Mom Pirates. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates had just been clashing with the Beast Pirates over territory a few days ago. Red Hair Shanks, as the newest Yonko, was still making his mark in the New World and wouldn't unreasonable venture to the first half of the Grand Line. The thought of the Marines battling Big Mom Pirates was exhilarating. When he heard Jake declare his intention to arrest every single member of the Big Mom Pirates, Morgans could barely contain his excitement. Yes, more ferocity, more bloodshed. Violence was always the most eye-catching spectacle. He frantically signaled his subordinates to start snapping photos, the blinding white flashes illuminating every corner of the scene. Meanwhile, inside the Marine warship, Kizaru nearly choked on his tea as he watched the scene unfold through the projection Den Mushi. Without bothering to wipe his mouth, he shot to his feet, muttering complaints. That damn brat, is this the surprise he was talking about? At this distance, even I might not be able to save you in time. Golden light began radiating from his body as he activated his devil fruit powers, only to abruptly deactivate them moments later. Katakori's reaction had defied his expectations. Instead of the expected outburst of rage or an immediate attempt to impale Jake with his trident, Katakori simply stared coldly at the Marine and asked. Is this the answer you've chosen to give, Marines? 7 o'clock tonight, the ship behind the reef 700 meters north of the town. That's your people, isn't it? How dare you burn down the island's granary yesterday? You vile pirates, using such despicable means to harm villagers. If we don't arrest scum like you, civilians across the seas will never sleep peacefully again. As Jake spoke these words, a radiant, pure white light emanated from his body, dazzlingly bright and seemingly capable of cleansing the soul. Golden-orange feathers drifted down from the sky around him, creating a scene as awe-inspiring as an angel descending from the heavens in a church. Everyone was stunned by the sight. No one had ever witnessed such a devil fruit ability. It was like a divine miracle, utterly unbelievable. Katakuri remained silent, watching Jake. The next moment, he inwardly let out a long sigh of relief. Connecting yesterday's letter with Jake's slightly peculiar phrasing, he understood the other's true meaning. If this were truly meant to be a fight to the death, there would be no need to specify exact times and locations while accusing them of something they clearly couldn't have done. Such obvious false accusations completely contradicted the intelligence displayed in yesterday's letter. There was only one possibility: the other party was secretly hinting at something. Translated, it meant, tonight at 7, behind the reef 700 meters north of town on the small boat, there's black truffle cake and the truth about the arson incident. But right now, with reporters watching, the Marines need to save face. You'll pretend to retreat, losing some pride but gaining the real advantage. Faced with this proposal, Katakuri had no choice. Refusal would mean losing both face and the cake. If he didn't accept, they'd truly have to fight the Marines, and that warship definitely had powerful fighters aboard. He'd sensed it earlier. When Jake first spoke, Katakuri had momentarily considered attacking him, but an overwhelming sense of danger had instantly coursed through his body. His observation hakis gave him a warning. And Katakuri trusted that warning completely. It seemed that no matter how unwilling they were to let Big Mom Pirates lose face, this time they'd have to swallow their pride. He glanced irritably at Jake before him. Though frustrated, he could only sigh. The Marines' preparations had completely outmatched theirs this time. A direct confrontation clearly wasn't wise, so he looked at Jake and chose the option that benefited both sides. But remembering the words from yesterday's letter, a smile crept across Katakuri's scarf-covered lips. You asked me to unleash Conqueror's haki. Well, if you can't handle that power and faint, don't blame anyone. Want face? I can give it, but do you have what it takes to receive it? With this thought, Katakuri's eyes sharpened and a terrifying pressure erupted from his body, surging outward in all directions. Even if we burned down the granary, so what? Do you trash really think you can catch us? If you think you can, then come and try. The next moment, as Katakuri's voice faded, an overwhelming force emanated from his body, like an unending tsunami. Each impact seemed capable of crushing both spirit and will, as towering as a collapsing mountain and as scorching as a wildfire sweeping across the land. Under the assault of that power, no one even had the right to remain standing. Of course, Katakuri adhered to the letter's instructions. The range of his Conqueror's haki also enveloped the pirates behind him. Yet, as Jake's lips curled slightly, an equally terrifying aura erupted from him in an instant. Kizaru spat out the water he had just drunk all over the Den Den Mushi, his face twisted in shock as he stared at the scene before him. C6060, Conqueror's haki, the mark of a king that appears in only one among millions. This unique form of haki belongs solely to those chosen by destiny itself. This power isn't determined by strength alone, but purely by whether one possesses that qualification. Those who wield this power are born leaders destined to stand at the top of the world, the exclusive haki of absolute rulers. This very reason makes Conqueror's haki exceptionally rare within the rigid hierarchy of the Marines. After all, such a system, bound by rules and order, is fundamentally incompatible with the domineering spirit that surpasses all others. Pirates are different, lawless by nature, they're the scum of these seas, producing nothing, only taking. And unfortunately, a lot of these bastards possess Conqueror's haki than the Marines. This has always been a lingering pain for the Marines. But now, watching Jake erupt with black lightning in the projection, Kizaru's momentary stupor gave way to an irrepressible grin. That bastard Sakazuki really struck gold this time. From the moment Jake revealed his Conqueror's haki, the title of leading figure among the new generation of Marines belonged to him alone. A mythical zone devil fruit user with Conqueror's haki. Such an individual's minimum starting point would be Admiral candidate material. The future Marines might very well reach their peak during Jake's generation. No matter what, he couldn't allow anything to happen to Jake here. Realizing this, Kizaru's golden glow intensified as he pushed his observation haki to its absolute limit. The moment he sensed the slightest killing intent from Katakuri towards Jake, he will intervene instantly. Starting a war with an emperor for Jake's sake meant nothing, not because of Jake's potential strength, but simply because a Conqueror's haki user's mere presence would provide immense positive influence and attraction for the Marines. Katakuri stared at Jake, who now radiated Conqueror's haki as well. His expression wavered between astonishment and reluctant acceptance. Yes, only another Conqueror could have written that letter brimming with such audacity and spirit. Only a Conqueror would dare face him despite their overwhelming power difference. Unexpected, yet perfectly logical. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. It seems the winds of change are gathering at this very moment. A Marine's Conqueror's haki user. The tides of this era are shifting. If this man grows unimpeded, he might become the one to end the great pirate era. At this thought, Katakuri's lips curled into an involuntary smile. His previously monotone voice now trembled with excitement. I acknowledge you, Marine. Tell me your name. Facing the increasingly oppressive Conqueror's haki from Katakuri, Jake desperately held his ground and responded. Jake Lawrence, Charlotte Katakuri. After Jake declared his name, Katakuri formally introduced himself in return. Then his Conqueror's haki intensified further, sweeping over everyone present like a violent storm. Most people's consciousness began to fade. Whether pirates or marines, the terrifying clash of haki had now escalated beyond what ordinary people could withstand. Though it didn't reach the level where the sky split apart like during Whitebeard and Red Hair's first meeting, within a 60-meter radius centered around Jake and Katakuri, clear signs of storm-like devastation appeared. Thud, thud, the sounds of collapsing bodies echoed continuously as most succumbed to the Conqueror's haki shockwave, journalists included. This was an indiscriminate, arena-wide collision of Conqueror's haki between the two. Morgans, feeling the terrifying haki that seemed ready to swallow him whole, showed no fear on his face, only exhilarated flush. A Conqueror's haki user among the Marines. This was big news. Moreover, the right-hand man of a Yonko crew, no, the vice captain himself, had personally acknowledged Jake as a man he recognized. This meant that the Marine soldiers before them was undoubtedly the future leader of the new Marine generation. If published in tomorrow's papers, such headlines would undoubtedly break sales records. Titles already flashed through his mind. Shocking. The Conqueror's prodigy among Marines. Yonko commander endorsement. Dawn of the Marine King era. Breaking. The beginning of the Great Pirate era's end. As these headlines swirled in his mind, Morgans practically saw mountains of berries raining towards him. He barked at his still-conscious subordinates. Now, photograph everything. Even if you faint, do it after snapping the shots. 1 million berries per photo. Stay sharp. Anyone failing gets fired immediately. This carrot-and-stick approach worked miraculously. Despite their inferior physiques compared to Marines and pirates, the reporters stubbornly pressed their shutters before collapsing. Even Morgans himself only allowed unconsciousness to take him after verifying his overflowing archive of footage. Behind T-Bone's protective stance, Monet watched Jake radiating terrifying pressure without a trace of envy, only gleaming admiration in her eyes. Jake, I always knew you could do this. T-Bone's eyes reddened as he sniffled slightly, murmuring, the future of the Marines stands right before me. On the pirate side, Gillette stared at Jake matching Katakuri's Conqueror's haki outburst, her expression betraying unconcealed shock and dread. Who the hell is that guy? Are we really going to be captured by the Marines here? But Jake, at the center of the storm, wasn't faring well. His Conqueror's haki couldn't withstand Katakuri's at all. If he hadn't been continuously using healing prayer to restore his stamina and spirit, he would have been defeated by Katakuri within seconds of their clash. C6161. However, by the seventh use of healing prayer, Katakuri opposite him gradually toned down the intensity of his Conqueror's haki. The reason was simple. The reporter team led by Morgans had almost entirely been knocked out by the haki. The pirates behind Katakuri and the Marines behind Jake had also mostly collapsed to the ground. Only a few core members from both sides remained standing. To prevent the reporters from possibly using equipment or Den Mushi to record the events before passing out, Katakuri specifically scanned the area with his observation haki. Only after ensuring there were no issues did he speak to Jake before him. No one else will know about this conversation now. You can tell me exactly what you mean. Watching Katakuri's actions, Gillette was bewildered. Her mind was still reeling from the Conqueror's haki clash, but she mustered her strength to ask. Brother Katakuri, what do you mean? Did you already reach some agreement with him? Using his ability to create a sturdy mochi cane, Katakuri handed it to Gillette to help steady her before slowly explaining. Yesterday, that Marine in front of us sent me a letter. I didn't let you see the contents not because I don't trust you, but because I didn't trust the sender. If he had written false information in the letter, you might have taken reckless actions. I didn't want you to bear that risk, Gillette. As your brother, all risks should be mine to bear. At this point, Katakuri paused slightly, then looked at Gillette, whose tears had already begun to flow, and continued softly. But even so, I must apologize to you. I'm sorry, Gillette, for keeping so much from you and making you suffer through this unnecessary fright. Seeing Katakuri apologize to her, Gillette was so moved she could barely speak through her sobs. It's okay, brother Katakuri. I've caused you to worry too much. I should be the one apologizing to you. Hearing Gillette's words, a faint blush appeared on Katakuri's cheeks, though he quickly suppressed it. He deeply cherished his family and receiving their gratitude always made him feel bashful and shy. We'll talk more about this after we return safely. Now, Marine Jake, can you tell me everything you have in mind? Looking at Katakuri before him, Jake nodded. He first smiled at T-Bone and Monet behind him, signaling them not to be nervous, then turned back to face Katakuri and replied with a smile. First of all, thank you very much for this cooperation and perfectly fulfilling everything you promised in that letter. Given such sincerity from you, Katakuri, it would be unreasonable for us to continue being ungrateful. Let me explain everything step by step. The most important issue, and the direct trigger of this conflict, is the fire at the warehouse in Gourmet Town. Presumably, you entered the scene of the fire and saw the situation at the time. Do you think that fire was an accident? Hearing Jake's question, Katakuri answered softly. Naturally, it was no accident. When I arrived, there were several corpses on the ground. Although they had been burned to charcoal, their lungs showed no traces of smoke inhalation. This proves these people were killed long before the fire started. Moreover, the way the mountain path was blocked was also strange, clearly not a normal rockslide. Rocks of that size, if they had fallen from the mountaintop, would have left clear marks. But after I inspected the area, there wasn't the slightest trace, not even a single bent blade of grass. It's obvious that the boulder was thrown there deliberately, and achieving something like that would have been impossible for the villagers alone. Therefore, a third party must have been involved. Initially, I suspected this might have been orchestrated by you Marines, an attempt to provoke conflict between us and Gourmet Town. By inciting us to massacre the town in anger, you could then step in, either during or after the incident, to justify declaring war on our pirate crew. In fact, I even assumed that Toto Land would already be swarming with Marine spies. And, if I'm not mistaken, that Marine warship anchored outside the island must currently have at least one Vice Admiral or higher-level combatant aboard. They're likely stationed there as a contingency in case I were to take any unexpected actions. Am I right? Listening to Katakori's words, Jake's gaze flickered with surprise and admiration. Truly worthy of being Big Mom Pirates commander. Though his line of reasoning had some flaws, the fundamental logic was impeccable, at least the conclusion was correct. Jake nodded and said, "You're absolutely right, there is indeed a combatant of Vice Admiral rank or higher on our warship. If you had shown any unwillingness to cooperate, believe me, none of you would have left here alive today." At this point, Gillette could no longer hold back. A vein pulsed faintly on her smooth forehead as she raised her voice and roared at Jake. "What the hell gives you Marines the right to act so arrogant? If Big Brother Katakori holds off your so-called elite fighter, I alone can slaughter every last one of you." Upon hearing this, Jake merely smiled without saying a word. A chilling aura erupted from Monet, instantly sweeping across the entire area. A thin layer of frost immediately enveloped the leaves and flowers. Katakori's voice rang out at that moment. "You can't, Gillette. Just dealing with that female Marine with Logia abilities alone is uncertain for you. Step behind me." "But, alright, Brother Katakori." As Gillette slowly moved behind Katakori, Jake's voice finally spoke up again. "However, what I just described would only happen if you refused to cooperate with us. Clearly, we're working together quite well now, so I'll reveal the truth about the fire to everyone." As he spoke, Jake pulled out the special projection Den Mushi Frankie had given him from his pocket. C6262. The projection Den Mushi didn't have particularly expressive features, it just stared blankly at the people before it. With a bruru sound, footage of the fire that night appeared on an electronic screen in Monet's hand. In the footage, the figures of Machvis and Pika appeared strikingly clear amidst the flames and through the night vision capabilities of the surveillance Den Mushi. To further deepen Katakori's disdain for the Don Quixote family, Jake deliberately chose to highlight the part of their conversation concerning the Emperor Cruise. In the footage, Machvis asked Pika, "Pika, both of us were mobilized this time and we even involved an Emperor crew, all for some brat. Was it really worth it, young master decision? We just need to carry out whatever the young master decides. Besides, no one noticed our actions this time. And it's just the weakest of them all, the Big Mom Pirates. Even if they find out it was us, what can that fat hag possibly do? PFF'd. Ha ha ha. True enough. The young master is the man who will ultimately become the Pirate King. Anyone who stands in his way is nothing more than a puppet or a pawn on our path to victory, even the Emperor crews are no exception. Look, that fool Katakori is heading this way." Watching the footage, Katakori's expression darkened visibly. Veins bulged like coiling pythons beneath his skin as his voice, thick with suppressed fury, rang out. "Which faction do those two bastards belong to?" In response to Katakori's question, Jake smiled and answered. "The Don Quixote family, currently stationed at the northern scrapyard of the country of Flevence. Their captain is none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo. Was that, brat, they mentioned referring to you?" Hearing this, Jake didn't answer directly. Instead, he replied with an indifferent expression, "I don't know the answer to that question, but what I can show you is the truth. Everything was caused by the Don Quixote family. They burned the food in the warehouse and wanted to use your hands to clash with the Marines to achieve their hidden agenda." Upon hearing this, a peculiar smile appeared on Katakori's face. He suppressed the previous ferocity in his expression and simply stared at Jake before asking, "Can you deliver on what you promised? To be more precise, can you guarantee there will be black truffle cake on the ship at the reef 700 meters north of the town by 7 p.m. tonight? I can stake my life on it, you'll definitely get it." Katakori sheathed his weapon without another word and turned to leave. Gillette, watching Katakori about to walk away, wore a puzzled expression and asked, "Brother, are we just leaving like this? Those two bastards in the footage clearly targeting that Marine named Jake. We were dragged into this. Why should we take all the blame while boosting that brat's reputation?" Katakori merely glanced at her coolly, his pace unwavering. White liquid-like substance flowed from his body, sweeping up all the unconscious pirates as he replied emotionlessly. "Gillette, the reason is simple. We're pirates. Even after Mama became one of the 4 emperors, we're still just high-ranking pirates. Right now, we have no leverage to negotiate with the government or Marines. Being able to leave safely with the black truffle cake while only losing some reputation is already enough. We've shouldered plenty of infamy, what's a little more? But, Brother Katakori, I still..." "Gillette, enough with your stubbornness. Take all these guys and leave. If you stay here any longer, you'll die." Hearing Katakori's slightly angry tone, Gillette lowered her head, clenched her teeth, then turned to glare at Jake and roared, "Damn Marine, sooner or later, we'll make you pay for this with interest." Jake simply smiled in response to Gillette's words, then called out to Katakori's retreating back. "You're taking this loss pretty well, are you really okay with that?" "There's no, okay, or not. The cake matters more than anything. Mama's affairs are our top priority." Jake nodded, then added, My Den Den Mushi number is 37,739,771. Keep a close eye on news about Flevance in the coming days. If possible, I think you'd be very interested in the underground world's rising star, Joker. Or rather, what pirate would refuse his wealth? Katakuri turned his head slightly, his scarf loosening to reveal his menacing mouth as he looked towards Jake's direction. I've got it. In return, is there anything else you need me to do? Jake smiled brightly. He took a camera from Monet and then said, let's take a few photos. After all, just letting you leave like this without any real losses would seem too fake. Also, your ship will be attacked soon, but only in non-critical areas. I hope you can accept that. Trust me, what I'll give you later will be far more valuable than a ship. Katakuri stopped in his tracks, raising his trident, his tone grave as he said. I won't be responsible if you get injured during the photoshoot. Wouldn't have it any other way. Half an hour later, Galette looked at Katakuri beside her with a hint of complaint in her voice. Brother, why do we have to look like we've been defeated by the Marines in the photos? Galette, you're complaining too much. Right now, you're the only conscious one on this ship. Hoist the sails, their attack is coming. Also, don't tell Mama about this. Other than you and me, I don't want anyone else to know. Galette nodded. As the sails were raised, Kizaru stood in midair, a dazzling golden light forming in his hand. Stirring up trouble while reaping rewards, this was the kind of thing he loved most. Yasukani no Magatama, countless glowing orbs streaked past, leaving numerous holes in Katakuri's ship, making its exterior look utterly devastated. C-63-63. The May sunlight wasn't as scorching as midsummer, but it was still bright and glaring. Inside Jake's dorm, the windows were shut tight, the room was cool and comfortable. The next moment, violent knocking erupted at the door, accompanied by Monet's excited voice. Jake, wake up, look, the new newspaper is out. Our story from yesterday made the front page. Your photo even got the biggest section. And me, I got a small spot on the left too. The door was pushed open as Monet barged in. Seeing Jake still half asleep, she sighed helplessly, grabbed his shoulders and started shaking him vigorously while urging him. Hurry up and get up. This is the first time we've ever been in the newspaper. Don't look so lifeless. As Monet shook him, Jake gradually woke up and the words on the newspaper came into focus. The bold headlines read, The dawn of the great Marine era. The new generation of Marines leaders. The future beacon of the Marines. The mysterious mythical zone user. The seraph who will end the dark age of pirates. The first direct clash between a Yonko crew and the Marine. The era of justice is coming. Looking at the striking headlines, Jake's lips curled into an unsurprised smile. Clickbait was everywhere, but he hadn't expected their headline styles to be so similar. When Jake's gaze landed on the most eye-catching photo in the newspaper, the corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably. It was a photo of Jake and Katakuri locked in combat. In the image, Jake's entire body was bathed in a faint golden light, like angelic feathers drifting down from behind him in a myth. A holy cross hovered above his head, and with the crouched camera angle Jake had deliberately chosen, at first glance, he looked like an angel descended to cleanse the world of sin. Katakuri's entire body was shrouded in black armament hockey and both men were drenched in blood. Around them, snowflakes clashed against butter, while in the corners of the photograph lay piles of pirates and Marines, unconscious or perhaps dead. At first glance, the scene resembled a hellish meat grinder of carnage. Standing atop this slaughterhouse, Jake radiated an aura of sanctity and compassion, his body bathed in holy light. To any observer, he appeared as nothing less than the savior of the world. Gazing at the photograph, Jake couldn't help but chuckle. Monet, your photography skills are truly exceptional. To capture such a scene, I almost can't believe the person in this picture is actually me. Oh, it's just some simple techniques. As the two discussed the newspaper, Kizaru's playfully exaggerated voice suddenly chimed in. Yoo-hoo, hope I'm not interrupting anything. Hearing that unmistakably sleazy tone, both of them immediately straightened up and turned toward the doorway, exclaiming in unison. Borsalino-sensei, no need for such formality, this old man isn't as stern as Sakazuki. I came to ask about the newspaper, no need to tense up. Sit. As he spoke, Kizaru slightly hunched his 3-meter frame, though the gesture barely made him seem less towering. Rather than sitting beside Jake's bed, Kizaru chose the empty bed opposite. Dust puffed into the air as his massive frame settled onto the aged mattress, making him wave a hand dismissively through the dust with a sigh. Quite the rundown place you've got here. Well, not like you'll be staying long anyway. Jake, because of your little stunt, Sakazuki and I got chewed out by Fleet Admiral Sengoku until we were practically bleeding from the ears. So scary, even Zephyr's lectures never stung this much. Scratching his cheek, Kizaru heaved another theatrical sigh before continuing. Jake, I'd already called Sengoku before the paper went to print. Thought if we outpaced the news cycle, it wouldn't count as withholding information. But Fleet Admiral's standards are terrifyingly strict. The moment he realized we hadn't briefed him first, he ignored all my prepared explanations and just erupted. Asked if we took him for a fool. Think I can't spot your little games. Then he said, get this, if you can rush to Gourmet Town this fast, I expect that speed on every mission from now on. Slower than this, you'll know what happened. Now I'm in real trouble. I practically broke speed records getting here. If every mission requires this kind of speed, this old man might just work himself to death. Throughout this lament, Kozaru shot Jake a look that blended whining accusation with his usual lecherous eyes. Jake could only offer an awkward chuckle, at a loss for words. Shaking his head, Kozaru finally allowed a slow, knowing smile to spread across his face. However, I didn't get scolded for long. Once I realized Fleet Admiral Sengoku was going to keep lecturing, I just dumped everything on Sakazuki's head. Right now, Sakazuki is probably getting an earful from the Fleet Admiral. Though I feel a bit bad, I really didn't want to endure that kind of scolding from Sengoku. Sakazuki is 2 years younger than me, after all, his mental resilience is better than mine. Let him handle it. Upon hearing Kozaru's words, Monet and Jake both shivered involuntarily. This was bad. They were definitely going to get a call from a furious Akainu soon. Both of them knew his temper well enough to expect a blistering reprimand. Kozaru seemed to read their thoughts, his lips quirking up slightly before he drawled in his usual sly tone. Don't worry about Sakazuki coming to yell at you, at least not today. Fleet Admiral Sengoku can be quite the chatterbox. He might just keep lecturing Sakazuki from morning till the next day. Hearing this, Jake and Monet grew even more anxious. Kozaru, meanwhile, grinned wider and continued. But aside from that, there's another reason I came to see you. The ship originally scheduled to pick you up for headquarters in mid-June has been moved up. It'll arrive in 3 days. Be ready. This early transfer is on the direct orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Commander-in-Chief Kong. Make sure you perform well. Don't embarrass me or Sakazuki, alright? C-64-64. Early, and we're meeting Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Commander-in-Chief Kong. Monet couldn't help but exclaim at Kozaru's words. For someone who had been an ordinary villager not long ago, the idea of meeting some of the most powerful figures in the world in less than 2 months left her with a sense of unreality. Kozaru, naturally understanding her reaction, chuckled in reply. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Commander-in-Chief Kong specifically requested both of you, Monet, the snow fruit user, and Jake, the zone-type mythical seraphim. That's the exact message the Den Mushi relayed. Oh, and by the way, with the Admiral position now vacant, the promotion will likely happen within the next 6 months. You two are the bets Sakazuki and I have placed. Don't drop the ball at the critical moment. Though Jake was surprised, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Still, he couldn't suppress the excitement bubbling up inside, and it showed plainly on his face. Noticing Jake's grin, Kozaru teased in a light-hearted tone. You little brat, that big gift you mentioned, Sakazuki and I were speculating what it could be. We thought it might be some unique devil fruit ability development, or maybe you'd found a cure for Flevence's plague. But we never imagined you'd actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. So, Spill, when did it happen? Monet pinched Jake's arm in mock annoyance, scowling as she added. Yeah, you even kept it from me. How annoying. Faced with this, Jake wasn't quite sure how to explain, so he resorted to the prepared explanation he'd thought of earlier, addressing Kozaru and Monet. Actually, mastering Conqueror's Haki happened on the very day I mentioned having a big gift for you. Before that, I couldn't even release it properly, so I wasn't very confident and didn't mention it to you or Monet. To be honest, even when I clashed Conqueror's Haki with Katakuri yesterday, it was more luck than skill that allowed me to release it. As for when I awakened it, that would be just a few days ago. While training my observation Haki, I suddenly sensed another energy within me besides armament Haki, something unexplainable. Remembering what Borsalino-sensei had said about Conqueror's Haki, I made an educated guess. Since neither Kozaru nor Monet possessed Conqueror's Haki, they couldn't tell if Jake was being truthful. But after some thought, they realized Jake had no reason to lie to them, so they dropped the subject. Kozaru nodded, stroking his stubbled chin before scratching his head and continuing. If that's the case, I'm not blaming you. But now that you've awakened Conqueror's Haki, you're destined to become one of the Marines' top brass. Combined with your partnership with that Morgan's fellow, you've basically become the talk of the Marines. Let's just say you're officially famous now. Do you realize how much pressure comes with that kind of reputation? Kozaru's usually lecherous expression turned uncharacteristically serious, his eyes gleaming with an unfamiliar intensity. Jake nodded, then met Kozaru's gaze with equal sincerity. Believe me, Borsalino-sensei, I'll make sure my strength lives up to my reputation. After studying Jake's eyes for a few seconds, Kozaru suddenly chuckled. He leaned back in his chair, stretching lazily. Pressure's good, but don't let it strangle you. If it gets too much, just say the word. Once I get promoted to Admiral soon, my achievements won't matter as much. I can toss you a few to lighten your load. Remember, too much pressure changes people. I like you as you are now, so don't overdo it. His words warmed both Jake and Monet's hearts. They stood and bowed deeply in unison. After discussing some Marine headquarters protocols, Kozaru rose to leave. But just before stepping out, he turned back and tossed 2 certificate-like documents from his coat. Oh right, these are your rewards from Marine headquarters for flawlessly resolving the Gourmet Town incident. Combined with the newspaper coverage, your promotions are practically unprecedented. Well then, I'll be off, Lieutenant Jake, Ensign Monet. Without waiting to see their stunned expressions, Kozaru sauntered out the door. The two who remained in the dormitory stared at the positions marked on the certificates with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Jake had jumped directly from Chief Petty Officer to Lieutenant, bypassing 5 ranks. Master Chief Petty Officer, Warrant Officer, Ensign and Lieutenant Junior Grade, straight to Lieutenant. Monet, meanwhile, had skipped 5 ranks, becoming an Ensign. And these weren't just ordinary branch lieutenants or ensigns, both of their gold-embossed appointment letters bore the unmistakable words, Headquarters, at the front. The difference between branch and headquarters positions was 3 ranks. In other words, Jake was now equivalent to a branch captain, while Monet was equivalent to a branch commander. No wonder Kizaru had remarked that their promotion speed was unprecedented in marine history. Still, given their current strength, such positions weren't inappropriate. Moreover, facing the big mom pirates in Gourmet Town was a feat substantial enough to warrant such leaps in rank. Yet, as Jake looked at the words on the appointment letter, he still found it somewhat unbelievable. Especially because, beneath Jake's appointment letter, there was a form for him to fill in his specific physical data. This was to tailor a custom, Justice, cape for him. In the Marines, those ranked lieutenant and above could bear the words, Justice, on their backs. Captain and higher typically paired their Justice coats with suits as the standard, while officers at the rank of lieutenant and below couldn't use this combination. Under their Justice coats, they could wear either their private clothes or Marine uniforms, but not custom-tailored suits. First-class seamen to third-class seamen were required to wear standard Marine uniforms, the typical grunt attire often seen. Petty officers to ensigns could wear their casual clothes or Marine uniforms, but nothing too extravagant. At the very least, they couldn't dress in a way that made them look like pirates. C-6565. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. At this moment, Sengoku sat in his office, veins bulging slightly on his forehead as he stared at Sakazuki, who stood before him in complete silence. Sakazuki, I've asked you the same question 3 times now. You've been standing here for 20 minutes and the only words you've spoken were when I told you to sit down and you said, no need. What the hell is going through your mind? But what nearly drove Sengoku mad was that Sakazuki still didn't speak. He remained standing there, like a block of wood, not uttering a single word. Sakazuki, I hate how you're like a block of wood. Sengoku's roar echoed through the entire office floor, his voice hoarse and weary. Just as Sengoku was about to reach his boiling point, Sakazuki finally lifted his head and spoke slowly. If it's about Jake, I don't know much. But his devil fruit is likely of a similar type to yours, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I saw that in the newspapers. A Marine Fleet Admiral, learning about a prodigy within his own ranks through the papers. Does that seem right to you, you bastard? At this, Sakazuki lowered his head slightly and, once again, said nothing. Sengoku felt a throbbing pain in his head at this moment. He gulped down a mouthful of water and then continued in a hoarse voice. What I mean is, why didn't you tell me all of this when you first discovered Jake? As he spoke, Sengoku couldn't contain his anger. He stood up abruptly and slammed the stack of documents about Jake onto the desk, roaring. Mastery of 2 types of hockey. A devil fruit user with the mythical Zone Seraphim form. The first Conqueror's hockey wielder the Marines have seen in nearly 20 years. And possessing the courage and boldness to repel the big mom pirates. You bastard, why didn't you report such an important talent sooner? Sakazuki looked up, his lips twitching slightly. Heaven knew that while he'd had his own small plans when first encountering Jake, he truly hadn't known the boy possessed all these abilities. When he'd been teaching Jake, the kid was just an ordinary person who'd eat a rare devil fruit. His progress was indeed fast, but not at the terrifying level of those monstrous geniuses. So in Sakazuki's eyes at the time, reporting about Jake sooner or later hadn't mattered. In fact, Monet's priority should have been higher than Jake's. After all, in Sakazuki's estimation back then, Jake's future achievements would likely be at the level of a vice admiral candidate, whereas Monet, if she could develop her devil fruit abilities to the limit, might become the next Kuzan. But who could have imagined that after merely asking Borsellino to train those two for a few days, so many unexpected developments would emerge? Armament hockey and observation hockey, could those really be learned in just a few days? Even Borsellino himself didn't possess Conqueror's hockey, so how could he have taught it to Jake? And repelling the big mom pirates? Just how many things had that bastard Kizaru failed to report to him? For a moment, Sakazuki felt his head pounding as Sengoku kept repeating, then I ask you, making him feel like he was about to lose his temper. Just then, the Den Den Mushi on Sengoku's desk rang. Shooting a fierce glance at Sakazuki who remained standing silently before him, Sengoku picked up the receiver and shouted. Sengoku here, what is it? Hearing the clearly furious tone on the other end, Kizaru was startled. The Den Den Mushi's slightly lecherous expression froze momentarily before Kizaru's voice came through, laced with his signature sarcastic drawl. How scary, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Moshi, this is Borsellino speaking, can you hear me? Listening to Kizaru's drawn-out sleazy tone, Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose with his left hand, his voice betraying unconcealed exhaustion. I can hear you, Kizaru. Spit it out if you have something to say. Is this about news concerning Jake? Oh, as expected of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you guessed exactly what I was going to say. Jake's progress has been truly remarkable lately. Just 2 days ago, I tested him with a Doriki measuring device, and he's already reached an astonishing 457 Doriki. He's about to step into superhuman territory. How terrifying, and he's only been training for less than 2 months, yet he's made such tremendous progress. Kizaru's words left Sengoku somewhat puzzled. Borsellino, are you telling me Jake truly mastered both types of hockey in just 2 months, while increasing his Doriki from the initial 10 to 457? And, he even awakened Conqueror's hockey. Do you really think that's possible? Kizaru could understand Sengoku's skepticism and explained with a smile. How terrifying, but I'm telling the truth. That kid Jake is truly a once-in-a-generation genius. Whether it's armament hockey or observation hockey, he only needs to see them once to master them. You might not believe it, but he really learned both types of hockey just by glancing at them, even I was shocked. And it's not just hockey. Even the swordsmanship techniques from Sakazuki's subordinates, Jake basically mastered them after a single look. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, perhaps Jake really is a gift from the heavens to our Marines. Listening to Kizaru's words, Sengoku fell silent for a moment before continuing. If what you say is true, then Jake is indeed the future of the Marines. Cancel all your current missions immediately and escort Jake and that Logia girl to Marineford. Not a single mishap is allowed. Also, you bastard, if you knew all this, why didn't you report it to me sooner? Do you realize I had to learn about this from the newspapers? Moshi, how strange, the signal seems to be cutting out, how odd. As Kizaru's somewhat lecherous voice gradually faded, the buru sound of the den mushi echoed, making the atmosphere in the office even heavier. Sengoku glanced at Sakazuki, who remained silent with his head lowered, sighed and then said helplessly. Borsellino has already called to explain on your behalf. You can leave for now. As for Jake's talent, once he enters the new recruit training camp, Zephyr will assess him properly. If he truly is a 1 in a million genius, then I think you need to reconsider the matter regarding Flevens. C-6666. After leaving the Fleet Admiral's office, Sakazuki exhaled deeply. He pulled out a cigar from his coat, lit it with his devil fruit ability and took long, heavy drags. He didn't have many hobbies. When overwhelmed with frustration, only cigars could offer him some solace. Of course, if Jake were here, he would later collaborate with Vegapunk to develop e-cigarettes, especially brands like Relks, so even people in the pirate world could enjoy a pure smoking experience. Recalling Sengoku's earlier words, Sakazuki felt his anger rising involuntarily. He knew full well how dangerous Flevens was in the dire situation there. But, right now, Jake was the only one who might be able to save them. He had personally experienced Jake's healing abilities. That kind of treatment, which seemed to reach deep into the soul, could undoubtedly cure the illnesses caused by mining the toxic ore. It wasn't about building his reputation for promotion to admiral. Given his current achievements and seniority, even if he slacked off now, he would still secure a spot among the next generation of admirals. He just wanted to give those civilians a sliver of hope to survive. At this thought, Sakazuki couldn't help but let out a faint, mocking laugh. Did he even have the right to say such things? Weren't the people of Ohara civilians too? Wasn't he the demon who personally decided to send the civilians to hell? What right did a demon like him have to speak of giving others hope to live? Enough. Why overthink it? Sakazuki took a deep drag from his cigar, the smoke gradually obscured everything before his eyes. He loved this sensation, how cigars emptied his mind and blurred all boundaries through the haze. In this smoke-veiled world, nothing had sharp edges anymore. All jagged angles softened into ambiguity. White or black, everything dissolved into exquisite shades of gray. I am Sakazuki, who needs others' approval for my actions. To live or die, to curse or thank me. I gave the order to kill Ohara's people. But does that conflict with my desire to save Flevens? As these thoughts crystallized, the cigar in Akainu's mouth burned to ashes. In that moment, his decision was made. The buru ring of the den mushi startled Jake, whose face grew concerned seeing the snail adopt Sakainu's stern expression. Was this call coming to reprimand them? Putting a finger to his lips, Jake signaled Monet for silence. Sakazuki-san, Jake, is Monet with you? Their faces fell. This was indeed going to be a scolding. Monet answered softly, I'm here, Sakazuki-san. The snail nodded in Sakazuki's mannerism, then unexpectedly broke into a smile as his unusually gentle voice came through. You both performed excellently. Without you at Gourmet Town, the disaster could have been irreparable. You've earned this promotion through merit. You represent the Marines' future. Their worried expressions immediately brightened. Exchanging grins, they responded cheerfully. We only did our duty. Actually, since I was partly responsible for. Jake's humility was interrupted as Sakazuki continued. No need for modesty. Your performance was outstanding. Beyond this matter, I'm informing you that your Flevens assignment is cancelled. The promotion stands, but you may choose any island deployment. Why? Jake frowned at this unexpected change. Sakazuki's tone brooked no argument, no particular reason. I've simply reconsidered. Yet for once, Jake refused his superior orders without question. Uncharacteristically, he pushed back. I'm afraid I cannot comply with your request. Flevens isn't just a mission assigned by you, Sakazuki-san, it's my own choice. My devil fruit powers can change the lives of civilians there, save countless lives, and revive a dying nation. If I were to change my mind and abandon it simply because it's too dangerous, that would mean I'm utterly unworthy of the words on this marine coat. Justice never retreats in the face of danger. Justice for Flevens has been delayed far too long. If we let it remain absent, then I could never bear the weight of those, justice, word for the rest of my life. My abilities and talents should be the foundation for saving more people, not an excuse to hide safely behind the lines. As Jake spoke, a long-absent smile appeared on Sakazuki's face. Sengoku, seated across from him, watched the den mushi's imitation of that resolute expression with complex emotions, feeling a surge of admiration. Monet's voice chimed in then, clear and firm. Sakazuki-san, I feel the same as Jake. If we lack the power to help, I might have been able to convince myself otherwise. But knowing we have the ability yet still being told to give up, I can't accept that. If T-Bone-san had thought the same way back then, would Jake and I even be alive today? Kindness and justice should be passed forward, not hidden away for any reason. Sakazuki's expression grew brighter. Sengoku, whose lips had remained unmoving until now, finally allowed a smile to surface as he nodded slightly at Sakazuki. The next moment, Sakazuki's voice came through, laced with faint amusement. You arrogant brats, talk to me again after you've placed in the top 3 of the training camp. Damn fools. With that, Sakazuki hung up the Den Den Mushi. Turning to Sengoku in the chair, he said with a laugh. That was their own decision. They have their own justice. Sengoku took a bite of rice cracker, chuckled, then sighed. Yes, their own justice. Quite different from ours. C-6767. Water 7 Harbor. Frankie clutched an iced cola, tears and snot streaming down his face as he stared at Jake, his voice choked with emotion. You damn bastard. Leaving your big bro Frankie so soon. Damn it. I just became the hero of the shipyard, was gonna treat you to drinks and everything. Damn it, you got enough cola. I've got 2 crates here, take 'em all. Never done a long voyage myself, only time I went far was when my parents ditched me as a kid. Forget that crap, but long trips mean dehydration. Pack extra, got it. Make that snow woman Monet chill it for you, she can whip up ice when needed. But remember to boil the snow before drinking. You ain't like her, she can eat raw snow with no problem, but you'll get sick. Listening to Frankie's instructions, Jake wore a wry smile while Monet's expression had long darkened beside him. Iceberg, however, looked at Frankie with newfound interest and teased him. Who would have thought you'd have such a thoughtful side, Frankie? I originally assumed you wouldn't be able to muster a single warm word during farewells. Frankie wiped his tears while scolding Iceberg. Damn it, Baka Berg. Even the toughest man can't hold back tears when bidding farewell to dear friends, isn't that common sense? I'd cry if you set sail too. There's no shame in admitting it. Struck by Frankie's sincere words, Iceberg found himself at a loss for a response. Tom chuckled and gave Iceberg a hearty pat on the back before remarking with emotion. Iceberg, this is the first time you've lost to Frankie, ha ha ha. Partings between men are always filled with tears and emotion. Whether through sobs or laughter, it's the mark of a true man. Hearing Tom's words, Iceberg nodded before turning toward Jake. His face flushed slightly as he spoke with some embarrassment. Jake, stay safe on your journey. Water 7 will always welcome you. Next time you visit, let's share a drink. Absolutely. After this exchange, Jake suddenly stepped before Tom and spoke earnestly. Tom-san, I once heard a great man say, to prosper, first build roads. That's why the sea train matters so much to me. I know I'm far from qualified to say this now, but I promise you here, I'll climb to a position where my voice carries weight and I'll pave the way for your sea train. Tom was momentarily stunned by Jake's unexpected declaration. Studying the young Marine as if seeing him for the first time, Tom glimpsed a shadow both distinct from and yet not unwelcome compared to Roger's. The sea train, I envision its future reaching every island worldwide. It shouldn't be limited to 4 routes or just connect islands and cities near Water 7. Its potential is vaster, 400, 4,000, even 40,000 routes spanning every island, even Sky Island. That's the world I want to see, a beautiful, prosperous world. I'll strive tirelessly towards it, but such grand route designs, only you, Tom-san, can accomplish them. So I ask you for a favor, please wait for me. Wait until I gain the power to clear your path. As he spoke, Jake bowed deeply at 90 degrees to Tom. Gazing at the young Marine in front of him, Tom's vision momentarily overlapped the figure with that of a certain pirate-caped man. Only this time, they stood on opposing sides. He had once believed that man was the true savior of this world, but as he gazed at the young man before him, he felt his earlier judgment might have been too hasty. Then, he reached out his arm, helping the young man to his feet before speaking earnestly. Lieutenant Jake, I once thought the world's salvation would never come from people like you. But now, it seems I've changed my mind. What you asked of me earlier, I agree. I give you my word as a man. But don't keep me waiting too long, ha ha ha. Who knows how many more years this old body of mine can still work. Hearing Tom's response, Jake smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't make you wait long. I promise. On the warship, Kizaru watched Jake speaking with Tom, a faint smile crossing his face as he murmured to himself. Quite an ambitious young man, aren't you? The future might truly change because of you. Grow quickly, Jake. I'm very curious about the era you'll lead. Meanwhile, T-Bone looked at Jake who was about to depart, his terrifying face filled with warmth. He gave Jake his parting words. Jake, Monet, no matter what happens at Marine headquarters, always hold fast to your own justice. I know you're both far smarter than me, always thinking in twists and turns. But I know you're striving for the justice you believe in. The two of you are the finest students I've ever taught, and the pride of my life. Be careful on your journey. If anything happens, you can always come to me. The Marines from the branch stood on the shore, tears in their eyes as they bid farewell to Jake and Monet. Jake, you've got to tell me when you come back. My son's about to be born, I'll make you his godfather. Monet, sweetheart, when you return, I'll save all your favorite dishes for you. Wah, such a wonderful girl. Hey, Lieutenant Jake, Ensign Monet, we're about to set sail. If we're late, Fleet Admiral Sengoku will be terrifying. At the urging from Kizaru, Jake and Monet boarded, turning to the crowd on the shore. They bowed deeply before slowly disappearing from view. The warship sped forward, and as it passed Gourmet Town, the fishermen's boats had already lined up along its path, laden with all kinds of delicacies. The old village chief stood at the bow, waving with a smile. Lieutenant Jake, this is our thanks for saving our town. If not for you, even if we hadn't been killed by pirates, we'd have faced ruin. If you hadn't acted in time. Looking at the boats overflowing with food, Jake's smile was radiant. At this moment, he believed wholeheartedly in that famous saying, all kindness will one day bloom into roses. According to One Piece timeline, Tom is gonna be executed 5 years from now. C-6868. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, the symbol of power and justice. Located at the center of the Grand Line, adjacent to the Sabayati Archipelago, the Red Line in the Holy Land of Mary Geoise. Between the Judicial Island, Enies Lobby and the underwater prison Impel Down, it is surrounded by 3 gates of justice, forming a government-exclusive whirlpool current. Due to its strategic position, it serves as a deterrent and cleanup force for pirates from all 4 seas attempting to pass through the Sabayati Archipelago. As a result, most pirates keep a low profile when crossing the archipelago, avoiding any actions that might disrupt public order. However, its primary purpose for being situated here is to protect the celestial dragons residing in Mary Geoise. Managing pirates and other marine duties have become secondary objectives. Yet, judged by actions rather than intentions, the Marine Headquarters has undeniably made significant contributions to curbing the Great Pirate Era. At the port, a marine warship carrying Jake and Monet slowly approached. After undergoing roughly 7 inspections, the vessel was finally permitted to dock. The scrutiny was incredibly thorough. Not only was the ship subjected to comprehensive weapons and safety checks, but every cabin corner, crew member's background and even the ship's damage and its causes were meticulously examined. Even having Kizaru as the ship's commanding officer made no difference. Given the Marine Headquarters' proximity to Mary Geoise and the fact that Marineford housed the families of high-ranking officers, security protocols were inevitably the strictest. The Marine's administrative system was far from as lax as portrayed in anime. Regulations on uniforms, weapons, ships, troop numbers, routes, missions, repairs, every detail was governed by stringent rules. Even an officer of Kizaru's rank had to submit a detailed report if he eliminated an unknown pirate crew at sea. The report had to specify the time, location, reasons, ammunition expended, ship damage and crew injuries. Though Kizaru had aides to draft such documents, failure to submit them would result in penalties, even for him. After all, these reports were the basis for annual budget calculations and requests to the world government for military funding. Missing documentation could lead to a 1/3 budget cut the following year, enough to destabilize the entire marine system. In essence, the Marines worked for the Celestial Dragons because their organization's survival depended on it. Disobedience meant dissolution. What other choice did they have? However, high-ranking Marine officers weren't entirely passive. Since Fleet Admiral Sengoku took office, he had deliberately fabricated some false reports to secure additional funding, though he couldn't push it too far, as the world government had its own accountants. Though most of those accountants tended to meet their end via finger pistols. Kizaru had shared all of this with Jake during their journey. After all, this trip to Marineford signaled Jake's imminent entry into the Marine Headquarters inner circle. Knowing these basics would help him make informed decisions moving forward. As the anchor and chain were dropped, the ship gradually steadied. An automatic staircase extended from the cabin, with Kizaru standing at the forefront, followed closely by the composed Jake and the slightly nervous Monet. The soldiers on the ground saluted Kizaru. Though the method of saluting in this world differed slightly from his previous life, they directed their palms towards their superior. The reason is quite simple. Ships that primarily operate with sails require constant pulling of ropes, and the dust from the ropes dirties the palms. It would be impolite for superiors to see such dirty hands, so in the One Piece world, the salute is performed with the back of the hand facing outward. Vice Admiral Borsellino, the ship inspection is complete. All personnel accounted for. Awaiting your orders. Oh, still so full of energy, aren't you? But I don't have any orders, just let us pass. Fleet Admiral Sengoku wants to see us now. He's really impatient, isn't he? Hearing Kizaru's words, the soldiers, clearly accustomed to his mannerisms, quickly stepped aside to clear the path, continuing their salute until Kizaru and the others had completely disappeared from view. Jake, puzzled by this, asked, Borsellino-sensei, why do the soldiers salute for so long? Is it a requirement here at headquarters? Kizaru shook his head in response, then sighed and said, it's not like that. It's the soldiers' own initiative. You know that behind Marineford is the residential area for soldiers' families, right? Yes, I heard most officers' families live there. No, you heard wrong. Not most families. Marineford is not that big and there are so many soldiers. If every soldier's family wanted to live here, there simply wouldn't be enough space to accommodate everyone. Although we could purchase daily necessities and food from outside, the cost would be enormous. Not to mention, it would severely reduce the living space originally reserved for officers' families. So, in the residential area behind Marineford, the families are mostly those of captains and above. At this point, Kizaru sighed again and scratched his head. In other words, even T-Bone's family isn't qualified to live in Marineford, let alone those below the rank of lieutenant commander at headquarters. So, On the entire island of Marineford, it's uncertain whether even 1/5 of the soldiers' families live in the residential area. Because of this, many soldiers try to build good relationships with high-ranking officers, hoping to secure their family's safety this way. But honestly, most high-ranking officers don't take the goodwill of ordinary soldiers seriously, they mostly ignore it. Even so, for the sake of their family's safety, ordinary soldiers still try to please higher-ranking officers with better attitudes. Even if the hope is slim, they have to try. Hearing this, Jake fell silent. He looked towards Marineford's largest building, staring at the two large characters on it, feeling a sense of helplessness in his heart. Even here, true justice is scarce. But he didn't criticize it too much. Often, this is the best way things can be handled. After all, absolute equality is impossible, relative equality is already an ideal world. C6969. Inside the building, while it was quite modern, it also retained many unique features of the One Piece world, albeit with a more Japanese-style influence. Jake took the opportunity while waiting for the elevator to glance around. As he surveyed his surroundings, 3 pairs of eyes were also sizing him up, with one gaze lingering on Monet for a while as well. The next moment, a somewhat rough voice rang out, carrying an indescribable sense of humor. Bwahahaha, Borsalino, you really gave that bastard son of Big Mom a good beating this time. Nice work, let me treat you to some senbei. The speaker was an elderly man digging his pinky into his nose. As he walked towards Kizaru, he pulled a senbei from his pocket with the same hand that had just been picking his nose and shoved it straight towards Borsalino's mouth. Naturally, Kizaru was extremely reluctant to accept the senbei that was very likely contaminated with boogers. Though he usually appeared laid back and unserious, even somewhat comical, that didn't mean he had any peculiar tastes, especially when it came to other people's boogers. Kizaru raised his hand slightly in a gesture of surrender, then grinned at Garp and said, Vice Admiral Garp, this wasn't my achievement at all, it was all planned by Lieutenant Jake here, I just stepped in to help a little at the end, if you're handing out senbei, he should be the first to get one. Hearing Kizaru's words, Garp didn't retract his outstretched hand. He merely glanced at Kizaru and said, You dumb brat, can't I treat you to senbei while also treating those 2 kids? Take it. At this, seeing Garp's slightly stern expression, Kizaru reluctantly accepted the senbei. And as expected, there was a tiny black speck on it. With Garp standing right there, Kizaru couldn't just throw it away, so he had no choice but to hold it in his hand, then cast a gleeful look at Jake and Monet. But the next moment, Kizaru realized his little scheme had been seen through by Garp long ago. After handing the senbei to Kizaru, Garp suddenly tucked it back into his pocket, then pulled out a few berry bills from another pocket and handed them to Jake and Monet. The old man laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, so you're the 2 kids from the newspapers. A mythical zone brat like Sengoku and a snow fruit user like that bastard Kuzan. I won't treat you 2 to senbei, I heard you just came from Water 7. The Marine headquarters is expensive, so I'll reward you with some money. Go eat something good and treat yourselves. As he spoke, Garp forcefully shoved the bills into Jake and Monet's hands, leaving them no chance to refuse. Meanwhile, Kizaru, who's still holding the senbei, stared dumbfounded at the scene, feeling as if 1,000 Yasakani no Magatama were rushing through his mind. If you were going to give them money, you should have said so earlier. Jake and Monet looked at the roughly 200,000 berry in each other's hands, both flashing their most pleasing smiles at Garp. Thank you, Vice Admiral Garp. They chorused. Wahahaha. No problem, no problem. I really wanted to see what kind of guy the so-called future of the Marines in the newspapers actually is. Turns out you're much more pleasant than that Brad Borsalino. I've always said that guy ate the creepy fruit or something. Hearing Garp's description of himself, Kizaru's mouth twitched uncontrollably before he sighed helplessly. That's too harsh, Vice Admiral Garp, saying such things can really hurt people's feelings. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Haven't I always said, people should live in the present? But you're insulting me right now. At this, Garp suddenly glared at Kizaru and shamelessly declared, 1 second ago is already the past. Those who dwell on the past will never amount to anything. Kizaru was left speechless by Garp's shameless logic, struggling to find words until a cough sounded from behind, followed by an aged yet steady voice. Stop teasing Borsalino, you bastard Garp. It's not his fault he looks like that. The newcomer's comfort didn't make Borsalino feel better. He sighed even deeper and complained. Zephyr-sensei, that doesn't make me feel any better. An elderly man with purple hair approached, smiling kindly at Jake and Monet. You 2 must be Jake and Monet. Unless something changes, I'll be your instructor for this period. You can call me Zephyr-sensei. Fair warning, I'm a strict teacher. Sakazuki, Borsalino and that lazy-looking Kuzan behind me have all been thoroughly disciplined by me. Teacher Zephyr, must you include me when talking about disciplining others? At least save some face for me in front of the juniors. The man with an eye patch around his neck rubbed the back of his head sleepily as he complained to Zephyr, who simply glared at him and scolded. Haven't I told you before, Kuzan? Don't wear your eye patch in formal settings. Keep it properly stored in your pocket. So strict as always, Zephyr-sensei. Despite his words, Kuzan quickly stowed the eye patch away in his pocket. Kizaru, eager to steer the conversation away from himself, quickly interjected. Alright everyone, let's hurry up. Fleet Admiral Sengoku ordered us to report to him immediately. If we're too late, we'll get scolded. Garp picked his nose disdainfully. That bastard Sengoku is still as nagging as ever. Perfect timing. I'm out of senbei. Come on, rookies. Follow me and I guarantee Sengoku won't scold you. Hearing this, Kuzan slumped his shoulders and muttered dejectedly. That's because you always fall asleep and never hear Fleet Admiral Sengoku's scolding. Shut up, you idiot disciple. Monet glanced at Jake, her eyes filled with shock, as if wondering why the upper echelons of the Marine were all like this. Jake shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. C-70-70. The senbei crackers crumbled under Garp's hard teeth, most falling into his mouth while tiny fragments scattered onto Sengoku's desk nearby. Seeing the evenly spread crumbs on his documents and embedded in the seams of his leather chair, Sengoku could no longer contain his rage. Veins bulged on his forehead as his hair stood on end, roaring at Garp. Garp, you bastard, what do you think this place is? Hand over those senbei. Even as he spoke, Sengoku seized the mostly full bag of senbei before Garp could react, opening his mouth wide to shovel all of the crackers in at once. Ah, Sengoku you bastard, those were my senbei. After Garp's exaggerated eye-popping expression faded, the two finally ended their farce. Zephyr sighed, then said to Sengoku, why bother with Garp? Finish this discussion already. You've been ignoring the Marine's future hope this whole time. Hearing Zephyr's weary tone, Sengoku coughed and quickly composed himself. Whenever near Garp, he always lose his composure. This time he'd lost composure before juniors he'd never even met before. Damn it, rebuilding his authoritative image would be difficult now. The thought made Sengoku's head throb, but to prevent further damage to his dignity, he turned to Jake with solemn expression. You're Jake Lawrence, correct? User of the mythical zone-type Seraphim. The future pillar of the Marine who uncovered the Don Quixote family's plot and saved Gourmet Town from the Big Mom pirates. Jake didn't respond with excessive humility. These were indeed his accomplishments, nothing to be ashamed of. As long as he avoided arrogance while stating facts clearly, it would count as above-average performance. Uncovering the Don Quixote plot was a joint effort with Monet. Defending Gourmet Town involved me and other Marines. Crediting me alone would be exaggeration. Sengoku nodded subtly at Jake's reply, neither groveling nor boastful, not hogging credit while protecting others' interests. A flawless response showing promise. Nodding slightly, Sengoku's voice softened. No need for such modesty. Others' contributions won't be forgotten. Every Marine's merits receive due reward. Your and Monet's multiple rank promotions follow proper regulations. The main reason for summoning you early this time is to grant you some additional rewards beyond just a promotion in rank. Hearing Sengoku's words, Jake was surprised. In his view, being promoted so many ranks at once had already far exceeded his expectations. Now there were even more rewards, making him momentarily doubt if he had misheard. Subconsciously, he asked, there are more rewards. Seeing Jake's expression, Sengoku smiled slightly. This was exactly the reaction he had hoped for. Strictly speaking, the extraordinary promotion in rank alone would have been sufficient, even excessive, for Jake's merits. But when dealing with such a talented and outstanding Marine, generosity was essential in winning his loyalty. The extra rewards were meant to strengthen Jake's allegiance to the Marines. Saving the lives of an entire town's residents and avoiding direct conflict with an Emperor crew, either of these alone would warrant such rewards. Aside from the promotion, you and Monet will now have a fully furnished two-story villa near the central gardens of Marineford, complete with a private garden. You can move in immediately without needing to worry about purchasing furniture. Secondly, in recognition of your and Monet's outstanding performance, you will each receive personal bonuses, 6 million berries for you and 4 million for Monet. That should allow you both to live comfortably in Marineford for a while. Lastly, there's a reward related to the elite training camp, but this one is a choice. First option. Considering neither you nor Monet have undergone extensive training, your first 3 elite training camp assessments can be waived and you'll be automatically marked as passing. This will give you ample time to rest and relax. Second option. There are still about 2 weeks before the elite training camp officially begins. During this time, you can train in advance under Admiral Zephyr, as well as consult any high-ranking Marine officers, including myself, on matters of training. As long as they're present at headquarters and not on a mission, they are obligated to answer your questions without reservation. Which of these 2 options would you prefer? After finishing, Sengoku simply watched Jake quietly, his expression unreadable. Faced with the choice, Jake hesitated for barely a moment. After glancing at Monet, who subtly raised 2 fingers, he made his decision. We choose the second option. Hearing this, Sengoku showed no outward reaction, but inwardly he nodded in approval. Both options had their merits, but the second clearly offered the advantage of building closer ties with the Marine's top brass. While choosing the second option would increase training pressure, the benefits far outweighed the disadvantage. Since you've chosen the second option, there's one final matter to confirm. Regarding your devil fruit abilities and your progress in hockey, especially Conqueror's hockey, I'd like you to demonstrate them as fully as possible. I understand this might feel intrusive, but it's crucial for many reasons. Jake nodded upon hearing this. He naturally understood why he was able to stand here and knew he needed to demonstrate sufficient value at this moment. Without hesitation, Jake mobilized the holy light energy within his body. After long-term training, his holy light attribute had reached an astonishing 23 points and he had also learned several other active and passive skills. Sacred golden light blossomed from behind Jake as several feathers shimmering with golden radiance slowly descended from the sky. An indescribable sense of comfort and reassurance rose from beneath their feet. Though the power wasn't particularly strong for them, its effects were astonishing enough to leave them in awe. As for why Jake can turn into a seraphim, you might check Dungeon and Fighters, Female Priest Crusader Path Second Awakening. C7171. The sacred light illuminated the entire office at this moment. Unlike Borsellino's light, it wasn't harsh to the eyes. Instead, it evoked an irresistible urge to reach out and embrace its purity. Jake's voice rang out at the same time, carrying an ethereal quality that seemed almost inhuman, a natural characteristic of the holy light, not an effect he actively controlled. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this is the most basic healing ability my devil fruit can do. I've named it Healing Prayer. This ability can restore a certain amount of stamina and heal injuries for all allies within a certain range, including mental fatigue and other factors. Currently, my control range is roughly within a 5-meter radius. Beyond that, the effect weakens significantly. As Jake spoke, Sengoku's expression nearly cracked. Having personally experienced this fruit's power, he understood better than anyone just how exaggerated Jake's healing ability was. He had once witnessed Marco the Phoenix's blue flames. Though Marco had only been an apprentice crew member at the time, those brilliant flames had left a deep impression on him. While Marco's flames could also heal, their effectiveness diminished greatly when used on others. But Jake's healing was different. Not only was it exceptionally effective on others, but it was also an AoE ability. More importantly, Jake's healing wasn't just about restoring injuries. It was a terrifying power that could dispel all negative conditions, mental exhaustion, physical trauma and more. This was no longer simple healing, it was akin to the divine or angelic power found in myths. Instinctively, Sengoku glanced at his old friend Zephyr, who had long suffered from asthma. Just as he expected, Zephyr's complexion was visibly improving, his pallor and sickly demeanor fading as vigorous vitality surged once more from his aged body. But Jake's surprises didn't end there. With a slight clench of his hand, the euphoric comfort they had just felt vanished instantly. In its place, a dazzling golden light concentrated around Zephyr's location. Like the soft whisper of an angel in one ear, like the warm winter sun caressing one's face, Jake's voice came through once more. And if we narrow down the healing ability and scope, concentrating all its power onto a single individual, it can achieve the ultimate healing power. As Jake spoke, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Zephyr. Within that golden radiance, the purple-haired man body gradually emanated a terrifying pressure that shook their very souls. That pressure was a unique characteristic of Black Arm Zephyr at his peak. At this moment, the illness that had been weakened him has been preliminarily treated. Though not completely eradicated, it at least ensured Zephyr wouldn't suffer another asthma during this period. If others could already sense the vigorous vitality, how much more so for Zephyr himself, bathed in the holy light. He felt the changes in his body, an inexhaustible strength surging through him, as if new flesh was slowly emerging from his aged and decaying form. Yet none of this mattered, because within the holy light that nearly obscured his vision, he saw her, his wife holding their child. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the eyes of this admiral who had never killed. The faces of his wife and child were so vivid, their skin, warmth, scent, everything seemed within reach, as if they had never left. But when he looked closer, they vanished. As the holy light gradually dissipated, only his colleagues and students remained before him, their expressions complex. He touched his slightly damp eyes, then approached Jake and asked softly, "Was what I just saw real?" Jake merely nodded slightly, then shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, Admiral Zephyr, I can't give you a definitive answer. Sometimes the holy light reflects the figures of those held dear in one's heart, but even I don't know whether they're real or not." Hearing Jake's words, Zephyr said nothing. He simply stepped forward and embraced the boy, his aged voice trembling slightly. "It's all right, you don't need to apologize, Jake. Thank you, for letting me see them again and for curing my illness. I won't forget this kindness." Watching the old man embrace the young boy, everyone present fell silent. They understood better than anyone the depth of sorrow this old man carried and the weight of his suffering. That was why they were even more moved by his emotional outburst. Even Garp, who usually the most annoying, remained silent now. His eyes lowered as he said nothing, his gaze resting sorrowfully on his comrade. Faced with Zephyr's trembling voice, Jake found himself at a loss for words. The justice this old man bore was far too heavy. His trembling voice spoke not only of longing for his family but also of the wavering and shaking of the justice he had upheld. Confronted with such affection from Zephyr, Jake could offer no words of comfort. Sengoku's cough broke the slightly heavy silence. "Zephyr, let Jake demonstrate all his abilities first. Jake, don't hold back, show us everything. All abilities you reveal today will be classified as top secret, known only to those present." "What about Sakazuki? He counts too." "Borsellino, shut your mouth." Scolded by Sengoku, Borsellino pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. Jake felt the sorrow in his heart ease considerably upon seeing this. He then turned to Sengoku and said, "Aside from healing, I've recently developed several other applications for my fruit. For example, it can purify other factors unrelated to injuries, such as drowsiness, negativity, desires, fear, or panic. Secondly, my devil fruit seems somewhat unusual. For some reason, I appear to be able to summon lightning, like this." As he spoke, Jake crouched down, a faint blue glow appearing on his palm. The next moment, he slapped his hand against the ground and a pale blue lightning bolt instantly shot out from thin air. C7272. The blue lightning flashed with dazzling arcs at this moment, shocking everyone's understanding present. A fruit that controls lightning. The rumble fruit that's been missing for centuries. No, this should just be an auxiliary ability of his fruit. Just like Kaido's fruit, which can also produce flame-imbued attacks in its awakened state. But to be honest, abilities like fire can be achieved even by people without devil fruits, as long as their physical skills are strong enough to generate flames through air friction. As for lightning, aside from the rumble fruit, only Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit can accomplish this. But that's actually an alternative development method requiring assistance from her creation Zeus to achieve. Someone like Jake directly summoning lightning out of thin air is unprecedented. Watching the still crackling blue lightning arcs, Garp's palm darkened slightly as he reached out to touch it. A tingling sensation coursed through his body, making him shiver slightly. He then gave a thumbs up to Sengoku and said, "It's real lightning, and quite powerful too, at least more painful than when I touched that electric gate last time." Sengoku just glared at Garp before turning to Jake with curiosity. "Jake, is the lightning ability something you developed?" Jake didn't deny this, simply nodding before replying. "After learning about the fruit I ate, I went to research the so-called existence of angels in books. The texts mentioned that angels have control over lightning, so out of curiosity, I tried it myself. To my surprise, I could actually summon lightning." Upon hearing this, Aokiji scratched his head and said with a hint of speculation. "If you really are the legendary angel, then your ability to control lightning makes logical sense. I recall angels are also said to govern human sins and such. Jake, can you do that as well?" Before Jake could answer, Sengoku shot Aokiji a glare and interjected. "Idiot, stories are just stories. If we followed every tale, then my Buddha fruit should be able to exorcise spirits, shouldn't it?" Aokiji chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I was just guessing, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. You're really strict, huh?" At that moment, however, Jake spoke up timidly. I think I can actually do that. Though I haven't developed it well, it does seem related to personal sins." Hearing this, Garp immediately burst into laughter at Sengoku's expense. PFF. Bwahaha. "Sengoku, I've always said your fruit development was lacking. You've got the Buddha fruit, yet all you can do is manipulate shockwaves and turn into a golden fatso. What kind of Buddha is that? Ha ha ha. At the very least, you should be able to chant sutras or exorcise spirits, right?" Ha ha ha. Sengoku's face darkened at Garp's mockery, veins bulging on his forehead, but he couldn't retort. Meanwhile, Zephyr glanced at Borsellino. Seeing the man's unchanged expression, he realized Jake must have already demonstrated this ability to him. Under Zephyr's stern gaze, Borsellino shrank slightly before Zephyr turned back to Jake and asked. "Jake, you used the words, I think, earlier. Are you uncertain about this ability? If it's safe to demonstrate, you can try it here. We might be able to offer some advice. After all, Sengoku also has a mythical zone type fruit like yours." Jake nodded in response. "It's not a particularly destructive ability. It just creates something like a gravity multiplier, but the effect varies based on the sins of the person affected. If I demonstrate it, please be prepared, sirs." Garp grinned and said, "You're quite the cheeky brat, aren't you? Don't worry, go ahead and use it. If I so much as budge today, I'll change my name to Monkey D." Garp. Sengoku shot Garp a sharp look before turning to Jake and saying firmly. "Go ahead, Jake, don't worry, no one here will have any problems." With a nod, Jake activated his power. A strange, almost imperceptible energy ripple emanated from him, and in the next moment, everyone felt a weight pressing down on their shoulders. This pressure was different from ordinary gravity, it was an eerie force that even Haki couldn't dispel. "I willingly bear these sins." As Jake's voice rang out, everyone instinctively felt the weight on their shoulders grow heavier, and memories they had once refused to face began surfacing in their minds. Ohara, the God Valley, the deaths of loved ones. Their most unbearable memories slowly emerged from the depths of their consciousness at this moment. The weight on their shoulders became increasingly oppressive, affecting their willpower, stamina and mental state with all-encompassing interference and erosion. Then, in an instant, the weight dissipated. Jake's voice continued, "Purify." Like a summer breeze, it swept away the burdensome weight from everyone, leaving behind a refreshing sense of relief. Jake looked at the group before him and bowed slightly in apology. "My sincerest apologies for using such an intrusive ability on all of you here." Hearing this, Zephyr smiled and said, "There's no need to apologize, Jake. We asked you to do this. No one here blames you. But truly, what an incredible ability, to affect all of us simultaneously. Does this power really correlate with each person's sins?" Jake replied uncertainly, "I can't give a definitive explanation about that. However, when I use this ability, I can clearly sense that the weight imposed on each of you differs. In fact, Instructor Zephyr, you bear the least amount of sin, while..." At this point, Jake stopped speaking, deliberately avoiding eye contact with anyone to prevent misunderstandings. Sengoku, however, spoke calmly, "The one with the heaviest sins should be me, right? Jake, don't hesitate, just say it. This is an excellent ability. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. And what do you think about that? It's only natural, well within expectations. Why, if I were in your position, I imagine my burden would be twice as heavy." Hearing Jake's words, Sengoku laughed. He looked at Jake with kind eyes, filled with admiration. C-7373. As he gazed at the young man before him, an indescribable joy welled up in Sengoku's heart. He couldn't help but say, "You truly make me happy, boy." What you just said, I look forward to it. I look forward to the day you sit in my seat, haha. But I still have questions for you. Can you control the range of that power, or is it indiscriminate? I can determine the scope based on the extent of my observation haki. Additionally, I can sense their hostility towards me. Within the range of my observation haki, none can escape my detection. Hearing this, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words to describe Jake's devil fruit ability. If he had to sum it up in one word, it would be absurd. Healing abilities, lightning control, sin-based gravity, sensory range. Compared to the devil fruit Jake had consumed, Sengoku genuinely began to doubt whether his own fruit was a fake. They were both mythical zone types, so why did his own abilities seem so lacking in comparison? Could it really be as that bastard Garp said, that he had been developing his devil fruit abilities in the wrong direction? But even as this thought crossed his mind, he maintained the composed demeanor befitting a fleet admiral, then turned to Jake and said, "Master this power well and no one will be able to ambush you. It's an extremely important safeguard for your safety. By the way, these should be all your abilities, right?" As he spoke these words, Sengoku actually felt a twinge of apprehension. The surprises this kid Jake had brought him were already more than enough. Any more, and he'd genuinely start wondering if he was dreaming. Or rather, any more and he'd begin worrying whether Jake might die young from being too gifted. And what Jake said next made his already suspended heart leap into his throat. Well, there's more. But this power isn't for personal use, it's a group enhancement for allies. I call it Guardian's Blessing. As for its specific effects, please allow all senior officers here to experience it briefly. Rest assured, this power is purely beneficial and won't cause any negative effects. With that, Jake stood in place and slightly raised his head. A pale golden light slowly emerged from behind him and almost instantly, everyone present felt as though they were soaking in a hot spring. Their bodies brimmed with strength. Not just physical power, but their defensive capabilities, mental state and stamina recovery speed all received noticeable boosts. Though the enhancements weren't substantial, for top-tier fighters like them, even minor improvements were tremendously significant and hard to come by. And this kid Jake, he'd just buffed every high-ranking Marine officer present. If this power could be maintained long enough, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Jake could increase the entire Marine Force's combat effectiveness by 10%. At this thought, Sengoku's face flushed with excitement. Looking at Jake, even the composure befitting the resourceful general had completely vanished as he asked, "Jake, how long does this power last? What's the current maximum number of people in range it can affect? Can it be further enhanced? What's the toll on you? How many times can you use it per day at most?" Seeing Sengoku's uncharacteristically excited state, Jake was somewhat surprised but answered honestly. "The duration is 5 minutes, with a maximum of 8 people. The range is quite extensive, it can affect anyone within my observation haki's perception. The drain on me isn't heavy and I can use it about 10 times a day." Hearing this, Sengoku immediately turned to everyone present and declared sternly, "All information regarding Jake's abilities is now classified as top secret. Not a single word of this is to be leaked to anyone." Having personally experienced the power and considering Jake's importance, everyone naturally understood the reasoning behind this decision. However, Jake was somewhat puzzled by Sengoku's decision. Even at maximum capacity, his ability only lasted 50 minutes total, less than an hour. In the world of One Piece where battles between monsters could last days, shouldn't this enhancement be relatively insignificant? What Jake didn't know was that the greatest use of his abilities didn't lie in evenly matched battles, but rather with these aging powerhouses. Whether it was Zephyr or Garp, their strength had declined compared to their peak years, especially someone like Zephyr, who was plagued by illness in his old age. Being able to exert even 70% of his full power was already impressive. Yet, Jake's power granted these aging warriors a brief return to their peak strength and recovery. In other words, with Jake present, the Marines could temporarily field 5 or more admirals at their absolute prime. With such a lineup besieging them, forget an hour, they could capture Kaido alive in less than 30 minutes. Having said that, Sengoku turned his gaze to Jake, his eyes burning with excitement. "Jake, your power is extraordinary. To the Marines, your importance may even rival that of an admiral. Remember, you must conceal these abilities as much as possible outside. If you're forced to reveal them, report to me immediately. I'll assess the situation and clean up some enemies for you." Hearing Sengoku's words, Jake finally relaxed completely, though his heart still pounded slightly. If just Guardian's Blessing had excited Sengoku this much, what would happen when he learned Valor Blessing later? Wouldn't he pass out from sheer excitement? After all, in DNF, the soul of a support class lay in the level 25 Valor Blessing. Still, Jake couldn't help but wonder, if the entire Marine headquarters received the full buff of Alaus de Angelis, could they annihilate an entire Emperor crew within its duration? But even if they could, Sengoku would probably have to consider far more implications. Then, should I demonstrate my Conqueror's haki? Sengoku twitched at Jake's hesitant tone before replying, "Show us. I want to see how far yours has developed." Without hesitation, Jake unleashed his Conqueror's haki. A terrifying pressure flooded the office, but by now, Sengoku was numb to surprises. He gazed at Jake with sheer delight. As long as Jake didn't fall prematurely or defect, the future Marine Fleet Admiral was practically guaranteed to be him. C-7474. When everyone stepped out of the office, they were covered in a thin layer of frost. The reason was simple. After witnessing Jake's abilities, Sengoku wanted to see Monet's Logia powers as well. But Monet was nervous and accidentally overdid it. Had she not stopped in time, the entire office would have been buried under a much thicker layer of ice. Despite the frost clinging to them, everyone's expressions remained fairly cheerful. Kizaru was grinning the widest, his already lecherous face now bordering on creepy. After all, Jake and Monet were his students. For completing this mission, Sengoku had granted him a full week off. Compared to the previous monthly single-day breaks, this was pure bliss. At this thought, his gaze towards Jake and Monet softened even more. Aokiji, on the other hand, fixed his eyes on Monet. He was quite intrigued by the snow fruit, which was referred to in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia as an inferior version of his own. To be honest, Aokiji didn't really believe in the so-called hierarchy of devil fruits. In his view, the abilities manifested by any devil fruit depended more on the user themselves rather than the fruit's supposed rank. Admittedly, the baseline power of a Logia-type fruit was higher than that of Paramecia and Zone types. But when it came to the upper limits, the potential of any devil fruit ultimately depended on the user's own capabilities. After Monet's earlier demonstration, Aokiji, as a user of a similar devil fruit, immediately noticed the differences between her abilities and his own. Moisture existed in the air. His ice fruit essentially froze that moisture into ice, while Monet's ability transformed the moisture directly into snow. The distinction between the two lay solely in this aspect. The reason the snow fruit was considered inferior to the ice fruit was likely because snow's lethality and utility, especially in the early stages of a user's development, paled in comparison to ice. But in Aokiji's eyes, ice and snow were fundamentally the same, differing only in density. Snow, when compressed, could achieve the same hardness and strength as ice. The energy required for this compression was essentially the gap between the ice fruit and the snow fruit. In simpler terms, if Monet and Aokiji were to destroy the same wall, Aokiji would only need to expend 10 units of stamina to create an ice blade and shatter it. For Monet, however, she would need to expend 100 units of stamina, first generating a large amount of snow, then compressing it to match the hardness of ice, before she could break the wall. That 90-unit difference in stamina consumption meant that in prolonged battles, the snow fruit would undoubtedly be outclassed by the ice fruit. But Aokiji believed that while ice had unmatched hardness and strength, snow possessed a flexibility and softness that ice lacked. Monet's development path should focus on snow's unique properties, such as creating marsh-like terrain or generating blinding snowstorms to disorient enemies. That was the direction Monet should explore, rather than pointlessly trying to compete with the ice fruit's strengths. As Aokiji pondered this, Garp's voice suddenly rang out. Digging his nose without a shred of shame, the man sauntered over to Jake and grinned. Hey, brat, you really gave that old fool Sengoku a scare earlier, ha ha ha. It's been ages since I've seen him make that face. Anyway, I like your style. How about joining my ship? I'll train you myself, teach you all about the fist of love. As he spoke, Garp flexed his fist, which was as large as a sand pot. Before Jake could answer, Zephyr shot Garp a glare and then said helplessly. You damn fool, spouting some nonsense again. What do you mean, come to my ship? That kind of talk is no different from pirates. Jake, don't listen to that idiot Garp. His head is full of muscles, he's completely incapable of teaching others. You and Monet will stay in the elite training camp for now. Once you've mastered the Rokushiki techniques in hockey, then you can consider going elsewhere. Understood. Zephyr's tone was firmer than Garp's, directly deciding Jake and Monet's arrangements without giving them a choice. While this might seem domineering, it was actually to spare them from an awkward dilemma where they might offend someone. If Zephyr hadn't been firm and serious at this moment, Jake would have faced the awkward choice between Garp and Zephyr. Though Garp's personality meant he wouldn't care about such things, Zephyr didn't want Jake or Monet to risk offending anyone. To this old man, the younger generation of the Marines were like his own children and any father would want to protect them in every way possible. Yes, Zephyr-sensei, they both replied. TCH, your head is the one full of muscles, Zephyr. Jake, I'll be at headquarters for a while. If you have any questions about armament hockey, you can come ask me, but remember to bring me some senbei. Otherwise, I won't teach you a thing, wahahaha. True to form, Garp didn't mind any of it. He just grinned and clapped Jake on the shoulder, though the force was a bit too strong, making Jake wince. The shameless old man didn't seem to notice though. After speaking, he immediately jumped out the window, laughing as he shouted. Move aside, move aside. Where are my donuts? Watching Garp's retreating figure, everyone could only sigh in exasperation. Aokiji scratched his head and said helplessly. Jake, Monet, that's just how Vice Admiral Garp is. You'll get used to it. Oh, and if you have any questions about devil fruit development, you can come to me too. I'm usually sleeping on Garp's sand ship. With that, Aokiji also jumped out the window, calling after Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, wait for me. Zephyr shook his head and sighed at the sight. What a bunch of idiots. By the way, Borsellino, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll take Jake and Monet to the training camp. You can come too. I'd like to see if you're still as reliant on your devil fruit as before. Hearing this, Kizaru immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. No, no, no. Zephyr-sensei, you should focus on teaching Jake and Monet. I have nothing to say. Well, actually, Sakazuki is out on a mission and won't be back for a while. When he returns, Jake, make sure to meet him. C-7575. The training grounds of the Marine Headquarters Elite Training Camp were somewhat different from those outside. This wasn't the plaza in Marineford, but rather a wooded area behind the residential district. The overall space wasn't particularly large, roughly equivalent to just 2 football fields. Perhaps because there was still some time before the official training began, the training ground appeared somewhat desolate. Some weeds had grown past the surrounding fences, encroaching inward towards the field. However, Zephyr had no intention of making Jake or Monet clear away those weeds. That was a task for the maintenance soldiers. He took off his coat, and despite being over 60 years old, his robust physique remained as imposing as a marble sculpture. He looked at Jake and Monet before him, his voice carrying a tone of seriousness and resolve. Jake, I truly appreciate the healing treatment you gave me earlier. It did improve my condition significantly, but I won't lower my training standards for you because of that. On the contrary, your training difficulty might increase drastically because of it. Since I don't have to worry about pushing you past human limits or leaving you with hidden injuries, I can train you without restraint. The same goes for Monet. Both of you haven't been in the Marines for long. If you don't put in tremendous effort early on to catch up with your peers, you'll be kicked out of the Marine Elite Training Camp in the next assessment. I don't want to see that happen, so my demands on both of you will be strict. If you can't handle it, you can quit right now. With that, Zephyr fixed his gaze on their eyes. Seeing no sign of hesitation in either of them, he nodded slightly before smiling and saying, "Good, that's how Marines should be. If you're cowardly, lazy, or undisciplined, what difference is there between you and pirates? As Marines, discipline is paramount. Without proper discipline, the so-called Marines are just pirates hiding behind a banner of justice. No matter the circumstances, I want you both to remember this. The difference between Marines and pirates isn't just the flag they fly, it's what they carry on their shoulders and what they believe in." At this point, Zephyr paused to catch his breath. For someone with chronic asthma like him, even after Jake had stabilized his condition earlier, speaking at length like this was still taxing. Noticing this, Jake didn't hesitate and immediately cast another healing prayer at Zephyr. As the pale golden light enveloped Zephyr's body, the intense discomfort in his organs eased considerably. However, the healing effect this time was slightly weaker than before. Jake understood this well. While his healing prayer worked by fundamentally restoring the body, its effectiveness depended on his own abilities. For someone as powerful as Zephyr, complete healing would require months of consistent treatment without interruption. After all, Zephyr's physical issues weren't just due to aging organ deterioration, they were compounded by hidden injuries and illnesses accumulated over the years. Zephyr-sensei, if we want to fully restore your health, it'll take about 6 months of continuous treatment from me. Please don't feel burdened. Using my devil fruit ability only drains my stamina. It won't cause any lasting harm to me. Hearing this, Zephyr fell silent for a moment before asking, "Your healing ability must have a limited number of uses, right? If you heal me, it'll delay your training progress. If this causes you to fall out of the elite training camp, then I won't accept your treatment." Looking at the stubborn old man before him, Jake felt a mix of helplessness and warmth. He then assured Zephyr, "Don't worry, Zephyr-sensei. My progress speed from now on will far exceed your expectations. If I fail to meet them, I'll stop the treatments immediately." "Is that acceptable?" Zephyr nodded slightly, then took 2 deep breaths to ease the tightness in his chest before addressing Jake and Monet. "I roughly assessed both of your strengths back in Sengoku's office. Jake, your Doriki is already approaching 500, isn't it? Monet, though you're slightly behind, I estimate yours to be around 200. While that's somewhat low, as a Logia-type devil fruit user, focusing on your fruit abilities early isn't a bad thing. After all, if you didn't fight armament hockey users, Logia are practically invincible. Jake's Doriki meets the minimum standard for learning the Rokushiki. Monet, you can start with iron body and paper drawing. Once your Doriki reaches 500, you can learn the remaining techniques. Attempting them prematurely would only damage your body." After outlining their training directions, Zephyr began their practical instruction. He first retrieved a wooden block and said, "If I recall correctly, both of you have already mastered armament hockey, haven't you?" Jake and Monet nodded, their hands immediately sheathing in a faint black aura. Observing this, Zephyr pondered briefly before explaining, "The Rokushiki I'm teaching you are essentially deconstructed versions of observation hockey and armament hockey, though with some differences. From their inception, the Rokushiki were designed to help people better comprehend hockey. While some prodigies can master both types of hockey effortlessly, such individuals are rare. The Rokushiki provide ordinary soldiers with less talent a systematic path to strength. You might disdain systematic training, believing true power can't be replicated, but I tell you, what our world lacks most right now is precisely systematic paths to power. A strong warrior's path may be unique, but mastering the Rokushiki essentially crosses the threshold into strength. Let's start with the basics, finger pistol and iron body. These 2 techniques are essentially precursors to armament hockey. Since you've both mastered armament hockey already, learning them should come quickly. C-7676. Soru, a high-speed movement technique by kicking the ground dozens of times in an instant through reactive force, requires the practitioner to possess physical prowess beyond ordinary human. Otherwise, the bones and muscles in the feet would shatter from the immense recoil before mastering the technique. Zephyr explained while demonstrating the movements in slow motion for Jake and Monet. The most basic requirement for achieving high-speed movement is the ability to kick the ground more than 20 times in 1 second. I'll demonstrate it as slowly as possible for you. Focus closely. Watch my force application and footwork. Jake and Monet concentrated intently on Zephyr's demonstration. Though Jake knew he could cheat using his system, he believed maintaining a basic attitude towards learning was essential. Paying close attention would undoubtedly help him level up more efficiently later. With a series of kicks too fast for the naked eye to follow, Zephyr vanished from their sight in an instant. By the time they spotted him again, he had already reappeared some distance behind them. At that very moment, a crisp, pleasant chime echoed in Jake's mind. Congratulations, host, you have learned a new skill, Soru. Rokushiki. Soru 1/100th. At 100 points, you will unlock the advanced technique of Soru. The moment the voice sounded, Zephyr's movements, which had previously been too fast for Jake to track, now seemed slowed down dozens of times, as if captured by high-precision filming equipment. Every detail, the points of force application, the motion mechanics, the posture, which muscles were engaged and where mistakes were likely to occur, flooded into Jake's mind all at once. He began subconsciously replicating the movements from memory, his execution so fluid it was as if he had practiced them thousands of times before. Zephyr stared in disbelief. Over the years, he had encountered countless prodigies and even trained genuine monsters like Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kuzan. But someone like Jake, who could master Rokushiki just by watching it once. That was a first in history. To be honest, when he first heard Borsalino's report, Zephyr had been skeptical. Borsalino had little experience teaching students. He had no idea how long it usually took to learn observation hockey or armament hockey. Even for something as relatively straightforward as armament hockey, it took at least a month to fully grasp. Those with naturally robust physiques still needed about a week of training. Upon hearing that Jake had learned it just by watching, Zephyr's first thought was that Kizaru was lying. The claim was simply too absurd. Privately, he had even suspected Jake might be a political pawn cooked up by Kizaru and Akainu to secure their promotions to Admiral. He had been prepared to reprimand those two troublemakers when they met. But now, watching Jake execute Soru with flawless precision, Zephyr felt his decades of understanding shatter and reform in an instant. Could this kid really learn anything just by seeing it once? Could it be that he was some kind of fool? After all, back in the day, he had been hailed as a genius by his teacher, yet it still took him half a month to master Soru. Seeing the stunned expression on Zephyr's face, Monet naturally understood what was going through his mind. After all, she too had been deeply humbled by Jake's talent for a long time in the beginning. However, after Jake's later guidance, she came to realize that monsters truly existed in this world. It was said that the Yonko Big Mom could single-handedly conquer the land of giants with just her raw physical strength when she was a kid. Compared to that terrifying combat prowess, Jake's talent seemed almost insignificant. But to prevent Zephyr from being too shocked and triggering another asthma attack, Monet considerately walked over to the old man and gently patted his back, helping him catch his breath. Old folks couldn't handle sudden frights, after all. Watching this scene, Jake felt slightly awkward. He had originally intended to play it cool, but the exhilaration of mastering a new skill was simply irresistible. He'd used it instinctively without thinking. As the saying goes, why pass up an opportunity when it's right there? After a while, Zephyr finally regained his composure. With a complicated expression, he looked at Jake and slowly said, "Are you truly seeing the Rokushiki techniques for the first time? Did Sakazuki, Borsalino, or T-Bone give you private lessons and send you here specifically to shock me?" Hearing this, Jake shook his head and answered honestly, "Zephyr-sensei, I really haven't learned them before. On the ship, I studied Devil Fruit ability development with Borsalino-sensei. On the island, I learned slashing techniques from T-Bone-san and only the most basic physical training from Sakazuki-san." Monet nodded in agreement and comforted Zephyr. "Zephyr-sensei, you'll get used to it. Jake learns things very quickly. Could you chill a bottle of water for me, Monet? I need a moment to process this." Before Zephyr even finished speaking, Monet handed him the already chilled water she had prepared. The moment she saw Zephyr frozen in shock, she had known exactly what to do. After downing the entire bottle of ice-cold water, Zephyr looked at Jake with a complicated expression and said slowly, "You are a genuine monster. Your talent is the most outrageous I've ever seen, even Sakazuki and Borsalino pale in comparison. But Jake, no matter how gifted you are not allowed to grow arrogant or complacent. A genius who doesn't mature is no different from the weak. Yes, Zephyr-sensei." Hearing this, Zephyr gave a slight nod, then turned to Monet with a hint of unease and asked, "Monet, have you also mastered Soru?" Listening to Zephyr's slightly anxious and confused question, Monet found it both amusing and somewhat insulting. She sighed helplessly and replied with a slight bow of her head, "Zephyr-sensei, I haven't fully grasped it yet. You only demonstrated it once and I'm still confused about many parts." To her surprise, Zephyr didn't seem displeased at all. Instead, his face relaxed into an expression of relief and his voice gradually brightened. "It's fine, that's a normal reaction. The demonstration earlier wasn't meant for you to learn from immediately. Now I'll teach you step by step." Monet shook her head upon hearing this and said, "Zephyr-sensei, please teach Jake all 6 Rokushiki first. I don't want to delay his learning progress." "You're very considerate, Monet." C7777. After the training session, Zephyr gulped down a large mouthful of alcohol, his face twisted into an extremely fierce and contorted expression. To be honest, this afternoon had been the most frustrating and bizarre time he'd experienced in his 60 years. Whether it was the most basic and simple techniques like Soru or Shigen, or the most difficult and obscure Kami-e, that Brad Jake mastered them all at once, without even the slightest hint of difficulty. He learned them as naturally as breathing, executing them with the proficiency of a seasoned veteran. What made Zephyr even more exasperated was that the moment Jake mastered all the Rokushiki technique, just as Zephyr was worrying about him learning too much too quickly and planning to slow things down. The damn brat had the audacity to perform the ultimate secret technique of Rokushiki, life return, right in front of him. And this time was even worse. Zephyr hadn't even taught it yet the kid somehow just figured it out. Just how freakish is this kid? At this thought, Zephyr couldn't help but take another heavy swig of alcohol. He usually didn't drink much while teaching students, but, after watching Jake's outrageous talent, the old man had downed an entire crate today. And he insisted on having Monet chill every single bottle before drinking. If not for Monet, who had spent the entire afternoon struggling without much progress, comforting him on the side, Zephyr might have genuinely started questioning whether he was dreaming. Remembering Sengoku's earlier words made Zephyr's lips twitch involuntarily. Zephyr, Jake's abilities are strong, but I don't think his talent is that exaggerated. At the very least, mastering observation hockey and armament hockey in a single day is too unbelievable. I want you to confirm for me, see just how talented Jake really is. Be honest about it. Regardless of his talent level, Jake will remain Marine Headquarters' top priority protection target. He took another swig before exhaling deeply. Even if he reported this level of talent, Sengoku wouldn't believe him. But whatever, the kid would probably seek Sengoku out with questions later anyway. Let the Fleet Admiral see for himself then. Even that bastard Sengoku would probably be rendered speechless with shock. This thought slightly improved Zephyr's mood. However, before his spirits could lift properly, Jake's voice rang out again. Zephyr-sensei, if possible, please accept another healing session. You've drunk too much. I'm worried your condition might worsen. Hearing this, Zephyr couldn't help rolling his eyes at Jake. Kid, have you considered who drove me to drink all of this in the first place? Still, he felt touched by Jake's concern. Smiling at the boy, he said, if you've still got energy to use your ability, this old man won't refuse. But tomorrow's training will be intensified. Don't worry, Zephyr-sensei. No matter how much you increase the training load, I have enough stamina to perform healing spells for you. Hearing this, Zephyr glanced at Jake and then smiled helplessly. You stubborn brat. By the way, Monet, remember to have Jake use that healing spell on you a few times when you get back. Today's training was a bit excessive for you. Make sure Jake treats you, otherwise we'll have to adjust your training plan for tomorrow, understand? Don't worry, Zephyr-sensei. When I was learning armament hockey, it was Jake who kept healing me that allowed me to learn so quickly. 30 minutes later, as the sunset slowly sank below the horizon, Jake and Monet walked along the streets of the residential area behind Marineford. The road was paved with cobblestones, with streetlights placed about every 5 meters. The entire street was well greened, with no food stalls on the road, all shops were indoors. The street was neat and tidy, without a single piece of litter, and patrols of soldiers could be seen every few hundred meters. The public security here was worlds apart compared to Water 7, though that was understandable. Using the berries they got from Sengoku, Jake and Monet bought some vegetables, meat, plenty of fruit, and drinks. Following the map's markings, they arrived at the 2-story house that was given to them. The moment Jake saw the house, he felt a sense of unreality. A 2-story home with a small garden in front, even a little pond containing some beautiful fish species he'd never seen before. The windows were spotless and the total floor area was about 300 square meters. Located within 2 kilometers behind Marine Headquarters, it was an ocean view property. In his previous life, such a house in this location would have cost hundreds of millions. Not USD mind you, probably yen or yuan. And now, it was just handed to him, fresh and pristine. Remembering his past life, where he toiled like an ox every day just for a tiny apartment, Jake felt dazed. Looking at the house, he felt joy, but was it overwhelming joy? Not really. He didn't know why he wasn't more excited. Instead, what occupied his thoughts was, would the civilians killed by pirates envy his current life? And wasn't that envy exactly what he himself had once felt? He wasn't a saint, but inexplicably, he felt a faint sense of guilt about moving into this house. Somehow, it felt like he was sucking the blood of others. Had he really contributed so much? It seemed like a lot, but the villagers of Gourmet Town wouldn't have suffered those events if not for him. From beginning to end, he was just cleaning up his own mess. And yet, for that, he received a house, top-tier connections and a promotion spanning several ranks. But what had he given in return? What had he done for the taxpayers? It seemed like nothing at all. As these thoughts swirled in Jake's mind, his conscience weighed heavily and his steps towards the house slowed. Just then, a familiar voice called from a distance, tinged with faint confusion. How strange, Jake, why do you look so gloomy? Don't you like this little house? I think the location and layout are quite lovely, how could you not like it? The speaker was none other than Kizaru, who had been wandering around when he remembered Jake's place was nearby. He'd come hoping to mooch a dinner, but upon arrival, he immediately noticed Jake's expression. Jake was momentarily taken aback before explaining to Kizaru. Borsellino-sensei, it's not that I dislike this house. I just feel like I might not deserve to live in such a nice place, so I'm feeling a bit conflicted and hesitant. Hearing this, the slightly excited smile on Monet's face faded somewhat. She quietly stepped back from the lawn and stood behind Jake. Noticing this, Jake said with a faint smile, "Monet, don't mind my ramblings. Come on, let's go. Today's our first day moving into the new house, we shouldn't let me ruin the mood. Borsellino-sensei, you should join us too. We're about to have dinner." C-7878. The new house provided by Marine headquarters was well equipped, with complete kitchen facilities, including modern appliances. In the bright room, Jake was slicing a pale golden pepper from gourmet town called Golden Flame, a special ingredient that blended spiciness, sweetness and sourness. However, the pepper was tough to cut, its surface hard as stone, requiring considerable strength to slice through. Kizaru, who somehow wore an orange-yellow apron, stood beside Jake, dicing carrots and cucumbers. "You seem to have something else on your mind, Jake. Are you thinking about something? Care to share? Though I'm not particularly good at comforting people, I might be able to offer some small help, given how much older I am than you." After a brief moment of thought, Jake decided to share his concerns with Kizaru. In the time since his arrival, aside from T-Bone, he had spent the most time with Kizaru and his thoughts weren't anything outrageous, just ordinary worries. So, Jake explained everything he had been thinking about earlier. Hearing Jake's concerns, a faint smile appeared on Kizaru's usually creepy face. His hands moved swiftly, but his speech remained leisurely. "Oh, so that's the issue. I thought you didn't want to come here because the house was too ugly. That would have been troublesome, since there aren't many alternatives in Marineford." Jake chuckled in response. "The house is beautiful and the facilities are excellent. How could I possibly dislike it? I just feel my contributions don't merit such a nice place." Kizaru's smile gradually faded and his tone became slightly more formal, though not stern. "Jake, do you know how I got my house?" Jake shook his head. He had no way of knowing such personal details. Kizaru's voice carried a hint of nostalgia as he slowly began. "My house was bought when I was a lieutenant commander by borrowing money from Marine headquarters. Although HQ did assign me a residence, I didn't really like it, it was too close to Sakazuki. That guy starts training before dawn every day. It's hot in summer, hot in winter too. By the time I wake up, the sweat pouring off me has practically soaked through the blankets." Hearing this, Jake couldn't help but chuckle. Kizaru smiled at his reaction and continued. "After all, Sakazuki and I were classmates in the same training batch and our promotion rates were similar, so naturally our assigned quarters were close. Watching Sakazuki train so diligently every day actually made me both annoyed and somewhat ashamed. Partly because that guy made the surrounding temperature unbearably hot and partly because of my own self-criticism. Sakazuki only rests for about 3 hours daily, usually from midnight to 3 a.m. Then he trains for 2 hours until 5 a.m. before going on missions. Even without assignments, he voluntarily hunts pirates. But honestly, his brand of justice is too extreme, I can't fully comprehend it myself." At this point, Kizaru paused his knife work, transferring the sliced carrots and cucumbers to a plate before taking out a tender cut of fish belly to prepare methodically. "Still, regarding these matters, I hope you'll keep them confidential, Jake." Looking at Kizaru's smiling face, Jake nodded vigorously and promised. "Don't worry, Borsellino-sensei. I won't let anyone know except Monet." Kizaru gave a resigned chuckle at this and flicked some water from his hands onto Jake's head. "Monet's right behind us washing vegetables, how could she not hear it?" "Right, Monet-chan." Hearing Borsellino's words, Monet scratched her head sheepishly with an embarrassed smile. Unbothered, Kizaru continued. "Regarding the justice Sakazuki upholds, I'm hardly in a position to criticize him. But there was one incident that left a deep impression on me, back when we were both captains on a mission together. After eliminating most pirates on that ship, our objective was essentially complete. The pirate captain, first mate and combat crew were all dead, leaving only some elderly, weak, or injured pirates who had surrendered. Normally we'd take such prisoners for trial, but Sakazuki burned them all alive. He said their surrender couldn't erase their sins." Here Kizaru paused, looking directly at Jake before suddenly asking, "You actually agree with that perspective, don't you?" Caught off guard by the question, Jake hesitated before answering. "I wouldn't say I fully agree. If judicial fairness can be ensured, I personally prefer sentencing standards based on the law. Things like vigilante justice, if not properly controlled, can become the hallmark of dictators. For enemies who have clearly lost their will to resist, outright execution without proper interrogation seems far too extreme." "Oh, Jake, your thoughts are surprisingly similar to mine. At first, I thought your sense of justice aligned more with Sakazuki's, now I can continue without much psychological burden." Kizaru listened to Jake's response and continued with a slightly surprised smile. "Actually, if it were just that, I wouldn't have many thoughts. After all, even though they were surrendering pirates, their crimes were evident, killing them wouldn't be a big deal. But when we searched the ship's lower decks, we found many captives taken by those pirates. Some of them had chosen to brand themselves with the pirate crew's mark to survive. And Sakazuki's approach to handling those captives was, to kill them all. Even when other captives pleaded and explained on their behalf, even when it was clear those captives were just civilians, Sakazuki still executed them all under the reasoning that, these people might become criminals. The way the magma swallowed those people, and the looks in the eyes of those around us, I still can't forget it. Those weren't the eyes of people looking at the Marines. They were filled with fear, hatred, hostility, and confusion. C-7979. Sprinkling seasoning and flour over the chopped meat, he stirred it evenly while preparing the other ingredients in a tense rhythm. Kizaru continued as he worked. The remaining captives on that ship, those without the pirate mark, survived. But from what I later learned, some of the rescued residents became pirates who despised the Marines, some joined the Revolutionary Army and others kept appealing to Eni's lobby for justice, because among those Sakazuki killed were their children, husbands, fathers, mothers, brothers. I once asked Sakazuki about this. His response was that if he had killed them all back then, it would have reduced the numbers of the Revolutionary Army and pirates. He said it was his responsibility, and he would burn every last one of those who became pirates or revolutionaries to ashes. After that, Sakazuki indeed followed through. He killed even more pirates and revolutionaries, and his methods grew more extreme. You know, the Marines keeps detailed records of mission completion statistics for each officer. Most officers have a hostage rescue rate of around 71.27%, meaning out of 100 hostages, we save about 71. Thanks to my devil fruit abilities, my rescue efficiency is higher, around 85%. But I'm not the highest. That title actually goes to Kuzan. His hostage rescue rate reaches 92%. However, his pirate elimination rate isn't as high, only about 30%. Most pirates he catches are usually frozen and sent to Eni's lobby for trial. But do you know what Sakazuki's statistics look like? At this point, Jake was almost entirely focused on Kizaru's narration, paying little attention to the ingredients in his hands. Even Monet, who was washing vegetables behind them, turned her head and listened intently to Kizaru's words. Seeing this, Kizaru nodded slightly before speaking slowly. Sakazuki's hostage rescue rate is 18%, while his pirate elimination rate is 99.57%. Upon hearing these figures, both Jake, who was already familiar with Sakazuki's temperament, and Monet, who was still washing vegetables, couldn't help but gasp in shock. With numbers like these, calling Sakazuki an executioner wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Observing their reactions, Kizaru sighed. Surprising, isn't it? But if you consider that Sakazuki often chooses to kill hostages along with pirates to ensure complete annihilation, it's not hard to understand. According to him, eliminating all the pirates on a ship saves more peoples in the long run, worth the sacrifice of a few lives, even if it means some collateral damage. But that's just too. Monet couldn't help but speak up, though she stopped mid-sentence. As someone personally mentored and promoted by Sakazuki, she didn't have much standing to criticize his methods. Jake, however, shook his head lightly and said to Kizaru, "It's far too extreme. Justice achieved through unjust means isn't justice at all." Kizaru looked at Jake in surprise, stroking his chin as he pondered the words. After a moment, he smiled faintly. "Oh, Jake, you always manage to say things that even I find quite profound, but be careful next time, don't casually criticize others' sense of justice in front of outsiders. At Marine headquarters, ambiguous justice like mine isn't exactly common. Well, we've strayed a bit off topic. Let's get back to the matter of my house." As he spoke, Kizaru placed the meat in his hands into the pot. A faint white smoke rose as his voice continued. "Earlier, I mentioned my house being warm in winter and hot in summer, right? Plus, I suppose I couldn't quite reconcile myself with Sakazuki's brand of justice. So, I borrowed some money from Marine headquarters and bought a house elsewhere. How should I describe it? It's a slight upgrade from the one Marine headquarters assigned me, just 3 stories, 500 square meters, with a pool, garden, butler and full after-sales service, ha ha ha." Kizaru's words lightened the previously heavy atmosphere brought on by the discussion of Akainu's justice. The aroma from the pot filled the air as Kizaru continued cooking, sprinkling in a handful of chili flakes before adding. "My house is nice, but it was also expensive. I borrowed a lot of berries from Marine headquarters to afford it. Yet, when I moved in, I didn't feel much guilt." "Do you know why?" Hearing Kizaru's question, Jake shook his head slightly before speculating. "Is it because you believe you've performed enough acts of justice to deserve living in such a house?" Upon hearing this, Kizaru chuckled and patted Jake's head. "Of course not. If I'd truly performed that many acts of justice, the Marine headquarters would have assigned me the house rather than me taking out a loan to buy it. The reason I feel no guilt is because I know that after purchasing this house, I'll need to perform even more acts of justice, or rather, take on more missions to eliminate pirates, to repay that debt and continue living in such a nice house." Listening to Kizaru's words, Jake responded with a somewhat wry smile. So loans and justice can actually be connected this way. As Kizaru stir-fried the dish in his hands, he replied with a smile. "Justice has never been just some spiritually pure existence, at least that's how I see it. True justice is rooted in the earth, present in everyday life. It shouldn't just be something we pay lip service to, but something commonplace and visible everywhere. Only when it reaches that level can it be called true justice. Moreover, to live in a good house, I work hard to earn enough rewards while also delivering justice for civilians harmed by pirates. I earn money to repay my loan while satisfying both my own sense of justice and that of the civilians. What's wrong with that? I feel no guilt because I earn my good house through hard work and no guilt because I earn money by delivering justice through eliminating pirates. As for you, Jake, have you considered that you're only in your teens? If you feel guilty about living in this house now, then work hard to earn money and uphold justice. If you feel guilty, Then strive forward instead of staying stuck where you are. How does that saying go? The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago, the second best time is now. With that, Kozaru finished cooking the dish. C8080. Night fell, and Jake lay in bed. Having grown accustomed to the hard bunk in his dilapidated dormitory and the ever-present musty smell of wood, he found himself somewhat uncomfortable in this comparatively luxurious soft bed. His stomach felt slightly bloated. Tonight, he, Kozaru and Monet had eaten a lot. Kozaru's cooking skills were unexpectedly good. Finding himself unable to sleep, Jake closed his eyes slightly and checked his current stats. Name: Jake Lawrence. Age: 16 inches. Doriki: 513. From this moment onward, you have stepped into the so-called superhuman realm. All your physical activities will no longer fit within the concept of an ordinary human. Holy Light: 25. The power of light shines so brightly, yet you must still maintain purity in your heart. Passive ability 1. Holy Light Infusion LV2, 421 1,000ths. Passive ability 2. Holy Light Retribution LV2, 321 thousandths. Active ability 1. Judgment Hammer Strike LV2, 445 1,000ths. Active ability 2. Healing Prayer LV2, 798 1,000ths. Active ability 3. Purification Max, Special Skill, obtained at full level. Armament Hockey LV1, 98 100ths. Observation Hockey LV1, 72 100ths. Basic Swordsmanship LV2, 142 1,000ths. Upon reaching 1,000 points, will gain the ability to cut through steel, entering the steel cutting realm. Right Angle Swordsmanship LV2, 107 1,000ths. Upon reaching 1,000 points, will be able to release multiple flying slash attacks simultaneously. Conqueror's Hockey LV1, 21 100ths. Upon reaching 100 points, will significantly increase intimidation power. Soru LV1, 28 100ths. Upon reaching 100 points, will greatly improve movement speed and reduce strain on leg muscles. Shigen LV1, 25 100ths. Upon reaching 100 points, will enhance finger hardness and attack speed, while unlocking Flying Shigen. Geppo LV1, 20 100ths. Upon reaching 100 points, will increase air time per step and reduce stamina consumption. Kami ELV1, 7 100ths. Upon reaching 100 points, will unlock body deformation, allowing the body to dodge attacks like clay. Rankyaku LV1, 24 100ths. Upon reaching 100 points, slash speed, range, and power will all improve, while unlocking Rankyaku, Gaicho. Tekai LV1, 75 100ths. Upon reaching 100 points, will unlock Tekai, Yutsugi. Rokushiki Secret. Life Return LV1, 12 100ths. Upon reaching 100 points, will unlock Kami E, Bushin. The information panel in his mind was extensive, but it was all a reflection of his gradual growth in strength. After reviewing everything, Jake wore a satisfied expression. Although his current Doriki hadn't yet reached Khalifa's original 630, when it came to overall combat ability, he was confident he could defeat her in a direct confrontation. However, looking at the Tekai skill in his panel, Jake felt somewhat conflicted. Because he had mastered Armament Hockey, his progress with Tekai, a skill inherently similar to Armament Hockey, had been rapid. Yet remembering how many Marines had fallen because of this skill always left him uneasy. Forget it, he decided to use this skill sparingly in future battles. After examining his current stats, Jake found himself even more awake. He got up and went downstairs to continue training. Passing Monet's room, Jake sensed the continuous cold aura emanating from within through his observation Hockey. Monet wasn't resting either, she was quietly training. Seeing this, Jake sighed inwardly before carefully tiptoeing downstairs to avoid disturbing Monet's practice. The days passed peacefully yet fulfillingly, and soon it was time for the elite training camp's official start. Today, Jake and Monet changed into the formal uniforms provided by Marine headquarters. Zephyr was someone who placed great importance on punctuality and appearance, especially during important occasions. Therefore, Monet and Jake had deliberately risen early and arrived at the training ground in advance, waiting for Zephyr's. However, even though the two had arrived an hour earlier than the scheduled time, Zephyr was already standing on the wooden platform that had been set up. Upon seeing Jake and Monet, Zephyr gave a slight nod, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips. He was pleased with their attire and punctuality. Jake stepped forward and said to Zephyr, "Zephyr-sensei, today's treatment hasn't started yet. Since there aren't many people around now, let's finish today's session first." Hearing this, Zephyr glanced at the time and noticed there were still about 50 minutes before the event began. He nodded, his tense body relaxing slightly, then replied with a smile. "Let's go with your suggestion, Jake. I don't want to start panting suddenly during my lecture, that would be far too embarrassing. By the way, do you two know who your fellow trainees will be in this training camp?" As Jake continued the treatment, he recalled the documents Kozaru had previously handed them and replied. "From what Borsellino-san mentioned, this batch seems to include a Logia-type smoke devil fruit user, as well as a few of your own disciples, Zephyr-sensei. I heard they're all quite powerful devil fruit users." Zephyr chuckled before addressing Jake and Monet. "Powerful? Not exactly. I haven't met that smoke brat yet, so I can't gauge his strength. But I know my own students well enough. Ain and Bins may be devil fruit users, but their proficiency in both hockey types and physical combat is still lacking." At least against you, Jake, I'd bet they wouldn't last 10 minutes. Let me be blunt, you're likely the strongest among this elite batch, Jake. As for Monet, she's around the same level as my 2 students. But being a Logia user, as long as you can avoid Ain's abilities, you'd still hold an absolute advantage. Before Jake or Monet could respond, a slightly exasperated voice called out from a distance. Zephyr-sensei, you're really playing favorites. Saying things like that about Ain and me, it's downright heartbreaking. The speaker stood roughly 2.5 meters tall, wearing a bright grin. Fresh greenery sprouted in his wake. No doubt, this was the Grow fruit user, Binz. Beside him was a beautiful woman with long blue hair, offering a graceful smile and a slight nod in their direction. Zephyr grinned at the newcomers. You two are cutting it a bit late, aren't you? Sensei, the opening ceremony isn't for another 50 minutes. C8181. The pair approached Zephyr and the cheerful Binz was the first to greet Jake and Monet with a smile. So, you're Jake and Monet. Zephyr-sensei hasn't stopped talking about you two lately. But we've been away on missions, so we couldn't meet you sooner. And the moment we arrive, we hear him claim we wouldn't last 10 minutes against you. Now that's a blow to my pride. Despite his words, there wasn't a trace of resentment on Binz's face. He extended a hand towards Jake. Still, thank you for treating Zephyr-sensei condition. I'm Binz, pleased to be your fellow trainee. Jake shook his hand warmly, smiling in return. Likewise, Binz-senpai. Just as Monet reached out her hand, Binz shook his head with a smile, then removed his navy cap. Placing it over his heart, he gave a slight bow and nodded gently before saying, I'm not quite accustomed to shaking hands directly with women and doing so might make young Jake jealous. Please forgive me. At Binz's words, both Jake and Monet instantly blushed, while Zephyr and Binz's laughter echoed across the training grounds. Even Ain, who had remained mostly silent, covered her mouth with a soft chuckle. The atmosphere on the training field was exceptionally harmonious. After a few brief greetings, Jake continued treating Zephyr's illness, while Monet subtly used her abilities to lower the temperature around them. Noticing this, Ain smiled at Monet and said, It seems we'll become great friends, Monet. I'm someone who really can't stand the heat, so you'd better prepare yourself for me clinging to you constantly in the days ahead. Ain-san, I'll do my best. Monet's personality was actually quite reserved, making her less adept at handling someone as outgoing as Ain. But that didn't mean she disliked the idea of being friends with Ain. Meanwhile on the other side, Binz watched the pale golden light glowing in Jake's hands and asked curiously. Jake, is this the healing ability that comes with your mythical zone fruit? There even seem to be golden feathers appearing around you, it really does look like something out of a myth. It's such a beautiful fruit, but having it in your hands is truly fortunate. Without it, who knows how long it would have taken to cure Zephyr-sensei illness. You don't understand. Every time I see Zephyr-sensei coughing from his illness, I resent my own devil fruit for not being able to heal. If only my ability could. At this point, Binz's eyes actually reddened. Seeing this, the smile faded from Ain's face as she looked at Zephyr's slightly aged features, a faint mist forming in her eyes. No one respected and cherished Zephyr more than they did. To them, his kindness was no less than that of a second parent. Noticing their expressions, Zephyr gave each of them a light punch on the head. Watching them grimace in pain, he scolded angrily. You two idiots, this old man isn't dead yet. And how many times do I have to tell you? My illness has nothing to do with you. Stop taking responsibility for things that aren't your fault every single time. I didn't survive just to be a burden on you. Besides, with Jake's treatment, my condition has improved significantly. We're never discussing this topic again. Seeing Zephyr's demeanor, the two nodded with smiles. Compared to his previous state, where he would gasp for breath at regular intervals, Zephyr was doing much better now. To quickly move past the subject, Zephyr continued. Do you kids know that this year's elite training camp is a bit different from previous ones? Zephyr began. Normally, the first day is just warm-up exercises to familiarize you with the camp's routine and rankings aren't determined until the end of the month. But due to circumstances involving the world government, your batch will need to determine the top rank on the very first day. Hearing this, Binz looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, what does the world government want from us? Why the sudden change? It's simple, really, something that's been going on for years, Zephyr explained. Every year, the CP organization of the world government conducts combat drills with the Marines. Though they call it training, it's really a way for their new recruits to test the strength of our latest batch, allowing them to estimate the Marines' future combat potential and make adjustments accordingly. Ain, still confused, chimed in, I've heard of this tradition, but Zephyr-sensei, even in the past, the elite training camp never determined rankings on the first day. Is there something special about this year? Yes, Zephyr nodded. This time, the world government has produced someone they're calling the most talented genius in 800 years. During a recent kingdom rescue mission, this individual not only slaughtered all enemy forces but also killed all 500 kingdom soldiers who were supposed to be rescued. A truly bloodthirsty monster. At this point, Zephyr sighed before continuing. For some reason, despite such atrocities, this person faced no punishment. Now, the CP was eager to avenge their 7-year losing streak against the Marines, has pushed the combat drills forward by a month. Originally scheduled for late August, it's now happening in July. Because of this, we must determine this year's top rank early and provide them with intensive training over the next month to prepare for the upcoming challenge. Rumor has it that the CP, desperate to reclaim their lost pride, has explicitly ordered that brat to fight ruthlessly, even if it means killing his Marine opponent. Monet frowned at this. Zephyr-sensei, does that mean we're also allowed to fight just as ruthlessly? Zephyr shook his head. No, the Marines' budget is already tight this year. If we kill the world government's so-called genius, the backlash would only increase the pressure on us. So prioritize self-defense. However, he then turned to Jake. When you face that guy, you're free to go all out. Jake grinned in understanding. Understood, Zephyr-sensei. C-8282. Time passed minute by minute. The training ground, usually occupied only by Jake, Monet and Zephyr, was now filled with over 50 Marines. Despite the increased numbers, the field remained eerily quiet, everyone maintaining a tense, unspoken silence. Everyone lined up in the order of their arrival, with Jake and the others standing closest to the podium. Zephyr, however, was frowning as he repeatedly counted the number of people who had arrived. The assembly time was almost upon them, yet 2 Marines still hadn't reported in. Zephyr slightly furrowed his brows. Having long memorized everyone's records, he naturally knew exactly who the 2 absentees were: Hina, who had eaten the cage fruit, and Smoker, who had eaten the smoke fruit. Both of them had come from the Marine branch in Logatown. According to the evaluations from their recommenders, Smoker was a troublemaker, while Hina, though more level-headed than him, often followed Smoker's reckless lead. Given that, this last-minute arrival was most likely Smoker's doing. With 30 seconds left on the clock, a slightly flustered female voice rang out, tinged with frustration. Smoker, hurry up, we're about to be late. Hina doesn't want to be labeled a troublemaker on the very first day like you. Move it. Hina is very anxious. Following her words, a deep, displeased voice responded with impatience. I know, stop nagging. There's still 30 seconds left, isn't there? As long as we're not late, it's fine. As the 2 spoke, the crowd's gaze gradually shifted towards the back. There, a woman with smooth pink hair, her face flushed and panting, was dragging a white-haired, buzz-cut young man by the hand as they sprinted towards the training grounds. Noticing the collective stares, Hina's face turned even redder. She bowed apologetically towards Zephyr on the podium and said, Apologies, Zephyr-sensei. Hina and Smoker are late. Hina is deeply ashamed, but Zephyr didn't acknowledge her apology. Instead, he calmly began counting down. 10, 9, 8. Hina froze in confusion, but Smoker immediately realized what was happening. Grabbing Hina, his legs transformed into smoke, and in less than 2 seconds, he crossed the 50-meter distance, landing at the front of the training grounds. With a nonchalant expression, he addressed Zephyr. We're not late yet, right, Zephyr-sensei? Watching the smug look on Smoker's face, Jake couldn't help but feel amused. It seemed everyone had their rebellious youth. This white-haired kid before him was almost unrecognizable compared to the composed and mature, white Chase, from the original story. Noticing Jake's gaze, Smoker glanced back at him, his eyes filled with faint displeasure. Jake understood that resentment well. It was like in middle school, where hot-headed youths instinctively despised the rule-abiding, studious kids, harboring a natural disdain and hostility towards them. Of course, it might also have been Jake's unabashed staring that caused the issue. But Jake didn't care. Soon enough, he'd have a chance to properly teach Smoker. After all, between words and fists, one of them was bound to get through. Faced with Smoker's question, Zephyr gave him a sidelong glance before replying flatly. Jake, go teach this guy a lesson. Although he wasn't late, arriving exactly on time means being late in my book. You've got 2 minutes. If you don't take down that white-haired kid within 2 minutes, your training quota doubles today. Hearing Zephyr's sudden command, Jake felt somewhat surprised but not particularly resistant. Zephyr probably wanted him to establish his authority as the top-ranked student of this batch in front of the newcomers. Plus, Zephyr might have taken a dislike to Smoker, hence the order. As he pondered, Jake stepped forward from the front of the line. He looked at Smoker with a faint smile and greeted him politely. Though it's a bit awkward to spar right after meeting, consider this a friendly match between classmates. I hope we can get along well. I'm Jake, a mythical zone-type model, Seraphim Devil Fruit user. Smoker showed no surprise at Jake's words. White smoke began emanating from his body as he replied with a hint of arrogance. Yeah, I know you. The news has been full of stories about you lately, hailed as the next pillar of the future Marines. But I've never trusted what those newspapers say. Let me see your real skills. If you can beat me, I'll acknowledge you. By the way, I'm Smoker, Logia-type smoke devil fruit user. The moment Smoker finished speaking, his lower body transformed into smoke as he charged straight at Jake. The onlookers watched the scene unfold with palpable excitement. They all recognized Jake, who had been praised in the papers as the future of the Marines, and Smoker, who had been capturing pirates with bounties in the tens of millions for years. Smoker is 21, Hina is 19, Jake is 16, Monet is 15. Among this batch of recruits, it was almost universally assumed that the top spot would go to one of these two. Now was the moment to settle the score. How could they not be thrilled? Monet watched Smoker charge toward Jake without a hint of concern. That speed was far too slow, not even matching her own, let alone Jake, who was many times faster. Against an opponent like Smoker, Monet believed Jake could end the fight in an instant. Binz and Ain, however, frowned slightly at the scene. For these Marine recruits, the elemental intangibility of a Logia-type devil fruit was an insurmountable hurdle. But since Zephyr had spoken so confidently, Jake should have no trouble handling it. Hina noticed the expression on Monet's face. Catching the faint hint of disdain in her gaze, she instinctively called out to Smoker. Smoker, be careful, don't rely too much on your Logia intangibility. But by the time Hina's warning left her lips, Smoker's face had already made intimate contact with Jake's wrapped armament hockey fist. It was the first time since obtaining his devil fruit that Smoker had been struck by a purely physical attack like a fist. As pain shot through his face, he felt as though his consciousness might scatter from the impact. What's with this guy's fists? So heavy. C-83-83. With loosened teeth and splattering blood, Smoker's entire body was smashed into the ground by Jake's punch. As dust flew into the air, Hina's slightly nervous voice called out. Smoker, are you okay? Hina is worried. Jake looked at the dust that had risen several meters high, feeling slightly awkward. He seemed to have struck too hard just now, he'd need to hold back some strength. I'm fine, and I'm about to knock that bastard flat on the ground. The dust was instantly swallowed by white smoke as Smoker's voice rang out. Then, the white smoke visibly expanded, enveloping the entire training ground in moments. Visibility dropped instantly, with the field of view reduced to just over a meter. At this distance, if the opponent launched an attack, dodging would be nearly impossible. The moment the trainees were shrouded in smoke, each of them began assessing its effects and how they might counter this situation. However, apart from a few soldiers with special abilities, most realized with despair that if Smoker's attack had been aimed at them, they would have lost the moment the smoke engulfed them. White fist. The smoke transformed into momentum and a fist the size of a sandbag shot out from the thick smoke, aiming straight at Jake's face. This was Smoker's retaliation for Jake's earlier punch. This vision blocking technique was extremely effective in actual combat. The opponent couldn't discern Smoker's attack direction and could only defend passively. In this scenario where the enemy was exposed while Smoker remained hidden, the opponent couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. But the limitation of this move was that it only worked in low-level battles. Once the opponent mastered observation hockey, Smoker's large-scale smoke would be nothing more than a waste of stamina, offering no advantage whatsoever. And clearly, Jake's current actions were demonstrating to Smoker what it truly meant to waste energy. No matter which angle Smoker's fist came from, Jake dodged it effortlessly, as if he had foreseen it in advance. He didn't even counterattack, merely evading each incoming strike. The force behind the punches grew weaker and Smoker's expression turned increasingly grave. Maintaining this scale of mist for so long had begun to take its toll on him, while Jake, trapped in the thick smoke, still appeared completely at ease, not even breathing heavily, let alone breaking a sweat. By this point, Smoker already understood the gap between himself and Jake. But having been regarded as a genius since childhood, he couldn't accept such a humiliating defeat, especially when Jake hadn't even used his devil fruit abilities yet. Taking a deep breath, Smoker gripped the jeet at his waist. Abandoning his previous long-range attacks, he used the smoke as cover to close in on Jake directly. His arm muscles bulged as he swung the weapon down hard towards Jake's shoulder. After all, this was just a spar between classmates, so there was no need to aim for vital spots. Sensing the direction of his opponent's attack, Jake nodded slightly. Although Smoker had a somewhat hot temper now, he was still kind at heart. At least he hadn't gotten so carried away as to smash the seastone weapon towards Jake's head. Facing the incoming strike, Jake decided to end the fight in one go. He had been counting the time and now roughly a minute had passed. It was time to conclude this duel. If he didn't defeat Smoker within 2 minutes, the doubled training load would be a minor issue, but causing Zephyr to lose face, that would be a real problem. But instantly defeating Smoker would make him lose too much face, so, finding a way to win the match while still allowing Smoker to retain his dignity became particularly important. The surrounding smoke provided excellent cover and with Smoker's jeet swinging towards him, Jake quickly devised a plan. He looked at the charging Smoker and suddenly condensed a golden light sword in his hand, an elemental shaping technique he had learned from Kizaru, Amano Murakumo. The moment Smoker saw the light sword in Jake's hand, his scalp tingled with a sense of dread. If he took that hit, he would absolutely die. But it was already too late to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as the light sword slashed toward him. Right angle swordsmanship modified, Saint Bird. As Jake's voice rang out, a terrifying slash cut straight through the smoke Smoker had created. Accompanied by a blinding flash of light, Smoker's vision turned completely white, forcing him to close his eyes. When he could finally open them again, he realized Jake's slash had already flown past him, tearing a fissure over a dozen meters long and 2 meters deep into the ground. The slash extended all the way into the forest beyond the training field, vertically splitting several towering trees before slowly dissipating. A faint golden glow clung to the soil and the scent of something charred wafted from the distant woods. As for Smoker, only a shallow cut, barely 10 centimeters long and less than a centimeter deep, appeared on his body. Yet, the numbness radiating from the wound left him temporarily unable to control his movements. Everyone present was stunned. Ain and Binz, who had initially harbored doubts about Jake's strength, completely dismissed their last shred of skepticism upon witnessing that slash. The other Marine trainees gulped at the sight of the terrifying slash mark. An attack of that magnitude was something no student here should have been capable of. Monet, however, remained calm. After all, in the past few days, Jake had demonstrated techniques far more exaggerated than this. Hina glanced at the golden slash stretching into the forest, then at Smoker's minor injuries. Letting out a slight sigh of relief, she also shot Jake a grateful look. Zephyr, observing the scene, chuckled slightly and said, 1 minute and 37 seconds. Not quite 2 minutes, a bit slower than I expected. Without waiting for Jake to respond, Zephyr walked up to Smoker and spoke slowly. Devil fruits are a matter of luck. Those who rely too much on luck can never become true powerhouses. This is your first lesson, Smoker. Remember it. C-8484. Holy light enveloped Smoker's swollen face as Jake's apologetic voice sounded. Sorry, I might have gone a little too hard. Your movements were so fast, it made me nervous. Hearing Jake's obvious attempt to give him an out, Smoker bluntly called him out. You don't need to say those comforting words. You probably didn't expect me to be this weak. No, that's not the case at all. Watching Jake continue to deny it, Smoker found himself at a loss for words. No matter how carefree he was, constantly admitting his inferiority to others still didn't sit well with him. Hina, who had known Smoker for a long time, immediately saw through his thoughts and said bluntly. Stop dwelling on useless things, Smoker. Focus on your treatment. Hina is very dissatisfied with you. TCH, you should work on dropping that weird speech habit first. Monet sat beside Jake, smiling slightly as she watched the two bicker. Nearly 12 hours had passed since the morning sparring session. Now was rest time after the first day of training. The group wasn't in their respective dormitories but aboard a marine warship. To prepare for the world government's request for a demonstration match and with Jake's exceptional medical skills available, Zephyr decided to take a slight risk by altering the original training plan. Originally, the first month of training was supposed to consist of long, tedious physical conditioning. Only after weeding out trainees who couldn't keep up would they proceed to actual combat training for further improvement. But clearly, with the demonstration match scheduled in a month, Zephyr didn't have that luxury of time. So he moved up the practical combat missions originally planned for later stages. Their destination was the North Blue, Sakazuki's homeland and the region where Flevance was located. Their mission was simple, to take down the Black Hawk Pirates with a total bounty of 90 million berries. Unlike the inflated bounties of the pirates in the future, bounties at this time held real weight. What made it more unsettling was that this pirate crew was reportedly connected to the Yonko's beast pirates. Their captain, Boars, was an ancient zone-type user model, Black Giant Eagle with a staggering 50 million berry bounty. Zephyr had his own reasons for choosing this pirate crew as their primary target. During their time together, Zephyr knew Jake planned to become the base commander of Flevance's marine branch after graduating. Aware of how dangerous that region was, Zephyr wanted Jake to make a name for himself in the North Blue before assuming command, to facilitate his future operations. Moreover, among the Black Hawk Pirates, there was a pirate Zephyr had personally arrested before. According to his intelligence, this pirate might have been one of those who went after his family for revenge years ago. These were the reasons why the Marine Headquarters Elite Training Program chose the Black Hawk Pirates as their target. Seeing that Smoker's wounds had nearly healed, Jake stopped channeling the holy light. Touching the wound on his face that should have hurt for days, Smoker was surprised to find not only was there no pain, but the treated skin felt smoother and softer than before. Your ability is really convenient. This way, you can save a lot on medical expenses, right? Smoker's angle in the conversation was odd, but Jake smiled and nodded before steering the topic where he wanted. Pretty much. At least I don't need to go to the hospital when I'm sick. By the way, does anyone know anything about the pirate crew we're targeting this time? Hina was the first to respond to Jake's question. Hina knows a bit. Those guys are currently in the North Blue's Prince Kingdom. Rumor has it they're staying there to obtain something. The nearby marine bases have searched for them several times but never found the Black Hawk Pirates' location. Yet, cases of murdered civilians keep piling up. There's even talk that the Black Hawk Pirates want to seize the throne. That's also why the Prince Kingdom requested protection from Marine Headquarters. Our mission here is partly for training and partly in response to their plea for aid. Hina is happy to share this information with you. Listening to this, Smoker's face showed a hint of impatience. Went several times but found no trace of the enemy. How can a pirate ship that big just disappear? I bet the branch Marines got scared after seeing the crew's bounty and made up excuses. Jake, however, countered Smoker's view. No, it's probably not what you think. The Black Hawk Pirates' total bounty is as high as 90 million berries and not all their members are fully documented. It's not impossible for them to have 1 or 2 devil fruit users who can hide their ship. Besides, if the branch Marines were truly afraid of facing the Black Hawk Pirates, they could have just requested backup from HQ instead of continuing patrols and increasing the chances of running into them. Hearing Jake's words, Smoker didn't agree but simply exhaled 2 slow puffs of smoke. Binns then shared what he'd heard before. The Prince Kingdom is one of the world government's affiliated nations. They're famous for a plant called Hero. If crushed and swallowed directly, it induces intense hallucinations and euphoria, highly addictive too. Over 70% of the country's population has tried it. But the plant has strict growing conditions. Despite high yields, demand still outstrips supply. The Prince Kingdom sells Hero externally at 10,000 berries per gram. Thanks to this, the country is incredibly wealthy, one of the richest in the North Blue. If the Black Hawk Pirates want to take over the kingdom, I doubt it's possible. Ain promptly added, Binns and I have been there before. Though the country is rich, most of the wealth is held by royalty and nobles. The commoners don't even have proper housing. Whatever they earn from daily labor, they spend on hero at night, leaving the whole nation looking utterly rundown. C8585. Ain and Binz's words made Jake realize that what they were talking about was exactly the kind of thing from his previous life. Indeed, such things were highly profitable in any world, especially in a place like One Piece where the laws were completely unreasonable. Monet frowned upon hearing this and asked about something she had personally experienced. Then the celestial tribute in this country must be extremely high, right? After all, when the world government collects the celestial tribute, they do so based on the country's wealth. I believe it's roughly 10% of the nation's total annual wealth. Ain nodded, then sighed before continuing to explain to the group. Because the country is so wealthy, the amount of celestial tribute collected is several times higher than that of neighboring countries. If Prince were a normal country, these taxes wouldn't be a big deal. Unfortunately, Prince suffers from extreme wealth inequality. 99% of the population holds less than 3% of the assets, while the remaining 97% of the wealth is concentrated in the hands of just 1% of the people. What makes it even more unfair is that when collecting the celestial tribute, the king decreed that everyone was equal. So he divided the total amount equally among all citizens, every single one, including newborn babies, who were also required to pay exorbitant taxes. Hearing this, Smoker's expression darkened. He slammed the table and cursed angrily. Damn bloodsuckers, they don't talk about equality when hoarding wealth, but suddenly preach equality for all when it comes to paying taxes. If I ever see that bastard, I'll rip his head off. Hina sighed and said helplessly, Smoker, watch your words. You're a Marine, not a pirate. Hina finds your behavior troubling. Binz, who's usually mild-mannered, was also visibly angry. Back then, Ain and I lived in that country for a while. We saw firsthand what those families had to sacrifice just to pay the taxes. At this point, Binz's eyes reddened slightly. Because the nobles and royals controlled the vast majority of the wealth, they used their financial power to monopolize every opportunity for advancement in the country. Whether you were a merchant, lawyer, doctor, or any other profession, if you wanted to make a living, you had to pay a hefty employment fee to those nobles and royals, an amount roughly equivalent to 2 years' worth of expenses for an average family. You might think that doesn't sound too bad. Just tighten your belt for a few years and you could save up. But that's exactly the trap those damned bastards set. If they demanded an impossible sum right away, people would simply give up. But by setting a high yet achievable goal, they forced the country's citizens into endless competition among themselves. There isn't a clear threshold for the job-seeking goal, but the amount you pay determines which social tier you'll end up in. To secure a decent job, most families even choose to pay double the required amount. This is just one method of extracting wealth from people. To minimize their losses when faced with exorbitant celestial tribute taxes, they resort to even more brutal, or rather, bloody, measures. They kill useless children in their families or abandon the elderly and the sick who can no longer work, just to avoid being burdened by the crushing taxes. Binz slammed his fist on the table, tears the size of beans streaming uncontrollably down his face. Behind the Prince Kingdom, there's a garbage dump filled with the bones of the elderly and children. That place is called the Land of the Forsaken. I've seen it, it's no environment fit for humans. Everything there made me question whether I was hallucinating hell or not. Listening to Binz, Jake found himself at a loss for words. He stared at the bounty poster in his hand, focusing on the man with the hooked nose, his expression twisting into something indescribable. What was the point of saving a country so utterly rotten? But letting those damned pirates take over would only make life worse for its people. So why not use the pirates to overthrow that corrupt nation, then righteously eliminate the pirates afterward? He knew it might not change much in the long run. Maybe in a decade or two, the country would revert to its old ways of extreme inequality. But Jake believed that if there was a chance to make a difference now, it was better to act. His prolonged silence over the bounty poster drew everyone's attention. Monet, who's especially curious, asked him, Jake, what's on your mind? Why the sudden long pause? Facing their puzzled looks, Jake suddenly broke into a bright smile and declared, if the country is already that rotten, why bother cutting away the decayed flesh from a corpse? Why not just burn it all down and build a new house on the ashes? The moment those words left his mouth, Binz lunged to cover Jake's mouth. Hina paled, exclaiming, do you even realize what you're saying? Hina is terrified. Smoker, however, grinned and chuckled. Great minds think alike. Seeing everyone's tension, Jake reassured them with a smile. Don't worry, there's no one else here and it's just an idea for now. I'll only act after seeing the actual state of the country. If you all agree, we can give it a try. Failure doesn't matter as long as we take down the pirates. Hearing Jake's bold words, Binz wrestled with his thoughts before recalling the hellish scenes he'd witnessed. Gritting his teeth, he finally said to Jake, I believe in you, Jake. Me too. That punch of yours really hurt. Hina doesn't understand, but Hina is willing to trust you. We'll follow your lead. Binz, you're being reckless too. Fine, I'll join as well, at least I can keep an eye on you all. As everyone voiced their support, a faint smile appeared on Jake's face. Black Hawk Pirates, I hope you'll prove yourselves worthy. C8686. The warship cut through the waves, sailing across the boundless sea under the oppressive gloom of the night. Zephyr's warship was different from T-Bone's. Not only was it equipped with a complete electrical system, but it also boasted unique futuristic technology from Egghead Island. For instance, there were some bizarre power devices whose exact energy source Jake hadn't yet figured out. But when they had recently crossed the calm belt and encountered Sea Kings, the ship had managed to burst forth with speed rivaling the Thousand Sunny's coup de burst, sustaining it for over 10 minutes. The warship's lights illuminated the dark waters as Jake stood outside Zephyr's cabin, giving the door 2 light knocks. "Come in." At the voice from within, Jake pushed the door open and saw Zephyr hunched over a stack of documents, scribbling notes. "Zephyr-sensei, still working this late?" Without looking up, Zephyr continued marking the papers in his hands and replied. "Even though I'm retired, there are still things I can't let go of. Sengoku is too busy and that idiot Garp is of no help, so I often take on some of the workload for him." With that, he set the documents aside and rubbed his temples before addressing Jake. "You should be asleep. What brings you here?" Jake smiled. "I just wanted to ask you a few things about the Kingdom of Prince." But before he could continue, Zephyr shot him a glance and cut straight to the point. "I know what you want to ask, and what you want to do. But don't overthink matters concerning world government-affiliated kingdoms. Just focus on completing your mission. Of course, helping ordinary civilians along the way is fine. But if you're planning anything more drastic, you'd better drop that idea now." Hearing Zephyr's response, Jake fell silent for a moment before looking up, his tone laced with an indescribable complexity. "You know what happened in that country, don't you? What does it matter whether I know or not? It has nothing to do with your mission. Until you're strong enough, recklessly meddling in such affairs only makes you seem arrogant and overambitious. You're still too young. Borsellino told me about your thoughts, though you didn't mean for him to hear. You have a habit of speaking too freely with strangers. I don't know why you trust people you've just met so easily, but you need to fix that." Listening to Zephyr's reprimand, Jake was momentarily stunned. From his perspective, he actually knew these people's personalities and performances in the original work, which made him unconsciously trust characters he had favored in the original story. But he seemed to have forgotten one crucial point: this wasn't the anime world. Everyone here had the potential to change and he truly didn't realize this before. Lowering his head, he respectfully said to Zephyr, "Thank you for your guidance, Zephyr-sensei." Hearing this, Zephyr's expression softened slightly as he continued speaking to Jake. "Plans succeed through secrecy but fail through leaks. I'm not saying that trusting others is a bad habit, but as someone who may become a Marine officer in the future, you're destined not to share too many of your personal thoughts. You'll need to take responsibility for the soldiers under your command. As for the matters of Prince Kingdom, of course I'm aware, but what good does knowing do?" Zephyr sighed, his voice low and resigned. "Jake, there's still much you don't understand. For a world government affiliate nation, the impact one person can make is too small. Let me ask you this, after overthrowing Prince Kingdom's current regime, what means would you use to rebuild that nation? Would you install a new government? But do you have the funds? The personnel? The authority? Would you get approval from all parties? Do you even have the time? You have nothing. You're just relying on a young man's idealistic vision of the world to change things you dislike, without considering that your actions might lead to even more deaths. Have you considered that perhaps by doing nothing, the people of that nation might still survive, but your so-called changes could end up killing those who might have lived otherwise?" Zephyr's questions left Jake silent. He wanted to respond, but Zephyr continued. "When you can properly handle all these matters, then come talk to me about missions beyond your scope. I'll support you then. Until that time, I won't approve your actions. What I've told you comes from personal experience. I don't want such tragedies to happen again, whether to you or to any nation." With that, Zephyr dismissed Jake. After the stern reprimand, Jake stood on the deck, letting the sea breeze wash over him as he pondered Zephyr's words. Though harsh, they struck true. A chilly wind blew, slightly invigorating his spirits. He sighed, conflicted, but after long consideration, decided not to abandon his idea just yet. After all, Zephyr himself had said he would support Jake if solutions to those problems could be found. He'd always claimed he wanted to bring justice to this world, yet had accomplished nothing. To shrink from challenges when real opportunities arose would be the height of hypocrisy. But if his so-called justice came at the cost of personal gain while the people of that nation suffered, Jake wouldn't mind being called a hypocrite. Staring at the dark sea, he felt a headache coming on. The One Piece world was far more problematic than the anime had portrayed. About 5 hours later, at 4 a.m., the ship reached a landing point on Prince Kingdom's northern coast. A chilling cold spread, freezing a path across the sea. The soldiers who had been preparing to cross the water now turned to Monet with grateful smiles. Especially Hina and Ain, both Paramecia-type devil fruit users, who excitedly hugged Monet. For the two of them, reaching the island from here wouldn't have been an easy task. Zephyr's voice rang out, carrying an air of authority. "You have half a month to eliminate all the pirates in these waters." C-8787. Despite the rough waves on the sea, Zephyr's voice reached everyone's ears with perfect clarity. "No matter what methods you use, you just need to complete the task within half a month. Your final rankings will be determined by the total bounties of the pirates you hunt. If you cooperate to take down an enemy, the bounty will be split equally. Secondly, during this mission, I won't provide much protection. Unless you're on the verge of death, I won't intervene. And since the island is vast, even if you do encounter danger, I might not be able to reach you in time. So I hope you're mentally prepared to die during this mission." Zephyr's words left everyone tense. For most of them, who had never experienced real combat, the pressure of taking down a pirate crew with a combined bounty nearing 100 million was no small matter. After speaking, Zephyr fell silent. The only sound left was the waves crashing against the shore, leaving an eerie stillness in the air. Binz was the first to break the silence, addressing the fellow soldiers still on the beach. This mission is extremely difficult, clearly not something anyone can handle alone. Moreover, Zephyr-sensei specifically mentioned the bounty-sharing system for teamwork, which seems like a deliberate hint that we should stick together and avoid going solo. Therefore, I recommend Jake as our commander for this operation. His strength has already been demonstrated, and he's undoubtedly the strongest among us by a wide margin. Before Jake could respond to Binz's words, Smoker cut in bluntly. Anyone who doesn't like it can leave. If you think you can solo a pirate crew with a 90 million bounty, feel free to go. Listening to his two companions, Jake felt a headache coming on. These two idiots weren't recruiting allies, they were just stirring up resentment. This wasn't how you convinced people to cooperate. Seeing the slight frowns on everyone's faces, Jake stepped forward and spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. This mission is tough. Going alone makes you an easy target for those cunning pirates to pick off one by one. Smoker's words were impulsive and I apologize on his behalf. But I sincerely ask everyone to work together. Before rankings, we're classmates. Before completing the mission, we're all part of the Marine. We fight for justice, not for scores. Jake's words were nicely spoken, calming the previously resentful Marines who now looked at him with respect. As the surrounding Marines gradually gathered around him, Jake let out a sigh of relief and addressed them. This mission is highly challenging. While we cannot act alone, we also cannot operate in large groups. In a place like the Prince Kingdom, a sudden influx of unfamiliar faces moving together would immediately draw suspicion. What we need to do is divide into smaller units while still maintaining cohesion. A boy with a spiky topknot looked at Jake in confusion and asked. Then what exactly are we supposed to do? First, you tell us not to act alone, but now you say we can't move as a group. Isn't that contradictory? I'm not the brightest, so I might be blunt, hope you don't mind. The boy spoke sincerely and Jake naturally wouldn't blame him for it. After all, he wasn't the type to accuse others of having a death wish. Faced with the boy's question, Jake patiently explained. It's simple. We still act collectively, but we need to limit the group size. I've reviewed the intel on the Prince Kingdom. Because it's a long-standing hub for hero, short words for heroine trade, many merchants come here to purchase goods and laborers arrive seeking work. Unfamiliar faces aren't uncommon here. What we need to do is split into several small teams, dividing our large group into smaller units. Each team will elect a leader and every 2 days, the leaders will meet to exchange intel and collectively decide when to close the net. Let me reiterate, the key point of this mission isn't killing pirates, but protecting civilians. Our purpose in killing pirates is to protect civilians, not to earn points. I hope everyone keeps this in mind. You have 5 minutes to form your teams and elect a leader to report to me for registration. Each team should have around 6 members. Too many will draw pirate attention, too few will leave you vulnerable to ambush. Additionally, if there are no objections, I will serve as the overall commander. Team leaders must not withhold intel or act recklessly in future exchanges. Otherwise, even if the mission succeeds, I will personally ostracize you afterward and report you to the higher up until you leave the Marines. Also, if any of you encounter an unsolvable problem, I will be the first to charge forward. At the same time, my devil fruit has powerful healing abilities. If you suffer severe injuries, don't think about trading one for one. You are outstanding Marines, the people's shield. Exchanging lives with trash like pirates is worthless in my eyes. Whether it's 1 for 1 or 1 for 100, 10,000 ants' lives aren't worth a single human's. Listening to Jake's words that mixed the stick with the carrot, the trust in him among the group visibly grew. Before Jake voiced those potentially offensive remarks, everyone had been worried. If any squad disobeyed orders and acted independently for points, it could drag other teams down or even put them in danger. Now, with Jake's assurance, they felt much more at ease. As for Jake's later promise about medical treatment, it further solidified the soldiers' loyalty to him. After all, on the battlefield, Jake's abilities meant a second life. Dungeon and Fighter's female crusader literally have a skill called Resurrection which can resurrect an ally. Combined with his formidable strength, no one had any objections to his leadership. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Zephyr watched Jake with a smile, murmuring to himself. As expected of a conqueror's hockey wielder, show me more surprises, Jake. C-8888. Prince Kingdom, Land of the Forsaken. This was the kingdom's garbage disposal site, or more bluntly, the place where all the filth and ugliness of Prince Kingdom gathered. The acrid stench of rotting trash was overwhelming, stinging the eyes painfully upon entering the area. Jake and his team weren't in a hurry to venture out. Instead, they stood on a high vantage point, observing the living conditions of the people in the area. Most residents were disheveled, barely clothed, with matted hair and skin covered in dust and dried mud, so much so that they seemed to blend into the garbage itself. The majority were elderly and children, pitiful souls abandoned by their families due to exorbitant taxes. Yet even these unfortunate souls, to survive, resorted to preying on those weaker than themselves. Occasionally, a few well-dressed young men would pass through the street, drawing fearful glances from the crowd as they walked with visible disgust. Their destination was a relatively clean building in the otherwise filthy area. After using his observation hockey to briefly scan the area, Jake turned to Smoker and said quietly. Smoker, could you check out that building? Your devil fruit ability makes it easier. Enter through the open window on the 3rd floor, no one's there. Following Jake's instruction, Smoker nodded and utilizing his smoke fruit powers, slipped into the room through the 3rd floor window. While Smoker was investigating, Jake and the others didn't idle either. They dispersed into Prince Kingdom to gather information and intel. Since this mission involved actual combat, Jake had instructed everyone to remove their marine uniforms and change into civilian clothes before entering the town to avoid exposing their identities. After all, most students in the Marine Elite training camp were officers permitted to wear personal attire. Nearly everyone carried both casual and uniform clothing during voyages for different situational needs. From the Kingdom of Prince to the land of the Forsaken, one had to pass through a heavily guarded city gate. The only alternative was scaling the steep cliffs on the other side. The cliffs weren't excessively high, about 300 meters, but since they were nearly vertical, most people couldn't manage it. Jake and Monet, with their convenient abilities, chose to walk straight down the cliffs into Prince Kingdom's inner city. Meanwhile, Ain and Binz opted to pay the 200,000 berry entry fee per person. Having visited the kingdom before, they were more familiar with the place, but even they were clueless about the new house located in the garbage dump. Binz and Ain left Prince Kingdom 2 years ago, meaning the house must have been built relatively recently. Though it was unclear whether it had any connection to the Black Hawk Pirates, investigating it couldn't hurt. Hina stayed behind to wait for Smoker, ensuring no unexpected situations arose. 3 hours later, the group reconvened and exchanged the intel they had gathered. Smoker was the first to speak, his voice laced with unmistakable disgust as he frowned at the others. That house is a hub for all kinds of black market dealings. Slaves and healthy organs are the primary commodities, with Hero, that plant, being a secondary trade. The building itself is massive. While it has 3 above-ground floors, most of that space is just employee quarters. The underground area isn't deep but covers a large area, likely connected to the basements of other buildings. It's filled with captured slaves, mostly women. A young man in black clothes entered the house and I heard an old man address him as Pirate Sama. He's probably a member of the Black Hawk Pirates. He ignored the old man and went straight underground. 2 hours later, he came out covered in blood, carrying 2 large bags of who knows what. I wanted to follow him, but Hina stopped me, saying we should discuss it with all of you before acting. Listening to Smoker, Jake nodded and summarized. So that place is definitely tied to the Black Hawk Pirates. Hina was right to stop you. Their captain, Boars, has terrifyingly sharp vision. If you'd followed recklessly, the pirates would have ambushed us, putting us at a disadvantage. But now that we know what that place is, we can finalize our next steps. Ain, Binz, what did you find out? At Jake's question, Ain answered first. Compared to last year, the inner city of Prince Kingdom is much quieter. More people are selling Hero on the streets and most soldiers have stopped patrolling. Instead, thuggish-looking men are guarding the streets. Binz added, additionally, at the tavern I used to frequent, the owner mentioned that the king seems to have recruited a new group of royal guards. The guards are quite powerful, but to sustain that army, taxes have been increasing sharply lately. Don't worry, even during our last visit, Ain and I didn't expose our marine identities. Based on my speculation, those guards are likely members of the Black Hawk Pirates. Hina frowned upon hearing this, then said gravely, given these circumstances, it's highly possible that the Prince Kingdom is engaged in some shady dealings with the Black Hawk Pirates. But what would a member nation stand to gain from such actions? Jake explained, it could be coercion, or perhaps they're after greater profits. Until we confirm the facts, we'll continue investigating for now. Monet and I have purchased some common medical supplies and plan to open a hospital in the Forsaken Lands. This will help us gather information while expanding our influence. Our goal is to thoroughly investigate that building linked to the Black Hawk Pirates as quickly as possible. But wouldn't opening a hospital in such a place seem suspicious? Smoker expressed confusion at Jake's plan, to which Jake replied, organ harvesting requires doctors. The poor need doctors for treatment. And my abilities only qualify me to be a doctor. So, a last resort. Hearing Smoker's words, Jake shook his head. No, it's a good choice. And if we want to avoid suspicion, the method is simple, charge exorbitant fees. It doesn't have to be berries, organs will do. What? X5. Don't misunderstand. It's just a ruse. C8989. 3 days later, in a rather shabby room at a scrap yard, a gaunt old man carrying a child on his back slowly stepped out. Though the old man's body trembled uncontrollably, his expression was one of relief. Watching the old man's retreating figure, Jake turned to Monet beside him and asked, how much of the drug did you administer? Are you sure it's safe? Relax, it was just a tiny dose. At most, he'll feel dizzy for a while, but he'll be fine afterward. Jake nodded, then sighed and added, running low on sleeping pills, huh, looks like we'll have to ask Binz to bring more. I didn't expect people here to agree without hesitation, even at the cost of a kidney. Monet also sighed softly and said, after all, apart from us, they have no other options. But Jake, don't push yourself too hard. These days, the number of times you've used healing prayer daily is nearing your limit. If this continues, your own body won't hold up. Jake shook his head and smiled. It's fine. The physical toll can be restored with a single healing prayer for myself. The mental strain is still manageable. The method of mixing sleeping pills into water to knock out both the patient and their family before treating them is exhausting, though. Let's hope those black market scumbags come looking for us today. Monet looked puzzled and asked Jake, why do we have to wait for them to make the first move? If they never come, are we just supposed to stay here forever? The party who acts first will naturally be suspected of having ulterior motives, while the passive side tends to hold the dominant position in the relationship. What we need is the trust of the black market and the pirate crew, so we can destroy their base in one fell swoop and possibly save this country from disaster at the same time. If we're too proactive, building trust will take a long time. We only have half a month. Of course, if the other party doesn't come over, we'll have to consider forcibly defeating the pirate crew from the front and abandon the plan to change this country. Just as Monet was about to respond, a healthy and hearty laugh suddenly came from outside the door. As the doctor in, we're employees of Happy Home. We came today to discuss something with you. Is it convenient to talk now? Hearing the voice outside, Jake calmly put on the plague doctor-like bird beak mask and donned a wig. Glancing at the equally unrecognizable Monet beside him, he said in a low voice. If it's about human organs, you may come in. Otherwise, I'm not interested in other matters and have no desire to speak with you further. Upon hearing this, the last trace of doubt about Jake's identity in the outsiders' minds vanished. After all, if Jake had truly come here with ulterior motives, he wouldn't have spoken to them in such a manner. The door was pushed open and two tall, lean men entered. Dressed in black suits, their bulging muscles seemed on the verge of bursting the fabric. Yet, they approached Jake with impeccable manners, though the strong scent of medical alcohol made it hard for them to keep their eyes open. Ahem, doctor, since we've been allowed in, it means our proposal aligns with your interests. The purpose of our visit is to discuss cooperation regarding human organs. We have a major surgery that requires your expertise, but before that, we need to assess your medical skills. Once the surgery is successful, you'll receive a substantial reward. Faced with their pitch, Jake's voice remained flat and icy. What's the reward? I need to know in advance. What do you need? I have no interest in testing your sincerity here, nor do I have the patience to play guessing games with you. When someone asks you such a question, no matter how you answer, they already have a baseline of what you might accept in mind. It's a basic negotiation tactic. Hearing Jake's slightly angry and impatient tone, the man offered an apologetic smile before slowly replying. You can have all the fresh human organs currently available in the entire black market. How many do you have? 313 people. 182 elderly, the rest are children. All very fresh. Fine, I accept, but I need them alive. No preservation technique can match the human body's natural storage. Even the man who longed devoid of humanity, felt a twinge of fear at Jake's words. But he said nothing, merely standing up and addressing Jake. If it's convenient for you, doctor, could you come with us now? There's a surgery that requires your assistance. You understand, we also need some assurances. To this, Jake replied indifferently. After the surgery succeeds, you'll pay a 30% deposit, 100 children. If you can manage that, I'll go. Hearing these words, the two men in black showed a conflicted expression on their faces. After exchanging glances, they seemed to finally agree with Jake's suggestion and nodded slowly, saying, as long as it succeeds, we can agree to all your conditions. Without responding to them, Jake simply stood up and said to Monet beside him. Pack our things, we're leaving. You two step outside now. I need to gather some medicine, the names of the drugs are my personal privacy. Understanding Jake's words, the two men nodded and then walked out the door. The slightly shorter man in black asked the other, can he really do it? Should we verify it somehow? Like bringing one of his former patients here for dissection? Not yet. If he truly has the ability, he might turn against us over this. After the surgery succeeds, we'll take him aboard the ship and casually grab a couple of his past patients to dissect and check for adverse effects. That way, we can avoid any strange drugs he might use. As he spoke, the man lit a cigarette and sighed. The boss's condition is serious. If we don't get fresh replacements soon, it'll be troublesome. Luckily, the king of this country has very suitable organs. The shorter man pressed further. What about the Marines? I heard this country has already sent a request for reinforcements to Marine headquarters. Intercept them. Just kill them. They'd never expect that with our combined bounty of 90 million, we're actually on par with the great pirates of the New World. C-9090. The grotesque, long-beaked mask filled his lungs with the scent of medicine. The elongated beak was designed to hold filters and medicinal herbs, purifying the air before it reached the lungs. Led by the two men, Jake stepped into a striking new house that stood out starkly against its surroundings. Upon opening the door, an extravagantly decorated interior greeted him. The polished marble floor reflected like a mirror in priceless calligraphy, paintings and antiques adorned the space, more resembling a high-end antique shop than a black market slave den. As Jake and Monet entered, Smoker and Hina, who had been watching from a distance, relayed their next moves to the other Marines via Den Mushi. Ever since Jake successfully treated his first patient, he had anticipated that his adversaries might capture his former patients to analyze and verify his medical skills. To sell the act, Jake had instructed most of the Marines on this mission to monitor those he had previously treated. If anyone attempted to harm them, they would immediately substitute the targets with prearranged decoys. As for where these decoys came from, this country had no shortage of people missing organs. Moreover, To prevent the enemy from silencing witnesses, Jake specifically selected condemned prisoners or criminals arrested mid-crime in recent days, individuals whose deaths would carry no moral weight. Led by the man in black, Jake and Monet entered a room reeking of disinfectant. Inside were two rather crude operating tables, with no sterilization process in sight. The group simply walked in. On the tables lay an elderly man and a pale-faced little boy. The man in black smiled at Jake and said, "Please transplant that child's kidney into the old man. If successful, we'll fulfill your previous demands immediately. If not, you only need to compensate us for the experimental materials." A very fair deal, don't you agree? Jake didn't say much in response, his voice still low and unyielding. "Get out. Don't come back in until I say so. If I fail, I'll pay you 10 times the cost of the medical equipment." With that, Jake ignored the two men entirely, taking the case from Monet and walking towards the two on the operating tables. The two men in black exchanged glances before silently stepping out. The place was swarming with their people. If Jake was deceiving them, they'd make sure he never walked out that door. As for staying inside to watch the procedure, the man had considered it, but he wasn't a doctor. Even if he watched, he wouldn't understand. Given Jake's insistence, leaving wasn't a problem. Once the two were gone, Jake closed his eyes briefly, ensuring there were no surveillance devices nearby, then said to Monet, "Same as usual, administer the standard anesthesia. Don't let them interfere with the organ extraction." "Yes, doctor." Outside the room, the man in black turned to his shorter companion and said, "Ford, keep an eye on them. I'm going to find some of the lowlifes this doctor has treated before, see what condition their bodies are really in. Ollie, didn't you say we'd wait for this surgery's results before grabbing anyone?" "No need. With how arrogant that guy is, I'm betting he's the real deal." With that, Ollie lit a cigarette and strode out the door, his target clear, the patients Jake had taken in recently. But what the man didn't know was that from the moment he left the black market, over 30 pairs of eyes had been locked onto him. To monitor the treated patients more easily, Jake had summoned most of the Marines stationed in the city the very next day. On one hand, it was for surveillance and protection. On the other, it minimized the risk of exposure. After all, compared to the strictly regulated city, this lawless area was far better suited for hiding. Within an hour of their arrival, the Marines were assigned their respective territories. Each soldier knew exactly how many patients were in their zone and how many decoys had been prepared. Tracking Oli's movements via Den Den Mushi, they replaced all potential targets with the prearranged stand-ins. Half an hour later, Jake pushed open the door, his hands stained with blood, his voice slightly hoarse. "The organs you provided weren't suitable. I had no use for the kid's organs, so I used the ones I brought myself. The old man is cured now. You can have your own doctors verify it. As payment, I'll be taking both the deposit and this kid's organs." Hearing Jake's words, the shorter man in black, Ford, gave a slight nod before smiling and saying, "Please wait in the living room, doctor. I'll have some food prepared for you while we immediately arrange for another doctor to verify the surgical results. If everything checks out, we'll pay the deposit right away. No need for food, just finish the verification quickly. My time is valuable." Jake led Monet to the rest area Ford had designated for them. Shortly after they sat down on the sofa, Ford entered with Ollie. Both wore ingratiating smiles, their tone far more polite than before. "The results are in. Your medical skills are the most extraordinary we've ever witnessed. It's nothing short of miraculous. We'll take you to collect the deposit now. If it's convenient, could you accompany us this afternoon to treat that esteemed person we mentioned?" After a brief moment of consideration, Jake replied flatly, "Prepare a ship for me. Load all the deposit onto it along with the cheapest provisions, just enough to sustain basic life functions. Also, until the treatment is fully completed, I need guarantees for my personal safety to prevent any unexpected actions from your side." "You jest, doctor. For someone of your unparalleled skill, even if we can't recruit you, we'd never harbor ill intentions. The seas are vast, we'd never choose to offend someone like you, since who knows when we might need your expertise again." Jake responded indifferently, "You're far wiser than the other fools I've encountered. Lead the way. Blindfolds, I assume. How predictable. It's the most effective method. We appreciate your understanding." With that, multiple layers of black cloth were tied over Jake and Monet's eyes. C9191. As the blindfolded pair exited the building, the surveillance team remained motionless. Ain calm voice came through the Den Den Mushi, measured and composed. "All units, maintain positions. Bins will locate their hideout. Until Jake and Monet give the signal, nobody makes a move." Observing the dormant white Den Den Mushi beside her, Ain exhaled softly. The white Den Den Mushi specialized in preventing eavesdropping. Its silence confirmed the absence of black Den Den Mushis on the enemy's side. Had they possessed the black variants, Jake's contingency plan for signal scrambling would have been necessary. Watching Jake being escorted away by the two men in black, Ain couldn't help but muse inwardly. How does his mind even work? To devise so many plans in under a day. Thank God he's with the Marines. Otherwise, we'd have another self-proclaimed emperor ruling the seas. On the other side, Jake and Monet were blindfolded and placed in a carriage. Oli's voice sounded in their ears, tinged with apology. "I sincerely apologize for treating you both this way, but our boss has a rather special status. Please don't take it to heart." "No problem. Just make sure the carriage isn't too bumpy, it'll make me nauseous." "Rest assured, it won't be. Guided by the delicate fingers of a maid, Jake and Monet boarded the carriage. The rhythmic clatter of hooves filled their ears as Jake extended his observation hockey to its limits. The black blindfold was utterly useless against it, he memorized every notable landmark around them. Though Binns had been instructed to follow from behind, there were bound to be stretches where stealth would be impossible. Jake had made it clear that Binns was not to force his way through such areas. Sure enough, after about 20 minutes of travel, they switched vehicles, trading the carriage for a boat. Once the boat ride ended, Ollie removed the blindfolds from Jake and Monet and said, "The path ahead is rough. I hope you don't mind walking the rest of the way." Jake narrowed his eyes slightly, the sudden light causing discomfort. Before them stretched a rugged mountain trail, difficult terrain indeed. Behind them lay a branching river, its origins now impossible to trace. But thanks to his constant use of observation hockey, Jake had already mapped the entire route in his mind. As for the winding forest path behind them, Binns had left ample markers using his devil fruit abilities. From here, Jake and Monet would both memorize the way, minimizing the chance of error. After a grueling 20-minute climb along the uneven mountain path, they finally arrived at a somewhat dilapidated wooden cabin. Ollie pointed at the cabin and said to Jake, "That's where our boss is waiting. The organ donor has also been prepared. If possible, would you be able to perform the surgery now?" As Ollie spoke, a blindfolded man bound tightly with ropes was brought forward from nearby. Jake glanced at him indifferently and replied, "Now is fine. Take me inside." Ollie nodded and led Jake and Monet into the cabin. The moment the door opened, a thick medicinal odor assaulted their senses. Even behind his mask, Jake couldn't help but frown. Monet didn't say anything, but her deeply furrowed brows betrayed her discomfort. Even Ollie pinched his nose and sighed, "Sorry. Our boss is severely injured and relies on these medicines to survive. The smell is unusual. I hope you can bear with it. Leave. I need a quiet environment for the surgery." Once Ollie had exited, Jake turned his gaze to the gaunt, sickly man lying on the bed. Feeling the man's feeble vitality, a strange expression flickered beneath his mask. The person on the sickbed is too weak to be the captain of the Black Hawk Pirates. This contradicts Ollie's earlier statements outside the ward where he revealed those details. Clearly, this entire setup is still part of the Black Hawk Pirates test for me. However, people in the first half of the Grand Line don't seem very wary of observation hockey, some things are said without any discretion at all. Thinking this, Jake had Monet prepare another dose of sedative-laced water and fed it to both the man on the bed and the bound man. Then, he made a small incision near the bound man's kidney, leaving a few stitched-up wounds at random before using healing prayer to stop the bleeding, making it look like surgery had been performed. As for the man on the sickbed, Jake simply used healing prayer to heal most of his injuries. After spending some time inside, he slowly exited the room. Seeing Ollie waiting anxiously outside, Jake's voice remained indifferent. "The treatment is done. Pay me the rest of the fee. If you need further treatment, my next price will be much higher. Your repeated tests have left me displeased." Hearing the faint impatience in his tone, Ollie froze, about to respond when a shadowy figure emerged from a dark corner. His face was pale, but he wore a faint smile. "Please forgive our rudeness. As a pirate, most doctors I encounter want me dead. I'm Boars, currently with a 50 million berry bounty. If you'd wanted to turn my head in for the reward, you could have done so during the surgery. I had to be cautious. I have no interest in your head, only in human organs. I know what I've done and wouldn't be foolish enough to go to the Marines. That'd be no different from turning myself in. If you need treatment, hurry up." A weary smile crossed Boars' face as he stepped closer, speaking softly. "My kidney was damaged by poison in a fight. I desperately need a transplant, but the toxin has spread too far. Most doctors I've seen couldn't guarantee success. Can you do it?" Listening to him, Jake knew it was time to spin his tale. He lifted the man's shirt, eyeing his half-rotted torso before remarking flatly, "You don't need a transplant. You need a different treatment. Those quacks couldn't figure it out, so they couldn't help you." See 9292. Jake's words struck Boars like thunder. He stared at him, voice laced with doubt and shock. "Doctor, are you sure about your diagnosis? Before coming to you, I consulted several renowned physicians, even traveled to Drum Island in the Grand Line. The doctors there told me I needed a compatible kidney donor to survive, and even then, the success rate was less than 50%. Moreover, with each passing day, the likelihood of my recovery diminishes. I'm not afraid of death, but if I can't accomplish what I want to do before dying, I won't be able to close my eyes even in death. Or rather, before I die, I must pull off something big." The man's lips trembled slightly as he spoke, but his cheeks were unusually flushed, a sign of blood rushing to his face from excessive excitement. Jake gazed at the madman before him, his tone still calm and indifferent. "So you'd rather trust those useless fools who only spout empty words but can't save you, instead of believing in me, who can actually cure you? Or do you have some obsession with kidney transplants?" Hearing Jake's words, Boars' lips curled into a terrifying grin. He turned to Ollie beside him, his voice rising sharply. "Of course I don't trust those worthless idiots. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be searching for a doctor to this day. I can't die yet. Not until I achieve my goal, not until I turn this world upside down. A man's dreams never end, isn't that right, doctor?" Watching the man's inexplicable surge of emotion, Jake nodded, though his tone carried a hint of detachment. "I agree with your sentiment, but I don't like lunatics like you. Also, Keeping your emotions stable would help your condition. Since you're willing to trust me, let's cure your illness sooner rather than later. It'll be good for both of us. Bors narrowed his eyes, studying Jake's bird beak mask, then said to Ollie. Tell everyone to arm themselves and stand outside the cabin. If I walk out first later, all is well. But if the doctor emerges first, kill him immediately. With that, Bors turned back to Jake and chuckled softly. Though this might seem a bit rude, I hope you'll forgive me, doctor. For a pirate like me, too many people want me dead. This is just a necessary precaution for self-preservation. Back on Drum Island, I had to kidnap all those doctors' families before those damned bastards would agree to treat me. No matter, if I walk out first, it means I failed to cure you, and I'd have no reason to live either. I'll go in first and wait for you. Later, you must unconditionally accept the medicine and treatments I prescribe. Otherwise, even if I die, you won't last long. Then let's make this a man's gamble, doctor. With a loud laugh, Bors strode into the wooden cabin. Before entering, he told his crew, if I die, you can choose to leave or stay. But those who remain must all bear the name of the Black Hawk Pirates and carry on my will. The moment Bors finished speaking, burly men with savage expressions emerged from the shadows of the desolate mountains, places that had seemed empty moments before. Covered in scars, each stood around 2 to 3 meters tall, reeking of blood. A man with a heavily scarred forehead glared viciously at Jake and growled. If the boss dies, don't think you'll leave here alive, or get a quick death. I'll skin you slowly, starting with your scalp, and let you die in agony. Believe me, I've done it before. Another fat man grinned and said, bury you in the ground, pack soil around you, cut a patch of skin from your head, then pour molten mercury inside. You'll. Ollie spoke up at this moment, his voice carrying a hint of authority. Shut up, all of you. Doctor, please don't feel pressured. If you truly fail, I'll grant you a quick death. I swear this in my name as vice captain of the Black Hawk Pirates. You're the only one here speaking like a proper human being. With that, Jake turned and walked toward the wooden cabin. Bors' expression remained calm, as if he wasn't the one about to undergo surgery. He looked at Jake and asked plainly, what do you need me to do? Drink the medicine and sleep. There's no need for me to explain the treatment process to you. Bors, curious, asked, why, are you planning to do something during the procedure? No. If I tell you the process, you could either perform the treatment yourself later or have other doctors replicate my methods. That would be foolish and disadvantageous for me, it could land me in trouble after treating you. Don't bother swearing on your honor. Pirates, you know how it is. You lot are like locusts of the sea, with no reputation or integrity to speak of. Bors chuckled and nodded. Then, Jake mixed a dose of sleeping pills strong enough to knock out 2 or 3 elephants. After Bors drank it, Jake took out several anesthetic syringes and injected them into Bors' body. He wasn't worried about Bors dying. The man was a zone-type devil fruit user, inherently hard to kill. Plus, Jake would later use his abilities to help detoxify him, there was no way he'd die. Watching Bors, who's now sound asleep, Jake suddenly asked Monet, Monet, do you know why I'm not taking this chance to kill Bors right now? Is it because you're not confident? Or are you worried about the guys outside? Hearing Monet's reply, Jake shook his head and answered softly, the guys outside aren't strong. But killing them all quickly would be tough with just the 2 of us. Escaping, though, wouldn't be a problem. Then why? I said on the ship that I wanted to change this country, even if just a little. Now's the best opportunity. What do you think, Monet? I trust your judgment. Hearing Monet's words, Jake smiled faintly. Then, he carefully injected a specially acquired toxin into Bors' body. This was something Jake had obtained from Akainu during his time at Marine headquarters. A test tube of amber-lead disease virus. C9393. During his time at Marine headquarters, Jake had specifically asked Sakazuki to pull some strings to acquire samples of the amber-lead disease virus, ensuring his abilities could cure it. Though it was technically a condition caused by metal mineral poisoning, after experimenting on animals, Jake discovered that amber-lead disease behaved more like an extremely microscopic biological virus. Through prolonged human contact, these biological viruses accumulate within the body. In small quantities, they pose little danger. However, given enough time, when their numbers reach a critical threshold, all the viruses activate simultaneously. The most noticeable symptom is the appearance of numerous white spots on the skin. The disease progresses rapidly, leading to death in about a week. Jake's holy light energy, however, can act as an inhibitor. Infusing a large amount of holy light can completely eradicate the viruses, while a small amount can suppress their activity to near zero. What Jake was doing now was injecting a substantial amount of amber-lead disease viruses into Bors' body while using holy light energy to suppress all the viruses, keeping them dormant until the moment Jake decided to let them activate. Though a scum like Bors deserved to die 1,000 deaths, for Jake at this moment, a living Bors was far more useful than a dead one. At the very least, gaining access to the upper echelons of this nation, and later pinning the blame, required the Black Hawk Pirates. This was why Jake hadn't killed Bors yet. After ensuring the toxins wouldn't activate in the short term, Jake used holy light to clear about half of the viruses from Bors' liver and the rest of his body. In truth, with Jake's current strength, completely purging all the viruses from Bors' body would have been effortless. But Jake needed to repeatedly treat Bors, step by step, manipulating him to steer the situation in the direction he desired. Half an hour later, as Jake finished his work, Boar's eyes gradually fluttered open. The first thing he did was grope his body to check if anything was missing. When he felt the surge of power coursing through him once more, an excitement spread across his face. The toxins were gone. His body felt light again, free from the burning agony that had plagued him. Overwhelmed by relief, he couldn't help but let out a roar of exhilaration. The terrifying soundwave shattered every window in the wooden cabin, sending glass shards flying like bullets in all directions. Outside, the pirates, upon hearing this sound, showed not a trace of concern. Instead, they erupted into cheers. They knew their captain better than anyone. This terrifying roar was simply his way of venting joy. The next moment, the cabin door swung open and Boars stepped out, his face flushed with vigor. He looked at his crew, his eyes gleaming with light. The Black Hawk Pirates live again today. Kuhahaha, I'm back. This time, we'll turn the world upside down once more. And to celebrate our rebirth, we'll slaughter this entire nation. Upon hearing Boars' words, the pirates were already at the peak of excitement, howling wildly at the sky like primitive beasts, filling those who heard them with disgust. Jake, however, spoke calmly to Boars. Though I hate to dampen your enthusiasm, I must inform you that your illness isn't fully cured yet. Several more treatments are needed for complete recovery. Additionally, my reward seems slightly at odds with your goals. Which do you consider more important, your own life or this country? At Jake's thinly veiled threat, the expressions of the Black Hawk Pirates darkened instantly. Their gazes fixed on Jake, the atmosphere shifted from revelry to suffocating tension. Boars turned back with a smile and replied, if it were the me from before, racked with illness, no different from trash, then this country would undoubtedly take priority. But now, as I stand on the verge of regaining my peak condition, such a country is trivial. If you want it, you can have it all. Hearing this, Ollie couldn't hold back and interjected. But boss, this country is something we've planned for so long, just as we were about to make it our. Before Ollie could finish, Boars kicked him with such force that his 300-pound body shot out like a cannonball, crashing through 6 buildings before finally coming to a stop. Dust scattered as Ollie lay in the rubble, face covered in blood. Yet he stubbornly limped back to the group, kneeling before Boars and shouting. My apologies, boss, I overstepped, please forgive me. Tears streamed down Boars' face, but his actions remained unchanged. He raised his leg high and stomped Ollie's head into the dirt, his voice thick with sobs. Ollie, how many times must I tell you, never, ever oppose my decisions? Didn't I warn you? This makes me feel insulted, rejected. You know how much I hate that. And yet, you're my dearest brother. Why would you do this? As he spoke, Boars lifted his leg again and crushed Ollie's face back into the ground. Jake watched silently, a faint smile visible beneath his mask. With the shared skills of a female priest and under the influence of Sin's veil, he could perceive the intense emotions between them. Right now, the seemingly furious Boars was actually indifferent at heart, while the trampled Ollie secretly rejoiced. But Ford, who had guided Jake and Monet from the beginning alongside Ollie, was now consumed by rage so scorching it could burn everything to ashes. And the target of that rage wasn't Jake, but Boars. C-9494. For the heroes who roam and dominate these vast seas, to a greater or lesser extent, they all face with the threat of subordinates harboring thoughts of betrayal. Whether it's the fiercely protective Whitebeard Pirates or the notoriously cunning Don Quixote family, as long as they continue to live upon these seas, the various suspicions and frictions between people will inevitably give rise to betrayal. Jake wasn't the least bit surprised that such a situation would arise within this pirate crew. After all, not every pirate crew is called the Straw Hats. The moment Boars, now fully healed by Jake, appeared before everyone, the scene was filled not only with overwhelming joy but also with considerable anger, regret and disgust. The emergence of these emotions signified the internal divisions within the Black Hawk Pirates. And exploiting these divisions would be crucial for Jake in dismantling this pirate crew. Silently noting the faces of those whose emotions fluctuated most intensely, Jake continued speaking to Boars. There's no need to put on such a show in front of me. You wouldn't have the heart to kill him, nor do I need you to stage this kind of self-inflicted injury. I've already stated my demands for payment, and I can tell you that if you're willing to meet them, you'll receive a substantial reward in return. Hearing Jake's words, Boars no longer paid attention to Ollie, who lay bloodied and unconscious in the ruins. Instead, he turned back to Jake with a smile and said, Doctor, you jest. Even if you gave us nothing, we would never shortchange you on payment. You must know that even in this treacherous and cunning world of pirates, there exists something called honor. The honor of pirates died the moment those skull flags were raised. I don't believe in any of that nonsense. Enough talk. Let me tell you straight. The primary industry of Prince Kingdom is Hero, that addictive plant. You're aware of this, aren't you? Boars completely ignored Jake's earlier sarcastic remark, smoothly bypassing the topic before slowly responding. Hero is indeed something I'm familiar with, but I don't understand what you're aiming for. Are you looking to get involved? But all of it has already been monopolized by the nobles and royals of Prince Kingdom. Even the remaining scraps are controlled by shipping factions from other countries. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Boar's face. He studied Jake and continued. Even with your exceptional medical skills, they're useless in this arena. You'll need either berries, power, or might. Otherwise, allow me to offer you some sound advice. Take your organs and leave this place. Jake looked at Boars, his expression was calm. I told you, you can also get a share. Since Hero is tightly controlled by those people, and you want to slaughter everyone in this country and plunder their wealth, our objectives align in many ways. Hearing this, Bors was somewhat puzzled, but the curiosity in his eyes couldn't be hidden. I really haven't noticed any overlap in our objectives. But you're a smart man, Doctor. If you say there is, then there must be. I don't like riddles, so please just say it outright. Though I don't enjoy dealing with pirates like you, sometimes I have to admit you lot make useful tools. At the very least, after wreaking havoc in one place, you simply disappear without worrying about the aftermath. The cooperation I need from you is quite simple. Keep your original goal unchanged, but prioritize killing the nobles and royals first before moving on to civilians. I need you to refrain from acting independently until all current controllers of Hero are eliminated. Staring at Jake, Bors narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with unmistakable mockery. Then tell me, Doctor, why should we follow your plan? What do I stand to gain? First, this is the additional payment you promised me. Second, you can choose not to listen to me, you could even kill me right here. But I must warn you, after my death, no one in this world will be able to cure your current condition. Third, what you'll gain is all the wealth accumulated by the Kingdom of Prince over the years. You know as well as I do that the rich and nobles who control Hero possess nearly 99% of this nation's wealth. The remaining 1% held by commoners. Whether you take it or not makes no difference, doesn't it? Finally, let me outline your benefits. First, I'll completely cure your illness. Second, your pirate crew will receive a steady stream of berries from me during your future voyages, along with shipments of food and ample military supplies. Bors was tempted by this proposal, but he hadn't lost his rationality. With a hint of wariness, he asked Jake, "And what do we have to give in return? I don't believe something like this would come freely from a meticulous doctor like you." Jake raised a finger, his tone devoid of any emotion. "It's simple, I'll take over the subsequent Hero refinement. Using my intellect, I'll transform Hero into more products and sell them at higher prices. Meanwhile, you'll eliminate anyone who might obstruct my operations. This serves both our purposes well. You'll destroy the original Prince Kingdom government. I'll lead some refugees to establish a new regime, then use more Hero to generate wealth. With greater riches, we'll attract more tourists, selecting suitable organs among them for purchase and collection. This is far more efficient than my current small clinic. Once I rule this country, I can provide you with everything you desire, serving as your endless supply depot. For pirates like you who rely solely on plunder, isn't this an incredible opportunity?" Listening to Jake's words, Bors couldn't help but applaud softly. He looked at Jake with undisguised admiration in his voice. "You are the most outstanding doctor I have ever met. I fully agree to all your requests, and I believe our upcoming collaboration will be extremely pleasant for both you and me." With that, he extended his hand, smiling at Jake. At this moment, Jake subtly altered the appearance of his arm using the Six Powers ultimate technique, Life Return, and shook hands with Bors. C9595. Looking at the wrinkled old arm of the other person, Bors had a bold thought flash through his mind. He gazed at the masked Jake before him and chuckled softly. "Someone with such extraordinary medical skills as yourself, why would you be so interested in internal organs? I once heard a rumor that the op fruit can grant eternal life. Precisely because of this, its price on the black market has reached 5 billion berries and the actual transaction price is undoubtedly even higher. Just think, even the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, has a bounty of just over 5 billion berries. For a single devil fruit to be valued on par with that man's head, what an absurd price. And you, my esteemed doctor, are the most skilled medical practitioner I've ever seen. Your obsession with internal organs, could it be for the sake of immortality?" Though Jake didn't immediately understand the reasoning behind Bors' sudden remarks, he could roughly guess that the man had concocted this narrative after seeing his arm. And when it came to reinforcing such misconceptions, Jake had no reason to refuse. "Shut your mouth, pirate. This has nothing to do with you and I don't need you asking questions about it." As he spoke, Jake deliberately feigned slight offense, a performance that only solidified Bors' conviction. The pirate chuckled and said, "No need to get mad, dear doctor. Though I haven't reached the end of my life yet, I've faced death countless times. Naturally, I have a keen interest in such things. If possible, when you make progress, let me know. I'll do everything in my power to assist." "Unnecessary. Who knows, doctor? The seas hold endless possibilities. Perhaps one day I'll bring you materials of great value. Wouldn't that be something?" With that, Bors laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on Jake as if he had already seen through the masked old man. Jake took a deep breath before asking, "When will you act? I need an exact date. I won't wait forever. Since you're laughing so confidently, you must know I don't have time to waste." "Naturally, my dear doctor. Tomorrow afternoon it is. Now that I've mostly recovered, I won't linger here much longer. For a pirate, staying in one place too long is like stagnant wind, it turns foul, ha ha ha. What's the plan, then? I'll be waiting for you tomorrow afternoon in the land of the Forsaken. We'll enter the inner city together, take a look at that old king, then chop up his entire family and steal all their treasures. That's our goal and plan. If there's any strategy, it's this: if one strike doesn't kill, strike twice more. If the Marine shows up, we retreat immediately." Bors' words were predictably crude and casual, but this perfectly matched the pirates' usual methods. Jake wasn't the least bit surprised. He nodded and then said, "Tonight, I'll prepare another batch of medicine and have those two who brought me here deliver it to you. Also, the promised organ materials, including those from your black market, all of it belongs to me. Keep your men in check. If any of them damages even a single organ, I'll need their own organs as replacements. Listening to Jake's slightly deranged words, Bors nodded with a smile and said, Don't worry, all we want is good liquor and berries. As for women, we won't touch your experimental materials. There'll be more and better women on the next island. What I truly value isn't flesh, but my relationship with you. I hope you keep your word, pirate. Tomorrow morning, I'll come personally to deliver something. Now take me back, I'm exhausted and need rest. At Jake's words, Bors turned to the blood-soaked Ollie beside him and said, Take them back, Ollie. Whether you can stand or not, you're going. Remember, if the doctor dies on the way, don't bother coming back. Bors' voice was ice-cold, showing no concern for Ollie's injuries. After these words, Jake could clearly sense the thick, venomous resentment emanating from Ford. But Ollie showed little emotional reaction. Struggling to his feet despite his wounds, he smiled at Jake through his blood-streaked face and said, Please follow me, doctor. Thank you for curing Captain Bors' illness. Noting the wounds pierced by rusty nails on Ollie's body, Jake spoke impassively as he pulled a tube of antibiotics from his pocket. Hold out your hand, I'll give you an antibiotic shot. Rusty nails often cause unexpected harm and death. If you die on the way, your captain might suspect me. Normally, a pirate like you wouldn't be worth this shot even with your life. But today, consider it my mercy. Without hesitation, Jake grabbed Ollie's arm and injected the antibiotic into his wrist. The next moment, Ollie smiled at Jake and said, Thank you for your kindness. As he spoke, Ollie even gave Jake a slight bow. Watching this, the emotions radiating from Ford instantly shifted from before. Jake knew his objective was achieved. He'd preliminarily gained Ford's trust. This would provide an excellent foundation for future developments. Bors watched the scene without saying a word. He merely turned to Ollie and urged impatiently, Hurry up and send the doctor back. The two of you must bring tonight's medicine back intact, or I'll kill you. Yes, Captain Bors. X2. The carriage continued to jolt violently as the black cloth strips were slowly removed. Jake and Monet soon arrived at their small clinic, only to find a group of strangers gathered outside. Ford asked Ollie hesitantly, Ollie, isn't this a bit too harsh on the doctor? Ford, surveillance is necessary. Even though the doctor saved my life, this is for the sake of our entire pirate crew. 3FA, C9696. In the New World, in the land of Wano, Kaido stared darkly at the Den Mushi shaped like a flamingo, his voice low and threatening. Joker, you'd better explain to me why the goods you sent me were sunk by that damn old hag's son. If that bastard Katakuri acted on his own, I won't blame you, I'll go to Toto Land myself to settle the score. But if this was your fault, and my shipment suffered because of it, then I'll demand 10 times the compensation. Otherwise, I'll come and kill you. On the eastern outskirts of Flevens, in the abandoned ruins, Doflamingo gripped the Den Mushi, veins bulging on his forehead as he listened to Kaido's words. The fact that Kaido was calling him meant he already knew something. Recalling the overwhelming newspaper coverage from before, Doflamingo's rage burned so fiercely it felt like it might consume him. But since things had already escalated this far, he might as well make the situation even more chaotic. After letting out a sinister chuckle, Doflamingo replied, That shipment wasn't particularly valuable, just an ordinary zone-type devil fruit, nothing rare. A common lizard variety, worth about 120 million berries on the black market. 10 times the compensation. Fine, I'll give it to you. This incident does involve me, but, don't you want to know the real reason behind it? Hearing that Doflamingo would pay tenfold, Kaido's tone softened slightly. He knew a thing or two about Katakuri, a reliable man, much like his own right hand, King. The fact that Katakuri had actively attacked and destroyed Doflamingo's cargo ship piqued his curiosity. As this related to that brat Marine from the newspapers a while back. I remember Katakuri fought him in Gourmet Town, didn't he? Doflamingo's laughter turned eerie, but when he mentioned Jake, every word seemed to grind between his teeth. Exactly, that damn Marine brat. This whole mess was caused by that little bastard. Wororororo. Joker, you're truly useless. Can't even take care of some rookie brat. You even made me lose my cargo. Do you have any idea how much effort I've put into gathering every zone-type devil fruit in this world to build my army? Hearing this, Doflamingo's lips curled into a smirk. He'd been waiting for this moment. Kaido, what you lost was just an ordinary reptile zone fruit. But did you know that Brat is also a zone-type devil fruit user? And not just any zone, a mythical zone like yours. No, even rarer than yours. A fruit that's never appeared in this world before. That fruit is an ultra-rare mythical zone that only exists in legends. As Doflamingo spoke, Kaido's collector's itch flared up. He took a huge gulp of alcohol before growling at Doflamingo. Stop playing games or I'll kill you. Unfazed by Kaido's routine threats, Doflamingo continued calmly. Mythical zone. Seraphim, a devil fruit that only exists in myths, just like the current Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku's Buddha fruit. And according to my intel, that brat is currently being groomed by the Marines as their next top brass. If your zone army were to miss out on such a devil fruit. Before Doflamingo could finish, Kaido's laughter boomed through the air. Wororororo, a zone user with an even rarer fruit than mine. I want him. Such a rare fruit is wasted on those worthless Marines. I'll take him under my wing, make him bear my name. Same goes for Sengoku's devil fruit, one day I'll kill him and claim his power too. Hearing this, Doflamingo felt a surge of satisfaction. He knew Kaido had only two hobbies, attempting suicide and completing his collection of every zone-type devil fruit to make an army of it. This was precisely why Kaido had personally come after him over some measly 120 million berry cargo, all because of the man's bizarre collecting obsession. Kaido's collecting habits were infamous across the seas. Even Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, had received recruitment offers from him. Though Marco was frequently courted, whether by Shanks or Kaido, fortunately he wasn't the type to switch allegiances easily. The madman had even once tried recruiting Sengoku himself after seeing his powers, offering him a position as his top executive. Shortly after making that proposal, Kaido found himself imprisoned by the combined efforts of Garp and Sengoku. He later escaped during his execution. Not that the Marines couldn't kill Kaido, they simply weren't permitted to. The world government needed to maintain balance between the Marines and pirates. Doflamingo's mind raced through these thoughts before asking Kaido, "So what's your plan? Where is he now?" "North Blue, but I don't know the exact country. However, I can roughly narrow it down to 6 possibilities. The Kingdom of Aston, the Kingdom of Yard, the Kingdom of Prince, the Kingdom of Beltix." "I got it. I'll bring him back, but as I recall, you seem to have a grudge against him, so, if you kill him before I capture him, I won't blame you, because that would just prove he's unworthy of bearing my name if he can't even escape trash like you. Foo, I'll bring you his head." The buru sound rang out as the Den Mushi disconnected. King glanced at the heavily intoxicated Kaido and sighed slightly in resignation. He had been the one to notice the newspaper report. After all, anyone with half a brain could see how suspiciously coincidental the incident in the paper was with Joker's cargo being attacked. Their crew had no conflict with Big Mom's pirates, at least not recently, so the only possibility was some personal feud between Joker and Katakuri. But now, judging by his captain's words, it seemed Kaido intended to capture that guy named Jake alive. The mere thought of it made King's head throb. That guy was practically being groomed as the next Marine Fleet Admiral. If they actually made a move on him, the fallout would be disastrous. C-9797. The New World, Slanter Island. A war-torn land now flew a skull flag with elegant curves, marking the end of conflict from this day forward. No longer would they pay exorbitant celestial tribute, nor would they rely on the Marines' protection. All they had to do was provide some fine liquor, food and a minimal protection fee to the Whitebeard Pirates each year. Compared to the celestial tribute, this was less than a tenth of the cost. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was guzzling down alcohol, his once lush golden hair now mostly gone. Marco stood nearby, sighing in exasperation. "Pops, you really should cut back on the drinking. This is the last barrel for today, you'll have to wait until tomorrow for more." "Garararara. Marco, just one more barrel. We expanded our territory so much today, celebrations call for more drinks." Seeing his captain's tipsy grin, Marco remained stern and unyielding. "No Pops, if you want to keep drinking in the future, you have to stop now. Also, Kaido seems to be making moves again lately." Hearing that headache-inducing name, Whitebeard scratched his head and chuckled. "That brat, he's already recovered after I sent him flying last time. Garararara, what a restless bastard, what's he up to now?" Marco pulled out a recent newspaper and pointed at Jake's photo. "Pops, remember this report from a few days ago?" Recognizing the headline, Whitebeard sneakily took another swig before grinning. "That Marine kid, yeah, I remember. Times are changing, it can't just be the pirates with rising stars. Look, the Marines have their own new generation emerging too. The future's gonna be interesting. Will it be the Marines, or the pirates?" Listening to Whitebeard's words, Marco first snatched the bottle of liquor from his hand, took a hearty swig, exhaled deeply and then laughed. "No matter whose era it is, as long as you're still here, this era will always be called the Whitebeard era. Garararara, Marco, don't think sweet talk like that will make me forget my grudges. This bottle's on your tab." Watching Whitebeard being stingy again, Marco couldn't help but retort. "Pops, whether I drink or not, you'll always find an excuse to make me pay. Last time, you charged me an admission fee for watching the world's strongest man drink, and then used it to pay the bill. And another time, you said I was breathing in the liquor fumes around you and made me pay. So no matter what, I'm footing the bill." Hearing Marco's sharp retort, Whitebeard burst into laughter, his old face flushing slightly as he quickly changed the subject. After all, constantly scamming money from his sons at his age wasn't exactly honorable, though if you asked whether he'd do it again next time. That went without saying. All his money was donated to his hometown. Despite being the world's strongest man, he was also the world's poorest. Marco naturally knew where his father's money went and he didn't mind. If possible, he'd gladly spend his whole life paying for Whitebeard. "Pops, Kaido's target this time is likely connected to that Marine." Whitebeard grew curious at Marco's words and asked, "What does that brat have to do with Kaido?" Recently, Doflamingo, who's been frequently collaborating with Kaido, was attacked by Katakuri, losing around 120 million in goods. "That underworld guy, does he have beef with the Big Mom pirates?" "Not originally, but right after the newspaper report, his goods were attacked. And you've met Katakuri before, he's not the type to act recklessly." Nodding at Marco's explanation, Whitebeard sighed. That kid, I know him. If he were willing to join us, he'd make a fine son. Garararara, Marco retorted, he's got a real mom, you know. Are you planning to marry that nasty old hag, Pops? Damn you Marco, keep talking like that and I'll quake you right into the sea. Seeing Whitebeard's mock anger, Marco wasn't the least bit afraid and continued. From what I've gathered, the reason Katakuri targeted Doflamingo this time is probably tied to Gourmet Town. The real mastermind behind that Marine's clash with Katakuri is likely Doflamingo, who then shifted the blame onto Kaido's goods. And the reason Kaido's after that Marine is probably because of his devil fruit ability, a healing power even stronger than mine. Knowing Kaido, he'll definitely try to kidnap him by force. What should we do? Hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard frowned slightly. What does this have to do with us? Let Kaido and those Marines fight it out. In the end, that guy Kaido will probably come slinking back defeated. After all, with that kind of talent, the Marine will definitely protect that kid. Pops, you know what I mean. Seeing Marco's suddenly solemn expression, Whitebeard furrowed his brows, his voice turning grave. Marco, I'm not so old that I need my sons to do things for me. Stay right here and stop entertaining those wild thoughts. After a moment of silence following Whitebeard's words, Marco suddenly took a large swig of alcohol before speaking. Pops, I've been following you since I was just a teenager and have never disobeyed your orders. But this time, forgive me for being willful just once. The power within that kid is the only thing that might completely heal your body. I absolutely cannot let such an opportunity slip through my fingers. Before Whitebeard could respond, Marco continued. This time, the beast pirates are causing trouble for the Marine, and with so many forces like Doflamingo and Katakuri involved, the waters are chaotic. It's the perfect opportunity. Even if it costs us dearly, it's worth it as long as we can get that Marine kid to treat you. I know he's a Marine, and I know he might refuse to treat you. But I want to try. What if I can persuade him? What if he's a coward who fears death? What if he can recognize true justice in this world? Father, give me this chance, this one reckless opportunity. I beg you. With that, Marco knelt before Whitebeard, pressing his forehead to the ground, his expression resolute. C9898. Marco was a child Whitebeard had picked up on a small island many years ago. The boy had been sitting in the ruins, covered in dust and dried blood. At the time, he was so starved that his skin clung to his bones, his eyes dull and unfocused. Whitebeard didn't want to bring such a frail kid onto his ship, the rough life at sea would only hasten his death. So, he simply tossed a bag of food towards the boy from a distance and walked away. But to Whitebeard's surprise, that very night, he found the pineapple-haired brat on his ship. The boy said nothing, just stared at him intently before declaring he wanted to follow him. When Whitebeard asked why, young Marco's answer had stayed with him all these years. I want a family. You gave me food, so you're my family. That's what the old garbage man told me. I'm a pirate, not your family. Go find your garbage grandpa. He's dead. I have no one left. Let me stay with you. I don't care if I die, as long as I'm not alone. And so, Marco had stayed by his side for decades ever since. Now, staring at that pineapple head pressed firmly against the deck, Whitebeard found himself at a loss. He was a great pirate, the strongest man in the world, but he was also a father who doted on his children. Faced with his son's stubborn plea, even he could feel helpless. Then, he took a deep swig of liquor, the burn in his throat sharp. With a booming laugh, he looked down at Marco and said, Garararara, when a foolish son gets this stubborn, what kind of father would keep standing in his way? Go, but promise me one thing. Here, Whitebeard paused. The next moment, Marco felt a warm, calloused hand envelop his head. He looked up to see Whitebeard ruffling his hair, his expression tender. Come back alive, you idiot. Meanwhile, on Onigashima, King stood before Kaido, his voice firm and unwavering. Kaido-san, I'm going with you. If you act alone, it'll cause too much chaos. There's too much at stake this time. We're not the weak pirates we used to be. Every move we make now draws the world's attention. We can't afford to be reckless. Worororo, King, if becoming a great pirate ends up binding you, then what's the point of us being pirates? Whether weak or strong, freedom is something that runs through a pirate's life from beginning to end. But if you want to come along, that's fine too, let those damn Marines witness the terrifying flames burning across the sky. And so, on this day, the forces of two emperors of the New World raced from their respective territories towards the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise. Phoenix and a dragon thousands of feet long streaked through the clouds. Wherever the two forces passed, nearly all the residents were left speechless for a long time, stunned by the sight akin to a divine miracle. Some religious nations even mistook it for the descent of gods, kneeling in worship for ages. The movements of the two emperors were immediately detected by the world government, who swiftly relayed the information to Marine headquarters, demanding close surveillance of the duo's actions. In Sengoku's office at Marineford, he stared grimly at the freshly transmitted report before looking up and addressing his adjutant. Immediately notify all Marine officers at the rank of captain or higher who are currently unassigned to enter a state of highest combat readiness. Also, tell Borsalino to halt all ongoing operations and stand by for headquarters, orders. Recall Kuzan from the New World and have him head to the first half of the Grand Line to trail those guys. Order Garp to cut short his vacation in East Blue and patrol the Grand Line, ready to support Kuzan and Borsalino at any moment. Sakazuki is to remain in the New World to monitor Red Hair and Big Mom, don't let them take advantage of the situation. Still a decade from canon, when is Shanks ascend as emperors? Is there any info on it? Instruct Momonosuke and Chaton to immediately deploy to the West Blue and South Blue for surveillance. I'll personally head to the North Blue. As Sengoku's directives were issued, Marine headquarters began operating at an extraordinarily efficient pace. Documents and Den Mushi transmissions were processed every second, with forces from various branches urgently mobilized. The New World, meanwhile, was steeped in a tense, murderous atmosphere. In Toto Land, aboard the Big Mom pirate's ship, Big Mom listened to Katakori's report, her lips painted with bright red lipstick parting as she cackled. Mama, so the Marines have some impressive brats too, huh? But the age of pirates has already begun. Are those hypocritical fools still trying to resist the tide of history? What idiots. Still, Katakori, take your siblings and march towards that bastard Kaido's territory. This time, I'm going to devour every rare ingredient in his domain. Also, don't provoke that crazy old man Whitebeard, we can't afford to fight on two fronts right now. Katakori exhaled slightly in relief as he observed his mother, who wasn't in one of her fits. Fortunately, when she wasn't in the throes of her episodes, she could still think somewhat rationally. The reason he had proactively attacked Doflamingo's ship was precisely for this opportunity. Kaido had been seizing territories left and right lately, repeatedly defeating and injuring Toto Land's pirate crews. If they didn't score a victory this time, it would spell trouble for Toto Land's future development. Moreover, that damned bastard Kaido had injured several of his younger brothers and sisters. Unforgivable. On the other side, aboard the Red Force, Red Hair, who had just become the fourth emperor, was still stabilizing his territory. Watching the other emperor crews beginning to stir in the distance, he grinned at Beckman beside him. Quite a lively bunch, aren't they? Beckman took a drag from his cigarette, his expression indifferent. What, you itching to join the fun? Ha ha ha, I'd love to, but now's not the time. Compared to the other emperors, we're still too unstable. Let's secure the territories we fought so hard for first. As for this kind of commotion, I'm sure there'll be plenty more in the future. We'll have our chances. Rare to see you so level-headed. But what do you think Kaido and Whitebeard are up to in paradise? No idea, but something interesting is bound to happen. North Blue, Prince Kingdom. Jake looked at the potion in his hand and smiled faintly. C9999. The potion in his hand was actually useless. Jake's holy light energy couldn't be stored, it could only function through him as a vessel. The purpose of this potion wasn't to heal boars but to plunge the entire Black Hawk pirates into a cloud of suspicion called betrayal. Beside him, Monet watched Jake, a smile playing on her lips. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Jake subtly wagging his index finger, a prearranged signal indicating the presence of spies nearby, making conversation unsafe. Monet had no reason to doubt Jake's observation hockey. She closed her mouth, making no sound, but Jake chuckled. The medicine is ready. Though it's a waste to use such a fine thing on that pirate, it doesn't matter. I need that outlaw's hands to do some dirty work for me. He can't die yet, at least not until those nobles are dealt with. Monet, did you properly preserve the organs we froze the other day? They're all in the fridge, doctor. When will we conduct the next experiment? I can't wait to hear those bastards' screams. No rush. Once this country is fully in our grasp, every resident here will become nothing more than walking organ banks, no need for an operating table. Meanwhile, Boars, using the long-range vision granted by his giant eagle devil fruit, was watching Jake's lips and deciphering his words. Naturally, he understood what was happening. Yes, Boars could read lips. Though the giant eagle fruit provided vision spanning thousands of meters, it couldn't transmit sound. To accurately gather intel, Boars had once spent a hefty sum of berries to hire a lip-reading tutor. While Boars eventually mastered the skill, the poor tutor met a grim end. The reason was simple. Boars didn't want to pay. Once he confirmed he could read lips, he sliced his teacher in half with a single stroke. Hearing Jake's words now, Boars finally let out the breath he'd been holding. From Jake's words, it was clear that the old bastard was the same kind of scum as himself. No wonder he and the doctor had hit it off so well. Trash really does attract trash. But often, what feels like mutual understanding is just a lack of precise judgment. Emotional intelligence can be downwardly compatible, making the person beneath feel as though they share a perfect resonance with the other. In reality, it's just a carefully crafted facade, a performance tailored after perfectly deciphering their thought process and emotions. This kind of dynamic usually plays out between naive young men and manipulative women. But at this moment, in Boar's mind, he had already lumped Jake and himself into the same category. With Monet in tow, Jake knocked on Oli's door. The one who answered was Ford, whose complexion had improved somewhat compared to before, though exhaustion still clung to his face. His hands were stained with blood, most of it already dried. This is your captain's medicine for tonight. Make sure it's kept in a cold environment when you deliver it. There's an ice pack inside, just keep them together on the way. If it sits too long, it'll lose its effect and even become toxic. Be careful. With that, Jake frowned, eyeing Ford's arms before asking sharply. You didn't lay a hand on my payment, did you? Ford quickly shook his head and explained. No, doctor, you've got it wrong. This is all Oli's blood. I was just bandaging him up. He's badly hurt, lost a lot of blood. We've already gone through 2 or 3 rolls of bandages. Badly bleeding. Is it still bleeding now? Ford nodded. Ollie's always been like this since he was a kid. Once he starts bleeding, it's hard to stop. Hearing this, Jake understood the symptoms. He sighed and said, fine, I'll save you one more time. Consider it a favor for how you two treated me today. Ford's eyes instantly reddened. He bowed deeply and said, thank you so much. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, Bors watched the scene with little expression. His gaze was fixed on Ford's hand holding the medicine. After giving Ollie sleeping pills and an anesthetic injection, Jake still opted for minimal treatment, healing Ollie's injuries just enough for him to recover on his own. As Jake was leaving, Ford suddenly called out to him, then dropped to his knees and declared, Doctor, thank you for healing Ollie. From today on, I owe you my life. If you ever need it, you can take it anytime. I don't want your life. I don't need your organs either. Just live well. With that, Jake walked away without looking back. From afar, Bors watched, displeasure flickering in his eyes. He hated the idea of his subordinates pledging loyalty to someone else. Especially Ford. Ford wasn't loyal to him, he was loyal to Ollie. And on this ship, there were plenty who felt the same way. Approximately 2 hours later, Ford delivered the item along with the ice pack. However, after Bors injected the medication, he was shocked to discover that it had no effect at all. Instead, it made him cough up a mouthful of pitch-black blood. Due to Jake's earlier instructions, he didn't suspect Jake's medicine but rather his subordinate, Ford. Inside the small clinic where Jake was, he closed the door securely, ensuring no line of sight remained, before turning to Monet beside him with a smile. I deliberately controlled the drug preparation and delivery process in places where they could see me. The goal was to make that pirate trust me. But Monet, your reaction was quick too, you cooperated with me so well. Hearing this, Monet merely chuckled and replied, I just stayed silent and didn't say a word. That's hardly cooperation. Your fingers already told me the situation. If I had kept talking nonsense, I'd have been a fool. But that Bors is really cautious, huh? Even though his body had barely recovered a little, he immediately used his ability to fly high and monitor us. The pirate world has always been like this, those trash will end up killing each other sooner or later. Bors coughed up another black blood, his face so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. C-100,100. Late at night, Jake first took out the white Den Den Mushi to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on the call, then dialed Smoker's Den Den Mushi. Tomorrow afternoon, have all the Marines ambushed stationed in the city and the abandoned area prepared to close the net. I'll inform you of the pirate crew's location the next day. Those guys aren't too strong, but don't act recklessly, their strengths are still unclear to us. Before the battle, I need to weaken them further. The Den Den Mushi puffed on a cigarette, sounding puzzled. Further weaken them? What do you mean? Faced with Smoker's confusion, Jake explained. Internal strife. Tomorrow, I'll use some methods to make the pirate crew turn on each other. But that will only happen after the pirates have killed most of this country's nobles. Our job is to clean up the aftermath. Tomorrow, under the guise of a doctor, I'll meet the king alongside the pirates. During that time, use the identities you've constructed to lead a group of citizens in an uprising. The royal army will be killed by the pirates by then, so the uprising shouldn't be too difficult. But be careful not to expose your identities, especially any distinctive features. It's best if your fake identities also die during the uprising. Hearing this, Smoker nodded and replied, there will be many participants in the uprising, especially those from the Forsaken Land. According to reports from other squad members, even within the city, many are deeply dissatisfied with the celestial tribute. The production of hero is also causing trouble, there are too many gangs. They'll likely help suppress the uprising since the nobles and gangs in this country are practically allies. To Smoker's concerns, Jake responded calmly, don't worry, I'll find a way to deal with the gang issues. As for the hero production sites, you need to figure out how to completely destroy them. The massive debt problems involved are the previous government's responsibility and have little to do with the current administration, so there's no need to worry too much. The growing conditions for hero are extremely demanding. I'll have Monet use her devil fruit abilities in that area to completely obliterate it. At this moment, Hina's voice came through Smoker's Den Den Mushi, tinged with concern. Hina has concerns. A significant portion of this country's population is involved in hero production, transportation, and sales. If we eliminate all hero, can these people really survive? Some of them are civilians, even orphans. What will become of them in the end? Hearing this, Jake replied softly. The total bounties and wealth of the Black Hawk pirates are enough to sustain this country briefly after the uprising. We've also observed the revolutionary candidate, they're a good leader. As for this country's final outcome, we can't decide that. Some people are destined to perish along with hero, but that's inevitable. There's no bloodless revolution. After a moment of silence, Hina asked with a trembling voice. Will our actions truly bring a new dawn to this country? What if after we leave, this nation becomes even darker? Now is the darkest time. Even if we don't bring more change this time, we've at least given them a glimmer of hope for a fresh start. Those who've seen the light will never tolerate darkness again. Even if things revert to how they are now, another group will rise to overthrow it. This country's future cannot depend on hero. As for other solutions, I've already reported to Zephyr-sensei. He told me that as long as the annual celestial tribute remains unchanged, the world government won't interfere excessively. If they can pay more taxes, the world government might even provide help. I've also asked Vice Admiral Borsellino for help. He discovered something on Egghead Island. Besides Hero, there's another plant with high medicinal value that grows in similar conditions. Transporting it here for production would have the same effect. Zephyr-sensei said he'll handle the initial investment and seed costs. Hearing this, Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked slowly. TCH. Feels like we're still relying on others at every turn. That's fine. We've reached the limits of our abilities. This time, we absolutely cannot fail. As Jake hung up the Den Den Mushi, he let out a weary sigh. Monet had already fallen asleep. She hadn't rested for days. Originally, she hadn't planned to sleep today either, but Jake had forced her to get proper rest. Too many things had been compressed into these past few days, leaving most people in a state of sleepless exhaustion. Truth be told, even Jake didn't have absolute confidence in what they were about to do. But he knew that relying on a poison-like hero would only cause this country to self-destruct, just like those nations in his past life. Early in the morning, Jake put on his mask and boarded the carriage. After the familiar journey, he arrived once more at the small wooden house. Bors was smiling, looking no different from the day before. He greeted Jake with a grin. "Doctor, you've finally come. What have you brought for me?" To this, Jake merely responded with a cold laugh. "Of course, I've brought you medicine for your treatment. That dose from yesterday probably didn't have much effect, did it?" Hearing this, Bors' expression changed slightly as he lowered his voice. "How did you know? You're my patient. I can tell your condition at a glance." Upon hearing this, Bors dropped his pretense, his face showing sorrow. "It seems there are traitors on my ship too. That medicine yesterday was my test. There are quite a few on your ship with treacherous intentions. If you're still the captain, kill them all. I don't want to hand over goods later only to find the captain has changed. I hate all things that change. You used it as a test. So you noticed something was wrong yesterday, doctor." "I didn't notice, but testing never hurts. You vomited black blood yesterday, didn't you?" "Don't worry, that was just the effect of the medicine, it won't harm you. Today's medicine is the real deal." With that, under Bor's slightly surprised and delighted gaze, Jake injected the medicine into his body. Along with the surge of vitality and vigor came the amber lead disease. "Doctor, would you join my ship? The position of vice captain could be yours. It seems you've made your decision, but I'm too old to board your ship." Bors sighed, his expression darkening. "What a pity, it looks like my vice captain position will remain vacant for a long time." C-101,101. Bors led Jake and Monet to the king's palace. This place was a world apart from the outside. To put it simply, everything here reminded Jake of the literary works he had read in his past life. Everything here exuded luxury and wealth, but as Jake gazed at the gilded decorations, all he saw was bright red blood. Every ounce of this wealth was drenched in the blood of the country's lowest class. To amass such riches, this king must surely be the hardest working person in the entire nation. But unfortunately, the king didn't need to labor at all. All he had to do was reap the fruits of his people's hard work. As Bors took in the scene, a savage grin twisted his face. "This place is truly beautiful. Doctor, do you like it? If you do, I'll make sure their blood doesn't stain it later." Jake's voice carried a hint of disgust as he replied. "I don't like things soaked in blood. Take it all. Leave nothing behind." He said this to transform these items from legitimate wealth of a world government-affiliated nation into loot of the Black Hawk Pirates, thereby opening up more avenues for its use. Hearing Jake's answer, Bors grinned and said, "Your choices remain as generous as ever. By the way, before we kill these nobles, would you like to examine their organs? See if there's anything you want. After all, there are quite a few people here, princes, princesses and the like. Would you regret it if we killed them all?" Jake simply shook his head and replied, "Dirty innards, I wouldn't use them even if I died. You know this place better than I do, what kind of filthy creatures those so-called princesses and princes truly are. Those bastards are no different from the scum on the red line, aren't they?" At the mention of the red line, Bors' gaze towards Jake flickered with surprise, but that surprise quickly melted into understanding. The doctor's skills were extraordinary, and for him to end up like this, he must have suffered some great tragedy. Combined with his hatred for the nobility, it was only natural to assume he'd been persecuted by those celestial dragons. With that thought, Bors felt a strange calm settle over him. Memories surfaced, and after a slight shudder, his eyes turned icy. "You're right, doctor. Everything here deserves to be wiped out. Every single person here is a parasite surviving by sucking the blood of others. Though I'm no better, ha ha ha. Pirates are just thugs who plunder others' wealth. Only you're different, doctor. Only your kind isn't." The three stood in a place devoid of guards or any other people. The king considered their body and breath too filthy, so he kept them all outside. Only the king's maids and relatives remained within. A woman emerged, her body barely covered by tattered clothes, an iron collar around her neck. Her expression was numb as she addressed Jake and the others. "His Majesty awaits in the front palace. Please follow me. There are mounts ahead if you'd prefer not to walk." As she moved to kneel, Bors merely grinned cruelly. "No need. Take us there, now, immediately." Faced with Bors, the woman showed no trace of fear. Her eyes were lifeless, like a corpse who's been long dead. She turned mechanically and led them towards the inner chambers. The path to the inner palace was a long corridor lined with various rooms. From some, came sounds that would make one blush, from others, screams and the thick stench of blood. Through it all, Boars maintained his grin, though his body began to tremble, his arms twisting unnaturally. Through his observation hockey, Jake could clearly sense the man's power teetering in an extremely unstable state. After about 5 minutes, they finally saw the king. Nearly naked, he lounged in a bath, surrounded by women holding fruits, wine and meat, all silent around his bloated form. Spotting the approaching trio, the king's face broke into a smile. Ha ha ha, my dear captain of the royal guard, Boars. You look much, much better than before. As the old king spoke, the folds of fat on his body rippled grotesquely. Boars merely smiled in response and said, because in a moment I'll be doing something that makes me extremely happy, so naturally my mood will improve, don't you agree? Upon hearing this, the old king failed to detect the obvious sarcasm in Boar's tone and actually began pondering seriously. Oh, that makes sense. When I encounter things I enjoy, I also appear more energetic than usual. So my dear Boars, what do you desire? Does this old man need to assist you? I can provide anything you want. As for women, are these 4 enough here? I accidentally played 2 to death yesterday. Ah, such fragile creatures. But no matter, I'm fortunately not of the same species as those lowly things. As the old king spoke these words, a chilling aura subtly emanated but was instantly suppressed by Jake, who glanced at Monet and gave a slight shake of his head. Listening to the old king's words, Boar's arm began to twist, with strands of black hair slowly emerging from the back of his hand. His mouth elongated and curved, resembling the beak structure of a bird. No need for women, dear king. The only thing I need is your life. The next moment, Boars seized the old king's head and under the latter's terrified gaze, began subjecting him to inhuman torture. Skin and flesh were peeled away and his dick were severed and placed where they didn't belong. The entire bathhouse was now dyed crimson, filled with foul stench. The female slaves crouched in corners, large teardrops streaming from their eyes. Drenched in blood, Boars laughed maniacally as he kicked open every door. C-100-2102. Blood had now stained the entire palace red. Jake and Monet followed behind Boars, witnessing his frenzied actions. Yet more disturbing than Boars, near madness was the contents of every room in the palace, which sickened them to the core. The eldest princess's chamber was littered with skinned animal carcasses. When Boars forced open her door, she was holding a knife, slowly torturing a bound woman in every conceivable way. Just one glance turned Monet's face deathly pale, nearly causing her to collapse. Nausea and revulsion completely overwhelmed Monet's mind at that moment, but Boars merely chuckled softly as he approached the princess. What happened next even made Jake feel uneasy. And this was just one room. Nearly every chamber in the palace contained scenes equally repulsive as this one. Witnessing these atrocities, Jake felt this world had become twisted beyond recognition. He didn't join Boars in slaughtering more nobles, instead he leads Monet outside the palace. Behind his mask, no expression could be seen as he observed the now burning town. Chaos had engulfed the entire inner city, wails and screams filled the air, mingling with the exhilarated cries of criminals driven to madness. Those so-called rebels recklessly broke into the nobles' homes, plundering all kinds of property without restraint or scruples, and violating the women in their households. Regardless of how those nobles had conducted themselves in daily life, they all became targets for the commoners to vent their anger. This was actually within Jake's expectations. He had envisioned all sorts of scenes that absolute chaos could bring, including this very scenario. But could he stop it? No. Change inevitably comes with suffering. Still, Jake felt somewhat bitter. These suffering were brought about by him, all the suffering and everything else were of his own making. Shaking his head, Jake stopped dwelling on these thoughts. There was no need to burden himself with too much guilt. The palace was now completely silent, save for the sobbing of some palace maids and the drip, drip, sound of blood falling from Boars' clothes as he approached. Jake said nothing about these, merely speaking in a calm tone. Did you take care of everything? Pretty much all the breathing ones are dead now. I guess that counts as taking care of it. What about your subordinates? What do you plan to do with them? At this, Boars let out a heavy sigh. His blood-stained face now bore an indescribable sorrow. Doctor, do you know? Our hometown, because we couldn't pay enough celestial tribute, the world government executed everyone under the charge of rebellion. The reason was simple, to intimidate the surrounding nations. I watched as my parents were dragged to the square like dogs and then, you know what? Just a thud, and their heads rolled off. Those world government agents who came to carry out the massacre, every single one of them was arrogant. They even held killing games and competitions to see who could slaughter more. They piled the villagers' heads into tall mounds and the blood soaked deep into the soil. Blood and fire were everywhere. I was only 19, staring at all this, feeling like the world had become completely different from what I'd known. I saw my lover. She was 2 years older than me. During the time I was applying to the island's newspaper office, I had no money. She never looked down on me, worked hard to earn money while supporting me too. Those were tough days. For 2 years after we got together, she never bought herself a single new dress or went out for a nice meal, yet my meals and clothes were renewed every year. After that, I got into that dream newspaper office and became a staff member. I proposed to her too. 2 weeks before our wedding, right in front of me, someone choked her throat, and she died just like that, right before my eyes. She looked at me, tears streaming uncontrollably. I knew those tears weren't for herself, they were for me. She must have been thinking, We hadn't had enough time together, she hadn't officially become my wife, she hadn't taken good care of me yet. At this point, Boar's eyes reddened slightly. He continued speaking to Jake. Back then, I was crazed with thoughts of revenge, but Ollie stepped forward, he's my cousin, and held me tightly, keeping me in the basement and saving me from that massacre. Later, it was also he who guided me out of those dark times. Ford joined us around that time too. The Black Hawk Pirates were so great back then. We upheld justice, killing every nobles who oppressed civilians. We raided wealthy ships, converting treasures into food to freely distribute to nearby villages. We were truly a noble pirate crew at that time. But later, I don't even know when it started. I stopped wanting to share those treasures, stopped wanting to kill nobles, stopped seeing those bullied villagers as pitiful. That was when Ollie and Ford, our small Black Hawk Pirates, began falling apart. After a long sigh, Boar's gaze turned cold. But I don't regret it. I've learned how this world operates, only the strong can claim everything. I'm grateful to those two, but now they've become obstacles to my progress. So death is their only destiny. With that, Boars smiled at Jake and added, come with me, at least this moment deserves a witness, the moment Boars is reborn anew. C-103,103. The square in the inner city, once a land of peace, was now covered in sticky blood underfoot. Ford's hands were drenched in blood as he surveyed the scene, his throat dry. He turned to Ollie, who was swiftly executing nobles nearby and asked, Ollie, must we keep killing? Are we still the old Black Hawk Pirates? Ollie didn't answer immediately. After snapping the neck of a pleading woman in his grasp, his voice carried reassurance. Don't overthink it, Ford. This is all for Captain Boars. Our Black Hawk Pirates need this nation as our supply base, only then can we change the world and save more people in the future. But Ford remained silent, panting heavily as he stared at the hellish scene before him, sweat beading on his forehead. He finally said, No, this isn't why I set sail. Not why we founded the Black Hawk Pirates. Ollie, stop this. I'll talk to Captain Boars. We're not the same as before. Can't you see it? When Boars kicked you, he genuinely wanted you dead. If Captain Boars has changed, why don't we? Shut up. Veins bulged on Ollie's forehead as he shouted those two words, the last sounds Ford would ever hear. The next moment, Ford felt a sharp pain in his chest. Instinctively, he looked down to see a black claw tearing through his heart. The moment he saw that claw, Ford knew who had killed him. With a smile that was either relief or bitterness, he gazed at Ollie, whose eyes were wide with fury, before slowly closing his own. Boars watched the falling figure, feeling the still warm blood on his hand. His expression was complex. As Ollie began to roar at him, he spoke softly. Ollie, calm down. Ford was planning to betray us. The medicine he gave me last night was deliberately stored elsewhere, rendering it ineffective. If the doctor hadn't noticed something was wrong, I would already be dead. Hearing Boar's words, Ollie's face twisted in grief. Cradling Ford's body, feeling the warmth of his blood, tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Captain, have you ever considered that the doctor might be the liar? Have you ever thought that we, Ford and I, have been with you since the day the Black Hawk Pirates were founded? We are the ones you should trust the most. That doctor, you've known him for less than a few hours. And yet, you'd rather trust someone you've known for mere hours than the brothers who've followed you for decades. How can anyone trust and follow a captain like you? Ollie's words turned Boar's gaze cold. Those who say such things often think that way themselves. Am I wrong, Ollie? Seeing that Boars showed no remorse and instead cast suspicion towards him, Ollie's heart sank completely at that moment. He knew the captain who had once led them with dreams of becoming eagles of the sea, punishing those who deserved death. That captain was truly gone. A bitter smile touched his lips as he looked at Boars, his voice hoarse. Captain Boars, it seems our journey ends here. After Ford and I die, please bury us together. Boars, expression darkened slightly at Ollie's words. What are you planning? Only Ford dies today. You won't. Ollie replied calmly. I know you better than anyone, Captain. If you could kill Ford today, you could kill me tomorrow. Or perhaps you've already thought of it, only hesitated because killing too many crew members at once, especially your first mate, would sow fear among the crew. Don't worry, Captain. Ollie, first mate of the Black Hawk Pirates, won't hold a grudge against you even in death. But before I die, I wish to do one last thing for you. As he spoke, Ollie turned his gaze toward Jake, his lips curling into an inscrutable bitterness. Doctor, do you remember? Ford once said you could take his life at any time. Today you've done it. His life has paid for mine. Now, I owe you nothing. I will kill you and before death comes, I'll clear the final obstacle for the Black Hawk Pirates. With that, Ollie charged straight at Jake at lightning speed. His fists began to mutate, pale blue scales slowly emerging on his arms. In less than a second, Ollie had completely transformed into a monstrous creature covered in spikes. This guy was also a devil fruit user. Watching this scene, Boar's face was filled with complexity. He had already been shaken by Ollie's earlier words, but what if this was all part of Ollie's elaborate ruse? He couldn't quite make up his mind, but he knew one thing. If Ollie really killed the doctor, his illness might never be cured. And Ollie, being the one who understood Boars the best, had aimed for Monet standing beside Jake from the very beginning. Seeing this, Boars relaxed, his expression blank as he watched Ollie charge towards Monet. However, at that moment, Jake let out a faint sigh. A holy radiance descended, forcing Ollie back. Jake removed his mask, revealing his young face beneath the mask, then turned to Boars. You have a fine crew, but that's all there is to it. Oh, and Ollie, I forgot to mention something. Before we arrived, the purge within the Black Hawk Pirates was already complete. You and Ford are the last targets. As Jake revealed his true face, Boar's eyes turned bloodshot, veins instantly flooding the whites of his eyes. He roared, his muscles swelling violently. Damn bastard, I'll kill you. C-104,104. The air was thick with the stench of burning, mingling with the smell of blood, making it hard to breathe. The man before them was a pirate with a bounty of 55 million berries, Boars the Black Hawks. A zone-type devil fruit user, the giant eagle and a master of two-sword style. The man glared at Jake. Originally standing at 2.5 meters tall, he now towered at nearly 4 meters, his muscles bulging grotesquely. With a furious roar, black feathers sprouted along his arms. With a swing of his arms, the sound of slicing air echoed as the feathers shot forth, sealing off all possible escape routes for Jake. Yet, faced with Boar's attack, Jake showed no panic. He merely lifted his foot slightly. As 2 golden slashes of light soared through the air, his voice finally rang out calmly. Rankyaku. Judgment. Infused with the power of holy light, this Rankyaku not only retained its cutting edge but also dazzled the opponent's eyes while applying either a burning or paralyzing effect. Moreover, since Jake's Rankyaku had reached the second level, both its sharpness and speed had increased dramatically. The golden Rankyaku sliced through the feathers effortlessly, reducing them to fragments before continuing its relentless advance toward Oars. But Boars remained unfazed by Jake's attack. Those feathers were merely a test of his opponent's strength. He could produce as many as he wanted. He drew his 2 long swords from his waist, his face twisted in a fierce expression as he charged towards the 2 golden slashes. It wasn't that Boars couldn't dodge them, he simply wanted to test just how strong Jake is. These 2 blades were both fine-grade swords. As for grade or supreme-grade swords, he lacked the ability to wield them. The swords were named Bloodstain and Frost Snow. As a faint layer of armament hockey wrapped around the blades, the moment their edges met the slashes, Boars sensed an intense burning and numbing sensation radiating from the attacks. The slashes themselves weren't particularly powerful, but the relentless scorching and paralyzing effects left his entire body tingling. Damn it! With another surge of muscle strength, Boars deflected the 2 slashes. The golden slashes changed trajectory, cleanly slicing through 2 small houses behind him, leaving behind smooth, razor-sharp cuts. Yet, the instant the slashes were deflected, Jake's voice rang out. Spear of Victory. He wasn't about to fight in some turn-based game. The moment Boars chose to block his slashes, he had already fallen into Jake's combat rhythm. The spear formed from holy light shimmered with dazzling brilliance. In the split second Boars instinctively narrowed his eyes. Jake's arm muscles bulged as the spear traced a graceful arc through the air, thrusting straight towards Boars' heart. Faced with Jake's attack, Boars merely snorted coldly. Raising his twin blades, he slightly lowered his stance. Twin sword-style secret technique, Mountain Demon. In an instant, Boars' 2 swords moved like the jaws of a monstrous beast, slashing from left and right at an incredibly tricky angle, colliding with the Spear of Victory. A harsh metallic screech echoed as sparks flew. The spear's hardness far exceeded Orr's expectations, his attack couldn't cleave through it instantly. And in that brief delay, a numbness surged through Boar's entire body. The electric current wasn't overwhelmingly strong, but it caused his muscles to spasm involuntarily. For a swordsman, losing grip on his blades was one step away from defeat. Jake's expression remained unchanged. The moment Boars chose to block his Rankyaku, he knew the man was testing him. So, he played along, letting Boars grow accustomed to the Rankyaku's hardness while switching to the far more durable Spear of Victory, ensuring prolonged contact with his holy light energy. Whether it was the burning effect, paralysis, or other debuffs, as long as they took hold, it marked the first step of his plan's success. And the second step, seizing this moment to unleash his other 2 abilities. In the next moment, a golden cross formed from holy light energy materialized in Jake's hand. Beneath his feet, faint violet ripples spread as he closed the distance to Boars in a blur of speed. Sprint slash. Soru. Judgment Hammer Strike. Combining the sprint slash, a common rapid movement skill among priests, with the instantaneous burst speed of Soru, Jake had already closed the distance to Boars before the latter could react. Several pale yellow feathers materialized on the cross in Jake's hand, now fully coated in pitch-black armament hockey, as he swung it fiercely towards Boars' head. Even in this dire situation, Boars managed to cover his head with armament hockey at the last moment, forcibly enduring the blow. However, the purpose of the Judgment Hammer Strike wasn't to deal damage. Even with armament hockey, it was merely a feint to disguise Jake's true intent. As an uncontrollable, bizarre force surged through him, Boars found his body being flung uncontrollably into the air. The force was utterly unnatural, leaving Boars no time to react. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards Jake, his pupils dilating slightly at the sight of the flickering pale blue lightning enveloping his opponent. Though he couldn't comprehend how Jake was summoning lightning, the terrifying current coursing through his entire body forced a pained scream from his lips. Lightning Call. The attack speed of the lightning call was swift, but its speed was slow. For a swordsman like Boars, who possessed a zone-type devil fruit, dodging it wouldn't have been difficult. To ensure the attack landed, everything up to this point had been a setup. The electric current tore through his flesh, filling the air with the stench of charred meat as large patches of blackened burns spread across Boars' body. The terrifying electricity pierced every inch of him, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably. Foam spilled from his mouth. But Jake remained vigilant. Watching the blackened, white-eyed boars suspended in midair, he summoned a pale golden light sword in his hand and shouted. Right-angle sword technique. Sacred bird. The sword light was enveloped in holy energy as a slash spanning nearly 5 to 6 meters shot from Jake's blade, streaking straight towards boars in the air. Jake's eyes remained fixed on the scene before him, but in the next moment, his heart sank. C-105,105. The lightning tore through flesh, its terrifying heat rampaging within the body, leaving internal organs and blood vessels utterly ravaged. For an ordinary person, such injuries would have been fatal long ago. But for a zone-type devil fruit user, wounds like these would heal with just a few minutes of rest. And now, Boars had fully transformed into a massive black eagle, bearing no trace of his human form. The two high-quality swords were firmly gripped in his talons, and with his wings fully spread, his wingspan reached nearly 8 meters. Electricity crackled across the black feathers, shredding flesh while further enraging the beast. With a piercing screech, the giant eagle dove from the sky, the wind pressure from its wings pinning Jake in place, leaving him no room to evade. Faced with the imminent attack, Jake didn't hesitate. He immediately cast 3 buffs on himself in rapid succession. Guardian's Blessing, Iron Body, Sacred Steel, Armament Hockey Coverage. In an instant, 3 layers of defensive abilities enveloped Jake's body. The moment he finished activating them, a tremendous impact slammed into him. The sheer force felt like being struck by a high-speed sea train. His internal organs seemed on the verge of shattering. The stone bricks beneath Jake's feet shattered completely, and his body was driven half a meter into the ground. And this was only the first wave of the attack. The immense wind pressure generated by the wings immobilized the opponent, followed by a crushing collision using the sheer weight of the massive body. This was merely the prelude to the assault. The real killing move came next. The 2 high-grade swords gripped tightly in Boar's claws now gleamed with crimson slashes. At the same time, Boars spread his enormous wings wide, completely enveloping Jake within them. The close-range slashes from the high-grade swords served as the primary attack, while the feathers on the wings were launched at high speed, creating an effect akin to a rain of arrows. This was the secondary assault. With the wings sealing off any escape, the opponent had no way to evade. Combined with the disorienting impact from the initial strike, this ensured the target would be overwhelmed by the relentless barrage. This was one of the killing techniques Boars had created. The reason he hadn't used it immediately after being sent flying by Jake was to position Jake perfectly within his lethal zone. When summoning the lightning call, Jake had remained standing for a full second, and that single second was enough for Boars to spread his wings to the necessary height, unleashing the wind pressure capable of pinning his opponent in place. Both were calculating each other's moves, probing each other's tactics. Sensing the wings that now fully encased him and the 2 slashes threatening to bisect him at the waist, Jake didn't panic. He simply took a deep breath, forcing his mind to remain calm as he activated observation hockey. At that moment, time itself seemed to slow. The faint sound of feathers detaching from the wings, the subtle shifts in air currents as they cut through the atmosphere, the faint aura of the high-grade swords as they swung toward him. Every detail was now vividly reflected in Jake's mind. 1,253 feathers detached from the left wing, 989 from the right. Approximately 1,240 would land in his current position, while the rest would block his escape routes. The 2 slashes ahead had a reach of 4.2 meters, enough space to evade. About 124 feathers would pierce the area 5.2 meters to his left. Though they would graze his skin, the damage would be minimal compared to other spots. Plus, it kept him away from Boar's mouth, avoiding a potential bite attack. In an instant, Jake had already found the solution to counter this move. Meanwhile, Monet, watching from outside as Boars completely engulfed Jake, widened her eyes in shock. Instinctively, she cried out, "Jake!" A chilling aura emanated from her body as countless snowflakes materialized around her. She wanted to break through the winged enclosure from the outside, but Ollie's voice suddenly rang beside her. "It's useless. That's one of Captain Boar's ultimate techniques. By the time that man emerges, his corpse will be riddled with countless blade wounds and puncture marks. He's already dead. And you're next. Though I regret this, before you saved me, I was first and foremost Captain Boar's cousin and the vice captain of the entire Black Hawk Pirates. I must take responsibility for my crew. Only after that am I myself, only then am I Ollie. Once this battle ends, I'll personally commit suicide before your graves to repay my debt for your life-saving grace. But now, let me kill you." As he spoke, Ollie's expression grew increasingly frenzied. As a zone-type hedgehog devil fruit user, the moment he approached Monet, his entire body curled into a ball while hundreds of sharp spines rapidly sprouted from his back. Roaring, he shouted at Monet, "Wall of Impalement." Watching the spined monstrosity charge toward her, Monet's expression remained icy. Her pale golden pupils radiated an overwhelming killing intent at this moment. Jake won't die. He's not the kind of man who'd perish here. He's the terminator of the great pirate era, the future fleet admiral of the Marines, and the sole savior of this rotten, filthy world. With that, Monet extended her arm. As the surrounding temperature plummeted abruptly, she took a deep breath. An oval shape slowly rose 5 meters in front of her, a white ring roughly 3 meters in radius. "Useless. I know you're a Logia-type devil fruit user. But we've been to the New World. Whether it's me, Captain Boars, or even the other brothers on our ship, we've all mastered armament hockey. Both you and your so-called savior will die here. The great pirate era will never be ended by you. This rotten world will absolutely not be terminated by those who created and maintained it. Pirates are nothing more than your vilification of the new era. Hearing this, Monet replied calmly. Not everything can be forgiven or justified just because it's adorned with beautiful words like dreams and romance. You're not the new era, you're the sinful remnants of the old. With that, Monet exhaled a faint breath of cold air, white snow descending like moonlight. White ripple, C-106,106. The terrifying cold instantly engulfed Ollie entirely. This was a technique Monet had developed by drastically lowering temperatures within a fixed range. Anyone within this range would be frozen by the extreme chill. This move was one Aokiji had specifically taught Monet during her time at Marine headquarters. White ripple was purely an ability to manipulate temperature, it had nothing to do with snow or ice. Ollie's attack was instantly frozen in place by Monet's frigid temperature. As his body temperature plummeted, his blood vessels constricted, leading to insufficient blood supply. His hearts weakened under such extreme cold, manifesting symptoms like hypotension. The debilitating effects of the cold made Ollie's already unhealed body grow even weaker. His limbs began turning red and purple as sensation slowly faded, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Monet didn't let her guard down. Instead, she accelerated the snowfall around them. Within seconds, the snow had accumulated to half a meter deep on the ground. Snow tomb. As the ground became blanketed in snow, walls formed from densely packed snowflakes began rising around Ollie, encasing him in freezing cold. Watching the walls grow taller around him, Ollie knew that once they fully enclosed him, death would be inevitable. But his body was so numbed by the cold that movement was nearly impossible. In desperation, he chose the riskiest option. Retracting all the spikes covering his back, Ollie extended his frostbitten, purple fingers. Countless spikes gathered at his fingertips as he uttered a shaky command. Finger spikes. Rapid fire. Dozens of spikes, each about 20 centimeters long, shot from his fingers like a storm. The newly formed snow walls were instantly riddled with holes, their structural integrity collapsing as they shattered into pieces. Though Monet tried to repair the walls, the sharp spikes, coated in armament hockey, proved to be too troublesome. One pierced her arm, splattering blood across the snow. Her expression darkened as Ollie finally broke free from her icy grip. But his nearly frozen limbs were now bleeding profusely, his condition was dire. Still, glancing at the massive, 8-meter-tall eagle nearby, Ollie managed a faint smile. I don't need to defeat you. I just have to stall you here. The doctor won't last much longer, you know that better than I do. Monet shook her head firmly. Jake will win. He's never lost before. Not in the past, not now and not in the future. Seems we both have someone we're determined to follow, Ollie replied. With that, freezing cold clashed against sharp spikes once more. Within the cocoon of wings, Jake was covered in wounds. Even with the foresight granted by observation hockey, the relentless barrage of attacks had inflicted significant damage on him. Feathers imbued with armament hockey pierced his muscles, lodging into his bones, sending waves of agony that threatened to knock him unconscious. He managed to dodge the slashes from the two swords, but his abdomen bore a gaping, bloody hole, a wound inflicted by Boar's beak. The attack had originally been aimed at his heart, but Jake had forcibly altered its trajectory at the last moment. Seeing Jake grievously injured, Boar spread his wings, releasing a chilling aura. The thick scent of blood filled the air and Monet instinctively glanced back. The sight of the massive wound in Jake's abdomen caused her pupils to dilate slightly. Before Monet could speak, Jake shouted at her. Don't worry, Monet, I'm fine. Focus. Take down the damn pirate in front of you. Though still uneasy, Monet forced herself to push aside her concern for Jake and concentrated entirely on eliminating Ollie as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Boars let out a sinister chuckle before launching another assault on Jake. But the moment he activated his ability, an inexplicable weakness surged through his body. His arms grew unbearably heavy and limp, so much so that he could barely stand, let alone attack. You damn brat, what did you do to me? Boars roared. A faint golden glow emanated from Jake's body and under its radiance, the gaping wound in his abdomen began healing at a visible rate. With a smirk, he pulled out an empty syringe from his coat, traces of blood at the corner of his lips. Nothing much, just returned your body to its previous state. I have no intention of healing a pirate after all. Did transforming to an animal form drag your intellect down to that level too? Didn't it occur to you why I let your beak hit me? Jake's words stunned Boars. Then he remembered. When he tore through Jake's abdomen, he had felt a slight sting in his wings. Was it then? Damn it! Black-red blood spilled from his beak as enormous white patches bloomed across his massive black eagle form. Glaring at Jake with pure hatred, he growled. This isn't my original illness. What did you inject me with? A razor-thin lightsaber materialized in Jake's hand as he grinned at Boars. I'll tell you all about it, at your grave. You filthy marine brat. Before I die, I'll crush everything you hold dear, starting with that woman. The massive eagle flapped its wings, charging straight toward Monet's direction. But another dazzling golden light in the sky moved far faster than it. As sparks scattered high in the air, the wound on Jake's abdomen had mostly healed. He looked at Boars and chuckled lightly. Don't rush, we still have plenty of time. Before you die, you'll witness the fall of the Black Hawk Pirates with your own eyes. Light of sanctity. A surge of dense, holy energy erupted from Jake's hands, crashing directly onto Boar's body. C-107,107. Thick holy light enveloped Bors, continuously inflicting burning and paralyzing effects on him. His vision blurred from the blinding radiance. His wings ached terribly. The moment the holy light struck him, Jake's slash simultaneously landed on his shoulder. And it wasn't over yet. As even more piercing holy light tore through the sky and descended, Bors heard only the other's cold voice. Rankyaku, Geiko. Countless slashes rained down from the sky, smashing directly onto Bors. Dust and debris exploded, and the ground beneath them split apart instantly. The dust cloud rose dozens of meters high. Without hesitation, Jake charged straight into it. Bors was already faltering. This was the perfect opportunity, one he absolutely couldn't miss. His observation haki expanded to its limits. The feathers shooting out from the dust were all dodged by Jake using Kami-e and Geppo. A faint red glow flickered at his fingertips. Tobu Shigen. Orin. The dust was instantly swallowed by explosions. Blazing flames scorched Bors' body, burning away large patches of his feathers. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Bors raised his head. After unleashing flying slashes with his two swords, a look of resolve flashed in his eyes. He stared at Jake, his retreating figure suddenly halting. The next moment, he flapped his nearly featherless wings and lunged at Jake at breakneck speed. The flying slashes were no small threat. While evading with Kami-e, Jake was inevitably forced closer to Bors. Then, the latter's sharp talons became coated in a thick layer of armament haki. Watching Bors close in relentlessly, Jake immediately guessed his intention. Eagles often killed their prey by carrying them high into the sky and dropping them. Bors intended to do the same to him. In theory, this tactic wouldn't be very effective against Jake, who possessed Geppo. But aside from altitude, all devil fruit users shared one universal weakness. Seawater. That bastard planned to throw him into the ocean, hoping he'd exhaust his stamina using Geppo and drown. In fact, to ensure Jake's death, Bors was now prepared to perish alongside him. Once Jake realized this, his initial tension eased considerably. If this was all Bors had, then the scales of victory had already tipped entirely in his favor. Facing the charging Bors, Jake pretended not to notice his intentions. After casually launching two slashes, his shoulder was hooked by Bors, claw covered in armament haki. The sharp claws pierced his flesh and a trace of madness flashed across Bors' face. Join me in the abyss, Marine. As a mere pirate, dragging a future high-ranking officer like you to death with me is more than worth it. Hearing his words, Jake said nothing. He simply took a deep breath and faint golden light began to radiate from his body. His arm muscles bulged as he tightened his grip on Bors' ankle, ensuring the pirate couldn't escape midway. Pirate, the only one dying here is you. Let's make a bet. See who can endure more lightning strikes. Don't you dare let go. Before Bors could react, Jake's slightly crazed voice rang out. Thunder call. Deep blue lightning instantly pierced through both their bodies. Bors' wings, which had just begun to flap for flight, convulsed violently from the shock. The extensive burns on his body grew even more gruesome and what little remained of his feathers nearly all fell away. Jake didn't fare much better. His entire body was numb and twitching from the electric current, his consciousness flickering under the lightning's assault. Yet he showed no intention of stopping. Still gripping Bors' ankle tightly, he grinned through the pain. I told you, pirate, don't let go. Thunder call. Another bolt struck and the scent of charred flesh began to rise from their bodies. The ground around them turned black as charcoal. Monet and Ollie watched the two with unconcealed worry. Ollie even halted his attacks, turning to Monet. If they keep fighting like this, they'll both die. Let's stop. We need to separate them. But Monet only shook her head in response. A surge of frigid air erupted from her, blocking Ollie's escape routes. Her voice was icy, filled with resolve. The only ones dying today are you, both Bors and you. Damn woman, get out of my way. Seeing Jake unleash yet another lightning strike, Ollie's eyes bulged with rage, veins throbbing in his temples. Ignoring the frostbite wounds Monet inflicted, he lunged towards Bors like a madman. Jake looked at Bors, whose consciousness was nearly gone. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, golden energy seeped from his body, slowly mending his lightning-scorched wounds. Though the pain remained, it was nothing compared to Bors' suffering. Hey, pirate, can't even handle this much. This pain is nothing compared to what your victims endured. Thunder call. Fifth strike. Terrifying lightning once again descended from the sky, striking both of them mercilessly. Flesh was torn apart by the electric currents, muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and their entire bodies burned as if their skin had been peeled away. Their vision was completely obscured, leaving only the blindingly intense blue lightning. The power of holy light surged from within once more, continuously repairing Jake's nearly torn apart body. The moment he regained even a sliver of consciousness, he would immediately activate another thunder call without hesitation. Lightning continued to rain down from the sky. Jake had lost count of how many times it had struck. He only knew that 3 strikes ago, the claws that had been embedded in his shoulder had finally loosened their grip. 2 strikes before that, the eagle's head beside him had already drooped low. And during the last strike, the eagle's form had gradually begun reverting to human shape. High above in the sky, King observed this scene with a hint of curiosity in his expression. C-108,108. King glanced down at Jake on the ground, the corners of his lips curling upward. He turned to Kaido beside him, who wore an equally excited expression, and said, Kaido-san, it seems our luck isn't bad. Not only did we find this brat directly, but we also stumbled upon the Black Hawk pirates who left our fleet without notice. Hearing King's words, Kaido's mouth split into a ferocious grin. He laughed and replied to King. These insignificant ant actually dared to leave my fleet. What was their reason? Bah, never mind, that doesn't matter anymore. I've got something more interesting now. King, don't interfere. This time, I'm going to enjoy myself to the fullest. Wororororo. In the next instant, Kaido's kanabo, Hasaikai, became enveloped in armament hockey so dense it seemed almost tangible. Standing 1,000 meters in the air, his voice carried a trace of madness. Brat, let's see how lucky you are. If you die under this club, it just means you weren't fated to join our pirate crew. Wororororo. Horai Hake. A terrifying force tore through the clouds as it descended from the heavens. Under the overwhelming impact, the very space itself seemed to distort. Any seabirds unfortunate enough to be caught in the shockwave were instantly reduced to bloody mist. A vortex of pitch-black thunderclouds formed in the sky, crackling with dark purple lightning that made Kaido's massive frame appear even more monstrous. On the island below, Jake was still basking in the joy of having defeated boars. He could clearly sense the fading life force of his opponent. Though his own body had been electrocuted to the point of barely having any intact flesh left, this battle had also allowed his Holy Light attribute to reach 25 points. And at level 25, he could now learn both Holy Light Protection and Baptism of Light abilities. This was a massive leap in power. At this moment, Ollie, who was still fighting Monet, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He glanced at Boar's body, then at the nearly annihilated pirate crew nearby, his face brimming with bitterness. He knew the adventure of the Black Hawk pirates had come to an end at this very moment and their dreams had completely vanished. No, perhaps that dream had already ended the moment Boars killed Ford. Ollie's expression was filled with sorrow, his will to fight completely gone. He looked at Jake, his eyes carrying an indescribable emotion. Turning to Monet, he slowly raised his hands and shouted loudly. To all members of the Black Hawk pirates still alive, as your vice captain, I issue my final order. Everyone, lay down your weapons. After speaking, he weakly turned his gaze to Jake, his eyes utterly lifeless. You've won, Doctor. But at that very moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying attack suddenly descended from the sky, its speed far beyond what anyone present could evade. King looked down at the scene below and sighed helplessly. Kaido-san, are you really planning to kill that guy? You know, that devil fruit is an ultra-rare variety that only appears in myths. Kaido grinned, the fiery clouds beneath his feet glowing brilliantly. Swinging his spiked club slightly, he pointed at the rapidly moving figure below and laughed. Don't you see it, King? There's still one hell of an old-timer down there. Staring at the terrifying attack from the sky, Jake and the others were stunned. That level of power simply wasn't something a human could achieve, was it? Yet the next moment, an aged but incredibly powerful voice rang out, carrying an instant sense of reassurance. Don't worry, I'm here, no one will harm you. Black arm, iron wind, armament hockey, so dark it seemed to devour all surrounding light, condensed around his entire arm. The air itself wailed as an overwhelming shockwave erupted, threatening to lift everyone off their feet. A visible fist of wind, carrying massive chunks of rock and debris, shot straight into the sky. The two attacks collided roughly 200 meters above the town. Upon impact, the two terrifying energies exploded outward, flattening everything at the point of collision in an instant. Several nearby hilltops were shaved clean by the force, losing several meters of height. Trees and vegetation were uprooted along with the soil, while those on the ground were pressed down by the sheer force of the shockwave, barely able to stay upright. By the time the storm subsided, the entire square had been reduced to ruins by the aftermath of the clash. Zephyr stood in midair using moonwalk, glaring at the two figures above with fury in his voice. Kaido, looks like you're itching to be arrested by the Marines again. How dare you attack my beloved students? Kaido and King's figures descended from 1,000 meters in the sky to right in front of Zephyr in the blink of an eye. Their terrifying, oppressive presence made everyone on the ground feel suffocated. Worororororo. Zephyr, you're still not dead yet. What a stubborn old fossil. But if you try to stop me today, I won't mind personally arranging your death. If you can do it, then come try, you arrogant brat. Had this encounter with Kaido happened before meeting Jake, Zephyr would have immediately ordered everyone to retreat while he stayed behind to cover their escape, avoiding direct confrontation with Kaido at all costs. After all, his chronic asthma and aging body had deteriorated to a point he knew all too well. But now, this was after meeting Jake. Thanks to Jake's prolonged treatments, his body had nearly returned to its peak condition. The asthma was completely cured. The only remaining issues affecting his combat ability were the natural decline in stamina and some old injuries from his youth. The current Zephyr was only a step away from his prime, lacking just a bit in endurance and recovery. Yet he hadn't forgotten, Kaido wasn't alone. The Emperor's right hand, the leader of the All-Stars, the Wildfire King. While Zephyr held off Kaido, this man alone could slaughter all his students with ease. Faced with this dire situation, Zephyr's heart grew heavy. Though Sengoku had informed him reinforcements would arrive, there was still no sign of them. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Kaido's kanabo came swinging down. Gundari, Ryusegan, C-109,109. The Gundari Ryusegan was also known as the Kanabo Barrage. Despite Kaido's brutish appearance, his combat instincts were razor-sharp. Against an old-timer like Zephyr, stamina and recovery were always their greatest weaknesses. As an awakened zone-type Devil Fruit user, Kaido's greatest strengths were precisely endurance and recovery. Exploiting your opponent's vulnerabilities with your own advantages, that was the essence of battle. This strategy had served Kaido well against veteran fighters, with near-flawless success. Only Whitebeard was the exception. That damned old man's fists hurt like hell. Combined with his Tremor Fruit abilities infused with Conqueror's Haki, every punch struck directly at his internal organs. The Tremor Fruit bypassed his hardened scales to shake his insides apart, while Whitebeard's monstrous strength enhanced by Conqueror's Haki infusion made the combo unbearable even for Kaido. Under Whitebeard's full assault, he truly couldn't withstand that relentless barrage. But the old man's body was visibly declining now. The frequency of his Conqueror's Haki infusion during battles had dwindled. It wouldn't be long before the title of World's Strongest would belong to Kaido instead. Zephyr, that old geezer, was a pure physical combatant without Conqueror's Haki, nor did he possess Whitebeard's fruit ability to bypass his scales. Kaido believed that with his own strength, he could simply pound this old man to death. Facing Kaido's storm-like attacks, Zephyr merely grinned slightly. Then, his arm wrapped in armament Haki so dense it made even Kaido click his tongue in surprise, he declared. Black Arm. Barrage. The moment his fist collided with the spiked club, Kaido felt an overwhelming force beyond his expectations, a power that reminded him of that old hag Big Mom. No, it was even more domineering and fierce than hers. Zephyr looked at Kaido, a savage smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Hey brat, did you think this old man couldn't deal much damage just because I lack Conqueror's Haki and a Devil Fruit ability? But today, I'll teach you a lesson. When armament Haki is honed to its peak, the power it unleashes is no weaker than any Conqueror's Haki infusion. At this point, the dense armament Haki on Zephyr's body, which was almost tangible, solidified once again under Kaido's astonished gaze. The force transmitted through his fist made it difficult for Kaido to even grip his kanabo properly. Meanwhile, Zephyr's muscles bulged as he stared at Kaido and laughed heartily. Let me tell you something brat. Relying solely on that Conqueror's Haki won't get you to the top. Black Arm Iron Fist. The moment Zephyr finished speaking, an inexplicable fear surged within Kaido's heart. Staring at the terrifying black armament Haki, feeling the primal terror in his bones, Kaido's lips curled into a manic grin of excitement. Wororororo, you old bastard, you've really given me one hell of a surprise. This feeling, this is exactly what I need. Kosan's Ragnarok. A black-purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky as the clouds darkened like spilled ink. Thunder coiled around Kaido's kanabo, his Conqueror's Haki transforming into a crimson-black glow as he swung it toward Zephyr with overwhelming force. Before the kanabo even made contact with Zephyr's fist, a bolt of lightning as thick as 2 or 3 meters struck Zephyr directly. The rampant electricity numbed his entire body, rupturing blood vessels and leaving severe burns across his flesh. Yet, despite the pain, Zephyr wore nothing but an exhilarated smile. How long had it been since he last enjoyed such an intense battle? Not just a life-or-death fight against a top-tier pirate like Kaido. Ever since his asthma worsened, even sleeping had become a struggle, often waking him up gasping for air. This sensation of clashing with a supreme powerhouse made Zephyr feel as though his long cold blood was boiling once more. But before facing Kaido, he had been a teacher to those brats. He hadn't forgotten what truly mattered. Jake. Without hesitation, Zephyr shouted Jake's name. At this moment, Jake had already braved the shockwaves of their battle, using Geppo to force his way to a spot 100 meters below them. Hearing Zephyr's call, a brilliant golden light erupted from Jake's body. Blessing of protection, holy light protection, purify, healing prayer. As 4 radiant lights flickered over Zephyr, the paralysis from the lightning strike vanished instantly. His wounds visibly healed, and his vigor surged, once again overwhelming Kaido. Another bolt of lightning struck, shattering Zephyr's thin protective shield in an instant, but at that very moment, Jake deliberately detonated the shield. The holy light's power made even Kaido taste the agony of being struck by lightning. His entire body went numb, yet Kaido's face twisted into an excited, savage grin. He raised his kanabo again, but before he could even swing it, Zephyr's fist hammered him into the ground. To avoid harming the residents in the town, Zephyr's punch sent Kaido crashing into the dense forest outside the settlement. The terrifying impact was so powerful that even the marine soldiers in the town could feel the aftershocks of the force. Dust and debris erupted dozens of meters into the air. King, glancing at Jake not far away, frowned. Flames enveloped the longsword in his hand as he swung it towards Jake's direction. But at that moment, Kaido's voice rang out once more. King, stand down. That brat's ability is quite interesting. Wororororo, that old bastard Zephyr suddenly got a lot stronger. If I could harness that power for myself, I'll truly become the king of the world. But before that, let me smash Zephyr into paste. The next moment, the dust was violently dispersed by an overwhelming aura, revealing Kaido in his hybrid beast form. He raised his spiked club, a savage grin stretching across his face. Meanwhile, on the Grand Line, Sengoku stood at the bow of a ship, a high-speed vessel crafted by Vegapunk, racing towards the North Blue, towards the Kingdom of Prince, at full speed. A flash of golden light streaked across the sky, covering thousands of meters in an instant. C-110,110. Shockwaves rippled through the air as their attacks collided, scattering the surrounding clouds. The mountaintops had long been flattened under the intensity of their battle. Kaido wore a frenzied smile as he stared at Zephyr, laughing wildly. Wororororo. Zephyr, you've really given me a pleasant surprise. Is that brat your student? Zephyr took a deep breath. Regardless of his current physical condition, age had caught up with him. Facing Kaido, a powerhouse in his prime at the peak of his strength, even with Jake's support, he was struggling. Of course, compared to you filthy pirates, Jake is such a promising young man, he is the future of the Marines. Hearing Zephyr's words, Kaido couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wororororo. Zephyr, you senile old fool. Pirates may be filthy, but isn't the Marine even more disgusting and vile? Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened at God Valley. The so-called Marine heroes' hands are stained with blood that isn't just. Kaido didn't get to finish his sentence before Zephyr's fist was already hurtling towards his face. Facing the punch shrouded in dense armament haki, Kaido didn't dodge or block. He didn't even raise his club. Instead, he simply coated his forehead in armament haki and met Zephyr's fist head-on. A Marine that won't even acknowledge its own history dares to call pirates filthy. You're just as revolting as ever. Come on, Marine, let's see if this punch of yours can actually kill me. The moment their foreheads and fists collided, both Zephyr and Kaido felt an almost terrifying force surge into their bodies. But as Jake's voice rang out, Zephyr's previously erratic breathing instantly stabilized. Purify, healing prayer. Kaido wielded the powers of wind, thunder, and fire, infusing each of his attacks with one of these elements to wreak havoc within Zephyr's body. The ability that had disrupted Zephyr's breathing earlier was Kaido's lightning. Yet, with Jake's assistance, Zephyr recovered in an instant. Moreover, thanks to the healing prayer, some of the stamina Zephyr had expended was partially restored. Sensing his opponent's renewed vigor, Kaido's eyes practically gleamed as he stared at Jake. Ignoring the blood dripping from his head, wounded by Zephyr's strikes, he swung his kanabo to force Zephyr back, then grinned at Jake and shouted. Wororororo. You there, your name's Jake, right? Your devil fruit ability, it's the legendary fruit of the angel. Show me your beast form, and join my pirate crew, you'll be the next all-star. You shouldn't waste yourself in a place like the Marines. Come with me and I'll grant you absolute freedom. Hearing Kaido's offer, Zephyr felt a flicker of concern. He knew what kind of person Jake was, more mature than most would expect. But such individuals often grew disillusioned with the Marines once they glimpsed the organization's deeper darkness. Zephyr didn't know how much Jake had seen, but he didn't want to gamble on it. Before Zephyr could speak, however, Jake responded first. Sorry, but I have zero interest, now or ever, in joining a force like pirates that scares civilian left and right. At Jake's firm refusal, Zephyr exhaled in relief, while Kaido's face twisted with displeasure. Unconsciously, Conqueror's haki began radiating from his body, a domineering aura that rolled forth like thunder. Kaido's voice boomed like a storm, crashing against Jake's ears. We make civilians afraid. Wororororo. Brat, that's no pirate-exclusive trait, the Marines are just as feared. Open your eyes, look at the nations too poor to pay the celestial tribute, barred from joining the world government. Tell me, who's more welcome there, pirates or Marines? The justice you believe in is far filthier and more rotten than you think. Under the crushing weight of Kaido's Conqueror's haki, Jake didn't retreat an inch. Even as the force threatened to shatter his consciousness, his feet remained planted. Blood sprayed from his clenched teeth as a similarly overwhelming aura erupted from him. Lifting his head, he glared straight at Kaido and roared. Of course I've seen all the things you're talking about. I'm not some naive brat like you claim. I have my own judgment. I know more about the Marines' darkness and corruption than you do. Stop lecturing me in that condescending tone. Who the hell do you think you are? Just a mere pirate. Jake's voice rang out, carrying a wave of Conqueror's haki that stunned everyone present. Kaido, far from being angered, grew even more excited. He intensified the pressure of his own Conqueror's haki, eager to test the limits of this young Marine before him. The system's notifications went wild in Jake's ears. Conqueror's haki proficiency +1. X99. Just as Jake was about to be overwhelmed by Kaido's haki and lose consciousness, a clear notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Conqueror's haki has successfully advanced to LV2. Intimidation effect greatly increased. Now includes minor physical damage. In the next moment, an even more terrifying surge of haki erupted from Jake's body. The two waves of Conqueror's haki clashed in midair, crackling with black and red lightning. Whether the Marine is good or not isn't for you filthy pirates to judge. No matter how you see the Marines, remember this, Kaido. The Marines I lead will definitely end this despicable great pirate era. You scum of the sea will be nothing but garbage swept into the dustbin of history. My Marines will usher in a new era, an era of true justice. Hearing Jake's words, Kaido suddenly remembered his 10-year-old self, the boy who had asked the king why wars happened. At this moment, as he looked at Jake, the prophecy about Joy Boy echoed in his ears once more. Wororororo. Even prophecies can be wrong. First acknowledge you Marine brat. But I'm still taking you with me. Because I've never believed in that damn prophecy anyway. See 111,111. Jake's response made Zephyr's eyes redden slightly. Watching the young Marine standing at the eye of the storm, radiating terrifying power, the future suddenly became vividly clear in his mind. He grinned, flashes of his own past appearing before his eyes. He knew that what he, Garp and Sengoku had failed to achieve would be accomplished by Jake in the future to come. And until this seedling of the future Marine grew strong enough, he wouldn't allow anyone to harm it. Hey you little brat, Your opponent is me. What are you looking around for? Black arm. Meteor shower. As Zephyr gathered armament haki once more, a brilliant light flashed and behind him appeared a manifestation of cosmic space, with countless meteors streaking down towards the ground. Wororororo. I'm getting too excited. Daitoku Reime Hake. Watching the scene resembling meteors annihilating the world reflected in Kaido's eyes, he gripped his kanabo with trembling excitement. Endless lightning descended from the sky, coiling around the weapon. Amidst the flickering of black-red lightning, armament haki infusion, Conqueror's haki infusion and the pinnacle application of his devil fruit power, three forces combined into one devastating strike, smashed towards the meteor shower capable of leveling an entire island. A terrifying shockwave instantly struck the sea, stirring violent gales around the small island. Even large ships that had dropped anchor were relentlessly pushed backward by the wind, while medium and small vessels were flung away like dry leaves, scattered across the ocean. The dense forests of the island had completely vanished, the very ground torn open. The once towering mountains had been reduced to bottomless craters, with groundwater slowly seeping out. The plains were shattered into fragments, seawater flooding in. The apocalyptic scene sent chills down the spine of any witness. King hovered in the air, watching the two still locked in their frenzied battle, a trace of concern crossing his face. This wasn't the new world, where the balance of power between the Marines and pirates was roughly 3-7. Here, in the first half of the Grand Line, the so-called paradise, the ratio was 9.9, 0.1 in favor of the Marines. Enemy reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Moreover, neither he nor Kaido had bothered to conceal their movements this time. Unless the Marines were utterly incompetent, they would already be on their way. Kaido was undoubtedly powerful, but even he couldn't withstand the combined assault of two admirals. King could hold off an admiral for a short while, but prolonged combat would be too risky. Thus, King decided to act against Kaido's wishes this time, capturing Jake immediately and making a retreat for Onigashima. Though it might displease Kaido, continuing like this would only bring severe repercussions to Onigashima and their newly flourishing pirate crew. Knowing Kaido's temperament and his ultimate ambition, seizing Jake now was the best course of action. With a flicker of flames from his back, King shot across the sky like a meteor, charging straight towards Jake. Having just clashed with Kaido in a Conqueror's haki confrontation, Jake was left with almost no stamina. Against King, Jake stood no chance. Monet, seeing King's rapid approach, gathered all her frigid energy into a single point and shouted. Snow Dome. 10 sheets. A massive surge of snowflakes compressed into steel-like density, swiftly forming a protective barrier in front of Jake and Monet. In an instant, the two were completely encased within. However, cutting through steel is a piece of cake for an ordinary swordsman, let alone the great swordsman King, who wields the power of flames. To King, this flimsy snow dome was no different from paper. Drawing the longsword at his waist, flames enveloped the blade as his figure instantly appeared atop the snow hut, slashing downward. The terrifying heat had already melted most of the steel-like snow hut before the blade even made contact. The remaining structure was effortlessly split apart, as if a hot knife were slicing through butter. Despite Monet's desperate attempts to reinforce the hut with freezing air, she couldn't withstand King's overwhelming flames. Just as Jake was about to be taken away by King, a hurried and breathless voice rang out. How terrifying, so this is the right-hand man of one of the four emperors. Truly, just as the rumors say, you're all monsters, ohaya ohaya, good thing I arrived in time. Otherwise, my beloved students and junior would have been snatched away by you damn pirates. Hearing that unmistakably sleazy voice, King's pupils dilated instantly. He knew exactly who this voice belonged to. Borsalino, the glint fruit user. The man hailed as the fastest in the world. As a dazzling golden light flashed, King instinctively shut his eyes to avoid the blinding glare. The next moment, that unmistakably distinctive voice reached his ears. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Following that slow, lecherous remark, King felt an overwhelming force slam into his abdomen, one so immense he couldn't resist it. The terrifying impact rampaged through his body, damaging his internal organs. He coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with organ fragment and the flames on his body flared to their peak. Facing an opponent of this caliber, King knew that even a split second of distraction could mean instant death. Meanwhile, Kizaru's expression grew serious as he watched King stand back up almost immediately, seemingly unharmed. After spending so much time bullying weaklings in the New World, it had been a while since he'd encountered someone who could take his full-powered strike and still remain standing. Monet-chan, take Jake and get out of here, I'll deal with these guys and catch up later. The next moment, golden light clashed with flames in the air, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Hidden within the clouds, Doflamingo grinned viciously as he watched Jake and Monet, his lips curling into a sinister smile. In the distance, a streak of blue flames was rapidly closing in. C-112,112. It hadn't been in vain, risking Kaido's wrath to personally come to Prince Kingdom. To avoid drawing the Marines' attention, he hadn't even brought his crew, traveling alone through the sky by riding the clouds. Before arriving, the horrifying sight of Kaido and Zephyr's battle had already made Doflamingo realize just how wise he'd been not to challenge Kaido head-on in his reckless youth. That level of attack, forget taking a direct hit, even the residual shockwaves were something he couldn't withstand right now. Watching the strike that seemed capable of tearing apart the entire sky, Doflamingo took a deep breath before charging towards Jake and Monet, who were now incapacitated. He wouldn't kill them, After all, they were Kaido's prey. But a little torment. As long as their bodies remained mostly intact, Kaido wouldn't give him any trouble. As for that woman, she seemed to be Sugar's sister. If possible, bringing her back could serve as leverage to keep Sugar in check, even if she couldn't become part of the family. What a bountiful haul. Though he couldn't kill Jake because of Kaido, as long as he could exact some revenge, Doflamingo could accept that. After all, ever since Jake had risen to prominence at Marine headquarters, Doflamingo had known that, relying solely on his own strength, there was absolutely no way he could eliminate Jake anymore. The next moment, his feet clad in shoes resembling loafers stomped forcefully midair. Using the rebound force from the strings, his entire body shot forward like a bullet, covering hundreds of meters in an instant to arrive directly above the two. Seeing their stunned expressions, Doflamingo's lips curled into a vicious grin as he sneered. Foo. Long time no see, Jake. Every time I see that detestable face of yours in the newspapers, the rage in my heart only grows. Just thinking about how you stole that fruit from me, how you ruined my dealings with the Big Mom pirates, costing me hundreds of millions of berries, I could tear you apart and devour you alive. As he spoke, his hands moved without pause. Countless threads shot from his fingers, slicing through several trees in front of Jake and Monet, completely cutting off their escape routes. Both Jake and Monet had exhausted their stamina in the earlier battle, leaving them with no means to counter Doflamingo's sudden attack. Staring at the smirking warlord, Jake tightened his grip and pulled Monet behind him. In the next moment, a blinding light flickered in his palm. Beneath Doflamingo's feet, a circular cross-shaped pattern of golden-orange lines materialized. A searing pain lanced through Jake's skull, blood trickling uncontrollably from his nose and eyes. This was the price of forcibly using his abilities while drained, a reckless strain on his body that inflicted near irreversible damage. Even if Jake could recover through healing prayer, the process would be agonizingly slow. Fortunately, Doflamingo had misjudged Jake's condition and failed to react in time. By the time he realized, the holy light, bright enough to illuminate half the forest, was already cascading from the sky. The terrifying torrent of holy light energy poured down like a waterfall, blending scorching heat and crackling lightning as it ravaged Doflamingo's body. The sheer force slammed him face first into the ground, his clothes charring black the instant the light struck. His arms convulsed violently as electricity coursed through his veins. Yet Doflamingo's reflexes were sharp. The moment the golden cross appeared beneath him, he had already coated his body in a thin layer of armament hockey. Though it couldn't fully block the attack, it mitigated some of the damage. Simultaneously, he used his string fruit powers to weave multiple shields reinforced with armament hockey, shielding himself from the holy light's onslaught. Jake coughed up a mouthful of blood, his weakened body on the verge of collapse. As the holy light faded, his legs buckled. Had Monet not steadied him, he would have crumpled to the ground. As the holy light faded, a voice filled with chilling murderous intent rang out, laughing in extreme anger. Fufafufu, brat, I've changed my mind. Even if Kaido comes after me later, I'll tear you to pieces. Let's start with your legs first, so you can't run away anymore. 5 colored strings, 5 nearly transparent threads extended from each finger as Doflamingo slashed downward in a beast-like claw posture. Those razor-sharp threads, sharp as piano wires, could undoubtedly slice Jake's body apart in an instant. Monet saw this scene and desperately threw herself in front of Jake, attempting to shield him with her own body. Frowning to better control Sugar, Doflamingo halted his attack mid-motion and leapt in front of the two. With a slight flick of his fingers, countless threads flashed past at terrifying speed, binding Monet tightly to a nearby tree. Now that the nuisance is out of the way, it's just you and me, brat. Which leg should I start cutting first? But Doflamingo didn't wait for Jake's answer. He raised his hand and slashed directly toward Jake's left leg. Just as the sharp threads were about to sever Jake's entire left leg, an urgent voice called out. Phoenix brand. A streak of blue-green flames flashed across the sky, and in an instant, Doflamingo was sent flying. His body crashed through several thick trees before finally coming to a stop. Wiping blood from his lips, Doflamingo glared at the familiar figure before him, his voice dripping with suppressed rage. Marco, 1st Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. What are you doing here? Marco didn't answer Doflamingo immediately. Instead, he casually severed the threads binding Monet before turning to Jake with a grin. Yo, future of the Marines, looks like you could use some help. Want to team up? See 113,113. Marco's figure was wreathed in dazzling blue-green flames as he looked at Jake, a tired yet radiant smile on his lips. Jake's head spun dizzily. Watching Monet rush toward him, he mustered the last shred of his fading consciousness and said to Marco. Keep me and Monet safe, and I'll agree to any cooperation. Hearing Jake's words, Marco's face lit up with excitement. He nodded and replied, Don't worry, Marine kid. As long as I'm here, no one can lay a finger on either of you. With that, Jake blacked out, the last image in his mind being the blue-green flames that lit up half the sky. Jake had no idea how much time had passed. His body felt heavy, his thoughts scattered, his focus slipping. His throat burned like fire, making every breath painful. However, at that moment, a cool liquid slowly flowed into his mouth from his lips, trickling down his throat and into his stomach, nourishing every cell in his body. Under the hydration of the water, his entire body now felt comfortable. He let out a long exhale and opened his eyes. What greeted him was Monet, who currently had heavy dark circles under her eyes and a slightly cramped space around them. The surroundings swayed gently, and the slightly open window let in a sea breeze tinged with salt and fish. Sensing all this, Jake knew he must be on a ship. The space was narrow, only about 5 or 6 square meters. The only source of natural light was a small, head-sized window, while an oil lamp inside cast the shadows of the two onto the walls. Seeing Jake open his eyes, Monet's voice came through, initially excited but quickly lowered her voice to avoid disturbing him. "Jake, you're awake. How are you feeling? Any discomfort? Do you need more water?" As she spoke, her concerned gaze swept over Jake, as if afraid something might be wrong. In response to Monet's concern, Jake smiled and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit thirsty, but otherwise, everything's good. You don't need to worry so much, Monet. But where are we now?" "The last thing I remember is being attacked by Doflamingo, and then Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates seemed to have come to discuss some kind of cooperation with us. Beyond that, I don't remember anything. How many days was I out?" Monet handed him water while answering. "You've been unconscious for 5 days. After Marco saved us, he brought us directly to the Whitebeard Pirates. We're now on the Moby Dick. He said that once you woke up, you should go to the deck to find him. He also told me about the terms of the cooperation. He saved our lives, and in exchange, you'll do your best to heal Whitebeard's injuries." Listening to Monet's words, Jake nodded slightly, lost in thought. The sudden arrival of Kaido and King, followed by Doflamingo's involvement, wasn't hard to connect. Though it was unclear whether they had begun producing artificial devil fruits at this point, their initial business dealings must have already been established. Kaido had likely come to Prince Kingdom after receiving word from Doflamingo. As for Marco's appearance, he had probably noticed Kaido's movements and seized the opportunity to snatch Jake away amid the chaos. And clearly, Marco had gambled correctly. Jake had indeed been brought onto the Moby Dick. As for healing Whitebeard, it wasn't particularly difficult for Jake. With his abilities, he could easily control the extent of the treatment, even just improving Whitebeard's condition slightly would count as healing. But this was a rare chance to interact with the world's strongest man, and Jake had no intention of treating it carelessly. After all, if everything I wanted to do had to be carried out solely within the Marine's framework, it would indeed be quite inconvenient to implement. Overthrowing the Celestial Dragon's rule absolutely requires cooperation with pirates, and among the current emperors of the sea, Whitebeard is undoubtedly the best candidate for collaboration. Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates has some shortcomings, making her unsuitable as a partner. Kaido is highly ambitious, with many schemes of his own. Unlike Whitebeard, who is upright somewhat, Kaido is the type of person who would resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes, hardly an ideal partner. As for red-haired Shanks, his forces are still relatively weak at the moment. Moreover, his background is shrouded in mystery, and he seems to have ties with the Five Elders. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never be a viable collaborator. Thus, Whitebeard, powerful, principled and lacking in personal ambition, is clearly the best choice for a partnership. The main areas of cooperation would revolve around the sea train and the unexplained diversion of certain marine funds. As long as the collaboration with Whitebeard goes smoothly, he could establish a gray zone where large sums of money could be legitimized under Whitebeard's name. This way, the Marine could gradually accumulate enough funds to break free from the world government's control, paving the way for the next phase of the plan. Thinking this far, Jake couldn't help but feel that meeting Whitebeard this time might not be such a bad thing after all. Still, he couldn't shake off some concern and asked Monet, 5 days in a coma. What about Zephyr-sensei? How are things on their end? Hearing Jake's question, Monet sighed and replied, shortly after we were taken away by Marco, Fleet Admiral Sengoku arrived. Under the combined assault of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Zephyr-sensei, and Borsalino-sensei, Kaido and his crew chose to retreat. Worried about our safety, they didn't pursue. But after realizing we were missing, Zephyr-sensei apparently tried to sail alone to Kaido's stronghold to find us. At this, Jake grew anxious and pressed. Then what? Did he really go? Monet chuckled and said, before leaving, I called Zephyr-sensei with a Den Den Mushi and explained the situation. Marco also assured them that we'd both be returned unharmed. Though Zephyr-sensei was still reluctant, he eventually agreed. However, according to Marco, the Marine has recently increased patrols with several more warships in Whitebeard's waters. See 114,114. In the cramped space, Jake let out a sigh of relief upon hearing that the Marine hadn't taken drastic action. He knew it was only because they were with the Whitebeard Pirates. Veterans like Sengoku, Garp and Zephyr were well aware of Whitebeard's character. If he promised to return him and Monet safely, he would keep his word. Had it been any of the other emperors, the summit war might have erupted ahead of schedule. After all, this was a blatant slap in the face to the Marines, stealing away a candidate for the next admiral or even fleet admiral. Such a stinging blow would be impossible for anyone to swallow quietly. Jake then asked Monet, what about the newspapers? Were there any reports about that day's events? Hearing this, Monet smiled and pulled out a stack of newspapers from the crate beneath her, saying to Jake, I knew you'd want to read the papers as soon as you woke up, so I've been saving them for you these past few days. Do you want to read them yourself, or should I summarize for you? Summarize first, then I'll read them myself. At Jake's reply, Monet's weary face broke into a rare smile. She coughed lightly, cleared her throat and then spoke to Jake in an exceptionally gentle and melodious voice. The incident in Prince Kingdom was reported. The collapse of the regime and the blame for the rebel uprising in the city were all pinned on the Black Hawk Pirates. Meanwhile, We were credited as the Marines who eliminated the Black Hawk Pirates, receiving full honors. There were even photos published of Marine soldiers assisting in the reconstruction of Prince Kingdom, serving as proof to the world government and marking the successful completion of the mission. Since you and I disappeared, we weren't mentioned in the papers. However, the authorities have issued a statement explaining that we were severely injured in battle and are still recovering, making us unfit to meet with reporters. So, our absence from the public eye for the next few months now has a legitimate reason. As for the reports on Kaido, King and that bastard Doflamingo, those were completely erased. Even a businessman like Morgans wouldn't dare publish such articles under the combined pressure of the world government and Marine headquarters. After all, the matters involved are far too sensitive. Listening to Monet's summary, Jake nodded. Then, he asked her the question that concerned him most. During these 5 days I was unconscious, was it you taking care of me all this time, Monet? At Jake's sudden concern, Monet's face flushed slightly. She turned her head away, leaving Jake with only a glimpse of her delicate face and replied in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible. More or less, it wasn't anything too hard or meticulous, really. You were asleep most of the time, and I was just keeping watch by your side. It's nothing worth your special concern. Seeing her like this, Jake spoke with utmost seriousness and sincerity. No, this is a matter of my life. How could I not be especially concerned? Thank you, Monet. I'll remember this kindness in my heart. Hearing Jake's earnest words, Monet's face grew even redder. She merely whispered, as long as you remember. There's no need to be so formal about it. Watching her reaction, Jake chuckled. But just then, his stomach let out an untimely growl. Monet heard it and laughed softly. You've been unconscious for so long, you must be hungry. I'll go get you some food. This room we're in is the medical storage room of the Moby Dick, containing all the medicines Whitebeard usually uses. Next door is where the female doctors live, they're the ones who've been changing your bandages and checking on you. As for food, they're the only ones with a refrigerator, so I'll go get some for you now. As Monet spoke, she pushed open the door. Just then, a pleasantly surprised voice tinged with amusement rang out. Hey, Marine boy, you're awake. Monet, where are you off to? Hearing Marco's voice, Monet regained her usual calm expression, though she maintained a polite smile as she replied. Jake is hungry, so I was going to fetch him some food. I've been storing his meals in the fridge next door these past few days, there should be enough for him. Marco chuckled and rubbed his pineapple-shaped head before saying with a laugh. Ha ha ha, after being unconscious for so long, it's only natural to wake up starving. But eating cold food right away might not be good for your stomach. Marine boy, if you don't mind us pirates, we're having a feast on deck. Why not join us? The food's all hot and fresh, much better for your digestion than cold leftovers. Plus, after so many days, it might have gone bad. Worried that Jake and Monet might still harbor an innate hatred to pirates, Marco quickly added. If you're really uncomfortable with it, I can go grab some hot food for you right now, won't take long. As he spoke, Marco started heading toward the deck. But just then, Jake's voice cut in, carrying a friendly warmth. Marco-san, that won't be necessary. How could I refuse an invitation from my saviors? Besides, I'd like to see for myself what kind of man Whitebeard really is. Hearing this, Marco's grin widened. He glanced toward the deck and said, Don't worry, that's our pops you're talking about. He won't disappoint. Who knows, after meeting him, you might even want to quit the Marine and stay on this ship. Jake didn't respond to that, merely smiling as he and Monet followed Marco, the three of them making their way slowly to the Moby Dick's deck. The deck was alive with noise and the rich aroma of food. Alcohol and scraps littered the floor as pirates lounged drunkenly amid the mess, their raucous and bizarre laughter filling the air. The sun shone brightly overhead, and seagulls cried in the distance. At the very center of the deck stood a giant of a man, towering at 6.6 meters tall. He noticed Jake and the others, his face breaking into a grin as he regarded them before rumbling. Garararara, looks like we've got new guests. C-115,115. As Jake, Monet, and Marco stepped onto the deck, the entire feast's focus instantly shifted to them. Watching the two figures cloaked in the Marine's attire, the pirates' faces flickered with faint traces of peculiar expressions. Some even showed evident disgust, though they restrained their malice as much as possible given Whitebeard's relatively amicable attitude towards Jake and Monet. Marco walked at the forefront, using his own body to clear a path for Jake's group while shouting loudly. Everyone, these two behind me are the Marine headquarters super rookies and they're also the young men I specially invited from the North Blue to treat pops. They're my guests. If anyone dares to give them trouble, they'll be dealing with me. Understood. Marco's usual easygoing demeanor on the ship was completely gone as he scanned the pirates gathered on the deck, his expression uncharacteristically serious and stern. Jake understood that Marco was putting his reputation on the line for them, even at the risk of offending some crew members, to ensure they received proper treatment. Naturally, Jake could feel Marco's goodwill. Glancing at Whitebeard, who remained seated with a faint smile, Jake knew it was time to show his own stance. Then, Jake gently patted Marco's shoulder and said with a smile. Thank you, Marco-san. You can rest assured about this deal, I'll do my best. Now, let me show my own stance too. Hearing this, Marco seemed about to say something more, but seeing Jake's determined expression, he simply chuckled and replied. Ah, it's about time these guys see that the Marines have people like you too. As Marco stepped aside, under Whitebeard's amused gaze, Jake took a step forward. A terrifying aura erupted from him, sweeping across everyone present. This overwhelming presence, like 100-meter tidal waves, crashed repeatedly against the spirits of every pirate there. Within this conqueror's haki was a quality entirely different from others they'd experienced. They couldn't quite describe it, but they recognized it as something fundamentally opposed to pirates, an aura of absolute order. The conqueror's haki washed over them in waves, even causing faint cracks to appear on the deck and drinking cups. However, Jake deliberately avoided directing his haki towards Whitebeard, letting it disperse indiscriminately instead. This was just a warning to the other pirates, not a challenge to Whitebeard himself. Understanding Jake's intention, Whitebeard chose not to release his own conqueror's haki. Instead, he watched Jake with amusement, waiting to hear what this marine prodigy would say. As the haki continued its assault, Jake's voice rang out. Members of the Whitebeard Pirates. I'm Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Jake Lawrence, the man who will one day end this great pirate era. I appreciate your hospitality today. When I arrest you all later, I'll go easy on you. The moment these words left Jake's mouth, it was like water hitting boiling oil. The Moby Dick's deck erupted in uproar as pirates drew their weapons, shouting furiously. Hey, you arrogant marine bastard, if not for Marco's protection, you'd be dead already. How dare you spout such nonsense? I kill you right now. The great pirate era won't be ended by a brat like you, pururururu. What a bold little brat, ha 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 ha. But I like that. How about becoming a pirate? Amidst the threats and insults from the surrounding pirates, Jake simply gazed calmly at Whitebeard, his eyes unwavering and showing not a hint of fear. Watching Jake at this moment, Whitebeard finally couldn't hold back his booming laughter. Gararara, what an impressive little marine brat. If you weren't a marine, I'd be itching to invite you aboard right now. So, will you join this pirate's feast, little marine? As he spoke, Whitebeard tossed an unopened jar of liquor straight at Jake. Catching the jar, Jake grinned and asked Whitebeard, what exactly is this feast celebrating? Without hesitation, Whitebeard replied, I've taken control of another island and pocketed its celestial tribute. That's what we're celebrating. What's the tax rate you've set? How does it compare to the celestial tribute? 1/20th of the celestial tribute. Hearing Whitebeard's answer, Jake simply grinned wider before declaring, I'll join your feast, and thank you, for once again saving an island the Marines couldn't. This jar is my toast to you. With that, Jake popped open the jar. As the rich aroma of alcohol filled the air, he didn't hesitate before downing it in large gulps. Seeing this, Monet looked worried and seemed about to intervene, but Marco chuckled. Monet, this amount is nothing. Jake will be fine. Still uneasy, Monet replied. But, this is Jake's first time drinking. Whitebeard naturally overheard Monet's concern. Watching Jake, who was still tilting his head back to finish the entire jar before his face turned bright red, he laughed heartily. Gararara, little marine brat. You've earned my approval. With that, Whitebeard hefted his own massive, meter-tall liquor jar and began drinking. Strong liquor spilled down his sleeves, prompting a flurry of protests from the short-skirted nurses around him. Pops, your body can't handle this much at once. That's right, Pops, this is already a week's worth. If you keep drinking, this month's treatment will be wasted again. Marco, you idiot, hurry up and stop Pops. Amid the nurse's complaints, Whitebeard reluctantly prepared to set down his jar, until Jake's slightly slurred voice rang out. And no need. This much. I'll fix you right up. Healing prayer. As Jake's voice echoed, Whitebeard suddenly felt his entire body bathed in a radiant holy light. C 116,116. As that holy light burst forth from Jake's hands, the entire Whitebeard Pirates crew froze in stunned silence. Most of the people instantly snapped out of their drunken stupor, their previously relaxed muscles now tense and bulging. A terrifying aura locked onto Jake in an instant, as if they could tear him apart at any moment. Monet felt the pressure around her and involuntarily began emitting a chilling cold. A frosty path spread from beneath her feet, instantly lowering the previously sweltering air. Marco, however, widened his eyes and raised an eyebrow, shouting at the surrounding pirates. You idiots, all of you, stop right there. Can't you see? This marine guy's ability is healing Pop's body. If you keep making those faces, I won't let you off easy. And you morons, if this were an attack, do you really think Pops wouldn't have reacted by now? As Marco's voice rang out, everyone gradually lowered their weapons. They suddenly remembered, their father was the strongest man in the world. A brat like Jake couldn't possibly harm him in the slightest. With that thought, their previously tense moods instantly relaxed. Now, they grew curious about the ability Jake was displaying. The dazzling radiance in his hands was different from Kizaru's blinding light, though equally bright, Jake's glow wasn't harsh. Instead, it carried an indescribable softness. Watching the light, many pirates found themselves entranced. They instinctively reached out to touch the rays. As their fingertips made contact, waves of warmth slowly spread through their bodies. Pain, fatigue, sorrow, all negative emotions seemed to vanish before that light. Pure white feathers drifted down from the air, disappearing before they could even touch the deck. Holy radiance spilled from Jake's surroundings, making the scene look like something out of a myth. Teach observed this with the same stunned expression as the others, but deep inside, a mix of gravity and greed surfaced. This devil fruit power, he absolutely had to obtain it. However, watching Whitebeard's gradually improving complexion, Teach felt a hint of unease. The reason he had waited so long on Whitebeard's ship wasn't just to obtain that legendary devil fruit. Another crucial reason was to monitor Whitebeard's condition. Having followed the old man for so many years, no one understood better than him just how terrifying this geezer truly was. If Whitebeard remained at his peak, even with the power of the dark fruit, Teach could never become the pirate king under his shadow. Fucking old man. Just hurry up and die already. Damn marine brat, healing Whitebeard at a time like this. I don't want to wait until I'm an old man myself. Yet, more often than not, the less people expect something to happen, the more likely events will unfold in a certain direction. Amidst hearty laughter, Whitebeard's voice rang out with noticeably more vigor and depth than before. The surrounding space trembled slightly, and in the next moment, the entire Moby Dick began to shudder faintly. Garararara, it's been ages since I've felt this refreshed. Brat, this power of yours truly astonishes me. As he spoke, Whitebeard tore off all the IV drips attached to him, disregarding the protests of the nurses nearby. He then raised his cup towards Jake with a wine jar in hand, grinning broadly. Though you might not like hearing this, you damn brat, wasting your talents as a marine is a shame. Become my son instead. Whatever you wish to do, as long as you carry my name, I'll support you with everything I've got. Whitebeard's words left everyone present stunned, his sons, Jake included, all frozen in disbelief. Marco was the first to break the silence. He laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, tears streaming down his face as he clapped Jake on the shoulder and said, "Pops, Jake is the future of the Marines. There's no way he'd join us. But hey, if you ever change your mind, I'll follow your lead. The title of 1st Division Commander. Yours for the taking, Commander Marco." "Pops, what nonsense are you spouting?" The pirates below deck grew flustered. They knew all too well the personalities of these two men. Once they spoke, they meant every word. If Jake agreed to join, the 1st Division commander might really be replaced. Amidst the pirates' chaos, Jake chuckled and replied, "No thanks. Compared to the unpredictable life of a pirate, I prefer the Marines. What I want to accomplish can only be done as a Marine." Hearing Jake's firm refusal, Whitebeard didn't take offense. Instead, he cracked open another jar of wine and bellowed to the crowd. "Tonight, we feast. Garararara. We only have one goal, get that marine brat drunk." The next moment, the deck erupted with deafening cheers. Staring at the endless stream of cups thrust his way, Jake was momentarily dumbfounded. Then came the relentless torrent of strong liquor down his throat. Faces blurred as pirates took turns challenging him. At first, Jake could still recognize who was who, but soon, he was mechanically clinking cups and downing drinks without thought. Gulp after gulp, Jake's spirits gradually soared. He slung an arm around Marco's shoulder, his speech growing slurred. "Your pop's illness. Nothing to me. He's seized so many territories from those celestial dragons and the world government, hearing him feels damn satisfying. If first weren't a Marine, who knows? Maybe I'd join you guys and help take down those celestial dragon bastards." As Jake uttered these words, Monet moved to intervene, but a nurse beside her gently held her back, smiling knowingly. "Don't worry, everything you've said here has been witnessed by Pops. No one will use it against you." See 117,117. Time became irrelevant as the drinking continued. When Jake finally used life return to expel the last traces of alcohol from his system, he looked around at the pirates sprawled across the floor and let out a deep sigh. His mouth still carried the lingering taste of alcohol. This was the first time in his life he'd consumed so much liquor, enough to make him sick of the very notion of drinking. His gaze shifted to Whitebeard, who remained fully conscious and was still downing a large amount of liquor. A faint trace of admiration crossed Jake's face. Unlike his own cheating method of using life return, Whitebeard had genuinely consumed every drop. Even his muscular, scarred abdomen had slightly bulged from the sheer volume. "Garararara. The last time I drank like this was 9 years ago. What a nostalgic feeling. But you brat, using such underhanded tricks to avoid getting drunk. That's hardly the way of a true pirate. I'm a Marine. I need to stay sharp. If pirates attack or civilians need protection, I have to be ready to act with a clear mind at any moment. That's why Marines never overindulge." Hearing Jake's explanation, Whitebeard cracked a grin. "You're different from most Marines I've met, kid. I've got some questions for you. Sober enough to answer them properly." Jake's smile faded slightly as he replied, "I've been sober this whole time." "Garararara. Ice girl, get the kid a chilled orange juice. Looks like he could use it." Without hesitation, Monet took a glass from a nurse. A wisp of cold air escaped her fingertips, instantly cooling the juice. She walked over and handed it to Jake. He accepted it without protest. Whitebeard was making it clear that both he and Monet were equally important in this conversation. After taking a sip, savoring the sweetness that washed away the alcohol's aftertaste, Jake smiled. "Well then, what would you like to discuss?" Whitebeard set down his tankard and fixed his gaze on Jake. "Do you think the continued existence of the Marines in this world is ultimately good for ordinary people?" The question was sudden and pointed. Had Jake not possessed the omniscient perspective of his past life, he might have struggled to give a satisfactory answer. But having known the original story, Jake had his own unique perspective. He met Whitebeard's gaze and said, "If the current Marines continues to exist long-term, it will only be detrimental to ordinary civilians, an organization destined to be overthrown one day. Because from its very founding, this Marine has been unworthy of the words written on its back." As Jake spoke, he tore off his justice cloak with deliberate force. Watching the cloak slowly descend before his eyes, Whitebeard's expression shifted subtly before erupting into booming laughter. Garararara, an intriguing answer, brat. You're the most interesting fellow I've met since Roger. Tell me, what makes you say this? Jake responded calmly. The current Marine, the world government and those parasites in Holy Land Mariajoy form an inseparable structure. As long as the Marine remains trapped within this framework, it doesn't matter whether Sengoku or Kong holds the reins, the fundamental reality won't change. For the Marines to survive within this system, it must uphold the Celestial Dragon's rule. Because right now, the Marines is climbing a staircase whose foundation is built upon the Celestial Dragon's military funding. Abandon that support, and the entire structure collapses, sending every Marine on those steps crashing into oblivion. But the Celestial Dragon's rule is inherently rotten to its core. Whether it's the soul-crushing burden of celestial tribute taxes or their morally bankrupt human hunting games, these are crimes demanding absolute reckoning. To achieve this, the Marines must first break free from this twisted framework. Whitebeard nodded thoughtfully, yet Jake's words stirred something long dormant in Whitebeard, that thrill of adventure he hadn't felt since becoming the world's strongest. Now this young Marine had reignited it with razor-sharp analysis that cut straight to the heart. The Marines' corruption stemmed from being the Celestial Dragon's enforcers. No matter how many righteous individuals joined its ranks, the institution's foundational purpose remained unchanged. Whitebeard had understood this for decades. He suspected Sengoku and Garp knew it too, yet those old dogs still fought to reform the Marines from within. At least the current Marines differed somewhat from decades past. Chuckling softly at Jake's words, Whitebeard continued. Then how do you intend to change the Marines? Many Marines have seen these issues you mentioned, yet none have succeeded in changing them. Do you really think you alone can accomplish this? If these are just empty words, then we can end this conversation right now. Jake smiled upon hearing this, then said to Whitebeard. So, to realize my own plans, to change the fundamental structure of the Marines' existence, to overthrow the rule of those guys and to end the great pirate era, I need to make a deal with you, the strongest pirate of this era, to help me completely destroy this rotten old age. C 118,118. Jake's words seemed amusing for Whitebeard. His towering frame began shaking with unrestrained laughter, his hearty laughter washing over Jake like a tidal wave. Whitebeard laughed for a long time, so long that even his astonishing lung capacity began to falter. His face flushed red as he coughed twice, then took a deep swig of liquor to soothe his throat before addressing Jake. The future fleet admiral of the Marines wants to cooperate with a pirate like me. Garararara, brat, you're the most interesting guy I've met yet, even that bastard Roger wasn't as amusing as you. Tell me, as a Marine, how exactly do you plan to work with a pirate like me? What's your goal, and what's in it for me? Instead of feeling the slightest impatience at Whitebeard's barrage of questions, Jake was inwardly delighted. Because only when the other party acknowledges your proposal will they start asking about specifics. If Whitebeard hadn't agreed with his idea, he would have outright refused by now. Sure, Jake could offer him medical treatment, but given Whitebeard's temperament, even if he withheld that, if the old man didn't want to do something, he'd rather die than yield. Men like these, great pirates, or rather, legends of the sea, could only be persuaded through soft pressure. Force wasn't an option. Jake lacked the strength for that now, and even if he had it, things wouldn't work out that way. After carefully considering Whitebeard's questions, Jake finally gave a detailed response. First, the most basic point, how we'll cooperate. As a Marine, I obviously can't have any formal written agreements with you, nor any other kind of private dealings. What I want you to do is simple, embrace your nature as pirates, go plunder. Garararara, Marine brat, have you forgotten your own identity? A Marine encouraging pirates to rob more. If this got out, your future would be pretty bleak, don't you think? Listening to Whitebeard's teasing words, Jake simply smiled. First, you wouldn't do that. Because you're Whitebeard. From the start until now, you've kept your observation hockey active, deliberately making the surrounding pirates step back to give us a private space to talk while also helping me monitor for any surveillance den mushi. Just from that alone, I know you wouldn't do what you're suggesting. Second, you are Whitebeard, not Kaido of the Beasts, nor Red Hair, nor Big Mom. Just the name, Whitebeard, alone leaves me with no doubts about your character. If I had any suspicions about you, I wouldn't be collaborating with you. Since I've chosen to work with you, it means I trust you absolutely. Third, even if you were to reveal our cooperation, no one would believe it. The Marine higher-ups would never abandon me over such matters. Even if I did these things, the value of my devil fruit far outweighs any negative impact from our collaboration. As Jake finished his analysis, a smile spread across Whitebeard's face. He crossed his legs and took several large gulps of alcohol. After exhaling a long breath laden with the scent of liquor, he continued speaking to Jake. Go on, I'm very interested in your proposal, and in you as a person. During your time on this ship, you're welcome to stay anytime. If you choose to remain, you'll receive treatment equal to that of a division commander. Garararara, I'd really love to have you as my son. Whitebeard didn't hold back his emotions or thoughts in the slightest. Jake, observing the man's slightly labored breathing, shook his head gently. As golden light once again emanated from his hands, Whitebeard's breathing stabilized. Then Jake sighed in relief, sounding somewhat exasperated. It seems if I want to fully heal you, I might be staying on this ship for quite a while. Now I finally understand why those nurses give you that look whenever they see you drinking. You really have no sense of moderation. Hearing Jake's complaint, Whitebeard laughed even more heartily. Gararara, they've told me that countless times already. But I'm Whitebeard, I'll do as I please. Before you're Whitebeard, you're these pirates' father, aren't you? If a father wants to spend more time with his children and worry them less, he should drink less. Compared to your sons, the name, Whitebeard, means nothing to you, doesn't it? At these words, Whitebeard silently set down his jug of alcohol. Looking at Jake, his voice carried an indescribable note of regret. Kid, are you really sure you won't consider becoming my son? I have a feeling if you did, you'd quickly become my favorite. I'm flattered, but I'll do my best to heal you so you can live longer and see your sons have children of their own. Seeing this, Whitebeard could only sigh deeply. It seemed Jake was determined not to become his son. Alright, let's get back to business. Regarding our earlier discussion about cooperation, the only action required from your crew is to conduct raids. However, I'll provide advance notice about which ships to target. You must not attack any vessels outside these designated targets. Can you agree to this? Hearing this, Whitebeard glanced at his sons who had already drunk themselves unconscious, then replied with evident pride. My sons are not the kind of pirates who would commit evil deeds. You can be completely assured of that. Hearing this, Jake smiled and then continued. And the items you've plundered are actually just a small part of our cooperation. We'll split these 50-50, you take half, and leave the other half for the Marines as military funds for when we eventually clash with the world government. Every time we accumulate 100 million berries, I'll designate an island where you can leave the money. Whitebeard nodded upon hearing this, then asked somewhat puzzled. Most of our plundering happens in the New World, while the main trade routes for merchant ships are in the first half of Paradise. But since you say it's just a small part, I won't dwell on it. So, what's the bigger part you mentioned? At this, Jake's spirits lifted, and he said, tolls. That's the huge source of profit we'll be able to collect in the future. See 119,119. Tolls. The sea is vast. If one route is blocked, you can just take a detour. Even if pirates rob ships in fixed routes, the Marines will drive them away immediately. Besides, for major pirate crews, their main funding comes from fees collected by protecting islands. Those so-called tolls are just child's play. Whitebeard was confused by Jake's mention of tolls. He took a sip of his drink and poured out everything he knew. Jake, however, was prepared for Whitebeard's reaction. Smiling, he said, it's not what you think. The tolls I'm talking about aren't about robbing ships in certain waters, but about charging fixed fees for the upcoming sea trains. Hearing this, Whitebeard grew even more puzzled. He tilted his head, his white beard trembling slightly, then tugged at his thinning golden hair before saying to Jake. Kid, are you still half asleep? How can trains possibly run on the sea? They can. In Water 7, the sea train was created by Tom's workers, the same group that built ships for the pirate king Galdi. Roger. I plan to invest everything I have in the sea trains. Only by laying sea trains across the world and firmly controlling these routes can we truly change this world. Jake's words left Whitebeard momentarily silent. He wasn't a fool. He knew how much impact sea trains connecting island after island would have on the world. But despite his vast knowledge, Whitebeard still couldn't fully agree with Jake's idea. Taking another sip of his drink, Whitebeard looked at Jake and said calmly. Sooner or later this world will face a cataclysmic flood. Sea trains like these will eventually be submerged. Whether you believe it or not, that flood will come within the next few decades. What will you do then? However, contrary to Whitebeard's expectations, Jake didn't show the same astonishment as Monet upon hearing this news. Instead, he calmly stated, I know, I've known for a long time. I know about the Great Flood, even the events that occurred on this world in the past. I also understand why the once unified landmass fractured. It's precisely because I know all this that I wanted to tell you, the sea train is the answer for the future. As for the world-ending flood, I have a somewhat unrefined idea that might offer a way to avoid it. Now it was Whitebeard's turn to be stunned. He didn't even notice the wine spilling from his hand as he stared at Jake, his lips curling into an exaggerated grin. Garararara, you brat, you really pique my curiosity. I won't press you for your method, but I want to know, how did you learn that this world would be submerged by Great Flood? No one in the Marines would know this, and even if they did, they wouldn't tell you. Tell me, brat, how did you uncover this secret? In response, Jake rubbed his head and chuckled. Devil fruit ability. The moment I swallowed this fruit, I saw the land drowned by massive tsunamis, witnessed the so-called world-ending flood, and beheld the legendary All Blue. Hearing Jake's explanation, Whitebeard suddenly laughed in understanding. He looked at Jake and said slowly, if I recall correctly, your devil fruit is the mythical zone model, Seraphim, right? Truly astonishing. It's just like the myths. When the heavens sought to destroy humanity, an angel took pity and transformed into a fruit to save mankind. Garararara, that reminds me of an old saying passed down across these seas long ago. It's not humans who choose devil fruits, but devil fruits who choose humans. Perhaps you were the one chosen by this devil fruit, Jake. Whitebeard's words left Monet deep in thought. She found the idea quite compelling. But Jake outright dismissed Whitebeard's interpretation with a light laugh. No, I think that saying is complete nonsense. Take my own teacher, Vice Admiral Borsellino, for example. He's incredibly lazy, yet he possesses what could be called the fastest devil fruit ability in the world. Isn't that strange? Moreover, if that example isn't convincing enough, let me put it this way, the sentiment behind that saying is utterly pessimistic and devoid of any spirit of resistance. Devil fruits choose people, what kind of excuse is that? If everything is predetermined by fate, then people should just die the moment they're born instead of striving for their dreams. If fate is set in stone, then a person's dreams are already determined the moment they're born, whether they can achieve them or not. In that case, effort, struggle and hard work all become meaningless. I've never believed in something like fate. Fate may be predetermined, but human dreams will never end. Whitebeard looked at Jake, the intensity in his eyes almost swallowing the young man whole. In that fleeting moment of days, he seemed to truly witness the great pirate era. No, more than that, the moment when the reign of the celestial dragons would be ended by his own hands. Memories of Roger's words surfaced in his mind. 20 years from now, a pirate whose name bears the initial D will emerge as the savior of this world. Jake's name contained no D, nor was he a pirate, and this wasn't 20 years later. Yet, as Whitebeard gazed at him, an inexplicable certainty filled his heart. This man might truly be the one destined to save this world. He took a large swig of liquor before unexpectedly pouring a cup for Jake himself. Then he declared, "It seems even prophecies can fail sometimes. Brat, your proposal for cooperation, I accept it. From now on, no matter what you ask of me, I won't refuse. Garararara, even if I don't understand it, even if I think it might endanger my sons, I'll agree. Though for anything that might harm my boys, I'll handle it myself, Garararara." Hearing Whitebeard's words, Jake sprang to his feet in excitement. Their cups clinked together, the liquor shimmering like pearls under the moonlight. C-120,120. As dawn's light spilled across the deck of the Moby Dick, Jake found himself watching with mild exasperation as Whitebeard gargled with booze first thing in the morning. The pungent aroma of alcohol made Jake realize why Whitebeard's health deteriorated so badly in the original story. Drinking at this rate, standing during the Marineford War, could only be described as a medical miracle. Though hailed as the world's strongest man, drinking booze in the morning was beyond excessive. The pirates who'd reveled all night still hadn't stirred, but the nurses had already formed a blockade around Whitebeard. With concerted effort, they wrestled the raised liquor jar back down while scolding in unison. "Pops, you drank so much last night. If not for young Jake's intervention, we'd never have allowed that much. And now you want to drink even more? Absolutely not. We refuse to let this continue." Hearing his nurse's protests, Whitebeard instinctively began lowering the jar. But spotting Jake, his small eyes suddenly brightened as if finding salvation, and he shouted, "Hey, Jake, you tell them, can I drink or not?" Without hesitation, Jake immediately addressed the head nurse beside him. "He shouldn't drink like this. His liver condition isn't good. Continued alcohol consumption will only worsen the strain. Minimizing intake, or better yet complete abstinence, would be the optimal treatment. I've designed a roughly 3-month treatment plan. During this period, you'll assist me in monitoring his condition, and alcohol consumption must be strictly controlled." As Jake's voice rang out, the nurses seemed to find their backbone and said to Whitebeard, "See, Pops, Jake said it too, you can't drink right now. Stop being so stubborn, at least cooperate with the treatment, won't you? Next month is Ellie's birthday, and I can tell you her wish in advance. She said her only wish is for Pops to drink a little less." After some persuasion from Jake and the nurses, Whitebeard reluctantly twisted his face into an unwilling expression and accepted his fate of not being able to drink anymore. Seeing that expression, Monet couldn't help but laugh before turning to Jake beside her. Who would have thought the world's strongest man could have such a childish side? Jake chuckled in response. The sea is full of eccentric characters. Even the higher-ups at Marine headquarters have their own quirks, don't they? True enough. The two of them settled into life aboard the Moby Dick, though Jake wasn't sure how long they'd stay. At the very least, he intended to remain until he'd cured Whitebeard of his most stubborn ailments. After all, he'd promised to heal the man's body. Even if he wanted to slack off, Whitebeard's abilities meant he'd know whether his body had truly been healed or not. There was no room for deception here. Over the next 2 weeks, Jake devoted the majority of his time casting healing prayers to Whitebeard. The remainder he split between Monet and himself for training. Even aboard the Moby Dick, Jake never slacked in his training. His current strength was still too weak. After the battle with the Black Hawk Pirates, his Doriki had barely broken 2,200. Against the monsters of the New World, this was still far too low. Even with his abilities, Jake's current strength only matched some of the elite fighters among the Whitebeard Pirates, falling short of even their weaker division commanders. But Jake's growth rate was astonishing. In just half a month, he was already approaching the 3,000 Doriki threshold, and his Holy Light level had reached 28. Just 2 more levels and he'd unlock his soul skill, Blessing of Courage. Monet's progress was equally rapid. Since Jake was busy treating Whitebeard, Monet often trained right under the old man's watchful eye. When he had nothing else to do, Whitebeard would occasionally offer pointers to either Jake or Monet. Combined with Jake's ability that had virtually no side effects, this gave Monet more opportunities to experiment and train. Her strength was gradually approaching that of Smoker when he first appeared in the original story. With her Logia-type devil fruit, excellent physical skills and armaments hockey, she was easily strong enough to defeat any non-commander combatant among the Whitebeard Pirates. Watching their almost absurd rate of improvement, Whitebeard took a big swig of liquor and sighed with emotion. "Your strength is visibly growing by the day, kid. If you keep this up, you'll probably become the next Marine Admiral before long. Marco chuckled and teased Jake. When that time comes, Jake, you'd better go easy on me. I don't want to end up in Impel Down. The nurse then playfully teased Monet too. That's right, same goes for you, Monet dear. Remember to show mercy when you see your sisters. We're not exactly wicked pirates. Jozu also joked with Jake. I can give you some diamonds, as long as you let me go. Listening to everyone's banter, both Jake and Monet could only respond with helpless smiles. During these days, they got along quite well with the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates. Jake occasionally helped treat the injuries of those members who hadn't committed evil deeds. How did he know who hadn't? The pirate bounties listed them and he could always ask Marco. Though a crew member, Marco wouldn't lie to cover for those kinds of people. Since both Jake and Monet had pleasant personalities, the crew's attitude toward them improved significantly. During their time aboard the Whitebeard Pirates, Jake also made a request to Whitebeard. He wanted to go to Sky Island. Whitebeard responded like this. Garararara, young brats like you always want to go to places like that. But to reach Sky Island from here, you'd have to take the route through the summit of the west, which would take about half a year. Do you have that kind of time? To this, Jake took a deep breath and said, we'll take the knock upstream. C-121,121. Jake's words even managed to surprise Whitebeard. Staring at the serious-faced young man before him, he grinned and said, Garararara, kid, do you even know what the knock upstream is? Even my Moby Dick could end up shattered if we ride it up. One wrong move, and the ship breaks apart. And if that happens, all of us would die at 10,000 meters in the air. Despite Whitebeard's warning, Jake remained unwavering and replied firmly, if we go up that way, there's treasure in Skypia, the city of gold. A mouthful of liquor sprayed from Whitebeard's mouth. He stared at Jake, his already narrow eyes practically gleaming. The city of gold, that centuries-old legend. Garararara, kid, just how many surprises do you have for me? It's been years since I last felt this excited about an adventure. Sky Island. I went there once before, but I took the summit of the west route. The scenery was beautiful, sure, but it lacked the thrill of adventure. And I didn't find any treasure. That's not the kind of profit-driven adventure pirates usually go for. Then let's go, brat. Garararara, I'll join you on this knock upstream ride. Whether it's me or the Moby Dick, it's about time we had another adventure like the ones from our youth. Marco, standing nearby, couldn't help but show excitement on his face, though soon after, he turned to Whitebeard with concern. Pops, your condition, can your body handle this? Jake answered first. He can. Whitebeard's condition is mostly under control now. As long as he doesn't engage in high-intensity battles or overuse his devil fruit powers for extended periods, he'll be fine. Whitebeard chuckled and patted Marco's head, then added, Garararara, don't worry, Marco. I know my own body best. If I couldn't handle the knock upstream journey, I wouldn't go. With Jake's treatment, this body is strong enough now. It's time for the Whitebeard Pirates to embark on adventures like we did over a decade ago. Hearing this, Marco completely let go of his concerns. Looking at Whitebeard, he cracked a smile and said, yeah, Pops, when we ride the knock upstream, even if the ship starts sinking, I'll personally hold up the Moby Dick to keep it from falling. After all, this has been my home for decades. Garararara, if you think you can handle it, then by all means try. Seeing both the captain and vice captain agree to his idea, Jake let out a long sigh of relief. Then he asked Whitebeard, aren't you even slightly doubtful about the truth of my words? Those are legends from centuries ago. Aren't you afraid I might be deceiving you? Whitebeard took a big swig of alcohol and replied directly. Stupid brat, what kind of scammer would ride the knock upstream with their supposed victims? Having the courage to ride the knock upstream means you couldn't possibly be a fraud. Even if there's no city of gold up there, just the adventure of riding the knock upstream to Sky Island would be priceless treasure itself. Garararara, Jake, we're pirates. Even if we gain nothing, just having the chance to adventure with Pops again makes me happier than anything. Their boldness somewhat infected Jake too. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he smiled and said, in that case, if we do find any gold, you'll let this vulgar marine keep it all, right? What? No way. X2. The next moment, all three burst into laughter, with Whitebeard's booming laughter causing slight tremors across the surrounding sea. Monet sipped her frozen orange juice nearby, watching the three laughing men with a puzzled look in her eyes. Men really were strange creatures. Still, seeing Jake laugh so heartily made Monet's own mood brighten involuntarily. But after the laughter subsided, Jake suddenly took a deep breath and said seriously to the two men. Actually, about this Sky Island trip, I have one more request. If this condition can't be met, I'd rather not go. Whitebeard looked curiously at Jake, then subtly activated his observation hockey to ensure no one was eavesdropping before responding. Speak your mind. Lately, just to protect your privacy, I've moved from the Moby Dick's main deck to this cramped bow area to chat with you. Thank you, Whitebeard. What I'm about to say might make you uncomfortable, but for the safety of this operation and our future cooperation, I need to tell you everything. Seeing Jake's serious expression, Marco frowned at this moment. It's all right, Jake. Does this involve someone on our ship? Hearing this, Whitebeard's expression also turned slightly serious. He regarded all his sons, especially those on the Moby Dick, as family. If Jake couldn't provide a satisfactory answer, an inevitable rift would form between them. Jake was well aware of this, so without hesitation, he told Whitebeard and Marco the truth, or rather, the story he had prepared. For this trip to Sky Island and all our future collaborations, I hope we can avoid one person. Who? They both asked simultaneously. Facing their questions, Jake slowly uttered a name. Marshall D. Teach. Why him? Teach has been with us for nearly 20 years. Can you give me a reason, Jake? Whitebeard's voice carried a calm tone, which Jake recognized as his way of asking a very serious question. My devil fruit ability allows me to sense the malice of those around me. At first, there were very few people on the ship who held no ill will towards me, so I didn't notice. But now, the only one who still harbors intense malice towards me, and has even grown stronger in it, is him. Here, Jake paused before continuing. And every time the malice spikes, it's most noticeable when I'm treating you, Whitebeard. C 122,122. That's impossible. There's no way that could happen. Jake, your ability must be malfunctioning. Teach came aboard even earlier than some of the commanders. He's been a crew member for decades. He's always smiling at everyone and has never even fought with anyone. How could he possibly be as you describe? As soon as Jake finished speaking, Marco couldn't help but refute him. To Marco, every member of the crew was like family, especially Teach, who had been on the ship longer than most, including himself. Marco absolutely refused to believe Teach could harbor the malice Jake described. But Whitebeard remained silent, only staring intently at Jake with a deep frown before asking in a low voice. Is that all the reason you have? Jake met Whitebeard's gaze, trying to discern something from his eyes, but they were as unfathomable as a dark pool, revealing nothing. That's all the reason I have. I don't know Teach at all and I have no reason to frame him. But I can sense the malice of those around me and his is the strongest I've ever encountered, utterly repulsive. Monet chimed in at this point, explaining to Whitebeard and Marco. Jake and I relied on this ability back then to successfully dismantle the internal relations of the Black Hawk Pirates within Prince Kingdom, inciting infighting among them and creating factional conflicts between their captain and vice captain. As Monet spoke, Marco seemed about to say something, but after a moment of silence, Whitebeard turned to Jake and asked. What do you propose? Keeping Teach here? Hearing this, Jake nodded and continued. Keeping him is a given, but you can't leave him alone. At the very least, you should retain a third of the crew here. As for the reason, we can say it's to prevent surprise attacks from the other emperors. Though it's unfair to those left behind, I believe this is the best solution. Fine, we'll do as you say. Whitebeard's words shocked Marco. He looked at his father in disbelief and said, Pops, you know Teach's reputation. How could you just? Whitebeard sighed and explained calmly to Marco. Marco, it's Jake who proposed this venture. Whether you or I trust Teach, if Jake doesn't, then this expedition will be cancelled. Don't be stubborn. This time, we'll follow Jake's lead. My decision doesn't mean I actually suspect Teach. You're all my sons, and I trust each of you absolutely. At this point, Whitebeard glanced at Jake and added, but that doesn't mean I distrust you, Marine brat. To me, though you're not yet my son, I already see you as one. So I believe your words too. For a father, judging which son is lying is crucial. I can't favor either side. Besides, Jake's request has merit. Kaido's been acting up lately, so leaving some men behind is necessary. But still, isn't this too harsh on Teach? Enough, Marco, my decision is final. You help me select a third of the crew to stay on the island. The rest will ride the knock-up stream with me to Sky Island. 3 days later, Blackbeard stood at the harbor, watching the Moby Dick slowly sail into the distance, his face darker than ever. Beside him, Jozu patted his shoulder and said cheerfully, Come on, Teach, I know you're upset about missing the adventure with Pops, but it can't be helped. Kaido's been restless lately, so guarding the base is just a precaution. A full third of us stayed behind. If everyone moped like you, Pops would be heartbroken, right? Hearing this, Blackbeard quickly turned his head, masking his grim expression and replied to Jozu. Commander Jozu, I'm not that unhappy, just a bit regretful. After all, an opportunity to go to Sky Island with Pops might only come once in a lifetime. How could I not feel disappointed? But I would never harbor any resentment towards Pops because of this. He's our Pops after all. Hearing Blackbeard's heartfelt words, Jozu's face showed traces of moved tears. He then patted Blackbeard's shoulder and sighed. If Pops knew you felt this way, he would surely be very happy. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was leisurely drinking booze, enjoying the sea breeze. A strange yet familiar sensation washed over him. How many years had it been since he last experienced such an exhilarating adventure? Not only had his crew grown too large to allow for such ventures, but his aging body had also made it impossible to embark on new, thrilling journeys. Yet, with Jake's help, he could feel his withered body rejuvenating with health, revitalizing his spirit that should have long faded. Unable to contain his excitement, Whitebeard gulped down his drink and laughed heartily at Jake. Gararara, this is truly an adventure worth looking forward to. Kid, why don't you join my crew? I'll make you my vice captain. Hey, Pops, I won't agree to that. If you're really serious about it, pay back the money you owe me for drinks first. Ah, Marco, you unfilial son. Since when does a father have to pay back his own son? Watching the two banter, Jake couldn't help but laugh. Finally, he was free from Blackbeard's creepy staring. That bastard had been watching him non-stop for days. What a monster. Over at Marine headquarters, Sengoku felt a headache coming on when he heard that Whitebeard's Moby Dick was heading for paradise. This must be Jake's doing. C-123,123. What? Jake and Whitebeard's group are heading for the first half of the Grand Line. What's going on? Hearing Sengoku's words, Zephyr's expression twisted with disbelief as he roared at him. Faced with Zephyr's outburst, Sengoku sighed helplessly. Zephyr, what the hell are you yelling about? The Whitebeard Pirates' movements are extremely unusual and Jake, who's still on their ship, is definitely involved. But that doesn't mean Jake is traveling with them, does it? Do you have any idea how much damage such claims could do to Jake's future? A future Marine Admiral, or even Fleet Admiral, having once gone on an adventure with the world's strongest pirate crew. Do you realize how negatively this could affect Jake? Zephyr was visibly agitated as he vented at Sengoku, who clutched his head in frustration before shouting back. That's why I've only called you and Borsellino here to hear this news. If I wanted to make this public, there would be more than just the two of you present. At the very least, Sakazuki and Kuzan would be here too. How strange. What about Vice Admiral Garp? Why isn't he here? At this, Sengoku sighed and replied. That bastard is on vacation in Windmill Village and refuses to come. Never mind him. What do you two think about this matter? Hearing Sengoku's question, Kizaru continued playing dumb. Isn't it just the Whitebeard Pirates' own voyage? What's there for me to think about? Annoyed by Kizaru's evasive answer, Sengoku retorted sharply. Don't give me that vague nonsense right now. I'm asking you, do you think Whitebeard's unusual course change might be related to Jake? Or more directly, do you think Jake might defect from the Marines and join the Whitebeard Pirates? At Sengoku's words, Zephyr exploded. He shouted at him. Hey, what the hell are you saying? Jake is an outstanding Marine and my dearest student. I know his character better than anyone. Even if you became Whitebeard's son, that brat Jake would never become Whitebeard's son. Zephyr's outburst left both Kizaru and Sengoku stunned. Kizaru couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, while Sengoku stared at Zephyr with a dark expression before clearing his throat. I understand your relationship with Jake, but this concerns the Marine's future. I expect you to discuss this with me rationally. Seeing Sengoku's stern face, Zephyr realized he'd overreacted. He glared at Kizaru, who was still stifling laughter, and snapped. Is this funny, Borsellino? How's your hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship training been lately? After we're done here with Sengoku, meet me at the training grounds. I'll personally check whether you've been following my teachings. Huh, Zephyr-sensei, I graduated so long ago. Isn't this unnecessary? So once you graduate, you're no longer my student, is that what you're saying? Trapped by Zephyr's words, Kizaru could only swallow his protests. Ever since Jake had largely restored Zephyr's health, the former admiral had regained the energy to discipline his former students, especially Kuzan, the laziest and latest graduate, who'd been receiving the most reprimands lately. Hastily changing the subject, Kizaru said to Sengoku. Well, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, if you're asking me, my opinion aligns with Zephyr-sensei. Oh, so you also think he'll become Whitebeard's son? Hearing Sengoku's deliberately provocative remark, Kizaru broke into a cold sweat. The old man before him was his superior and the workload awaiting him depended entirely on this very person. If he were to offend him, the days ahead would likely be even busier than Sakazuki's, a result Kizaru couldn't accept even in death. Even though he knew Sengoku was venting his frustration on him, Kizaru couldn't argue back. He could only immediately laugh and explain. No, Sengoku-san, what I mean is that Jake would never betray the Marines. I know that guy somewhat, after all. Based on his personality, he'd rather die than join the Whitebeard Pirates. He dislikes the rough, nomadic life of pirates and Jake thinks they're all just a bunch of good-for-nothing scoundrels who steal the fruits of others' labor. You don't understand that man Whitebeard. Even as an adversary, I must admit his magnanimity and charm are among the grandest in this world. Zephyr nodded in agreement with Sengoku's words. But this very acknowledgement meant Jake might truly be swayed by Whitebeard's charisma and join the Whitebeard Pirates. The mere thought of Jake appearing in the newspapers with Whitebeard's insignia tattooed on his back made everyone's vision darken. At that moment, Zephyr's private Den Mushi suddenly rang. Only a handful of people knew this number, Jake being one of them. Under the intense gazes of Sengoku and Kizaru, Zephyr pulled out the Den Mushi and answered the call in front of them. Brr, this is Jake. Can you hear me, Zephyr-sensei? Hearing the voice on the line, Kizaru and Sengoku perked up, their eyes locked onto the Den Mushi. Zephyr, however, remained calm as he replied. I can hear you, Jake. Are you on Whitebeard's ship now? Care to explain why Whitebeard suddenly sailed the Moby Dick into the first half of the Grand Line? Yeah, I asked them to go there. After finishing our adventure on Sky Island, I'll be able to return to Marine headquarters. I've mostly healed Whitebeard's injuries. Our target this time is the legendary city of gold on Sky Island. Once we secure the treasure, I'll bring a substantial amount of military funding back to Marine headquarters. Please explain to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I will never become a pirate. As Jake's voice trailed off, two additional voices chimed in from the other end. Me too, Monet won't become a pirate either. Garararara. Zephyr, you've really taken in two remarkable students, haven't you? C-124,124. After hanging up, Whitebeard looked at Jake, who had just heaved a huge sigh of relief, and patted his shoulder with a laugh and spoke slowly. Now you can finally relax, But that Sengoku hasn't changed. still distrustful of everyone. If that bastard really didn't trust you, but that's good for me though since I could openly recruit you onto my ship. Jake could only smile helplessly at Whitebeard's persistent wish. If the first person I'd met at sea had been you, maybe it really would have worked. But then, me, you think so highly of now wouldn't exist. I want to change this world, whether I'm a pirate or a marine doesn't matter. All I care about is dragging down those bastards on the red line. Garararara, I'm growing fonder of you by the minute, Jake. No matter what identity you take in the future, if you ever face an insurmountable obstacle, I'll always have your back. Garararara, as for payment, just treat me to a few more rounds of good booze. Deal. With that, Jake raised his fist, bumping it against Whitebeard's massive one. The two shared a knowing smile. Nearby, Marco clamored to fist bump Whitebeard too. Monet carefully prepared clothes for Jake. Since they were heading to Sky Island, the high altitude would surely be freezing. Unlike these pirates, Jake would definitely feel the cold. As a snow fruit user, Monet has immunity to the cold, but she didn't want Jake to freeze. Watching Monet fuss over the clothes, Marco teased him. Jake, the warmest thing in this world is having someone worry about whether you're cold. You better cherish Monet properly. If you ever hurt her, none of us on this ship will let you off easy. Hearing Marco's words, Jake chuckled and replied, I've heard that line many times back at Marine headquarters. Seems like if I ever get chased by both the Marines and pirates at the same time, it'll be because I broke Monet's heart. Garararara. Laughter echoed across the Moby Dick. Whitebeard watched the scene, feeling his long dormant heart stir with excitement once more. This was the thrill of adventure. Their journey continued, and soon they arrived at Mock Town. However, the Moby Dick was far too massive for the small port, so under Jake's direction, they sailed to the other side of the island, where the diamond-faced man, a descendant of Norland, resided. At that moment, the man was diving underwater, searching for treasures that could prove the existence of the City of Gold. But suddenly, the sea darkened above him. Instinctively, he looked up and saw an enormous ship unlike any he had ever seen before. Fearing that the ship's anchor might crush him, the diamond-faced man quickly surfaced. Due to the angle, he couldn't see the massive Whitebeard flag. Keeping a safe distance, he shouted at the crew. Hey, don't dock here, there's reefs below. It's high tide now, so you haven't hit anything, but when the tide goes out at night, your ship will be damaged. A ship this big should sail a few hundred meters to the left and anchor in the deep waters there. Hearing the man's warning, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Garararara, much appreciated, we'll be sure to reward you. Busy sorting through gold, the diamond-faced man barely registered the strange laugh, replying flatly. No need for rewards, the best payment would be for you to leave quickly. I don't like crowds. About 10 minutes later, after the Moby Dick was properly anchored, the crew swaggered ashore like a band of rowdy pirates, marching straight to the diamond-faced man's home. Whoa, what a huge castle, this guy must be filthy rich. Marco couldn't help but exclaim at the extravagant-looking structure. But Whitebeard bonked him on the head and said, Idiot, can't you tell that's just a facade? Listening to Whitebeard's words, Marco finally noticed that it was just a standee. He didn't have the habit of keeping his observation hockey active at all times, especially when beside Whitebeard, there was simply no need, which was why he'd mistaken it. Just then, the diamond-faced man slowly addressed the group while lighting his cigarette with bowed head. If you head that way from here, you'll reach town soon enough. But our town isn't exactly a good place. It's called Mock Town, though it really should have been named Devil Town. It's full of pirates and violent types, so be careful if you go there. Of course, if you're thinking of robbing me, you might want to consider how I've managed to live here alone for so long. The diamond-faced man's words were thorough. Not only did he give directions, but he also warned them about the dangers in town while subtly hinting at his own strength to make them wary. However, the next moment, his entire face froze as hearty laughter rang out. Garararara, what an interesting brat, thanks for the warning earlier. Though we're pirates, we always keep our promises. As Whitebeard spoke, he called out to Marco beside him. Hey, Marco, lend me 200,000 berries and pass them to that kid. Consider this our payment. Hearing this, Marco replied reluctantly. Pops, of course you'd ask me again. TCH, I know you won't pay me back, but whatever. The diamond-faced man stared blankly at the iconic crescent-shaped white mustache, the towering figure and the infamous pirates behind him, all recognizable from bounty posters. He didn't take the berries Marco offered. His cigarette fell to the ground in shock as he muttered. Whitebeard Pirates, why you're Whitebeard. His voice turned unexpectedly shrill, clashing bizarrely with his rugged appearance. Seeing his expression, Whitebeard simply laughed and nodded. C-125,125. In Cricket's home, he trembled slightly as he looked at the group of pirates before him, his hands shaking while pouring wine. Why would the world's strongest pirate crew come here? An ordinary island resident wouldn't even dream of encountering the world's top pirates. Bizarre thoughts exploded in his mind. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh repeatedly. The pain and clear faces confirmed this wasn't an illusion. Noticing Cricket's expression, Whitebeard reassured him. Don't worry kid, we're just here to gather information about Sky Island. Of course, it'd be great if you know anything. At these words, most of Cricket's fear instantly dissipated. In fact, it was completely overwhelmed by another emotion, hope and gratitude. He stopped pouring wine, even forgetting to smoke, simply staring at Whitebeard before saying. You you also believe that Sky Island truly exists in this world. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard burst into laughter, his hearty mirth devoid of any trace of mockery. Gararara, that place even has fixed routes, the apex of the west is the path to Sky Island. You can also reach it by riding the Knock-Up Stream. The Roger Pirates went there over a decade ago. Later, he even boasted to me about Sky Island's beautiful scenery and claimed he saw the legendary city of gold, Shandora. How could such a place not exist? As Whitebeard spoke, Cricket's tears began to fall. In that moment, all the grievances and ridicule he had endured over the years seemed to vanish like smoke. He smiled, yet hot tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Looking at Whitebeard, his laughter was tinged with a sob. So that's how it is. Shandora was on Sky Island all along. My ancestors weren't liars. Sky Island, it really exists. Cricket's tears left the Whitebeard pirates stunned. After Cricket shared his entire story with them, they all wept as they gazed at the small golden bell he pulled from his backpack. Tears and campfire light reflected brilliantly under the quiet night sky. Even Whitebeard's eyes reddened. He looked at Cricket, then at Jake, and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" To avoid revealing Jake's identity to the crowd, he was wearing a mask. Without hesitation, Jake replied with a smile, "Isn't it obvious? We'll ring the golden bell and let everyone here know that Sky Island is real." Jake's words ignited the atmosphere, pushing it to a boiling point. The pirates cheered, vowing to ascend to Sky Island the next day and ring the golden bell for Cricket's sake. That night passed in a blend of alcohol and tears. Laughter, campfires, promises, adventure, everything intertwined, becoming the pirates' shared dream and journey. The next day, Cricket informed everyone that the Knock-Up Stream occurred 5 times a month, with the next one arriving at noon the following day. Before heading to Sky Island, they decided to restock their ship's supplies by visiting Mocktown for provisions. To avoid unnecessary commotion, Whitebeard took only a few with him, Marco, Jake, and Monet, as they walked through the streets. They encountered none of the bullying or discrimination Cricket had described, though this was hardly surprising. In this world, no one capable of bullying Whitebeard had yet been born. The moment the townspeople laid eyes on Whitebeard, they froze in place. Staring at the legendary pirate who seemed to exist only on wanted posters, the entire town fell into stunned silence. Some even slapped themselves twice to check if they were dreaming. After all, this was the man spoken of in the same breath as the Pirate King Roger, a living legend. Along the way, wherever the group went, everyone fell into stunned silence, frozen in place. When they tried to buy things, the merchants were too shocked to even name a price. Whitebeard found this rather frustrating. He just wanted to reminisce about the old days of adventure, but the reactions of the people along the way made him feel somewhat constrained. At that moment, inside the tavern, Bellamy, who had recently been subdued by Doflamingo, and his crew were chatting about something. None of them noticed what was happening outside, too busy laughing and mocking a man kneeling on the ground. Bellamy's raspy, mocking voice rang out as he addressed the kneeling man. "Hey, you bastard, you actually believe in the One Piece and Sky Island, huh? Ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. My greatest joy is mocking idiots like you with your delusions. Hey, just say the words, that the One Piece and Sky Island don't exist, and this whole bag of gold coins is yours." With a heavy thud, the coin pouch hit the ground, but the elderly man kneeling made no move to take it. Instead, he pushed the pouch away with his hand. Then, lifting his head, he spoke to Bellamy with solemn determination. "The One Piece and Sky Island are my dreams. A man's dreams should never be mocked by anyone. Even if you offered 10 times the gold, I would never deny my dreams. They are my soul and my faith, not something that can be measured by mere coins. Don't underestimate me, you brat." The old man's response stunned everyone present. Bellamy burst into laughter, turning to Sarkis beside him. "Looks like today's entertainment ends here. What a stubborn old fool." Sarkis, with an arm around a scantily clad woman, chuckled softly. "Hee, seems like the tavern's gonna have one more headless corpse today, an old one at that. Don't kick him too hard, or blood'll splatter everywhere." Bellamy grinned in reply. Of course. The next moment, Bellamy's right leg coiled like a spring before launching forward at a speed the old pirate couldn't possibly follow. Just as his kick was about to connect, a blaze of blue-green flames erupted, accompanied by a voice seething with barely contained fury. "Hey, tell me, does mocking others' dreams really bring you that much joy?" See 126,126. The blue-green flames illuminated the entire tavern, casting its dim interior in stark light. Bellamy glared at the man who had intercepted his attack, his expression darkening. "Hey, who the hell are you, some third-rate pirate? Meddling in other people's business, only brainless pirates pull that kind of stunt." The flames obscured the Whitebeard Pirates insignia on Marco's chest, leading Bellamy to spout these laughable words. "A third-rate pirate, kid, you might want to open your eyes wider before you run your mouth. Huh, you bastard, do you know I'm already due? Why Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division Commander? Marco the Phoenix." The azure flames dissipated, and before Bellamy could finish his sentence, he saw the terrifying emblem that no one in the entire pirate world could possibly fail to recognize. "To someone like you, I must seem like a third-rate pirate, right? And no, that's not what I meant." After realizing who stood before him, Bellamy's legs nearly gave out. The man before him was the vice captain of the world's strongest pirate crew. Essentially the right-hand man of this era's pirate king. Even though he'd latched onto Doflamingo's coattails, when facing such a presence, not only would he himself be terrified, even Doflamingo would likely tremble in fear. And if Doflamingo found out he'd offended someone of this caliber, there was no doubt he'd be offered up as an apology gift. His head used to appease Whitebeard's wrath. Faced with a life or death situation, Bellamy abandoned all pirate pride, immediately dropping to his knees and prostrating himself before Marco, begging for mercy. My deepest apologies. I'm so sorry for not recognizing you immediately. He'd practically lost the ability to speak coherently, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. The floor soon cracked under the force of his forehead strikes, blood splattering from the wounds. Marco paid Bellamy no mind, simply helping the old man behind him to his feet before saying with a smile. You all right? That's quite a grand dream you've got there. Keep chasing it. Pops always said the One Piece is real, you know, and right now, we're heading to Sky Island to find the City of Gold. A man's dreams, they never end. Wouldn't you agree? The old man was now weeping uncontrollably. Through his tears, he stared at Marco, at the Whitebeard tattoo over his heart, and asked between sobs and laughter. Did Whitebeard really say that? And you're really going to Sky Island? Before Marco could answer, a booming laugh rang out, seeming to dispel all the gloom that had settled over Mock Town. Garararara. Every word Marco just said came straight from my mouth. As the door swung open, an enormous figure slowly entered. When the crowd saw who it was, nearly every heart in the room skipped a beat. Eyes bulged as if trying to escape their sockets, snot and saliva spraying uncontrollably. Whitebeard. Everyone stood frozen, convinced they must be dreaming. Seeing the world's strongest man in this backwater town, surely this was just drunken hallucination. Some began slapping themselves to confirm they were awake, while others splashed liquor on their faces. Observing the increasingly delirious crowd, Whitebeard simply chuckled. Bellamy and his crew, however, had already been scared out of their wits at the sight of the entering legend. Bellamy's jaw hung slack, his throat producing only wheezing sounds. His eyes had begun rolling back, his brain's last defense against overwhelming terror. Whitebeard ordered the largest barrel of beer from the bartender. After taking several massive gulps, he surveyed the room and spoke slowly. Those who mock others' dreams are worse than third-rate pirates in my eyes. Garararara. Sailing on this vast ocean without even a dream, what legacy could you possibly leave behind? With that, Whitebeard strode straight toward the door. Before leaving, he turned to look at Bellamy inside the tavern and said, Kid, Sky Island is real. I'll ring that golden bell in the sky, so you better look forward to it. Garararara. With that, Whitebeard's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Just as Marco was about to leave, the tavern owner suddenly seemed to have a brain lapse and instinctively blurted out to Marco. Whitebeard didn't pay for that barrel of beer just now. The moment the words left his mouth, the owner immediately covered it, realizing he'd said the wrong thing, but it was too late. As everyone looked at Marco's darkened expression and began mourning the owner's impending fate, Marco pulled out a stack of berries from his pocket and sighed helplessly. Figures. I knew if the old man came here to drink, I'd end up paying. Here's the money, keep the change as his medical expenses. Oh, and this guy, don't let him and his crew into this tavern anymore. What right do people without dreams have to enter a tavern called Dreams? With that, Marco lifted his leg and sent Bellamy flying. Jake and Monet, who were currently by Whitebeard's side, watched this scene unfold, each lost in their own thoughts. The next day, after the Moby Dick was fully stocked with food and supplies, it charged straight toward the deepest whirlpool in the ocean. A massive sea king emerged from the depths, attempting to swallow the Moby Dick whole. Just as the division commanders were about to act, Whitebeard burst into laughter. He rushed to the front and shouted, Garararara, this adventure is my show. How could I let you steal the captain's spotlight? In the next instant, his fist was wrapped in pale white ripples. With a sound like shattering glass, the nearly 500 to 600 meter long Sea King was instantly reduced to minced meat. Even the whirlpool nearly collapsed under the force of Whitebeard's attack. Old man, control your strength. You almost destroyed the knock-up stream. But before Marco's complaint could fully land, the ship was suddenly propelled skyward by a terrifying force. Jake stood firm, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the sky, while behind him, Monet wore a resigned expression. As the ship ascended, Monet had already created protective ice walls to prevent anyone from falling. Jake had 5 or 6 beneath his feet alone. Why wasn't Jake looking down? Simple. Jake was afraid of heights. See 127,127. The knock-up stream, originating from the ocean's deepest depths, formed a direct aerial route to Sky Island. As the Moby Dick rapidly ascended, Whitebeard's face broke into an expression of pure exhilaration. This was the feeling, his heart racing, breath quickening, the world seeming to slow around him, an uncontrollable surge of excitement. This was the thrill of adventure. After their initial panic, the pirates aboard the Moby Dick watched their ship soar higher and higher, erupting into wild cheers. They were pirates who had weathered countless storms, so when faced with a scene that would terrify ordinary pirates into fainting, what showed on them was excitement instead. Marco gazed at the clouds that seemed almost within reach and shouted with a laugh. Pops, this is my first time having such a thrilling experience. It's completely different from flying with my devil fruit powers. Garararara. Don't get too carried away, Marco. Even though we're high up, there's seawater everywhere, be careful not to get caught in the currents. Don't worry, Pops, I know what I'm doing. Many of the pirates gradually overcame their initial fear and began to grow excited. They started moving away from the ice walls, eager to take in the breathtaking scenery. But just then, Jake's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, stay close to the ice walls. The knock-up stream's momentum is weakening. We'll need to use some unconventional methods to accelerate. Before anyone could react to Jake's words, they saw a dense wave of pale golden energy emanating from his body. It was as if light itself had materialized. The entire deck of the Moby Dick was now bathed in a soft, golden glow. Holy light protection. As a shell-like radiance enveloped the entire Moby Dick, Whitebeard couldn't suppress a grin. Garararara. Jake, make sure you hold it steady. The moment Jake encased the Moby Dick in his power, Whitebeard already knew what he was planning. If the stream's force weakened, they'd create their own momentum. The next instant, Whitebeard leapt onto the deck. Before he could act, Jake's voice called out again from behind. Blessing of protection. A faint blue aura gently settled over Whitebeard's chest, and he suddenly felt as if his body had regained some of its youth. How many years had it been since he'd experienced such lightness? For a moment, Whitebeard was lost in thought, until Jake's shout snapped him back. Whitebeard, it's all up to you now. Charge. Our target. The White Sea, 10,000 meters above. Of course, I'm Whitebeard after all. Garararara. The next moment, Whitebeard stood at the ship's bow, clenched his fist, and as pale ripples formed around his hand, he threw a mighty punch, just like Garp had done when saving Koby. The Moby Dick surged forward, leaping towards the sky. Jake didn't possess Nami's terrifying navigational skills, but he had resources the Going Merry could never match. With Whitebeard around, as long as he wasn't exhausted, reaching the 10,000-meter high White Sea was nothing. If there was air, he could even launch them all the way to the space. Amid the cheers of the crew, the Whitebeard Pirates arrived at the White Sea, 10,000 meters above the Blue Sea, in just 1 hour and 37 minutes. Staring at the dreamlike scenery around them, even Monet couldn't help but gasp in awe. She reached out her hand, trying to touch the clouds drifting nearby. Jake watched Monet while reaching out to touch the pristine white clouds himself. The texture was somewhat similar to a cat's belly, but with an added coolness and dampness, and it was surprisingly weightless. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all momentarily stunned as they gazed at the vast expanse of white clouds. Even Whitebeard was no exception. He looked around, a slow smile spreading across his lips before he boomed. Garararara. This is truly unexpected. No wonder that bastard Roger kept bragging about the scenery of Sky Island whenever we drank. It really is breathtaking. Hey, old man, I caught a super big, super ugly fish. Before Whitebeard could finish reminiscing, Marco's voice rang out, accompanied by the splash of a massive fish that smacked water droplets all over his face. The smell from the fish wasn't fragrant. Instead, it carried a strong, fishy stench. Whitebeard looked at Marco and lightly knocked him on the head. You idiot son, throwing a fish right into your old man's face. Noticing the red fish tail imprint on Whitebeard's face, Marco laughed apologetically and asked with a grin. See, old man, Sky Island has its own unique species too. Wanna try how it tastes? As Marco posed the question, the commander of the 4th Division, Thatch, stepped forward. Holding a pair of scissors, he declared confidently. Leave it to me, Pops. No matter the ingredient, I'll turn it into the most delicious dish. The next moment, under the eager gazes of everyone, Thatch plunged his knife into the fish's belly. With a loud pop, the fish exploded like a balloon. Fish meat and bones flew everywhere, splattering onto everyone as they stared wide-eyed in shock. Fortunately, Jake remembered the original plot. As Thatch went to cut the fish, he quietly pulled Monet aside to avoid the mess. Thus, they escaped being drenched in fish scraps. The crew burst into laughter at Thatch's mishap, none of them angry, especially Whitebeard, who was doubled over with laughter, the red mark still on his face and fish meat clinging to him. Watching the scene, Monet softly asked Jake, Jake, these people, they seem very different from the pirates we imagined. To this, Jake simply replied, for them, I'd rather call them adventurers than pirates. After the playful chaos, the crew slowly sailed towards Sky Island, guided by the markers. Along the way, Jake even caught a turbo shrimp, which pulled the Moby Dick swiftly toward the island's interior. He knew exactly where Shandora was, but this time, he wasn't just after gold. What he truly sought was that fruit. The Rumble fruit, C-128,128. The Rumble fruit was hailed as the most powerful Logia-type devil fruit. Previously, Jake had refrained from pursuing it for 2 reasons. First, he was still with the Marines. Without a valid justification, he couldn't convince Zephyr to take the risk of bringing him to Sky Island. Even if they had gone through official channels, there was no guarantee they'd encounter the Rumble fruit. Second, once they entered Sky Island, Jake would never let go of the treasures in the City of Gold, whether it was the poneglyphs or the gold itself. These were things Jake desperately needed now or would need in the future. Letting them slip away would be nothing short of insanity. Setting off from the White Sea, they didn't encounter Gonfall, the Sky Knight. But that made sense. It was the year 1509 and Enel's arrival on Sky Island was still some time away. Jake planned to lead Whitebeard and the others to the City of Gold first, then set off to find the Rumble fruit. The ship drifted steadily across the White Sea, soon arriving before a grand gate inscribed with the words, God's Country. An elderly woman emerged, addressing them slowly. Pay 10 billion extol, our entry is forbidden. Hearing her words, Marco frowned slightly before asking, How much is 10 billion extol in berry? We're from the Blue Sea and aren't familiar with your currency here. 100,000 berry. Failure to pay will be treated as illegal entry, punishable by the divine soldiers. The old woman said nothing more, pulling out a camera-like shell from her pocket. She raised it, poised to take a photo at any moment. Marco hesitated, then glanced at Whitebeard, who simply smiled and nodded. Pay her. We're not the kind of low-class pirates who trample over rules. After Marco handed over the berry, the Moby Dick sailed onward under the guidance of a swift shrimp, heading towards Angel Island. The old woman counted the berry in her hands, watching the distant silhouette of the Moby Dick with faint confusion. Something about that pirate flag felt eerily familiar. She racked her brain, then suddenly froze mid-count. Her fingers trembled as she hurriedly knelt, pulling out a stack of old newspapers from a dusty drawer. The papers were years old, washed ashore by an upstream current long ago. Her gnarled hands unfolded the trembling pages, revealing a photo of Whitebeard in his youth. The headline blared, "The Three Legendary Pirates." Though the man she'd just seen looked slightly different from the photo, there was no mistaking that iconic white crescent mustache. Whitebeard, the man hailed by those of the Blue Sea as the strongest man in the world. Realizing who she'd just faced, the old woman stared blankly at the berries in her hands, scarcely believing she'd collected an entry fee from such a figure. Her heart pounded wildly, faster than during her worst cardiac episodes. Without hesitation, she grabbed the photo shell she'd taken of Whitebeard's crew, mounted her waver and sped toward God's Island, where Gonfall currently resided. Though that place had been engulfed in constant warfare over the years, making it extremely dangerous, the thought of Whitebeard, terrifyingly dubbed by the people of the Blue Sea as the man with the power to destroy the world, made her shudder. She then twisted the throttle wide open. Meanwhile, on the sacred island of Upper Yard, Gonfall stood surrounded by his people, gazing at the chief of the Shandians before speaking slowly. The Skypians and the Shandians should no longer continue to harm and fight each other. Upper Yard doesn't have to be a land only one race can set foot on. Whether it's Angel Island or Upper Yard, whether Skypians or Shandians, everyone should be free to walk upon this land. Gonfall wanted to end this centuries-long conflict, a decision he had made in his heart long before he became the god of Skypia. The endless war had brought nothing but pain and suffering to the people. However, the Shandians could not accept Gonfall's peace proposal. This land was rightfully theirs. They didn't need anyone's permission, nor did they desire any other territory in Skypia. They simply wanted to protect their homeland, nothing more. To the Shandians, Gonfall's peace proposal felt like an intruder barging into their home and declaring, "Your house shouldn't be so closed off, you should share the streets outside with the homeless." Who would ever accept such a thing? Yet the elderly Shandian chief remained silent. He looked at his war-torn people behind him, the children who had lost their fathers before they were even born, the warriors bearing the scars of battle, and took a deep breath. He decided to accept Gonfall's proposal. Seeing the old chief agree to a peaceful resolution, a faint smile appeared on Gonfall's face. To lighten the mood, he said to the Shandians with a chuckle, "I enjoy pumpkin soup." This was his attempt to find common ground with the Shandians. After all, pumpkins could only be grown on land, the island clouds of Skypia couldn't produce them. He hoped to bond over this shared interest and bridge the gap between them. But to the Shandians, his words carried a completely different meaning. You invade our land, then shamelessly flaunt the spoils of war in front of us. Though it was a misunderstanding, that single sentence instantly turned the once harmonious atmosphere tense with hostility. The hot-tempered Wiper, unable to contain his fury, charged at Gonfall with a bazooka on his shoulder, veins bulging across his body as he roared. "You hypocritical god, how dare you trample on our pride like this?" Seeing Wiper's sudden outburst, the already reluctant divine soldiers drew their weapons and attacked him. Just as another battle was about to erupt, a booming laugh cut through the tension. "Garararara, seems like war is unavoidable, even in the so-called land of gods. But for us, gold is the real prize. See 129,129. The sudden voice left everyone present stunned. Whether it was the Shandians filled with hatred or the wary divine soldiers, all wore expressions of utter astonishment as they turned towards the unexpected sound. The next moment, as the white sea clouds churned, the Moby Dick burst through the clouds. Under the exaggerated, wide-eyed gazes of the crowd, Whitebeard and his crew appeared in the midst of this solemn and tense meeting ground. "Who are you?" Gonfall's voice rang out. Before Whitebeard could respond, the voice of an old woman sounded from not far behind. "Gonfall-sama, those people, they are the most notorious pirates from the Blue Sea, known as the Emperors. Stay away from them." At the old woman's words, Gonfall and the others tensed. On the other side, Wiper and his group, though technically also originated from the Blue Sea, had long since lost any sense of identity with it after so many years living on Sky Island. Thus, they held no particular goodwill towards the Whitebeard Pirates, a group of Blue Sea natives. Only the old chieftain remained different. As he looked at Whitebeard, a familiar face suddenly flashed in his mind, a man he had never met but whose boldness reminded him of the great warriors of legend. That man was Roger. He had once told him that in the Blue Sea, he had a friend, and also a rival, who bore a distinctive feature, a crescent-shaped white beard. At this thought, an inexplicable sense of kinship welled up in him as he gazed at the man before him. But before he could speak, both the Shandians and the divine soldiers launched simultaneous attacks against the Whitebeard Pirates. Faced with the assault, the crew members aboard the Moby Dick remained unmoved. Their eyes fixed on the towering figure before them, their hearts filled with a sense of security that nothing else could provide. Yet this time, Whitebeard did not act. Instead, it was Jake who stepped forward. Watching Jake slowly emerge from behind him, Whitebeard laughed heartily. How rare. You're actually taking the initiative to fight. Did being cooped up below deck drive you mad? Gararara. After all, the Marine's future mingling with pirates, now that's a damn disgrace. Jake nodded slightly, acknowledging Whitebeard's words. His reason for acting here wasn't just to show off in front of these people, it was to win the favor of both the divine soldiers and the Shandians. His abilities were unique. Combined with Sky Island's culture of faith, he could very well manipulate these Doomba, less educated individuals into complete submission. Once he gained their trust, Sky Island would become the perfect place to stash his personal assets. Impact dials, reject dials, flame dials, flavor dials, all manner of attacks were unleashed from the shells. In an instant, Jake's vision was filled with a barrage of bizarre assaults. The voices of the old chieftain and Gonfall rang out simultaneously. Stop, X2, but by the time they spoke, it was already too late. The attacks had already blanketed the entire ground. As the smell of charred flesh filled the air, the old chieftain of Shandia wore a troubled expression. He understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of the Blue Sea Dwellers. An attack of this caliber could never kill them. On the contrary, it would only enrage them further. And one must remember, the man standing before them was none other than the one Roger himself had called his lifelong rival. The chieftain had been briefly fortunate enough to witness Roger's power over a decade ago. That slash, one that seemed capable of splitting the world, had left a mark on the old chieftain's memory, a recollection he could never forget. Even a true deity would likely avoid the brunt of such an attack, lest they be severed in two. Gonfall, his face filled with anger, reprimanded his divine soldiers. You fools, did I order you to attack? Every one of you who launched an attack will answer to me personally when we return. But the next moment, as a somewhat youthful voice rang out, everyone froze in place. Holy light protection, a shield covered in a sacred golden glow appeared, effortlessly blocking all their attacks. As for Jake inside the barrier, not only was he unharmed, but even the hem of his clothes remained untouched. The onlookers were utterly astounded, unable to put their shock into words. In their understanding, even their god couldn't completely withstand the attacks from those dials. They were absolute killing moves and no creature in the world should be able to resist such power. Yet the scene before them forced them to acknowledge that their proud dial attacks were laughable in comparison. It was like a child trying to arm wrestle an adult. The two elders watching this scene nodded knowingly, their expressions saying, as expected. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard Pirates cheered. Way to go, Jake. Show them what you've got. Ha ha ha, Jake, your ability is as dazzling as ever. Damn, what an enviable power. Jake, however, remained silent. He simply raised his head to look at the two elders, his calm demeanor radiating immense pressure. The elderly chief of the Shandians spoke first. The earlier incident was our mistake. If you seek retribution, we won't shy away from responsibility. Not to be outdone, Gonfall added softly. The same goes for my divine soldiers. I'm willing to bear your punishment on their behalf. Jake was quite satisfied with the elders' responses. He didn't actually need them to pay any price. What he needed was simply an opportunity for both sides to save face, and a chance to demonstrate his power. His black eyes gradually turned pale gold as he gazed at them. Behind him, bright yet gentle holy light began to manifest, with pure white feathers slowly descending from above. Before touching the ground, they dissolved into golden specks of light. Even more astonishingly, a religious song echoed in everyone's ears and a serene calmness accompanied the light, touching every heart present. Their expressions shifted from initial wariness to astonishment, then finally to something akin to religious reverence. Then something even more shocking occurred. Jake slowly raised his hand and golden light shimmered into existence. C-130,130. The golden radiance filled everyone's vision. Though they instinctively wanted to shield their eyes from the sudden brightness, the light was so gentle and warm that they couldn't bring themselves to block it. The next moment, whether it was the Shandians or the Sky Islanders, they all looked at Jake, then at their companions and family members whose wounds were visibly healed at an astonishing speed before their eyes. The gashes that had split their skin now seemed to reverse time. Within mere seconds, the injuries were completely healed, without even a trace of a scar left behind. An elderly man who had been on the verge of death, after being bathed in the holy light, saw his pale face gradually regain color and vitality. His life force slowly returned and the beating of his heart grew strong once more. Someone who had been bedridden due to illness, under the holy light's purification, found the sickness expelled from their body. Trembling, they slowly stepped down from the bed, tears streaming down their face. Pain, wounds, suffering, under the radiance of that light, it was as if they had encountered a blazing fire in the darkness, vanishing into ashes in an instant. At the same time, the luminous wings behind Jake expanded to their fullest, golden light and feathers stretching out from his back. Against the backdrop of the clouds surrounding Sky Island, he appeared like a true deity. Witnessing this scene, nearly everyone on both sides instinctively fell to their knees. If there was a god, then at this moment, it could be no one but Jake. As the crowd knelt, whether it was the elder of the Shandians or Gonfall, who commanded the divine soldiers, they all stood frozen, momentarily unsure of what to do. Even Wiper, the most hot-tempered among them, softened his stance after personally witnessing Jake's miraculous act. He shouted at him, I don't know how you did this, but thank you for saving so many of my people. However, if you also want to end this war, there's no other choice but to make those damned Skypians leave this place. Even if it means death, I won't take a single step back. Wiper's voice wasn't loud, but it was firm. Jake's pale golden eyes fixed on him, giving Wiper an overwhelming sense of pressure. After all, infused with the holy light, Jake's appearance bore little difference from that of a god. I'm not here to end the war. My only purpose in coming is for the gold within the City of Gold. Hearing Jake's words, both the Sky Islanders and the Shandians let out a sigh of relief. To them, the pressure Jake exuded was far too intense. No matter which side he stood on, it wouldn't be an outcome they wished to see. But upon hearing that the place he sought was the City of Gold, even the elder of the Shandians was momentarily stunned. He shook his head gently at Jake and said, The City of Gold, it has been lost for a very, very long time. In the prolonged war with the Skypians, that legendary land has faded into the dust of history. If you wish to search for it, we won't stand in your way. Though Wiper was displeased at the idea of outsiders entering the Shandians' sacred territory, given that Jake had saved so many of their people, he chose to remain silent. Thus, under the watchful eyes of both sides, Whitebeard and his entourage marched grandly towards the heart of the sacred island. Meanwhile, the divine soldiers and the Shandians glared at each other, poised to launch their attacks the moment Whitebeard and his crew departed. But then, just as they were about to leave, Whitebeard suddenly stopped. He turned to Jake and laughed heartily. Garararara, kid, I'm feeling a bit tired. This Sky Island really makes it hard to breathe. I'll wait here for your return. As he spoke, his booming laughter shook the skies, causing the surrounding clouds to tremble and tilt. Amid the rolling clouds, everyone struggled to keep their footing, both Shandians and divine soldiers tumbled to the ground. Jake looked at Whitebeard, understanding his intention. The Skypians and Shandians would undoubtedly clash once they left. Though it had little to do with them, Whitebeard would never stand idly by. He was less than a pirate and more like a true hero. The terrifying spectacle froze everyone in place. They stared at the towering clouds overhead and the colossal man seated between the two factions. None dared move in his presence, his mere sitting form exuded an overwhelming, mountain-like pressure. Seeing this, Jake nodded and proceeded deeper into Sky Island with the remaining Whitebeard pirates. In the original story, the City of Gold lay hidden beneath the ruins of the Divine Trials, buried within the island's clouds. Since Enel hadn't arrived yet, the gold remained untouched. The beasts lurking in the forest might have posed a threat to the early Straw Hat crew, but to the Whitebeard pirates, they were no more troublesome than stray dogs, easily dealt with. They soon located the ruins. However, as they approached, Jake spotted a vaguely familiar figure. Long earlobes dangling to his chest, a slender frame, and a faint smirk of disdain. The man eyed Jake and the others mockingly. So, you're the ones trying to steal my treasure, aren't you? Marco glanced at Enel, puzzled. Your treasure, correct. From this day forth, all ruins here belong to me, God Enel. If you swear allegiance now, I may mercifully spare your lives. At Enel's declaration, Marco's lips twitched slightly. Ignoring him, he continued towards the City of Gold. Enel sighed regretfully and raised a finger. A dazzling azure current crackled in his palm before a bolt of lightning, several meters thick, struck Marco from the sky. Without bothering to glance at the explosion, Enel calmly addressed the Whitebeard pirates, smiling faintly. Submit, or perish. C-131,131. Ever since consuming that strange fruit, Enel had been astonished to discover that he seemed to have become the embodiment of nature's lightning. After familiarizing himself with his newfound power, he didn't hesitate. His first act was to annihilate Burka, where he had grown up. The reason was simple, he was the only villager without wings and from childhood, he had endured relentless bullying. That was why, upon gaining power, he didn't hesitate to wipe out the entire island. He didn't care whether there were innocents among them. In his eyes, if no one had stood up for him when he was being tormented, then no one was innocent. After that, Enel heard about the legendary Verth in Skypia, a land said to be as vast as the heavens. For someone who proclaimed himself a god, such a place was something he would never allow others to possess. Driven by this conviction, he journeyed from Burka to Upper Yard. Along the way, whether he encountered the colossal beasts of the White Sea or so-called mighty warriors, none could withstand even a casual strike from him. It was during this unstoppable conquest that Enel solidified his belief in his own divinity. The dazzling glow of lightning still flickered behind him as Enel smirked. He knew full well that the frail-looking man from earlier had likely been reduced to nothing, not even bones remained under his attack. Now, what he wanted to savor was the terror in the eyes of that man's companions as they looked upon him. But when he slowly opened his eyes, what he saw was completely different from what he had imagined. The pirates with strange tattoos on their bodies showed not a trace of fear. Instead, they regarded his attack with nothing more than mild curiosity, as if observing some unfamiliar creature. There was not the slightest reverence befitting a god. This filled Enel with rage, but also confusion. Had his attack stunned them into stupidity? Why weren't they mourning their comrade's death? Or were they not even comrades to begin with? However, his confusion was soon dispelled when a slightly annoyed voice rang out from behind him. Hey, you've got some nerve, attacking people with lightning the moment you see them. TCH, my clothes are all singed now. How are you gonna make up for that? Marco spoke flatly as he stepped up beside Enel, resting a hand on his shoulder with a faintly displeased expression. Enel's heart wavered at Marco's reaction. This was the first time his ability had failed to produce the intended effect. Impossible. His attack had clearly struck this man, so why was he standing there completely unharmed? The scorch marks on his clothes proved that the attack had landed. It must have been that his attack wasn't strong enough. With this thought, Enel forced himself to remain composed and said, "It seems the sudden mercy I showed earlier allowed you to narrowly escape death's grasp. Then let me show you what true divine power really is." As he spoke, Enel's entire body erupted with electric arcs countless times more intense than before. Raising his hand towards Marco's direction, he lightly swung his arm and declared, "You failed to seize the last chance I offered you. Now turn to ashes here." A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, shaking the entire ground. The skies seemed to lose all color at that moment, leaving only black and white. But what pained Enel was that those seemingly dim-witted pirates still wore expressions of utter indifference, looking at him like he was some circus monkey. Then something even more terrifying happened. Amidst the lightning, azure blue flames rose up, dyeing the entire sky in their hue. Marco's voice came through, tinged with anger. "Honestly, though Pops told me not to cause trouble, you're really pissing me off." Phoenix brand. While speaking, Marco directly raised his left leg and launched a kick straight at Enel. Seeing this, Enel's frightened expression shifted to one of confidence. Smirking at Marco, he said, "Foolish mortal, I am a god, your pathetic attacks can't possibly affect me." This time, not just Marco but even the Whitebeard Pirates couldn't help bursting into laughter. PFF ha ha ha, does this guy not know about armament hockey? Just some Logia fruit user, yet he keeps calling himself a god. Must be brain damaged. Even our boy Jake doesn't claim to be divine. What a frog in a well. Whatever, let's show him what a real god looks like. Go on Jake, teach that guy a lesson. Before Enel could retort, he was sent flying by the kick. The impact felt like it nearly shattered his waist. His consciousness seemed to plunge into endless silence and darkness, his vision rapidly receding. He could neither see nor hear anything. Any sense of shame or pride vanished before that single kick. But what confused Enel most was, how could a mere physical attack hit him when he was literally the incarnation of lightning? Crashing into a rock, Enel became embedded in the stone. Marco, wreathed in azure flames, sighed. "Honestly, before spouting such nonsense, you should have traveled the world more. These waters are far vaster and more mysterious than you imagine. A mere Logia fruit is nowhere near enough to call yourself a god." Electric arcs flickered across Enel's chest as he struggled to lift his head, looking at Marco as if he wanted to say something. But at that moment, Jake slowly stepped forward, golden light shimmering behind him. He spoke softly to Enel. "If you truly are a god, then there should be a duel between us. Marco, if possible, why don't you all head into the City of Gold first? I'll handle this guy here." C-132,132. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates showed no trace of concern upon hearing Jake's words. They simply laughed and said, "Oh, rare to see you so fired up for a fight, Jake. Ha ha ha, must be because of that lil god devil fruit, right? Well then, we'll leave this to you. Though I'm curious about your battle, as pirates, we're far more eager to see the City of Gold. So, see you later." Marco chuckled as he led the crew running towards the ruins below. Every Whitebeard Pirates who passed by Jake greeted him with cheerful smiles. Enel remained motionless where he stood, but through Jake's observation hockey, he could sense Enel continuously stimulating his own heart with electric shocks while constantly repairing his body. Jake didn't expose Enel's actions. To Jake, since Enel had consumed the rumble fruit, he absolutely had to die here. Devil fruits only reincarnate into nearby fruits after their user's death. This was an ancient ruin, and being on Sky Island, there were practically no fruits around. But Jake was different. He'd bought a large bag of apples back in Mocktown and carried them precisely to prevent such situations. As for whether killing Enel would weigh on Jake's conscience, clearly not. In the original story, Enel's crimes warranted death 10,000 times over. Whether it was his hometown Burka, slaughtering all the priests afterward, or attempting to destroy Angel Island with the Arc Maxim, Enel was undoubtedly a complete madman. Jake wouldn't feel an ounce of pity eliminating such a lunatic. Monet glanced at Jake and gave a slight nod. Instead of following the Whitebeard Pirates towards the City of Gold, she took 2 steps back. At that moment, veins bulged on Enel's forehead. His voice grew shrill with rage as he glared at Jake. "You bastard, daring to show off in front of a woman while fighting a god. Then I'll make you watch your beloved woman turn to ashes and charcoal under divine punishment." 30 million volt discharge. As Enel shouted, a terrifying electric bird materialized in the air, its crackling currents sounding like the creature's shrieks. Under Enel's command, the monstrous thunderbird charged straight towards Monet. The attack was so fast that it left almost no room to react. Watching the woman who was about to be electrocuted into charcoal, Enel's lips curled into a twisted smile. To him, killing her would surely devastate Jake's morale while also restoring some of the dignity he had lost after being kicked flying earlier. Just the thought of it made Enel feel a dull ache in his abdomen. Damn blue sea dweller. Once his body recovers, he'll definitely use his most powerful technique to turn that bastard pineapple head into charcoal with electricity. The current surged towards Monet, but in the next moment, Enel froze again. The smile on his face hadn't fully formed before it stiffened. The thunderbird he'd just released seemed to slow down drastically as it approached Monet. Both the intensity of the current and its speed toward Monet became extremely sluggish. Moreover, Enel made a terrifying discovery: he was gradually losing control over the Thunderbird. What the hell was happening? Enel's internal alarms blared. Having his attack blocked was one thing, but now he couldn't even control the Thunderbird. What kind of situation was this? The next moment, countless icy winds swept through. Within dozens of meters around Monet, thick snow began falling at an incredible rate. In barely a second, the Thunderbird that Enel had pinned his hopes on was completely buried beneath the snowstorm. Then, Enel kicked a pebble at his feet, sending it flying towards Monet. But Monet didn't dodge or evade. What happened next made Enel frown again. The divine phenomenon that should only occur with him was now manifesting on Monet as well. The pebble he'd kicked passed right through Monet's body, and the penetrated area slowly repaired itself in the form of swirling snowflakes. Seeing this, Enel was momentarily stunned before his face lit up with understanding. Oh ho, it seems you're like me, a divine existence. I am the incarnation of lightning, while you appear to be the incarnation of snow. Since we're both gods, you qualify to be my partner. Why don't we become companions right here? That way, we can. Before Enel could finish, Monet's expression turned frigid. She raised her hand, and hundreds of snow pillars several meters long materialized before her, each composed of compressed, steel-hard snowflakes. Disgusting creature, get lost. As Monet attacked Enel, she secretly glanced at Jake's reaction. Relieved to see he wasn't angry about the situation, she exhaled slightly. She didn't want Jake developing any misunderstandings because of that bastard's nonsense. Though, if Jake did get a little jealous, she might, just might, feel even happier. Facing Monet's assault, Enel merely sighed and said, "It seems I still have a long way to go." Then, his body dissolved into a flash of lightning, evading Monet's attack while simultaneously appearing behind Jake. Blue electric light gathered in his palm as he struck towards Jake's back. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. As Enel's voice rang out, a lightning dragon several meters long emerged from behind him. The thunderous serpent coiled around Enel's arm before charging straight towards Jake. Lightning erupted across Jake's body, and a faint smile appeared on Enel's lips. With this level of power, that blue sea dweller should be thoroughly dead by now, right? Enel took a deep breath, gazing at the lingering electrical glow before him, seemingly regaining his divine arrogance. C-133,133. However, having learned from previous failed attempts to electrocute Marco, Enel didn't dare be overconfident this time. He quickly turned to look at Monet, hoping to gauge the effectiveness of his attack from her expression. Unfortunately, Monet's face remained completely expressionless. She harbored not the slightest doubt that Jake could defeat Enel. After all, Jake had long mastered the power of lightning. How could he possibly die by it? With such unwavering confidence, Monet never once considered the possibility of Jake losing this battle. Every move Jake made, she interpreted as him toying with Enel. Seeing Monet's expression, a sense of unease crept into Enel's heart. His mantra was fully active, but the area struck by the lightning explosion was so saturated with energy that even he couldn't discern the exact situation within. But soon, Enel realized he didn't need to probe further, because Jake was already stepping out of the lightning unharmed. Far from being reduced to charcoal, Jake didn't even have a single tear in his clothes. Impossible. How could you possibly be unscathed after 60 million volts? That attack could even kill giant white sea fish hundreds of meters long. Jake couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction at Enel's disbelief. There was only one fundamental reason he could withstand Enel's attack. The passive skill from his priest class, Holy Light Infusion. Not only did it convert all of Jake's attacks into Holy Light attribute attacks, but it also increased his resistance by 20. On top of that, all his abnormal status resistances were boosted by an additional 5%. As a result, Enel's 60 million volts barely amounted to 45 million volts when striking Jake. Moreover, Jake had another crucial reason for daring to challenge Enel one-on-one. He had discovered that his thunder summoning could effectively absorb Enel's electrical attacks. As long as he had enough stamina, all of Enel's lightning-based assaults would be rendered useless. Jake had figured this out during his time on the Moby Dick, though not without getting electrocuted several times in the process. To ensure he could summon enough lightning when the time came, Jake had devoted nearly all his energy, outside of basic training, to mastering the thunder summoning. By the time they reached Sky Island, he had finally raised it to LV4. Thunder Summoning LV4, an amulet capable of summoning or absorbing lightning attacks with an approximate discharge of 10 million volts. In absorption mode, it reduces the user's stamina consumption by 60% and casting time by 75%. Upon reaching LV4, Jake looked at the almost ridiculously overpowered ability description and knew there was no way he could lose to Enel now. And indeed, that was exactly the case. Enel's 60 million volt Thunder Dragon earlier hadn't even scratched him. The moment he was attacked, Jake had summoned a full 12 thunder summoning amulets. These 12 amulets were more than enough to neutralize all of Enel's current attacks. Unless Enel used his 200 million volt discharge technique. But that was an extremely taxing ultimate move for Enel. Even if Jake chose to take it head-on, it wouldn't cause significant damage. First, with his 25% damage reduction, 200 million volts would effectively become 150 million. His amulets could neutralize 120 million of that, leaving only 30 million volts. With Armament Hockey and Holy Light Protection activated, the remaining discharge wouldn't even hurt much. Second, even if Enel could use 200 million volt discharge multiple times, Jake had plenty of healing prayers to spare. He could easily outlast Enel in a battle of endurance, an area where Jake had complete confidence in his superiority. These 2 points formed the foundation of Jake's absolute confidence in today's battle. Not giving Enel even a moment to react, Jake took advantage of his opponent's stunned confusion. His arm coated in jet black armament haki while a pale golden glow enveloped his body, he delivered a devastating punch to the same abdomen Marco had previously kicked. For Enel, who hadn't trained physically since obtaining the Rumble fruit, Jake's martial arts enhanced with armament haki was an unbearable level of attack. Just this single blow left Enel's head spinning. It felt as if both his consciousness and soul had been knocked out of his body by the impact. A metallic taste filled his throat as both stomach acid and blood sprayed from his mouth. But Enel knew better than anyone that falling into Jake's attack rhythm now would mean certain, humiliating defeat. Without hesitation, he used minor electric shocks to forcibly maintain his mental clarity and immediately unleashed his strongest currently available attack towards Jake. 200 million volt discharge. Rego. Terrifying currents manifested above Enel's head in an instant. All traces of his arrogance gone, he now resembled a wild beast as he headbutted the thunderball towards Jake. Seeing the incoming thunderball, Jake initially didn't want to take it directly. But this was precisely the most broken aspect of the Rumble fruit. Its attacks were virtually undodgeable, equivalent to every strike being one of Kizaru's light speed kicks, albeit without the same level of power. Realizing he couldn't evade the attack, Jake decisively activated Holy Light Protection and Armament Haki, immediately summoning 12 Thunder Summoning Amulets to shield himself. Yet even so, the sensation of millions of volts coursing through his body left his entire being numb. His whole body burned with searing pain, his clothes now slightly charred. But seeing Enel's disheveled state, Jake gritted his teeth and charged through the electric onslaught straight towards him. Right angle sword technique, Holy Light Phoenix. A lightsaber materialized in Jake's hand as he swung it directly at Enel's heart. A piercing avian shriek echoed. Enel felt his scalp tingle, every cell in his body screaming in resistance against death. C-134,134. Holy light energy flooded Enel's entire being in an instant. Though Enel was the embodiment of lightning itself, granting him high resistance to Holy Light's paralyzing effects, he remained completely vulnerable to its blinding and scorching properties. Moreover, having lived solely on Sky Island, Enel had no knowledge of armaments haki. When facing Jake's attack, he foolishly attempted to evade by turning into his elemental form. This miscalculation forced him to endure the full brunt of Jake's strike. Ah! An agonized scream tore from Enel's throat. The long-forgotten pain violently cleared the god complex fogging his mind. Under Jake's assault, Enel realized a terrifying truth: he wasn't an invincible deity. He could die, would die, by this damned blue sea dweller's hand. Had he not abandoned his elemental form the instant the blade touched his flesh, retreating several centimeters using the Rumble fruit's speed, Jake would have cleaved him in two. The specter of death lingered around him. That horrific image drenched Enel in cold sweat, his already pale skin now completely drained of color. Yet the twisted mentality forged through lifelong bullying refused retreat. Studying Jake's slightly charred body and smoldering clothes, Enel's lips stretched into a frenzied grin as if glimpsing victory. So, you're not immune to lightning after all. Ha 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 ha, you damned fool, daring to deceive a god. If 200 million volts can hurt you, his muscles twitched uncontrollably as manic laughter bubbled forth. Then prepare yourself for what comes next, blue sea rat. Though Enel threatened to bombard Jake with 200 million volt strikes, unleashing such power came at great cost, even for him. Excessive currents posed extreme danger to his own flesh. Excessively powerful electrical currents not only drain Enel's stamina significantly but also require him to maintain considerable focus on his own body. But to secure victory, Enel was willing to pay any price. He had to kill Jake here, otherwise, Jake would become a demon in his heart. Even as a god, he would never escape the shadow of this day. And a god could not afford such a stain. 200 million volts, twin thunder dragons. Enel grinned savagely at Jake as he struck the drums behind him. Two colossal thunder dragon heads emerged from his back, instantly filling the surrounding space with dense, crackling electricity. Azure blue arcs scattered wildly and even the slightest collision caused nearby trees to explode and ignite. Witnessing this, Monet's expression grew grave. The sheer destructive force made her worry for Jake's safety. Though she never doubted his eventual victory, she didn't want him to win at a terrible cost. Her fingers twisted together unconsciously as she stared at Jake, her eyes brimming with concern. The twin thunder dragons fixed their gaze on Jake, their piercing electric hums like the calls of death. Yet Jake didn't retreat an inch. At this moment, the best way to win was to press close to Enel, forcing him into a frantic struggle. Falling back would only give Enel more breathing room and casting space, a truly foolish move. Against a mage like this, the best tactic was close quarters combat, beating them until they were drenched in sweat, unable to cast even the simplest spells. Holy light surged from Jake's palm and in less than a second, a radiant spear nearly 2 meters long materialized in his grasp. Activating his haki, he hurled it straight at Enel. Though the Rumble fruit enhanced observation haki, the effect was limited to expanding its range, not precision. In this environment, where chaotic currents ran rampant, it offered almost no help in accuracy. Meanwhile, Jake's observation haki had long since reached level 2. This was precisely why Enel's once proud evasion ability proved utterly useless against him. Watching the spear hurtle towards him, fear flickered in Enel's eyes. Earlier in the battle, he had already realized in horror that his mantra, his usual advantage, was completely nullified against Jake. In fact, the tables had turned. Where he once toyed with others using mantra, now he was the one being toyed with. Closing his eyes, Enel desperately sought a way to dodge. But a second later, his eyes snapped open as the thunder dragons behind him lunged forward, intercepting the spear. I can't evade it. In just a second, Enel came to terms with reality. The golden spear attack had sealed off all his escape routes, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. No matter where he went, he would be struck. Because of this, Enel didn't hesitate for even a moment. Choosing to have his thunder dragons devour the light spears, he simultaneously launched a counterattack against Jake. The thunder dragons roared, swallowing the golden spears Jake had unleashed in an instant, then continued their relentless charge toward him. Standing in place, beads of cold sweat formed on Enel's forehead. This was the first time he had simultaneously controlled two thunder dragons of 200 million volts each. Splitting his focus was still somewhat difficult for him, one misstep, and he could suffer backlash. Yet, as he watched the two intertwined thunder dragons surge towards Jake, Enel let out a small sigh of relief. If he could just maintain this, he could keep his distance while slowly wear Jake down to death. But in the next moment, Enel's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. C-135,135. Faced with two thunder dragons of over 200 million volts, Jake showed not the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, a faint white barrier shimmered around his body as he charged straight through the lightning, rapidly closing the distance between them. Damn it, what the hell is up with this guy? The thunder dragons intertwined, and the terrifying voltage they unleashed in an instant drained all color from the surrounding space. Everything in the vicinity was obliterated, yet the man standing at the center of this storm of lightning remained unharmed, still advancing towards him. Step by step, as the distance between them shrank, Enel's composure shattered. He had never possessed the mentality of a true warrior, having spent his entire life crushing weaker opponents. Faced with an adversary who matched him blow for blow, his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Damn it, why isn't it working, you wretched blue sea bastard, just die already. Discharge, discharge, discharge. Enel screamed hysterically, pouring even more electricity into his assault. In truth, Jake wasn't faring much better. Enel's attacks had already surpassed the limit of what his thunder-summoning amulets could withstand. The speed at which he could produce them was beginning to lag. Moreover, as the current intensified, Jake felt his consciousness slipping. His thoughts slowed and the rate at which he could craft thunder-summoning amulets dropped from 12 per second to just 9. To ensure he wouldn't be instantly fried to death, he alternated between creating talismans and casting healing prayers to mend his wounds. Flesh charred black by lightning was restored in an instant, only to be seared again the next moment. This cycle was akin to the most excruciating torture imaginable. Every second, Jake was tempted to give up and let himself black out, but his will to survive and the sight of Monet's gaze fixed on him, kept him gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. That bastard Enel couldn't keep this up forever. Just a little longer, and victory would be his. Due to the blinding intensity of the lightning, Enel and Monet couldn't make out Jake's expression at all. All they could vaguely see was his figure standing firm amidst the ocean of lightning, even steadily advancing step by step towards Enel. Staring at the figure that still showed no signs of falling, Enel was on the verge of collapse. Why was that guy still standing? His lightning should have taken effect by now. The excruciating pain coursing through his body sent Enel into uncontrollable spasms. The overwhelming current passing through him placed an immense burden on both his body and mind. With his already weak willpower, Enel watched in despair as Jake approached him step by step. 1 second, 2 seconds, 15 seconds passed. Enel had reached his limit. White steam rose from his skin as blood seeped from every pore on his body. The ground beneath him was soaked with a pool of blood. He could no longer unleash a single electric shock, yet Jake remained standing firmly in place, unwavering. The next moment, Jake slightly parted his lips, slowly exhaling a wisp of black smoke. As he stood there, the holy light once again flooded everyone's vision. Shaking his body slightly, Jake flung off his charred shirt, revealing his nearly unscathed physique. A grin spread across his face as he looked at Enel and said slowly, "Is this your limit, Kami-sama?" Enel stared at Jake, who bore not a single injury, and the last shred of hope in his heart vanished. Fear of death overwhelmed his mind. The illusion of godhood shattered before that man, and he realized one thing: he was no god, but a man on the brink of death. The collapse of his mental defenses left Enel in utter panic. He began screaming at Jake. "No, don't come any closer. Stay away." He collapsed onto the ground, scrambling desperately into the forest on his hands and knees, his pitiful state a far cry from his earlier arrogance. Jake felt not an ounce of pity for Enel. The lives Enel had taken along the way warranted his death 10,000 times over. Moreover, Enel had dared to spew those vile words at Monet right in front of him. There was no room for mercy now. Watching Enel, now completely limp and helpless, Jake summoned a pale golden lightsaber in his hand. With the sound of a pierced heart, Enel, the would-be god of Skypia, was pinned lifeless to the ground. Blood flowed, soaking the earth around him. Even gods bleed, no different from ordinary men. Monet watched the scene with a look of astonishment. She rushed towards Jake and asked urgently, "Jake, are you hurt? Are you okay?" In response to her concern, Jake simply smiled and replied, "Well, not exactly great. But first, let's check the fruit in your pocket." Hearing his words, Monet immediately opened the bag of apples at her waist. Sure enough, one of the ordinary apples had transformed into a pale yellow fruit adorned with strange patterns. As someone who had once eaten a devil fruit, Monet naturally knew what this was. She instinctively looked at Jake and exclaimed in surprise. A devil fruit, Jake, you mean that rumor was actually true? Jake picked up the devil fruit and looked at Monet, speaking softly. To be honest, I wasn't sure myself. But now it seems the legend is true. When a devil fruit user dies, the fruit regenerates on a nearby ordinary fruit within the vicinity. Luckily, we're on Sky Island where there aren't many other fruits around, or all our efforts would have been wasted. Monet nodded with a smile and asked, so, is this the rumble fruit? Jake nodded but didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a bite, his expression twisting in disgust as he set the fruit down. Then, a faint current of electricity flickered in his palm, their glow as dazzling as the sky. Yes, it's the rumble fruit. Reminder that Jake powers come from his priest template, so he still can eat a devil fruit. C 136,136. As the explosively revolting taste faded, Jake's expression gradually calmed. He turned to Monet, who was smiling beside him, and asked softly. Monet, aren't you curious how I can consume 2 devil fruits? In response to his question, Monet chuckled and replied. A little curious, but I assume it's because your devil fruit is special. And, I trust you don't have any ill intentions, right? Jake nodded at her answer and explained. You're quite calm, but you're right. My devil fruit is unique, it allows me to consume a second one. As far as I know, the Logia-type dark fruit can also grant the ability to consume a second devil fruit, but whether it actually works, I'm not entirely sure. Are there any side effects? 1 devil fruit already makes you hated by the sea, would 2 make you instantly run into shipwrecks or something? Not that extreme. The dark fruit's drawback is that it can't achieve elemental intangibility like other Logia fruits, and all pain the user suffered is doubled. As for my devil fruit's side effects, none have appeared yet. So far, it seems there aren't any. Hearing this, Monet's eyes curved slightly as she said softly. Then it seems your devil fruit truly lives up to its title as the angel fruit. That's just a name I made up to intimidate people. You believe that too? Monet merely smiled at his response before replying lightly. No, but back in that dungeon, your arrival was no different from meeting a real angel to me. As she spoke, she packed away the bag of apples. Hesitating for a moment, she reached out and took his hand. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she said, now that everything's settled, Jake, let's go see the City of Gold together. I'm really curious about that story of the Golden Bell that Cricket mentioned before. As Monet's voice reached him, her grip on his hand tightened even more. The next moment, the sound of bones cracking echoed, and blood began to seep from Jake's arm, startling Monet so much that her face turned pale. Jake, what's wrong? Did I pull too hard? I'm sorry. Seeing Monet's panicked expression, Jake waved his hand dismissively, took a deep breath, and explained to her. Don't worry, Monet, it's not your fault. These are injuries from my fight with that guy earlier. His final attack was really strong, but I could tell he had lost the will to fight. So, I used healing prayer to fix my outward appearance, making it seem like I wasn't hurt at all, just to crush his spirit completely. But internally, the damage is still pretty severe. So, I might need to sit here and rest for a bit. As for the City of Gold, I probably can't go there right now. Sorry, Monet, you can go ahead and check it out yourself. I'll catch up with you after I've rested a little. Monet shook her head at his words. She helped Jake settle onto a patch of soft grass before saying. No, I'll stay here with you. But it's the legendary City of Gold. It'd be such a shame to miss it. In response, Monet moved a little closer to Jake, her faint fragrance drifting towards him. Many sights aren't worth seeing just because they're rare or extraordinary. What makes them special is experiencing them with you. As she spoke these words, Monet's entire face flushed crimson. Once she finished, she turned her head away, leaving Jake with only the back of her head and a glimpse of her reddened cheek. Jake chuckled at Monet's words. Then, he reached out and took her hand in his. Her palm felt warm and soft, trembling slightly with nervousness. His voice was gentle yet firm. Monet, we'll see many sights together in the future. I promise you. Thank you. After these words, the atmosphere between them lightened again. Jake continued healing himself while chatting with Monet. Unbeknownst to them, about 3 or 4 hours had passed. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates gradually emerged from the City of Gold, their faces beaming with joy. After all, for pirates, nothing stirs the heart more than adventure and treasure. And the City of Gold had perfectly fulfilled all their desires. Marco stood at the forefront of the group. He approached Jake, patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile. Well done, Jake. I saw everything from the back. I never expected you to pull off something like this. There were several times I almost couldn't resist stepping in to help, but I held back. A duel like this, one that felt like fate, was something you wouldn't want us interfering in. As he spoke, Marco handed Jake some medicinal supplies for his injuries, still grinning. These are the medicines I always carry with me. They're quite effective for injuries. Take them all. What we've obtained from the City of Gold this time has far exceeded our expectations. For the next few years, no, I should say for the next decade, our Whitebeard Pirates won't lack any operational funds. Jake looked at Marco's beaming face and said somewhat helplessly, actually, I wouldn't have complained if you'd come to help. But thanks for the medicine, Marco. Oh, you're even thanking me now. Marco put on an exaggerated expression as he approached Jake, playfully roughhousing with him. Seeing this, the surrounding pirates all gathered around and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Monet, her face cold, retreated to a corner, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Jake. The Whitebeard pirates noticed this and began teasing them mercilessly. By the time both of them were flushed red, they had finished packing up and made their way to Whitebeard, who remained seated at the center of both groups, the Skypians and Shandians. Looking at his son's joyful faces, Whitebeard took a swig of sake and laughed. Gararara, it seems the legend of the City of Gold is indeed true. C 137,137. Hearing Whitebeard's words, not only were the Skypians shocked, but even the Shandians fixed their intense gazes on the faces of the Whitebeard pirates. For them, if this long-lost relic from history could be proven real, it would serve as powerful evidence of their claim to this land. The Skypians, however, held the opposite view. If new evidence emerged proving this divine island belonged to the Shandians, they might face the risk of Whitebeard taking sides. During their brief interactions, they had gleaned some understanding of Whitebeard's character, an exceedingly straightforward man. If he chose to side with the Shandians, they might truly be forced to abandon this land. This was an outcome the Skypians absolutely wished to avoid. Thus, Marco and the others' next words could potentially trigger massive changes in Skypia's situation. Yeah, Pops, the City of Gold really exists. Based on my rough estimate, the gold stored there is worth nearly 10 billion berries if we take it back to the New World. Even after splitting with Jake, we've got enough operational funds for over a decade. Pops, you won't need to borrow money from me for drinks anymore. Hearing Marco's teasing remark at the end, Whitebeard laughed and scolded him. Gararara, you foolish son, that money isn't for drinking and merrymaking. Still, it's truly astonishing, a centuries-old legend actually being real. That bastard Roger really did get to see so many beautiful sights before me. However, before Whitebeard could finish speaking, the Shandians on the other side could no longer contain themselves and spoke up. Hey, that's our ancestors' property, why are you already dividing it among yourselves? And since you've seen the existence of that land, doesn't this prove that this island has always belonged to us, the Shandians? Whitebeard's youthful voice trembled with emotion. Even though he had witnessed Whitebeard's terrifying power and felt an inescapable fear towards the towering man, when it came to the territorial rights of his people, Whitebeard once again chose to place his own life second. For him, his people's land was the most important thing in this world. In response to Whitebeard's outcry, Whitebeard only laughed. Gararara, you naive brat, have you forgotten one thing? I'm a pirate. Even if I slaughter all of you and take every treasure, no one would dare condemn me, because that's what a pirate does. As Whitebeard laughed, the surrounding space trembled. The ground shattered beneath his mirth, clouds churned violently, and dozens, if not hundreds, of white sea fish were instantly knocked unconscious. Before this godlike power, no one could utter a single sound. Even Whitebeard, who had cast aside his fear of death, lost the ability to speak in the face of such a spectacle. But at that moment, Gonfall and the Shandian elder stepped forward. In unison, they addressed Whitebeard. Why you, are you the man Roger spoke of, Edward Newgate? X2. Their words and tone were identical. After speaking, they exchanged shocked glances, as if saying, you knew Roger too, X2. Whitebeard naturally noticed their astonishment. He chuckled and said, seems like Roger played you both for fools. That's not true. Roger wasn't that kind of man. X2. Their simultaneous rebuttal only amused Whitebeard further. He took a swig of sake and replied, if Roger didn't know any other man named Newgate, then the one he mentioned must be me. What exactly did he tell you? After exchanging a glance, Gonfall and the elder spoke in unison again. Roger said, if one day Newgate were to come to Sky Island, he would surely have the power to resolve the centuries-long territorial conflict between our peoples. X2. Their aged voices echoed across the entire Sky Island. At that moment, both the divine soldiers of Sky Island and the warriors of the Shandians were stunned by their leader's words. How could they place such unwavering faith in Whitebeard, based solely on the words of a man from the Blue Sea over a decade ago? What kind of charisma did this man named Roger possess? Even Whitebeard himself was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he turned to Jake, as if seeking answers from him. Jake didn't let Whitebeard down at this moment. He stepped forward and asked the two elders. If Roger said that, he must have left something as proof. While Whitebeard can resolve your land dispute, we also need to see what Roger and his crew left behind. Hearing this, Gonfall became somewhat flustered, but the elderly Shandian chieftain smiled and said, before Roger departed, he left some writing on a certain ruin. Those words should serve as proof of his visit here. If you don't mind, please follow me. With that, the old chieftain began leading everyone towards the traces Roger had left years ago. Before following, Whitebeard said to the somewhat bewildered Gonfall behind him. You should come along too. It's fine, since we're resolving your land dispute, both sides should see these things together. With Whitebeard's words, even though the two groups still didn't get along, no one dared to object. Jake followed behind the group, his head lowered as he recalled the anime's plot from his memories. If he remembered correctly, the ruins of Sky Island and the legendary City of Gold were actually locations of poneglyphs. The stone tablet where Roger left his mark even contained information about an ancient weapon. Moreover, his primary purpose for coming here, information about the Arc Maxim, remained unfound. While possessing the Rumble fruit was one thing, the Arc Maxim was another necessity he absolutely had to obtain. C-138,138. The marks left on the ruins brought a faint smile to Whitebeard's lips. That bastard Roger was truly a willful fellow. As Kozuki Oden's sworn brother, Whitebeard had learned to read some ancient text under his influence. He saw the contents on the ruins and the words Roger had left behind. Running his fingers over the carved characters, Whitebeard seemed to reunite with Roger across time at that moment. Afterward, Whitebeard took Gonfall and the Shandian chieftain into a tent to discuss land division plans. During this time, Jake and Monet took advantage of the Whitebeard Pirates' gold inventory to search for information about the Arc Maxim. With the Rumble fruit's enhancement, Jake's observation hockey had reached an incredibly exaggerated level. With little effort, he found information about the Arc Maxim's blueprint among the ruins. It was an oval-shaped stone buried beneath numerous rocks, containing the complete manufacturing process of the Arc Maxim. The instructions weren't in ancient text. In fact, there were no words at all, just extremely detailed diagrams. When they discovered this stone under the pile of rocks, Monet remarked with emotion. To find it in a place like this, it really feels like fate. Jake merely smiled at Monet's words. In a way, Monet wasn't wrong. If he hadn't obtained the Rumble fruit and gained this terrifying range-enhanced observation hockey, he truly wouldn't have been able to find this stone. One could say it was fate. After Jake returned, Marco and the others had already tallied up all the gold, even organizing the portion belonging to the Whitebeard Pirates. At that moment, Whitebeard happened to emerge alongside Gonfall and the elder chief of the Shandians. All three wore smiles on their faces. No one knew what they had discussed, but that very night, Jake was stunned to discover that a statue of himself had somehow been erected on the island. What's more, the statue was extravagantly adorned with large amounts of gold and even bore an inscription declaring him the god of Skypia. What shocked Jake and Monet even more were the Shandians and Sky Islanders kneeling in worship before the statue. Seeing this, Jake was at a loss, but Marco quickly explained everything to him. After Pops took the two old men inside, he proposed a solution. Instead of fighting over ownership of this island, they should relinquish that right to someone who has no interest in it. That way, the highest authority over the island would belong to neither the Skypians nor the Shandians, and it wouldn't matter who came or went. At first, neither Gonfall nor the Shandian chief agreed to this proposal. But when Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, the two elders quickly changed their minds. However, to prevent the Skypians from becoming too obsessed with the land and ruining the island, Whitebeard also decreed that they were forbidden from taking or damaging anything on the island. Anyone caught violating this rule would be permanently banned from entering. After a long afternoon of careful deliberation, Jake became the unanimous choice of all three. Once the decision was made, they personally crafted a statue of Jake. When Jake learned all this, he could only laugh helplessly. This fake god he had pretended to be had somehow, without him realizing, become the true deity of Sky Island. But Jake didn't resist this development. On the contrary, in the following days, he actively provided free healing to the Skypians and Shandians who had been injured during the war. As more and more people were healed by Jake, those who had initially doubted his divine status became true believers. Some even shed tears of emotion upon seeing him. Since Monet had been following Jake all this time, she also displayed her abilities, helping to preserve food or assisting in medical treatment. As a result, she too was hailed as the goddess of snow. Amid this harmonious atmosphere, the Shandians and Skypians gradually grew closer. Their mutual hatred faded, and they even began cooperating in certain areas. The sound of the golden bell rang out every day. Down in Mock Town, Cricket swaggered through the local taverns, boasting about Sky Island and repeatedly proving that his ancestors were no liars. After about 2 weeks of such days, when Jake had fully recovered, they set off with a large amount of gold. Despite the reluctant farewells from both the Shandians and the Skypians, the Moby Dick descended from the edge of the clouds, following the waterway down towards the blue sea. As a tremendous sense of weightlessness struck, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates clung tightly to whatever they could on the ship, letting out several screams. Seeing this, Monet sighed helplessly and raised her hand. Ice crystals formed around them, firmly sticking everyone to the ship. Pops, if we fall from here, we'll die for sure, right? Marco's face was pale as he posed this existential question to Whitebeard, who was still laughing heartily. To this, Whitebeard merely chuckled and said, "Gararara, can't you see the Brad Jake isn't scared at all? He must have known about this all along." Jake didn't deny Whitebeard's words. Instead, he simply smiled at Marco and pointed behind them at the clouds. The next moment, a colossal squid hundreds of meters long burst forth, its massive tentacles instantly wrapping around the entire Moby Dick. "Don't attack the squid, it's our parachute to the blue sea." Jake's voice rang out. Hearing this, the Whitebeard Pirates, who had already drawn their weapons, immediately lowered them. Over the course of their time together, their trust in Jake had grown to a level comparable to that of their own division commanders. Amidst the crew's exclamations, the squid spread its body wide, allowing the wind to rush in and slow the Moby Dick's descent. As they took in the breathtaking scenery around them, they found themselves momentarily entranced. Gazing at the vast ocean, Jake knew that his time with the Whitebeard Pirates was coming to an end. C-139,139. Mineral Harbor, 5 a.m. The sky had yet to brighten, and the port was shrouded in mist. The faint glow of dim yellow lanterns cast an eerie gloom over the docks. Due to its unique geographical conditions, the temperature here remained akin to late autumn year-round. The mist, clinging to the skin in the chilly air, carried an added bite of cold. Move, faster, you damned slaves. A sharp, grating voice shattered the quiet of the fog-laden streets, accompanied by the faint smell of blood. Many hunched figures emerged from the thick mist. Clad in thin clothing, they curled in on themselves as much as possible, their wrists and ankles weighed down by heavy iron shackles. Under the cover of night and fog, they shuffled slowly towards a dilapidated ship. The harbor guard on duty yawned, rubbing his swollen eyes. He had seen this many times before. While such dealings were technically forbidden, everyone, from him to his superiors, and even their superiors, turned a blind eye. The man wielding the whip quickened his pace, his leather boots clicking sharply against the ground. His silhouette, tall and agile, stood out starkly in the mist. The sound of ding-dong rang out, and even in the dim light of the night, the reflection of the silver coins was enough to stir one's heart. This is the payment for this batch of goods. It's been quite troublesome for you lately, guarding them for so long. You've worked hard, take a little extra. The rainy season is coming soon, buy some more clothes for your family. The man spoke in a gentle and natural tone, exuding warmth and humanity, as if he were a completely different person from the one who had been brandishing a whip earlier. In response to the man's words, the guard soldier pocketed the berries and replied. It's all right, not a big deal. But next time, try to capture fewer people. You took too many this time. Soldiers from that country came looking for them. If the Joker's men hadn't shown up the other day, your business would have been ruined this time. The soldier's advice made the man sigh. It's all because the celestial tribute has gone up again. Don't think I'm making much from capturing so many people. After deducting payments for the crew, the higher-ups, ship fees, and all sorts of other expenses, I barely have 10 million berries left for myself by year's end. Then there's about 5 million burleys for the celestial tribute, plus feeding my wife and kids. Honestly, I hardly save anything. Look, I haven't even changed these shoes in 2 years. As he spoke, the man kicked his shoes lightly, his face etched with helplessness. The movement revealed a small but noticeable hole on the side of the shoe. Seeing this, the soldier pulled his coat tighter and said resignedly. Can't be helped. That's just the world we live in. By the way, in this batch, are there any good ones, or ones we can have some fun with? As he said this, the soldier's expression turned lewd and vulgar, his eyes narrowing suggestively as he looked at the man. Unfazed, the man chuckled and replied. There are quite a few women this time, but most are the hard-working type, not exactly attractive, and pretty sturdy. The few decent-looking ones were already reserved by other buyers. If you really want one, how about that woman over there? He pointed with his whip towards a woman standing not far away, her expression dull and her height around 2 meters. She wasn't fat, just tall and somewhat broad-shouldered. The soldier hesitated briefly before murmuring. Fine, it's suffocating here every day. How long until you leave? The man checked his watch and answered. About 20 minutes. The ship's almost here. If you want her, better hurry. Don't worry, 20 minutes is plenty. It's not like I usually take that long anyway. Ha ha ha, you're just the same as always. As their conversation ended, the man strode into the line of slaves. With a sharp crack through the air, the whip struck the woman's back. Even she, who had long abandoned hope of survival, let out a faint, pained groan at the searing agony. Hey, you there, the man barked, his voice dripping with impatience. See that soldier over there? Go serve him well. If he's satisfied, he might just buy you. Then you can stay here. Not a shred of pity colored his words. To him, these people were no different from merchandise. After enduring several more lashes, the woman trudged slowly towards the soldier. She didn't want to go, but neither could she face death with any semblance of composure. The soldier, who had been waiting impatiently, scowled at her sluggish approach. After repeated urgings, he finally strode towards her, stripping off his clothes as he went. He had no intention of taking her somewhere private. To him, slaves were no better than animals from the moment they were branded, and he saw no reason to hide his actions from livestock. In fact, if any slaves showed fear or horror at the sight, it only fueled his excitement, spurring him to perform with even greater vigor than usual. When the woman caught sight of the soldier's half-naked body, the last vestiges of her resistance crumbled. With a desperate sob, she turned to flee in the opposite direction. But the whip-wielding man had anticipated this. Blocking her path, his face twisted into a snarl. You damned slave, I'll make sure you're placed at the very bottom of the pile, drowning in filth every single day. Get back there now, or else all. His threat was cut short as a brilliant light erupted from the soldier's body, accompanied by the acrid stench of burning flesh. C-140,140. The pre-dawn mist, already thick with chill, now carried the unmistakable smell of blood. As the man stared at the soldier, now convulsing on the ground, lifeless, terror twisted his features. To him, the soldier's death meant 3 things. First, an enemy had arrived, one reckless enough to disregard retaliation from the nation's military. Second, this enemy was powerful, so powerful that they had struck down his comrade before he could even react. And third, with the soldier dead, he was likely next. After quickly organizing his thoughts, the man didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately chose to abandon all the slaves and rushed into the fog-filled streets, opening his mouth wide to shout at the top of his lungs. Rousing more people and summoning additional soldiers was the only way he could survive. As long as he drew enough attention to this place, his attacker wouldn't risk exposing their identity to kill him. That was the man's reasoning, and his logic was actually quite sound. But unfortunately, the moment he opened his mouth, a bolt of lightning silently erupted from his heart. There wasn't much sensation, just a sudden twinge in his chest before his consciousness plunged into utter stillness. He collapsed to the ground, acutely aware of his life slipping away. A sense of unwillingness filled him, yet he was powerless. The hole in his shoe remained, and his wife's words echoed in his ears. "When you return next time, I'll mend the hole in your shoe." He had refused her kindness back then, saying, "Just throw them away. After this job, I'll have earned enough to buy myself a nice pair of leather shoes." His wife, his son, his family, his home, the celestial tribute, all the things that had driven him to work for his entire life, now swirled together in his mind, weighing down his consciousness, dimming it further and further. Face pressed against the cold ground, he recalled the disdain he'd felt towards slave traders in his youth, the guilt from his first sale of another human being to save up for a house, the bloodstained berries in his hands just days ago, and the faintly sorrowful life he'd led. Within seconds, the man was completely dead. Not a trace of life remained, leaving behind only a wisp of regret and resentment. Jake emerged slowly from the fog. He glanced at the man, then walked towards the group of slaves. He had been tailing this man for a long time. Along the way, he'd witnessed the man's care and affection for his family, as well as his frugal, hard-working nature. But the sins the man had committed were unforgivable. Even in his final moments, he seemed unaware of most of his wrongdoings. Jake shook his head. Killing this man brought him no satisfaction, only a dull heaviness. The man was guilty enough to deserve death, but where did the root of his crimes lie? In the exorbitant celestial tribute that made survival nearly impossible. In those damned, celestial dragons swine. As long as those creatures lived, men like this would continue to appear, over and over again. The thought only deepened Jake's discontent. Quickening his pace, he stepped past the man's body and approached the female slave who had been whipped earlier. Now, she was curled up like a frightened stray cat, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming silently down her face. Not a single sound escaped her lips. She knew that crying out now would only mean death. She had no idea what the man before her intended to do, nor whether he would kill her. Only one thing was certain to her. That was, no matter what happened, all she could do was silently accept it. Yet in the next moment, something unexpected occurred that surprised the woman. She felt waves of warmth surge through her entire body, and the surrounding cold seemed to dissipate considerably. Raising her head, what met her eyes was the handsome face of a man. He was smiling gently at her, his voice soft as he spoke. "The treatment won't take long. Once it's over, tell the others to board the ship without worry. I'm not a slave trader, I'm a Marine. I'll take you all to the nearest Marine branch base shortly and you can disembark there. Don't worry, it's all over now." The man's kind words were like a warm stove in winter, thoroughly melting her nearly frozen heart. She gazed at him, silent tears streaming down her face, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, light footsteps approached and Monet's tall, beautiful figure emerged from the thick fog. Her breathing was slightly hurried, and she spoke faster than usual. "Jake, we need to leave immediately. I've secured a ship, but the fog is getting worse. If we don't depart soon, navigation might become impossible. Also, regarding this slave transport, I've learned about a rather alarming middleman, someone who supposedly captures slaves for the celestial dragons on Sabayati Archipelago. That guy might be coming to pick out a few quality goods from this batch of slaves. I'm not sure if he'll show up, but we should still be cautious." Jake nodded at Monet's warning and replied, "We'll set off right away. As for that guy, don't worry. Even if the celestial dragons themselves come, not a single one of these slaves will be traded again." Monet looked at Jake and nodded firmly. If there truly was light and hope in this world, Monet could answer without hesitation. It would definitely be Jake. With uneasy hearts, the slaves slowly boarded the ship the man had prepared for them. As the anchor was raised, the ship swayed slightly before slowly sailing through the dense fog into the distance. The two corpses had been hidden by Jake in the soldiers' duty room, likely to remain undiscovered until the next shift change the following day. The sea was thick with fog, and only this single ship moved slowly through it. Not far ahead lay the Marine branch base. C-141,141. Only Jake and Monet stood on the deck. The dense fog obscured everything and their ability to navigate relied entirely on Jake's observation, hockey enhanced by the rumble fruit, to guide their way. The air was thick with moisture and both figures on the deck were covered in a layer of damp dew. Monet gazed at the fog ahead with concern and said, "Jake, I investigated that branch base in advance. The commanding officer there is known as the Mad Dog Commander, and his reputation isn't just bad, it's downright terrible. There are plenty of rumors that he has shady dealings with pirates and even the local human traffickers. Are you sure sending them there won't cause any problems?" In response to Monet's question, Jake nodded slightly before replying softly. "That's exactly why, aside from finding them a safe place, we're also going to deal with that branch commander. If he really is involved with those damned pirates and traffickers as the rumors say, then that branch base is long overdue for a cleanup. But for something like this, shouldn't we report it to Fleet Admiral Sengoku first? Acting without permission isn't allowed, right? Don't worry, I already notified Borsellino-sensei in advance using the Den Den Mushi. Even though he hasn't responded yet, this doesn't count as acting without authorization. As long as you inform a superior officer before taking action, the responsibility falls on them. Jake's answer made Monet both amused and exasperated. Covering her mouth with a light chuckle, she said, "Aren't you afraid Borsellino-sensei will retaliate later? You know how often he comes over to our place for free meals. Even if he does, it won't be anything serious. You and I both know Borsellino-sensei personality, don't we? He's all bark and no bite." As they chatted, the two kept an eye on their surroundings. This operation wasn't going to be easy. It involved the selection of slaves for the celestial dragons. If things weren't handled properly, forget promotions, even their current positions could be at risk. Yet despite this, Jake had no intention of abandoning the mission. To him, dealing with matters involving the celestial dragons was inevitable. Rather than letting it torment him later, he'd rather resolve it now. Moreover, watching slaves like his former self being bought and transported, Jake couldn't bring himself to stand by and do nothing. The ship sailed across the sea, guided by Jake's powerful observation hockey, allowing them to navigate with the currents. Thanks to this, it didn't take long before they arrived at the Marine branch base. The island housing the branch was called Slatapar, one of the few prosperous islands in the area. Thanks to its diverse vegetation and abundance of rare, high-value plants, its economy far surpassed that of neighboring islands. It was precisely this economic advantage that gave the island enough funds to relocate the Marine branch base from its originally planned location to here. After all, for any island, having a Marine base stationed there meant at least some guarantee of safety, no matter the circumstances. However, looking back now, the mayor who relocated the naval branch base here back then might be feeling some regret. Because instead of bringing peace and stability, this naval base has become like an insatiable vampire, endlessly draining the fruits of labor from all the local residents. Outside the branch base lay a rather dilapidated and neglected training ground. The once clean and tidy standard track was now littered with garbage, weeds sprouting everywhere. Equipment that should have been regularly used for drills was now covered in rust. Just from the exterior alone, one could easily guess the usual training standards and military discipline of the soldiers stationed here. In stark contrast, the residential area on the other side boasted lavish decorations that seemed worlds apart from the training grounds. Fountains, statues, neatly trimmed greenery, artistically designed buildings, spotless pathways, gleaming street lamps, and countless surrounding entertainment venues like taverns and restaurants. This place didn't resemble a naval dormitory at all. It looked more like a bustling nightlife district on some small island. Jake stood at the edge, observing everything with an indifferent expression. Monet glared at the scene, a faint chill emanating from her. Jake didn't stop her. Instead, he said, "Monet, freeze everything here with ice. Don't let anyone leave. I want to see if these bastards still have any awareness of their actual roles." With that, Jake vanished from sight, reappearing in the very center of the street. And when he saw the street up close, Jake finally realized just how horrifying the level of corruption here truly was. This place wasn't just home to taverns and restaurants, there were also casinos and unspeakable establishments. In areas where young women should never have been present, there were instead hordes of provocatively dressed women, flaunting their slender, pale waists as they swayed before Jake's eyes. The passers-by around him all had bloated bellies and greasy faces, nothing like the Marine soldiers supposed to look. Perhaps these men didn't even consider themselves Navy personnel. Though they wore naval uniforms, they had altered them freely. One man even playfully placed his cap on the head of a woman engaged in lewd talks, grinning shamelessly as he joked. Under the man's teasing, the woman showed no trace of shame. She merely gave him a coquettish glance before deftly slipping some berries from his pocket, smiling as she said, "In that case, I'll need to charge extra service fees. After all, wearing a Navy officer's uniform would be quite embarrassing for someone like me. Ha ha ha, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Put on this outfit, and you'll earn even more money." See 142,142. Upon hearing this, the woman's heavily made-up face broke into a smile caked with powder. She reached out, about to change into the uniform right there on the street. The surrounding soldiers watched this scene showing no trace of anger. Instead, they all clapped and roared loudly, like gorillas in mating season. Howls, growls, jeers, the woman's laughter and shrieks, countless sounds converged at that moment, composing a vulgar symphony before Jake's eyes. As he took in the scene, he felt a fire burning in his heart. That uniform, the one representing justice, during Jake's most desperate hour, it had been worn by a skeletal-faced man who pulled him back from the brink of hell. From that moment on, this outfit had transformed from merely a cool costume of an anime character into something that held genuine, special meaning for Jake. The food given by villagers in Gourmet Town, the salutes from civilian ships encountered during voyages. Each memory added fuel to the flames of Jake's current fury. The woman shed her already vulgar clothing, leaving only her undergarments. Under the crowd's gaze, she feigned shyness as she reached to pull the Marine uniform over herself. But just as her fingers were about to touch the fabric, a pale hand seized her wrist. A pained gasp escaped her lips as hostile gazes turned towards the interruption. "Ah, that hurts. Who the hell are you?" Before she could see the face of her interrupter, the clothes she'd just removed were flung over her head, accompanied by a voice cold as ice. "Get dressed. This doesn't concern you." The voice was so chilling it made the woman's entire body go numb. Having spent years in these dark corners, she was more adept than anyone at reading people and recognizing true power. In that instant, she knew this was someone entirely different from the useless trash surrounding her. Without hesitation, not even bothering to properly dress, she slipped away into the shadows behind her while all attention focused on Jake, curling up to watch as he was surrounded. Jake wasn't wearing his naval uniform now. Dressed in a brown overcoat over a white shirt, he looked completely unrelated to the Marine. The Marines turned their gazes towards him. The one who'd removed his uniform for the woman glared irritably and demanded. Hey, who the hell are you? Who let you come here? Don't you know this is a Marine training base? If you trespass here, we won't face any consequences even if we blow your damn head off right now. And you know what's most disgusting about you? The man spoke while thrusting his bloated belly toward Jake, his alcohol-laden breath emitting a foul stench. Ah, you bastard, daring to ruin my mood. Absolutely unforgivable. Between drunken hiccups, the man swung his fist directly at Jake's face. Though the man rarely trained, his sheer size meant an ordinary person would likely be knocked unconscious instantly by his punch. As the man attacked Jake, none of the surrounding Marines showed any intention to intervene. Instead, they clapped and cheered, with some even egging him on. Hey, you damn fat fool, show a Marine's spirit. Otherwise, these lovely ladies around here will look down on us. Ha ha ha, that's right, Priley. Smash that guy's skull, kill him right here. The boss has our backs anyway. Especially since this bastard barged in himself. Even if you finish him off, no one will blame you. Yeah, they might even give you a reward or something. Maybe a promotion. Ha ha ha, if you don't act soon, I'll step in myself. Each word erased the last shred of pity Jake had for these men. Watching the incoming fist, he didn't even consider dodging. A dazzling flash of blue lightning silenced all cheers instantly. They suddenly froze like ducks. The sight left every Marine present dumbstruck. Even the most ignorant among them understood what it meant when half a man's head turned into lightning. A Logia-type devil fruit user. The realization instantly sobered them. Staring at the man before them, primal survival instincts kicked in. They shoved aside the women beside them and bolted towards their leader's direction. A Logia devil fruit user, such monstrous power was beyond anything they could oppose. And clearly, their earlier actions had angered him. Staying here now was no different from suicide. But at that moment, an overwhelming, terrifying aura erupted from the man. In an instant, their legs turned to jelly. Forget running. They couldn't even stand upright. When they looked up, what met their eyes was a pair of utterly frigid, merciless pupils. Blue lightning filled the entire street like divine punishment. Everyone present was like lambs to the slaughter, bound to the chopping block without any chance of resistance. Jake walked up to the man who had collapsed to the ground from sheer terror. His voice was calm as he observed the man's dampened trousers and spoke calmly. Do you think you're a Marine? The man hesitated, unsure how to respond to Jake's question, before forcing out an answer. I think I am. But everything depends on your judgment. If you deem me unworthy of being a Marine, then I'm not.